they say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
South America's already got its top 4 figured out. Some might say job done, but we're not totally out of the woods just yet. The bounty of SI points is the next thing we have to sort out, and we're still on land because there's a couple more scintillating games in South America that we have to get through this weekend. Welcome in, I'm Jacob with Alfama and Fresh, and Jack, the number of SI points on the table is severely more limited because the chances to actually earn them in 2025 is a lot less than it has been in the past, but it just means that teams today don't really have the ability to let their foot off the gas right now.
Yeah, it makes them actually much more valuable if you think about it. There's less chances to achieve them, and also there are actually less teams being invited to the Six Invitational because of the Six Invitational points. Every point you earn is therefore worth its weight in gold. So, yep, the first bit of the bracket is done. Obviously, we've now invited teams to EWC. That's gone. The rest of today and tomorrow is all about those SI points and the regional pride.
Leo, the opportunity for SI points is a big one that you have to take advantage of when it's in front of you. But 5th place is getting 50 points. 1st place is getting 300. That's not enough by itself to get you into SI, but it certainly is going to do most of the heavy lifting if you were to get 1st place in the stage.
I mean, it's very close here, Jacob, because if you look at last year, SI points to qualify was 300 points, the threshold. So obviously, you're not guaranteed the same amount of points will be distributed the same way. 300 should not be enough, right? But it's still a big chunk of SI points that almost guarantees you're going to make it. And that's because you don't get SI points from Reload and you don't get SI points from EWC. That's why this stage is extremely important because it's all in one. And that's why your regular placement in your region is key right now, especially for the big teams if they want to guarantee that invitation.
This is easily going to be the biggest day that we've had so far in South America. And by biggest, I mean it could potentially be the longest because we haven't had to worry about a triple best of 3 day overall, but a triple header is what you are getting nonetheless. Our upper final between FaZe Clan and Furia is going to kick us off. The lower semifinal that got determined based on the results of the other lower bracket games yesterday, W7M and NIP is up next. But then we're going to have a little bit of a break before we get into that 3rd game, which is the loser of FaZe Furia against the winner of W7M NIP. Jack, we're not totally done knocking teams out yet, but contrasted to yesterday, it's only 1 knocked out today.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll just be the loser of the W7. Actually, no, it'll be 2, right? It'll be the loser of the 2nd game and the loser of the 3rd game as well.
You're right. We do knock someone out in the last game.
We will send 2 teams home. And honestly, I'm just hoping that we see, and this is not to discredit NIP, but I just love the other 3 teams. I think they're head and shoulders above the rest. I hope we see it. Well, obviously, we're going to see FaZe and Furia in a best of 3. I hope we then see W7M against one of FaZe and Furia, and then the grand final. It's just going to be high quality, action-packed siege throughout.
I couldn't agree more, especially at LAN. You're going to see 3 of the best teams that I consider really, I guess, the better version of themselves when they're offline. All 3 teams in Furia, FaZe, and W7M really come alive when they're in that LAN environment. Oh, that was a hard one to say. Well, they usually come out incredibly good in this environment. And so seeing 2 BO3s of these 3 teams playing against each other on the same day, yeah, that's going to be a banger.
This is where Nip win it all, by the way.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. It's always funny because we keep on referring to, hey, the big 3 has already made it, and we figured the big 3 was probably going to qualify. And then there's just one other team that managed to slip in there, and it was like, hey, it could have been anybody theoretically. We didn't know if Liquid was going to have a bad stage, so it's Ninjas in Pajamas instead. That is the top 4. We've already locked it in. It's just a matter of placing to see who is fighting for the lion's share of SI points for this stage. But we also wanted to do a quick check-in because we've been knee-deep in CJX for what essentially feels like forever at this point. Suike wanted to do a check-in with the guys to see how the Clash rework is impacting pro play so far.
Hey guys, Zika here, your analyst from the Brazilian channels one more time. Today's topic is one of the most iconic defenders in our competitive scene, Clash. But first, let's rewind a bit. Back in 2018, the Paris Major introduced Operation Grim Sky, which gifted us the attacker Maverick and the first shield-wielding defender, Clash. And let's be real here, she was strong from day one. 3 armor, 1 speed, carrying a virtually indestructible bulletproof shield that could also zap enemies, slowing them down and draining their health. There was some drama, sure, with accusations that she was overpowered, but life in R6 finds a way, and everything went on as usual. Fast forward to June 2025, when Operation Daybreak dropped, bringing among other things a long-awaited rework for the British operator. 7 years after her release. Really? 7? Was Clash broken, as pros like to say? Hard to tell. Let's look at the 6 Invitational, where all regional metas collide, giving us the best snapshot of global Siege play. Something weird happened over the last 3 Invitationals. 2023, Clash was banned once. 2024, banned twice. And 2025, 16 bans. That's not enough to put her in the top 5 most banned defenders, but it does show that in a short time, Clash became feared again. So did the rework come to balance her sudden spike in play? Unlikely. These updates are planned way in advance, but either way she's changed a lot. For example, though her speed and armor stats are the same, now she can quickly break barricades with a single shield bash, which is also retractable in certain situations. One of the nerfs? Her electric zap no longer deals damage, it just slows enemies. And yeah, they always complain when that happens. But the most talked about change, for better or worse, is her new ability to plant her shield on the ground, switch to her secondary, and remotely activate her taser while fighting. Now, that's just an overview. As always, we want to know what our pros think. And spoiler, they've got complaints.
Cara, esse rework da Clash aí ficou horrível. A Clash já era um boneco forte, já era bastante usado no competitivo. E aí eles mexeram agora e tá muito quebrado. Tipo, em qualquer posição, de qualquer mapa, você pode encaixar a Clash pra jogar, que ela vai ser forte. E o ataque é obrigado a mexer na composição pra, tipo, counterar a Clash. Então eu acho que foi um buff, assim, que não tinha necessidade nenhuma. Não gostei.
Não sei se tá tão legal essa parada de você ficar pegando e colocando shield assim e tudo mais. Acho que você consegue bugar a HE, bugar o soft, o ace que tá com você. Mano, é bem chato tirar a Clash assim, tipo... Você acaba, igual o Azami quando lançou, você acaba criando posições inexistentes dentro do mapa. Acho que o melhor time que souber usar a Clash assim, pra criar situações dentro da defesa, eu acho que vai se dar muito bem nessa sala.
O boneco já era forte, né, na minha opinião. A possibilidade dela ficar movendo o shield e até deixar o shield trocar tiro, ela vai ser um boneco aí que vai ser muito banido porque ela tá muito forte. E você consegue fazer tem muitas possibilidades que você pode usar ela, né?
Ela é extremamente roubada. Inclusive, acho que ela dificultou agora a questão dos bans da defesa, do ataque banindo a defesa, no caso. Porque antes tu deixava alguns operadores open pra banir outros, e acontece que a Clash ficar open, tu vai estar abdicando de uma tática bizarra, assim, porque ela é muito roubada. Ela quebra totalmente o meta, então ou tu vai banir ela, mas se tu não banir, tu vai jogar contra, todo mundo vai pegar. Então ela é realmente muito roubada. Eu espero que venha um nerf aí logo, porque tá roubada.
Yep, like I said, and like you just saw, players have reservations and are still adjusting to Clash's rework. But what about you watching this incredible broadcast? We want to know your thoughts about it. So please be my guest and speak your mind in the chat. Thanks everybody, see you next time.
Another thing.
Clash has always been sitting in a strange place in the meta, but given the way that she's been reworked and the fact that there are more bans now overall in CGX means that her ban rate is abnormally high overall, just given the amount of things you could ban on defense. But Jack, she's also not like any other shield operator, and she's the only one on defense. So of course she was either going to get played a lot or banned a lot, given the way that she got changed for this patch.
Yeah, I think we're still in the discovery phase of Clash. I think we're still trying to figure out if she is actually wildly broken, as some of the pros are suggesting she is, or actually is a bit of a nerf to her team. I think it's somewhere in the middle. Teams that are adopting her well and are using her well, she is devastatingly good against the right teams. And then when she's been used poorly, as we have actually seen, I'll say a lot in EML, we've seen Clash used poorly in EML, then she has looked very easy to counter. So I think we're still finding out where she sits. In my opinion, if you want me to give my personal opinion, I do think it's a buff, and I think Clash was already incredible, and I think she's better. But again, it's down to how teams interpret that and play her.
Yeah, I think it's way more versatile. It's also, I think, setting up a higher skill ceiling for the player, because you've got to pick it up when it's getting Zofia charge or Ash charge. You've got to place it the right way. You've got a quick pick before the guy in front of you does it. And we've seen a couple examples yesterday of that 1v1, for example, I remember, where the Clash literally slows down someone and they still lose that 1v1. Now, I will say this, the way we've been using Clash, and we've seen Clash being used early in the round, you've seen spawn picks with Clash on windows. You've seen impact tricking with the Clash in front of a mirror window. You've seen during the round retakes because of the Clash, or creating a stronghold out of nothing, just like Azami is able to do it, like we've seen in this video. And then in the late round to create shockhold around the bomb site for executes, or even better than that, after the plant to retake and place down the shield and start defusing. So honestly, it's been incredible to witness, and I actually think it's not just a buff; it's a really big buff. And I agree with Felipox there.
Yeah, I would agree. There's two things for me. One, there isn't a situation where on defense you're not going to feel comfortable having a Clash. Like you say, early round, mid round, late round, there is utility and versatility there that Clash has. And two, the previous balancing for Clash was that when she was shield up, she couldn't be gun up, which meant it was effectively a 4 versus 5 in a 5 versus 5 scenario with the shield up. It was only 4 guns against 5. That was the big counter. Now that's taken away. It's still 5 versus 5 and you have that utility. And I think that's why pros do feel that it is a big buff to Clash.
I'm down for the creativity, even if it's completely polarizing, and some people are like, don't use her in everything, you have to ban her every time, it's absolutely overpowered. But then the things that we've been seeing out of Clash players over the past couple of months has been a lot of fun, if only because the Twitter clips and the conversation generated around it has been pretty darn extraordinary. Let's get one look at the bracket real fast before we hop into SI points qualification matchups for the rest of today. It's already pretty self-explanatory. We did not see Furia and FaZe Clan play yesterday. That's where they come in today. W7M and NIP, one of them is going to have to knock the other one out. They were both in elimination territory yesterday, and that's just going to continue for the remainder of somebody's lower bracket run. And if only because the NAL has already proved if you need to drop the lower bracket early and go all the way without having any more lives left, Space Station proved that it is absolutely possible, so we'll see whether W7M or NIP are able to keep that streak going all the way. But we're going to start things off with Furia and FaZe Clan, our upper bracket final to kick things off. Ultimately, this is one of those series that FaZe has generally dominated the head-to-head against Furia for a long time, but again, this Furia lineup famously defeated FaZe Clan when it counted the most, so it's just one of those cases where, I mean, as fresh as far as I'm concerned, they're back on land, so we're about to see a whole lot more shenanigans today.
Yeah, of course. I feel like a bit of a Fury defender. You know, I was sat here, Leo, where we were talking about Fury in best of one during the stage, and they were losing and they were inconsistent, and I'm like, yes, but they will come good. They will come good. And of course they came good. As soon as it hit LAN, as soon as it hit best of threes, it just came alive for them. And I think Fury's win condition in most games, to be honest, is themselves. It's how up for the game they can get, how in sync they can be. When they are on it, there isn't a team on the planet that is stopping them. And that's what happened as soon as they hit LAN last week against Liquid. They were incredible. And why wouldn't they be? I mean, you've got KZ, you've got JV, and you've got Herds as such an aggressive and great front line. All players over 100 kills. And I know Herds gets his haters, I would say, because of how risky he plays. But especially on LAN, it really does come alive. And he can just send a game wide open.
And we've seen that most of those games have been close. Since the 22nd of June, they actually played so many matches, and most of them were at least overtimes or 7-5s. But if you zoom back a little bit, yes, all the games were close, but they've been consistently on their side. They always have either the individual talent or the experience to close them, which means that since the 22nd of June, they won 9 maps and only lost 1. And I think, just like you said, Jack, reaching that LAN environment is exactly what they needed, because then they can really abuse that aggressive, risky, yes, but aggressive playstyle that thrives on low ping and with a little bit of less audio availability at this environment. It's really helping them a lot. And one last point about this. Yes, historically, they were struggling to beat FaZe, but here, in the last 4 matches that they've played, it's been really 50-50. 2 of those games they won, 2 of those games FaZe won. So right now, I think we're seeing really 2 titans of Siege face each other, and Furia right now are at the same level as FaZe, and it's never clear who's going to win.
They're currently on a 4-map win streak through playoffs. They knocked off Team Liquid, including a 7-0 game to start off the upper bracket quarterfinal, then did 7-5, 7-5 against W7M to get to this point. But again, for FaZe Clan, absolutely no slouch. They won their first series of playoffs. They're already looking like they're off to a hot streak. 7-2, 7-3 over NIP, one of the fastest starts for any team in playoffs, Leo. And in the second half of both those maps, they didn't let a single round get through.
Yeah, I think their confidence and their experience really showed up when it mattered. It's the same story as for Furia. These guys, they know all about line environments. They've been at so many different tournaments. They've got so much experience. That's always going to help them perform, right? But if you look at their stage, we were asking the questions, are we seeing first cracks of the performance of FaZe? Because after the win at SI and Boston, you expect them to have a little bit of a curse, a little bit of downwards trajectory, because you just won the biggest tournament there is to win. What do you do afterwards? And there at Reload, who was the team that literally stopped them from reaching quarterfinals? It was Furia. And then they arrive into stage 1 and they lose to W7M, they lose to Furia again, they lose to Loud, they lose to Black Dragon. And you were wondering, what's going on there? Are we seeing cracks on that team? And then I think they really picked it up. In the end, they look way more consistent at this LAN environment. They look way more consistent. That 2-0 win against NIP, there was a big difference of class, and that's what we expect from them. But I think overall, we're looking at two different teams with different playstyles that are reaching the same level.
I think this roster has so much individual brilliance on it. You know, just take a look across the KDs there. Most players are significantly positive, apart from Vita King, who is on the backline, who is playing those traditional hard support roles. And that for me is very, very, very impressive. Even Handy, you know, being +8 there, sorry, +12 there. So you've got this individual brilliance, you've got this kind of collective consistency once they refound their footing after the Reload event. And therefore, it just makes them an absolute juggernaut of Siege. The one thing that I love about FaZe Clan is their ability to understand exactly what's going on and change their win condition on a dime and then play to it with such synergy and so in sync, it makes them so hard to play against.
Yeah, what's really impressive with these two teams is that we've been speaking about their experience and their achievements. If you look at them, I look at them as the top two teams in Brazil. As you can see right now, right, in terms of achievements, one team is a major and 6 invitational winner on your left. The other one has won multiple major and an SI, and that's going to be Furia. Now, their play styles, however, is really different. I think the strengths of FaZe are in their strategic depth. They can adapt really well. They have surgical fragging power. They evolve really well around their game vision, and they have Vita King as a great IGL to coordinate all of that. On the side of Furia, it's the powers of immense individual prowess. It's the best gunners in the world. They will turn situations they should not win into winnable situations with multi-kills. And that's the beauty of Furia, watching them play. This matchup should be incredibly entertaining because of the difference of playstyle, the quality of the playstyle of both of these teams.
What we're looking at for both squads is, yes, we've seen both of them play in a 6 Invitational Grand Final, but the main thing to bear in mind is that FaZe historically has dominated this head-to-head, with the exception of those last couple of games, as Leo mentioned. It's been FaZe Clan all the way against this W7M Furia core, 11-4 over the past couple of years, ever since that W7M lineup got formed a couple of years back. So they've got their number historically, but we'll see whether that carries over into we just get another random best of 3 on LAN between these two teams. Of course the game's going to be phenomenal. So let's check what maps we're getting to before we really get too deep in the weeds on this one, because it almost feels like no matter what maps we end up playing, it's still going to be an incredible series, especially given the SI point stakes that we've got going here. We'll get Chalet in first, Lair second, which I think is the first time Fury are going to be playing Lair so far this stage, and then Bank if we need it. Jack, first impressions on the band phase here.
Yeah, so if we start with Chalet, Furia absolutely love the map. They are one of the teams that really set the meta on how this map gets played in terms of aggressiveness, in terms of that, I'm just going to say it, in terms of the way the teams play split Fury and the split approach that they do to attacking. Furia were really a front runner in terms of leading that, in terms of how the meta's played. Now, moving through to Lair, Lair's a curious one because FaZe have picked it. They love it. It's really, really high preference. For Furia, like you said, Jacob, we've not seen it this stage. However, we did see it at Reload, where Furia were unbeaten on the map. So they're no slouches there either, Leo.
No, and we will look at this matchup, and you go on Bank as well. Once again, it's a map that's going to be extremely comfortable for both teams. FaZe won it against Lost, won it against ENX, barely lost it to W7M, and at SI in Boston, they eliminated Furia on that map. But Furia, they bounce back, right? During this stage, they barely lost it to an IP, then won it against Liquid and 9Z. It's pretty much comfortable for those teams. What's interesting is that with the level of these two teams, you can just expect that any of the 3 maps they will be playing, they will have an incredible win streak on it, or will have beaten some amazing teams on those maps. Exactly the case here for Chalet, Lair, and Bank. But I do think, like you said, Jack, Chalet, it's literally the home of Furia, but Lair is the home of FaZe. Both of these teams, they picked really comfortable maps, and the opposing team is also really good on them, which should give us an amazing matchup.
Desichu and Ace of Pyrite are the casters in the booth for 2 out of 3 games on this triple header Saturday. So let's get them in here real fast and grab their take on something. And frankly, I just want to keep it simple because the reputations of both teams are super well known at this point. It almost feels like you don't have to do very much analysis because it's FaZe and Furia. But just to keep things simple, for the both of you, who do you give an edge to in this one? Darius, start with you and then Tim can go after.
That's a horrible question to ask. Furia. Furia. Only because, like we were saying, activated on LAN. This is their time. FaZe are that team that are like the bar you have to get over if you want to win anything around the world. Like I said so many times, they're always that team to beat. Teams that have gone on to beat FaZe at some point in a competition have gone on to then be eventual finalists. It tells you enough. So I'm thinking probably a Furia day, but FaZe are a high bar to beat.
Tim, same question to you. What do you think?
You're on mute, Tim. What a guy! What a guy!
Maybe?
Honestly, astounding.
We'll bring it back in at some point. Maybe one of these days. It's crazy because I don't even hear him locally on my end either.
Des isn't here to mute me.
Hey, there we go.
So I've somehow muted myself. Well
yeah,
done,
my
mate.
arm stretched a good, 50 miles up north and just tap that button on your mixer, mate. That's me.
I go Furia. Well, they haven't dropped a map yet in playoffs. I feel like we watched them against Liquid. They've just activated. Like they've just found that other level we know that they've got, and I think anybody, including FaZe, is going to struggle to keep up with that.
It's just somehow we keep on getting these matchups over and over again. It'll be FaZe, a Furia, a W7M, and then we just threw LAN in at the very end of playoffs overall when we technically didn't even need to have it because we were doing best of ones online previously, but some things never change, man. The one thing I'll note is that the one time they played in the best of ones, that was a FaZe victory. That was a 7-4 on Chalet. It was a good game, but it was over a month ago. So we'll see what both of these teams are able to accomplish now that we're back in the proper environment when they can shout at each other on stage from just a couple of feet away. Gentlemen, have fun with this one.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Have fun. I'm very sure we will, because as Tim, as we've already spoken about a lot, this is kind of the clash of the titans. It's two of the best coming head to head. It's the Classico of the region, it's fair to say.
Yeah, we know that it's going to be a big one. It goes, in roster terms.
Tim, you're muted again.
I'm not muted again. In roster terms, it goes...
Tim, sort your mic out.
I'm not playing. I'm absolutely not playing. You're such
Carry
a
on,
child. In roster terms, it goes all the way back to SI24 final. There's some big stories there. They don't come bigger than this one. And yeah, I think it's going to be a classic matchup to kick things off for us tonight.
Completely. And of course, we'll get ourselves loaded in just a moment. We spoke a lot about those maps. Chalet to kick things off. Any strong thoughts on that one? Because for me, as we've already said, it's all these maps aren't exactly like, none of them are hated by either team. I think they'll be very happy with how this is drafted out. It does give rise to that incredible match between the two. It's going to be a high quality game, but Chalet to kick things off, what are you thinking?
I like the map Veto that we've got. Like you say, they're all maps that both teams will play, but they've both got such a broad map pool anyway that it's really not a big deal, I don't think, for these two to play absolutely anywhere. But I think Chalet is a great start, for my opinion, particularly on Chalet. For me, it's one of my favourite maps in the map pool at the minute. I think it's one of the most competitive. We've got 4 viable sites. It's one of the only maps that you can say that for, I think, in as stronger terms as you can say it for Chalet. Like, you can literally pick anywhere as your first choice site and nobody would be critical of it. You want to go to basement first, fine. You want to go to kitchen dining first, fine. Like, nobody would be critical, I don't think, of picking anywhere on Chalet. It's I love it as a map, and I think it's a great place to start this one. I think it's going to be tough to decide who wins it, if I'm honest. I think maybe who does better on attack.
Completely. I mean, looking at Chalet for a second, just to touch on it a bit further, historically for FaZe, it's a map that they wouldn't often go to. It'd be one of their permabans, they'd hide it away, and instead prefer to go to 6 of the different maps that are in the pool. But I think after beating NIP on it last week, now being 2-0 on it across the last few months, it kind of shows that as much as they might hide it away, they're very happy to play there, which is why this is going to make for such an interesting first game. As you may have just seen there from the cameras, getting ourselves loaded into lobby, and then we'll be able to get things officially underway. It does look like everyone is in the lobby. should be able to hit that start button very, very soon. Tim, I feel like it's a good time to ask before the action kicks off. How's the garden?
Well, it's funny that you should ask me that, Des, because I've put a very gardening-based shirt on tonight. I was choosing what to wear.
I missed it.
Yeah, I thought you might. I was choosing what to wear, and I had a look, and I thought, yes, I've got a shirt with flowers and dragonflies on it, and I thought, you know,
hang on. Andre, if you can hear me, Andre, can we come back to casters for a second? Can we come and have a look at Tim's shirt, please? I really want to see the shirt now you're speaking about it. I think we'll come out while we're having a little load up. We'll have a little peeky shirt. Go on, then.
And have a look. It's quite a small pattern, so I might need to move a little bit closer. But
all right, I see it. Nice. I've kind of got a bit gardening myself. Lots of flowers and colours
and butterflies.
Green. We've all gone for it today. I've really gone for the garden theme with you, mate. You're not alone. Don't worry. I'm always there with you.
Butterflies, dragonflies.
We can go back now, Andre. We're good.
So where is the garden up to? That's the important question. Forget about the bands. We're doing well, Des. We've got some progress. I've got a lot of dead sort of vegetation. That's where I've cut stuff back that needed shredding. I've done half of that. That's going in the vegetable patch to provide nutrition to the soil. And then I needed a couple of fence panels replacing. I'm halfway on with that. Painted a bit of the fence. Made some real progress.
Excellent, mate. Well, progress is already starting inside of this series. We've got our bans flying on through, and we were having a conversation about bans earlier on. Under the old way of analysing banning stats, Monty sits above 100% because sometimes you can be double banned inside of a game, whereas obviously now it's more of the adjustment of that measurement has got to be done at some point. But with how things stack under old stat systems, he's over 100%, and that is carrying on in this game here. Him and the Blackbeard being taken away, the double shield ban, and on the other side coming out from Furia, it's going to be Azami and Castle, that double architect ban.
Yeah, all pretty standard there. Nothing to write home about, as they say. All pretty much above board on what we would expect. So getting into it, what is going to be the first choice site? It is Gaming and Bar, a popular first choice on Chalet. Not unusual to see this one. What are the areas that we're going to be looking at? So in terms of your attackers, Furia, we need to see where they are going to push from. They've got two options realistically, and that is push directly in towards Library and Mezzanine, which is the area that we're looking at right now, or push in towards the top half of the map, in through Solar, Office, Master, take control of that, and then look to get your blue stairs, as we are looking at now. So that's the first thing that we need to recognise from these attackers, is where are they shaping up, where are they looking to attack, what map control do they want. Once they've done that, they're going to have to break down that library hold, whether they do it directly or whether they come from Master across. They then need to take out those three power positions we talk about: top blue stairs, inside a library, and top mezzanine. Get those three cleared out, you've got your verticals, and you can start working towards site. Interestingly, I'm seeing a Capitao and a Sens on the side of Furious, so that would make me lean towards the thoughts that they're going to try to get directly in through that site window to plant at some point. They'll need some verticals as well, but I think the actual push onto site for execution would come from the gaming window.
Yeah, big one I'm looking at really, Tim, honestly, is on the defensive side here. Yeah, you've got a mirror to dig behind, but it's this infuriating combo of the Fenrir and the Melusi coming in together. It is horrific to try and deal with. You step into a room, you're being slowed, you're being blinded, so you can't run out of the room. It's just not a good time at all. And so having this Brava on side, I think, was a really good, sensible last-second switch coming out from Filippo to bring this one along, with the IQ also joining them. It's going to make dealing with that utility stack a hell of a lot easier on the other side. So smart little change from Furia there. Just one thing to keep an eye on is how many of those get hacked away, how many are sniffed out by herds, and how many are taken down before they start their march on forward. But it will lead to quite a slow round overall.
Furia definitely shaping up for that library-sided take, I think, at the moment. Just saw JV92 on the Sens. His silhouette is outside of library on the balcony. There's a couple on the rooftop. Handy, he's going to take a ton of damage and be forced back towards site. That's kind of an early win for Furia there. Get themselves some of these defenders moving away. Cyber still locked in position for the time being, but I think so far in terms of the early round, I'd give a little bit of a win towards Furia, but they haven't got a kill. However, I speak way too soon. Hertz comes in and just decimates FaZe.
Hello, he's on for a 4K, maybe even an ace to kick things off here, Tim. Gotta find Veto King. He has nowhere, knows where he is going to say. Down towards the bomb chassis, but no, Nade's going to snatch it away from him. Honestly, a little perplexed how he managed to get himself into that position where he was on Ivy, pushing his way up, Yes, he had the right idea. Winning the challenge on towards the stairs player was number one, and then he could swing. But it seemed like there was just no real awareness coming out from the defenders there that he'd even got into such a precarious position. And there was only one player that could challenge him. He was instantly killed, and there was nothing for FaZe Clan to really do except fall like dominoes after that point. So really smart play by Herds and the rest of Furia. I said it'd be a slow round, and it was slow up until the point they started clicking left mouse button, and then Head started rolling very quickly.
Slow until it wasn't, Des. Slow until it wasn't. But I've got to say, I think it's
like how you're gardening until you're not, mate.
Exactly. It's got to be a little bit of a mistake for FaZe there. I've got to call it. Yeah. Top blue stairs is super important. If you're going to try to hold on to Library and Mezzanine, you've got to have your top blue player, and you've just seen why. That's great opportunity spotting from Furia, and in particular Herds. He's recognised that the top blue player has dropped away. There's no cover there. So what can I do? I can take Ivy. And he's then at a massive advantage for that gunfight. As we see, the Head pops up first. There's no way that the FaZe player can challenge Herds before he can challenge them. So he gets himself a freebie, and then the others are left reeling. You know, yeah, the call comes. Oh, he's in Ivy, but it's too late. He swung the corner. Herds is decisive. Swung the corner and found the other two that were holding on to Mez and Library. So it's a mistake from FaZe, really. If you're going to hold on to Mez and Library, you've got to have somebody actively at the top of blue stairs. They didn't have a deployable shield there, which is what we often see up at the top of blue stairs, so that they can play more aggressively up there to prevent exactly that happening. So great opportunity spotting from Herds and Furia with a almost perfect first round.
Very much so. Let's see how things play on forwards. What I hate about this is both our producer and Fresh were in our Discord, just like, player of the day, player of the day. And I'm like, guys,
one round in.
We've got 3 series to go, potentially 9 maps. That was round 1 and the first 4 kills of the entire series. Let's calm the hell down a little bit, yeah? Might still plenty more come out of this play day just yet, and I'm very sure, knowing this region, that will not be the peak of our day. Let's see how round 2 plays out. There'll still be plenty more to come through from here. Once we start, then, of course, a big change in lineup. The key thing to note, of course, is Philippox is still running around on that Sense. You can hear it getting eaten up there by those ADSs. But look who's nice and close. Just under the window is a player waiting and ready. It's Handy, daring someone to come on the reverse rappel, but it's simply not being given. As Vidaking finds Herds, our hero of the last round.
Yeah, I'm sure FaZe will be glad to have Herds off the board, not just for his 4K that he got last time, but for taking the Grim away as well. It's just going to make it much more easy for these defenders to keep themselves locked in place in these power positions. Grim Bees aren't going to come forward and force them out. So they're looking actually pretty comfortable at the minute of FaZe. They seem to have all the angles covered. They've got the player on Solar Stairs. They've got the player in Piano. They're making things very difficult for Furia. Having to use utility here to safely get up the ladder, make sure that they can. But look, Furia fighting back. They always seem to have an answer, and they continue to do so. 3 versus 2 in favour of FaZe still, though.
I'm really enjoying this use of the Sense light screen to be able to let them challenge on towards this window, and finally they get the kill they were looking for off the back of it. A little bit messy up towards that point. In he vaults in, straight into an Elamine, and guess who's round in the corner? It's Handy. The man we were talking about at game start, lay under that big window, rounds out towards Solar and closes out the round. Much better from FaZe because they were a lot more aggressive, Tim. Not really being sat behind their utility, but jump outs, attacks on towards windows, rounds there like you saw in towards Solar. They didn't sit back and give Furia the space to execute their plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Furia never really got themselves established inside of the map. It was very different to round 1 where they took ground quickly and used it very well. This time they were fighting from externally for most of the round and just couldn't get anything going. Every time they got a couple of kills, FaZe had another one in response and just grind them down really with that man advantage. So well played FaZe. They get themselves round 2. Certainly make up for any mistakes or gaps that they left in round 1. Level things up at 1-1, and they're going to move on to Kitchen and Dining this time. Just having a look through the defensive lineup, nothing too surprising there. Souls on the Frost, always worth a mention. Keep your eye out for those Frost mats when attackers are coming in locked into that ADS. It's all too easy to get themselves caught out.
Absolutely is. I'm sure we'll see a change in lineup this time around overall. Indeed, the Sense being dropped away for the hard breach of the Thermite. Tim, we've seen this operator. We know exactly what's going on. Off this double wall, down and towards the dying double wall. This splash bosh. Almost we go with something like Blitz here to do a little bit of work. Interesting to note that we're still seeing this IQ being brought along by Herds. Of course, change away in terms of what utility we're seeing, but given how much soft flooring there is available on this map, a lot of ability to take away key bits utility is required. Even there are 3 bulletproofs on side, that 100% has to be their focus.
Yeah, I think you're right, and Handy's going to be in a key position this round. We can see that he's playing inside of office. He's backed up by Veto King in master bedroom and KDS in piano, but losing souls so early is not going to be a good thing because somebody might now have to rotate back out of those three looking to hold on to top floor. If somebody has to rotate back to site to support Cyber in there, they might not. They might choose to leave him on his own and just value top floor more, but it's a great start for Furia to get that entry on the board, and they can start working Philippox now in towards that office wall to get it opened up.
Well, I'm still trying the very best to hold on here. Like, I like how aggressive FaZe are being. You know, commonly teams will back away at this position, like, we're down a man, cut our losses, play C4s from below, whatever else it might be. But keeping 3 players upstairs still to try and fight in against Fury, to try and waste their time, I think is the right play. Because if you give them all this space now, they've still got half a round to work with when they've got top floor control. The IQ is picking apart all of your utility. You're being hunted by a Deimos. You've got a blitz running at your face. You've got to go and fight here. And sure enough, KDS inside of Solar manages to get rid of KZ. Great kill to get. It's the Ashe, sure. Not the end of the world to lose the Ashe at this stage in the round, but it's still a crucial kill to have.
Yeah, I mean, if this plant goes down, Ashe could be pretty important because you've got that soft destruction, so you could open up the vertical and try to hold it from above if you can keep yourself inside of office. So we'll see how it plays out. Get that diffuser down from Nade and it might be a little bit of a different story, but as you say, I think, you know, they do manage likely without KZ here. So 4 versus 4, they've got the office wall open. They need to get themselves access to the bomb site, which they've done. However, FaZe managed to cut 2 of them down, but Furia, again, they always seem to have answers. There's 50 seconds left to go, but a good idea where the Deimos is going to come from.
Well, look at Veto King above. He's on piano at this point, Tim, so they can't easily control verticals, and this gives KDS a lot of room to work with on site itself. It's very risky. Doubling up is normally the go-to play, but as it stands, I was going to say a track has to surely come out of JV, and now they've got that on site. KDS is very much isolated here. 2 players starting to come in on towards him, all from that same floor, as Veto King now moves above them. He could do a lot of work from above here if he gets into the right spot, and sure enough, Tim, there it is. It is paying off for them. They're in the good for 1, but JV has now got to win this 1 versus 1 against Veto King with 15 seconds to play, and the Angel of Death awaits above. Does not have the diffuser here, and there he is. Veto King, patient as anything, moves out from piano and gets 2 kills from that vertical. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, had to make a move there, JV. Needed to basically pick a lane, go for the kill or go for the diffuser. I think he made a little bit of a sprint to try and get that diffuser. Veto King is just waiting, ready for it. So as soon as he moves towards the door, and I get why he makes that choice. He's very low health. He doesn't want to be, he had a track left, but he doesn't want to be getting into that kind of battle because he's very unlikely to win it at that point, especially being that he's fighting upwards as well. We quite often see that, you know, the person with the high ground will often win. So
absolutely.
Deimos is going to be taken away. That's going to be the next ban that comes in. So they've obviously felt the pain of that JV. Deimos deciding they don't want any more to do with it. And the ban that comes in from Furia is onto the Melusi. So the Banshee's taken out of the pool.
Not surprised at all. Spoke back in round 1 about that Fenrir and Melusi combo, and you've seen Melusi remain staple across the majority of that first quarter. So I think, fair enough, take her out of there. It's forcing things like a Brava to get brought along. You need to bring a lot of nades along with you as well, because the crucial thing to note about the way teams will often employ the Melusi is you took it around the wall when someone walks around the corner, so they can't easily step around and just shoot it, because there's a player that is then swinging you at the exact same time that you trigger the Melusi off. So you're then forced, as you are with mute jammers, to start using things like nades to get rid of them. As I mentioned, the Brava might be a thing. The Ashe could also get brought along for a similar purpose. It was just doing an awful lot to slow Furia down, and I think, like you saw a little bit in that previous round, because they were impeded by these jammers and other things that worked against them, they couldn't full clear that top floor comfortably. They didn't want to waste too much time in doing so. They wanted to keep it simple and execute onto the site, but in ignoring Veto King, well, we saw the outcome of that. He was the one that completely tore them apart from above. It's really smart gameplay from FaZe, but I think a really intelligent ban also coming out from Furia in response.
Now the soft breach on to Garage, just put a little bit of pressure onto Souls, who is playing down there at the moment. Also joined by Cyber. We're going to have 2 to play into down here if they want to try and pick up these roamers and clear them out from underneath. Fury need a good start in this round. If you remember, I said at the beginning, I feel like whoever comes out with the better attack here is going to be the one that wins Chalet. And right now, apart from that sort of flurry of kills from Herds in the first round, it feels like Fury are struggling a little bit.
It does, but this is one thing in that ban from the Melusi might come to help them a little bit here. Admittedly, a Deimos being taken away is certainly not going to make life any easier. But FaZe are just willing to put up a very, very stiff resistance. They aren't cowering away from the challenge. They're being willing to go and take the fight to Furia after learning from round one that just do not give them all this opportunity and room to go and do what they want. You have to be willing to fight them. And now, as you kind of said, it's Furia that are struggling. They're trying to find their way back into this game a little bit. Despite that Melusi ban coming out, by the way, there is still this Brava on side. They've still got a bulletproof to contend with. They've still got things they can take away from them. Mainly those FNATs, I imagine, is what's going to be targeted. But with no mute on side, it should mean the Brava has got a lot more freedom to get things done. And JV on that Docker B is also going to be even more powerful. If he doesn't lose his life, because he was very close to doing so just a second ago, the Cyber's willing to challenge directly.
Cyber doing a much more direct job here of trying to keep hold of blue stairs. As I say that, he decides it's the time to drop away. KDS is going to be left all alone on the top floor now. His job to hold on. Although saying that, Souls has moved up to take Cyber's position on that blue stairs. So again, it prevents that possession of Ivy falling over to Furia. This is a way better defense from FaZe this time. They've prevented Furia taking any real map control. You know, look at... they're all outside still, Des. There's not even one of them in the map at the minute.
No, that's the problem, right? This is what I spoke about after that end of round 3 during the ban phase, is FaZe are taking the fight to Furia, and Furia are the ones struggling. Even with a nade in the face there, they're willing to challenge on forward. Yeah, there's a trade there as nade is there for the counter swing. That's fantastic. But it's still a 1-for-1, and when you're the one with the least number of players on the field compared to the team, you're always going to find yourself losing out in those situations. Just the last two from Furia fall. It's looking like a really good half of FaZe, Tim, which already starts turning my mind towards the second half here. And will we see FaZe carry on this rolling win streak into the second half as well? Because, as we all know, 2 halves to a game of Siege, it could be a very different side of the game when they're on the attack.
Yeah, so far Furia are looking more like online stage Furia than LAN Furia so far. You know, on LAN they've yet to drop a map, 2-0 Liquid, 2-0 W7M. During the stage, it was a little bit more up and down. You know, ultimately, yes, they were able to finish in 4th, reasonably comfortably in those playoff spots, but there were surprising losses along the way. And they're looking a little bit more like this, you know, that we saw from them during the online stage today. It's just that little bit sluggish, that little bit not as aggressive, not taking map control. Like I said then, a minute left to go. They didn't have anybody inside the map. They had 3 of them still outside the map on a game in...
They had no choice.
You know, they could have gone into Solar. They could have gone into Master. You know, those were the areas of weakness. And in the first round, they spotted that opportunity wonderfully when it presented itself. This time, not so much. So FaZe definitely taking advantage of that as well. FaZe looking great at the minute, to be honest. Last 2 rounds, they were a little bit absent in round 1, and I was worried for them on the back of that Erd's performance, but no, they've absolutely locked in, and it makes you question the map as a whole. Throughout the playoffs so far, we've only had 1 game that has gone to 3 maps. It's Team Liquid versus NIP. Otherwise, there's been a lot of 2-0s, and with us going on to Layer next, being, I know Furia are good there, but being FaZe's choice, you look at it and think, you know, Furia might need to get themselves into this in map 1.
You know what I didn't really like about that timeout was how... illustrative the word, probably. How... what are we going to call the word? I don't know what the word I'm looking for.
Definitely not a word that does.
I reckon it might be. Okay, then how...
100% not. What did you say? What was the word?
Saying the word communicative is really boring, but it was very communicative. It's a really boring word, I'll say it. Of Igor, like his hands, like he was saying so much to the camera more than admittedly to his players because they weren't looking at him. But how much he was saying with his hands, I was like, wow, I can watch this guy. It's like, I was mesmerized by the use of his hands. It was beautiful. I hope his words were only as effective because they sorely need a change, and maybe it started things out well. It's handy going down at the start of this round. Illustrative. It is a word. Screw you, Tim. Serving as an example or explanation or relating to pictorial illustration. Thank you very much. Shove that in your pipe and smoke it. Google it. I ain't lying.
Sounds like you really went for it. There's just like Nade went for that one. Manages to get himself a kill, and it's all going Furia's way. However, KDS comes in, manages to find himself a double. It's still a big ask here. It would be a 1v5, and we cut down by Hertz. And Furia, after what I can only assume was an excellent...
No. Don't say that's anything to do with the timeout. Now, I do not want to take this away from Igor. He was very illustrative during that timeout. However, Nade has been the solo player there on big window and got 2 kills from it. And FaZe is still playing the way that they have done the previous 3 rounds, and it has worked wonderfully. They've played really aggressive. They tried to get him dead early in the round to put Furia on the back foot. This is the problem with Siege. I say problem with Siege, it's kind of the nature of the game. It's not really a problem, it's just how it plays out. They've tried there in a different day. They get the kill without losing a single player, and we're just like, oh, it's still going the same way. FaZe are being aggressive, and Furia can't deal with it. But because FaZe has had a brilliant, because Handy in particular has had a brilliant start to that round. Sorry, Nade, brothers, because Nade's had a great start to the round and got 2 kills off the back of it. His team have been able to steamroll off the back of the momentum. So that's really where that came from. I put more of it down to Nade than I do the tap time out there. Sorry, Igor, not slandering you on that one, but that one was definitely a bit of a freak moment for Nade.
Let's see if there's any more freak moments coming in for Furia. I think they need one more, to be honest with you. I think they want to get a 3-3 half here on the attack, and then the map becomes winnable. Get yourself on defense.
It would be a steal, mate. It would be a steal.
It would be. I'd agree with you. I think they've got away with one. If they come away with a 3-3 half here, they can then lock down 4-2 on defense. I'm expecting FaZe maybe, you know, like you said, it's a map that, whilst they did win against NIP, we don't see them play it regularly. We do see them ban it out. Ooh, nice attempt, JV. It's going to take a little bit of damage there, but Cyber not managing to find the headshot. But yeah, I think I expect FaZe to struggle a little bit more on the attacking side, if I had to guess.
Slow down, guys. I'm getting whiplash from how aggressive and how fast FaZe are looking to be at every turn of the round. An attempt to run out to double window, sprays coming through onto the main garage double door. Like, they are not giving Furia anything for free. They're forcing them to slow down, get on their drones, double check everything before they step forward, because next thing they know, there's going to be a player sat in a corner of a room just ready to rat on them. It is so hard to play against.
Taking out a little bit of utility. I spoke about the efficacy of those frost mats earlier, and definitely better to get them out of the way when the opportunity presents. Handy just going to be escaping back behind the safety of his reinforcement for the time being. But a minute 10 into the round, Furia, I feel like, are making slightly better progress than we've seen them previously. I was a little bit critical of them not getting into the map quickly, or at all in some cases, and not getting that control that they need, not taking that ground. This time they have. They're in a position to start opening those walls, and we're pretty early in the round. We've got a minute 30 left to go. We're going to see fireplace wall opened up now, access to the bomb chassis gained. You can think about going in there and getting a plant. It's going to be Nade who will do that behind the blitz shield. So they're kind of fairly ready to go here. They just need to get anybody forced out of office. I can see there's nobody playing inside of there. 2 Solarium, 1 Master. That's your second floor hold. So they've been forced all the way back. Fury in a good position.
They're keeping it tight for sure. I mean, the crucial thing is they haven't lost players early to that aggression coming out from FaZe, which is the right way to deal with this. Because remember last time round, it was Vidaking that was sat exactly where KZ is right now, inside a piano, and just waiting for him to step on forward to retake things. FaZe aren't giving up yet, though. They have still got a few players up here willing to challenge, but I'll watch out towards his right here, KZ, because there could be a swing coming on through, but no. Ertz is there to make sure his teammate is perfectly safe. Good coordination from Furia. Have got much of the top floor they need, and as you can now see on FaZe, all 4 players have dropped back down to at least the first floor. Top floor this time taken by Furia. This is the right adaptation, and they lose 2 players. Okay.
Great adaptation, Des, but did not work out for them. A little bit of pressure coming down Solar Stairs. The Blitz is going to move forward, but be taken out. KDS with a beautiful kill there. 3 versus 1 as Handy picks up KC from the long angle back into sight using those main stairs. Herds is trying to get something going here, but FaZe are going to give him absolutely nothing. There's 8 seconds left to go. He doesn't have diffuser. He doesn't have a life as Cyber cuts him down from inside of dining. And that is a solid finish from FaZe. I was a little bit concerned for them in the early round there, and I thought Furia might get away with that heist and come on with a 3-3 half. But no, FaZe have managed to secure 4-2, and I think that was the minimum they needed on defense there. They've looked good, but I'm expecting attack to be a bit more difficult for them.
And again, I could probably give so much of that over towards KDS there. He was the one being a real nuisance, because what team drops away and then plays on trophy window that aggressively? Like, it just doesn't happen. You fall back in towards site. Maybe you took against the west main wall from the bottom of those solar stairs, but very rarely do you see someone then try and get a peek out of a window to go aggressive. But what KDS acknowledged was, okay, I'm getting pushed from upstairs by a shield, and there's probably going to be a player outside now ready to pinch me as I return towards site. Rather than waiting for that lineup to come in from Furia, as FaZe have done all half long, he's the one who goes aggressive, forces out a 1 versus 1, and from there, they start breaking this attack coming out from Fury. It weakens, it slows down. The rest of FaZe clan, they spring into action as well. That honestly is probably one of my favorite halves, I think, of Chalet I've seen defensive-wise. Someone was asking the other day, like, what is the attacker win rate on this map at the minute? And globally, across the last 6 months, it's been about 48%. Attackers tend to do very, very well on this map. It's not our best attacking site, or best attacking map, sorry. In fact, I think it's third, but it's pretty damn close. But FaZe there have showed how you can play these kinds of maps where the sites are very external-facing. It's quite easy to get into the building, for example. It's very attacker-sided, you might say, overall. I just think they've done a brilliant job there of defending that, and everyone else can take a look at that and learn an awful lot from the way they've played it.
Fury move on to the defense then. Need to get themselves a good start. I like the bans that they've gone with, Ying and Grim. Both very powerful, particularly here on Chalet. We see both of them used an awful lot to try and force those executes through, try and create that space, give Fury something to, FaZe something to work with on the attack. So I think you've taken away there quite a big chunk of potential problem solving for FaZe. You've got a player stuck on solar stairs, send in the bees. You got to create a bit of space for a plant, send in the Candelas. Can't do either of those things anymore. So good start though from FaZe. This is what I'm saying, the bans don't really suit them. The kills certainly do, as they manage to take down herds, and that's a big one. Getting rid of the Vigil gives them a lot more freedom to play around the map.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a team that really enjoys playing, especially the Grim. You know, we've seen it especially being picked up by Vitter King as they look their way through how they approach these rounds. Ying, sometimes, but it's hardly one of their top operators. I think probably the main thing here is it's going to probably almost play into FaZe's way because they don't mind playing slow. Like Vitter King being straight across on towards the Monty here. One of his most played operators, if not for the Ace, which has been picked up by Cyber. They're going to feel very, very at home playing this style of competition that's a little bit more slow. Because FaZe are one of those slower teams. They're not going to charge around the map and go absolutely bonkers as a team like Furia may do. They've done a little bit of that on the defense, and that's kind of showing the evolution of their playstyle over time. Yeah, right now, world champions, showing they've got more tools in the cupboard, and they're looking absolutely brilliant. Do it. This is where we've got to see Furia do something before FaZe get ready to pull that trigger to execute, and I don't think they can stop them, truthfully, Tim.
Pretty sure FaZe have just wasted one of their impact EMPs. They were hoping to clear out the mute jammer that's got the drones stuck outside of sight, but it hit one of the bodies in front of the Monty. But it doesn't matter, as they are hitting body after body here. Cyber manages to take down JB. Nitro comes out off the shield of the Monty. It was actually shot out, so did not detonate. One kill comes in from Philippe Oxley. We know that he's a big brain IGL. We know that he can think his way around this problem, but he can't think quite that much. Cyber manages to take him down, even after Souls was on the wrong end of a Goyo canister.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm more nervous for a second there that things were going to start falling apart, but this is what I said is, yeah, FaZe are very happy to play things slow and controlled, and that's exactly what they did behind the Monty. And everyone stacked up around Trench, and I think Furia realized that the walls were closing in there. They had to try and get a kill, or something horrible was going to happen when all the utility starts getting stacked up, when the glass is in spot, when the Monty's ready with the shield. There's no coming back from that. So they tried their best to fight against FaZe. FaZe, again, just far too composed. And for all we said about Fury at the start, Tim, like you sort of said, they're looking more like the online Fury that we've seen across most of the stage here than LAN Fury, who really light things up.
5-2 FaZe then, looking to get themselves a good advantage going on to Leonid. Just applying those mute jammers. Fury are obviously going to try to hold on to the top floor here for as long as possible. Just trying to make it difficult for FaZe to move through Master and Office, and the reason that you use mute jammers and Mozzie Pests, it will be a combination to do that, is it means that no drones can get in there. You're going to have to go in and face check absolutely everything, and it just should burn a lot of time, which very much leans into, I think, a good way to defend against FaZe. As you've said, they're quite happy to be a slow team, quite happy to take their time, methodical. So the more that you can burn away from them, the more chance they're going to be throwing that kind of Hail Mary at the end of the round with not a huge amount of time left to them to try and get things done. But at the minute, honestly, I think Fury need to wake up quickly, because as much as I can find positives in their defensive setup, they're starting to run away with this at 5-2.
Oh, they certainly need to wake up in this round, Tim. Last time FaZe attacked this site when they were against NIP last week, they went flawless. Absolutely rolled them in no time at all. So they've got to be really careful here about a fast hit coming out of FaZe once they've got themselves already set up. I'm looking more towards the comp, and it's a bit quicker than last round. You still got a Blackbeard, so yes, there's a shield in the lineup, but obviously not quite as controlling as, say, the Monty might be. Definitely more lethal and more threatening is one thing that you've got to respect. But I think for Furia, they're looking in towards some of these C4s, for example, to deny in towards Library when they lose control of it, but also start looking towards the Nile onto the plant spot itself. And they're just waiting now to see what FaZe are going to do.
Herds is just holding his position on the corner. Furia know that they don't need to get too aggressive here. KZ does get into a bit of a duel with Handy, but finds the headshot before he loses his life. 4 versus 3 as Herds is taken out. KZ low health as well. Philippox taking damage. All things to be aware of, but Furia are in charge in terms of man count, but Philippox taking down. KZ still low health. 3 versus 3. Winnable for FaZe as Souls managed to take down that little bit of health KZ had left. 3 versus 2 now. Advantage FaZe. 1 minute 15 on the clock.
FaZe just remains so good at baiting out aggression from Furia and then silencing them. The second they try and step out of line, FaZe have played that style themselves the entirety of the first half, and it's good to see a team that knows, okay, this is how we play. How do we counter that? And they're doing exactly that against Furia. Now into a 3 versus 2, and this man on your screen, by the way, KDS, I know at the minute he sits himself at 8 and 4, top KD on the team, all the rest of it, blah, blah. It's not like he's miles ahead, but I feel like the rounds where he's had an impact on both defense and attack has been so noticeable. Brilliant game from him so far.
FaZe need to be careful of the clock here. Down to 40 seconds. Nade comes in, forces a bit of movement from JV, but there's nobody in position for FaZe to take advantage of it immediately. Souls does find his way there, though. 1 versus 3. Nade turns it into a 1 versus 2 with the kill on Library Stairs, but as he moves back into game, Vita King is waiting. He runs into his open arms, and it is 6-2 FaZe. And what a performance we are seeing from FaZe so far. Absolutely electric.
I don't see a way really in which Furia win 4 rounds on the bounce now to fight their way back in. Not after how our last couple of rounds have gone. As I said, FaZe have been really good at baiting out aggression from Furia and clamping down on it the second that it appears. They've just got an answer for seemingly everything, and almost got 2 nade kills in the round, it's worth stressing as well. The one that we saw forced onto, I believe it was Herds, who was sat on the bathroom door. Second one almost coming onto the mirror inside a library. Didn't manage to quite capitalise immediately, but did capitalise once he was out on towards Mez. They've just got an answer for everything that Furia might try and do, whether that's digging in deep and holding a power position or trying to play aggressive and swinging onto them. This looks like the team to beat today, and truthfully, Tim, as world champions, it's not all that surprising.
No, I mean, it's kind of, we expect top-level performances from them, don't we? But it's just, the biggest surprise for me here is certainly not FaZe's performance. Absolutely capable of delivering it. The biggest surprise for me at the minute is Furia's performance. I came in saying how good they've been since we got the switch to LAN. They've, won 4 out of 4 maps, haven't lost any at all. 2-0 W7M, 2-0 Team Liquid, been very, very confident. No overtimes in any of those 4 either. It's been great stuff from Furia, but today, wow, they look a little bit off the pace. They look a little bit sluggish. On attack, they weren't getting inside of the map. They weren't taking control. On defense, they're being pushed around. They're being bullied. They're being moved. And FaZe are ready there to pick them up, to take the gunfights. They've just lost the 3v5. It's not looking good for Furia today.
Zero getting brought out again. Seen it a couple of times throughout the series, interestingly. Of course, a hell of a lot of cameras that can help give information as long as they aren't spotted out or picked off by the defenders. Less so really for the active part of the cameras, which is being able to zap out a gadget as long, of course, as you can see it, or a player, of course, if you want to try and just give them a little bit of a jump scare. But I think it's much more about the information for attackers that it really helps with. And when you've got a lot of mutant Mozzie being scattered around, I actually think the Zero is a really, really good pick to bring in, which is probably why FaZe have got it on side here. Now, just starting to get themselves that control they need. Still only 60 seconds in. Nade is the one who's in a bit of a precarious position, and sure enough, he's starting to tighten that net around and get a shot off, but he'll keep himself safe here, tucked in on this bathroom door.
And this is what it feels like FaZe have done so well, so far, not just on the attack, but on the defence as well, really. And that has been sort of closing that net, closing that pressure, giving Furia less and less space to play in as time goes on. And that's exactly, like you said, what they're doing. They hold those angles, they wait for them to move, they punish them when they do, and they get themselves into these positions. Look, Philippox has just taken a load of damage as well, and they need to start winning some gunfights to Furia. Philippox does exactly that with a kill onto Vita King. Taking down the Zero is a big one as well. Takes those cams away, a little bit of intel. Any that haven't been deployed now won't be, so that's good from Furia. 1 minute 10 and they're holding on, but here come FaZe.
This is where before FaZe would have rolled a nade here in towards, well, Nade's feet. on the double window, but of course not really in a spot to be able to do that. They've got two players pushing up towards Solar, of course, one on the bathroom window. It's the Ossa that's doing the charge here and starting to get them rolling on forwards. There comes Nade over the top, not quite in the right spot, but in he comes, and he did not expect that. KDS yet again being the playmaker for his team. Almost goes down in the process, but they turn it into 2 kills. Doesn't quite get the third as JB's there with the shutdown. It's a 2 versus 2, but Tim, one of those players is the Ossa. That shield can go down. They've got smokes to play behind here. Looking a bit dangerous, but they've got a C4 in back pocket. That's what they've got to respect.
The problem that they've got here, Furia, is the low health. The shots come in through the wall, and it was always going to be the problem for Furia was that low health. They were punished easily, and FaZe take map 1 in record speed.
I love there how the response wasn't to try and shoot the C4, it was to shoot the player that threw the C4, expecting it still be in the same spot. It's a massive risk because you can't see him, but it stops the C4 going off regardless, and onwards we go from there. What a solid map from FaZe. They played attack perfectly, they played defense brilliantly, and outside of a couple of good rounds from, say, Herds and a 3K coming out in the other round from whichever player it was, I forget which one it was, Furia just did not have any presence on that map. That was outright domination by FaZe.
Yeah, I'm really surprised just at how one-sided that was overall. Fantastic stuff from FaZe. And like I said, Furia, they need to wake up. They didn't look on the pace. They didn't look like the team we've seen in the last couple of games. Big problems for them in this game.
Well, it was a bit of a speed run, so our desk are already back in here to have a conversation. So let's throw to them now and see what they think about that map.
Thank you, boys. I'm all for fast maps, but I do think this one was interesting because it now continues a trend for FaZe. Every single game that they've played in playoffs, map-wise, they've let a couple of rounds slip through the first half, but then the second half, they literally have not lost a single round so far through 3 playoff maps. They get to the side swap and then say, you know what, we've seen all we need to see. This is the side that we like the most. We're just going to close it out here. That's now happened for 3 maps straight. After a 4-2 deficit, then you get the Cyber 3K to force the issue in round 7. You get the really good execute on bar on round 8 after Furia lose the opening pick, and then the last little execute from Souls at the very end to close out on upstairs. Like, it's perfect for FaZe Clan on the second half, Jack. There's nothing that you can do to stop them when they switch sides.
Yeah, that was an almost perfect game of Chalet played out by FaZe Clan. The one thing that I really want to talk about is FaZe Clan controlling the aggression of Furia. Now, that's the key word, is control, because Chalet is a map where you're always going to be aggressive. You're always going to want to get into fights. Of course, we saw Herds very first round, steps in, gets a 4K, absolutely phenomenal. That's what Furia can do. But when you're a team that has a good read on it, and when you've got a solid IGL in Veto King that is kind of telling you and communicating with you when you should get aggressive, that's when you can really punish Furia. Because Furia are individually brilliant, but they leave gaps because they are so kind of just aggressive on an individual basis. It's not always in sync. So when you can step in as one forward line together, in terms of FaZe Clan, and then you could just absolutely exploit those gaps. And FaZe did it perfectly. That was utter domination, Leo.
I just love the game plan, and I love the execution of the game plan. On defense, they abuse the Legion, Ella, Melusi, Fenrir to not get surprised. They get aggressive a little bit at the beginning, fall back to site, and then only get aggressive in the late round together, making sure they close out the 3v3s, the 2v2s, and that was consistent. And when they move to attack, look at their operator lineup. It's very different from the one from Furia. They're objective-based. On the first round, they bring the Monty and the Glass and the Capitao, and they make sure that they roam clear only what they need in the map, and they do it as a 5 consistently. And what does that enable, guys? Whenever Furia gets aggressive, not only do they have enough people to trade the first opening kill, because they did lose most of the opening engagements. Actually, Furia won 6 of them when FaZe only won 3, but they were always in a position to trade that open kill, or if that guy goes away, the roamer, they always had multiple cutoffs. It was a perfect read on how to control the aggression on Furia and how to punish it every single time, either by playing the objective, either by playing the kills and killing those roamers. Honestly, beautiful to see from FaZe. I assume they expected that Chalet picked. That game plan was perfectly executed.
This was the rematch from the round robin when they faced each other and played A3. That was FaZe winning on Chalet over Furia 7-4. They didn't allow half those rounds to get past them in this matchup. They finished that thing so quick to a point where it almost makes you wonder, did Furia actually learn their lesson? FaZe had played this map twice over the round robin, including that game over Furia, and they had yet to lose it this stage, which, you know, on a CGX build, when you're undefeated on a map for a regular season, that's fantastic. Furia had only played it the one time against against FaZe. They lost it. Now they've lost it twice, and that was their own pick. They decided to give FaZe Clan the ego challenge, Leo, and it did not work out.
Yeah, and that is gotta be surprising, right? After losing a first time to FaZe during the stage, I think the way FaZe has been playing it, they have even improved more. And what's crazy right now is that they're gonna go onto their favorite map of Lair, and they're gonna be able to use the exact same game plan. I think that the game plan of sticking as a 5 on one side of the map, controlling only the area of the map that you need, punishing anyone that's gonna come and challenge you in the gunfights, that's going to be the right game plan, because Furia, once again, are a little bit disjointed, especially in that aggression. On the side of FaZe, you see them working as little groups. On the side of Furia, you still see ego picking, ego challenges and 1v1s. They are usually getting away with it, but right now they're facing a team that of the caliber of FaZe, that's just not going to work.
There's kind of three, excuse the term, there's kind of three phases of a round against Furia. The first phase would be the entry engagement that you would tend to have with Herds. As you can see there, Herds was involved in 6 out of 9 of the entry engagements, right? In the first half, I think it was 5 that he had. So in reality, Herds is going to be the one that's in your face for FaZe. So if you deal with him, whether you're win or lose it, you then make sure you kind of trade him out. Then you're going to have kind of the random spontaneity of JV and KZ when they kind of appear as the next kind of line of Furia. You deal with them, and then you play the late round, usually against Philippox and Nade there. And I think FaZe read that perfectly. And I agree with what you're saying, Leo. It's like, once you've got a read on how that plays out, what can Furia do? In reality, FaZe are just putting all 5 people, deal with one objective, then the next, and they're doing it. They're doing it surgically.
So MVP might seem obvious to some, but we'll throw it up just so you get the idea. KDS, yep. Because he didn't have to get his hands dirty on the entry. He got to get his kills literally everywhere else for FaZe Clan to push them forward on this one. And I still feel like Furia really gave them a map where they were just able to go off and do what they do. Again, that first game was 7-4 during the best of ones, and now suddenly FaZe only allowed half of those rounds against them to actually go through. So they start themselves off on a hot foot, and to the desk's point, Lair's up next. FaZe love Lair, so now we have to figure out whether Furia actually have an answer, or we could very well see FaZe Clan waltz themselves into a grand final in very fast fashion. But we'll figure that out after we do a quick reset, so don't go anywhere.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Thus far, Furia have managed to keep their map pool relatively light by comparison to the rest of the league, but then there's FaZe, who themselves this stage have managed to do nearly a complete perfect rotation on every map in the pool, the only one that they have yet to play as Consulate, and that's going to get banned against them almost every time. So we won't see it here, but we're going to see Lair. Not a map that Furia has had to worry about playing during the course of their regular season. FaZe Clan have played it one time themselves this stage, and they've already won on it. So there is tape on CJX for FaZe Clan on Lair, but this is just the first time we're seeing Furia play it, Leo. So is there anything that you think we could theoretically expect against a FaZe team that really likes this map overall?
Well, there is no footage of Furia during the stage, but they did play it 3 times during reload. So you still have a little bit of information of them based on CJX. It's a little, like, it's 3 months ago, right? So obviously things will have changed a little bit, but still you do have decent amount of information on it, I think. Looking at this on the side of FaZe, it's still going to be extremely comfortable for them. But on the other hand, they haven't showed that much. I don't think one game against 9Z during the stage is necessarily showing all of the strats that you have.
Maybe you're right.
When,
maybe you're right.
yeah, only for 9 rounds as well, because it was a 7-2. So like you haven't showed most of one side as well. So I think it's quote unquote a little bit of unknown territory, which is pretty good. Overall, though, with the way Chalet has been playing, I will say this again, it applies to Lair very well. Lair, just like his name, just like the name of the map, opens up a lot of roaming potential, but also is very clear for a team that wants to go step by step in terms of attacks. So the game plan of FaZe, starting attack here, going step by step with 5 players, is going to be really interesting to develop on that map.
Jack, opinions on Lair for Furia in particular, given the fact that we have some idea of what FaZe Clan are like on Lair?
I think they just need to tighten it up and get a little bit more in sync, if I'm being honest. They felt comfortable on Chalet, but they definitely didn't look in sync. It was very much the Had showing the entry, and then everybody else, and even everybody else was not necessarily playing together. I think fundamentally it doesn't really matter what map you're going on to. When FaZe have got Furia's number the way that they currently have, like that was so dominant. Take out the big Hertz 4K that opened up around and won around for Furia. That was basically a 7-1. So strategically, FaZe are all over them. So what do Furia need to do? Maybe accept that, yes, we need to rein it in. We need to play as a pack. We need to play FaZe kind of at their own game, because currently, if we play our own game for Furia, we're getting beaten because they know what's going to come. So change it up a little bit there, maybe. One of the things that's really obvious for so many teams would be to hop on a shield, because that forces that gameplay and team play. But Furia don't necessarily have natural shield players, which is why we don't always see them do it, and it is to their detriment from time to time.
Fair play. And I think, just to remind everybody of what the head-to-head stakes were for both squads, it is pretty lopsided in FaZe Clan's favor, whether they were W7M or whether they're currently sitting under Furia. Since this W7M lineup was a thing, FaZe have just always had them nearly dead to rights almost all the time. It is overwhelmingly lopsided in the favor of the red and black. But it almost feels like that doesn't matter in some cases, Leo, because Furia did topple this team when it mattered literally the most in one of the best SI Grand Finals you're ever going to see, and we're back in a LAN scenario. It still feels like, even now after how map 1 went, this isn't a team you should count out, even if that first map was a little lopsided.
Definitely not. And they even did so more recently at Reload, by the way, because Furia were the team that prevented FaZe Clan to go in quarterfinals, and then Furia went ahead and won the whole event. So they know how to beat FaZe in the most important ones, in the most important matches. And as a reminder here, what are we playing for? We're playing for top 2 spot in Brazil right now, which will guarantee you 150 SI points, if not 300 if you win the next match. So there is a lot at stake right now. Now Furia, I guess you could say that they can get comfortable in the sense that they still have a life. They can still go back to lower bracket. They can still go all the way up. And if there is one team that would have that trajectory in my head, that would be Furia. They're the kind of team that are a little bit inconsistent. They were a little bit inconsistent throughout the stage because they revolved so much around that gunplay. But when that's just not enough to win the match, exactly like in this matchup, when gunplay is not carrying you over the rounds, that's where it starts to be a little problem. And I agree with Jack there. We need to steer a real team. Play as one, together, coordinated vision. That's where we need to see Furia right now.
Yeah, one map definitely doesn't seem like it's a death knell for anybody, especially a squad that, we'll keep on reiterating it, you're never supposed to count a team like Furia out, but it is the current world champs, and they seem, so far, to be avoiding the slump after you win a world championship. They still look like they're on fire and ready to prove that they are the best in South America. They can get to the grand final right here, but we'll see if Furia have anything to say about it on FaZe's map pick. We'll bring the Brits back in and let them have fun on Lair.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Indeed, we'll see if this carries on the way it's been going, Tim, if FaZe can take this 2-0, because it would be a surprise, I imagine, not just to us, but probably to Furia, and probably, if not to themselves, being honest. I think they'd probably come into this expecting a little bit more of a showdown with one of the region's best, but here we go, into our bans, starting out with our first two. Going to see the Dockerby, one of my favourites, and the Kaid, no surprise, taken away.
With a double down on the wall denial with the bandit ban as well, or whether FaZe have got other plans in mind. It will indeed be bandit as well. Doubled down. Ace is going to go. So Fury are just deciding to remove a little bit of that hard breach. I don't know if that's maybe a little bit of a target ban, or there's still plenty of hard breaching options for FaZe Clan. So it's really, I'd be very surprised if it slows them down on the attacking anyway. I think it's more likely targeted.
It is a little bit of one. Cyber very often on this map will run around on the Ace. It's kind of his go-to. When they played against 9Z a few weeks ago, that was what he played nearly every single round, just instead bringing along Buck in one of them. So I think he's trying to slow them down in that regard, force them to have to bring along other hard breaches and disrupting other members of the team, especially on the top floor, because you tend to need a hard breach on this one to get yourself through that mass wall. We've seen it a million times over. But Tim, I know we should never talk about hovers. I'm naturally going to do it because I'm mildly excited. Look at this lineup coming out of FaZe. We've got that Rowra that we spoke about already, being the lowest win rate of any operation in the game right now.
It's changing, Des. It's all changing, Des.
I was so hopeful for a second that we'd see it stick. Oh, I'm gutted. Fair enough. Because I love seeing teams like FaZe, best teams in the world, bringing along these operators in really unique ways. They're one of those teams that play an awful lot of striker. I remember asking their coach, why do you guys play so much? And they were like, Fury said the same, to be fair. They're like, it's just the amount of flexibility you get with secondary utility. It's not like you're locking yourself into a given direction like you are with a Rowra. You can do most anything. So things like the striker on side here make total sense. And again, you'll probably see a little bit of specialness coming out of that one. Mainly looking towards those frag grenades. They have got 4 on side. On the last map, I spoke about the ability to take away things like mute jammers, to get rid of, well, I won't say FNATs because they're not particularly low down, but it's more to make sure they're not going to be impeded by this drone denial.
Well, we're going to have Handit and Souls, I would imagine, at the tippy top, the pointy end of this spear when it comes to the execution, when it comes to the attack. You're going to want that blitz to create a little bit of space. You're going to want those candelas to create a little bit of confusion. And that's when you will try to put the diffuser down. Cyber has it in hand at the minute. But where are FaZe looking to grab ground? They are starting to get aggressive, but that is far too easy for Furia. Taking down the blitz. Cyber does manage to get in with the trade 4 versus 3. He takes a lot of damage, though, and this is not looking great for FaZe. But again, Des, they just keep finding answers, and that has been a key component of their success so far today.
It has, and this is what I love to see, Tim. More of the same coming out of them, not being willing to kind of bow away from this one, is taking the fight straight to the other side. You could kind of say the same about Fury here, things like the Cash trying to invite in a similar style. But I just think FaZe is starting to roll them over here. Vidiking, I think he's expecting a swing, but it's not going to be there. Might get himself a freebie, but he lies down at the right time. No! Didn't realize that the Clash was so ready for that swing coming out of him, and they pay the price. Sorely need to get a second here as one drops away. It's Felipox who's gone downstairs. They've got top floor for now, and Felipox does not have a C4. Challenge being, they know exactly where he's going to come back from. Or do they? Now they know Rocket is going to be where he sets himself up. It's the last 2 players of Cyber and Souls, 2 apiece, who can jump ahead and get the third. Probably Souls at this point, as Cyber is the one getting the diffuser down, and Felipox stuck in a bit of no man's land. They know exactly where he's coming from. Sure enough, the pre-fire is there. He's got to hit a headshot. It's not going to happen. Souls with a 3K in the round, and FaZe carry on as they left off on Chalet.
Yeah, it's like every time for FaZe at the minute that you think, oh, you know, maybe that's not gone right for them. Maybe this one's crumbling a little bit. They just seem to be able to adapt and overcome. Brilliant to watch. The blitz goes in, gets dealt with far too easily. I honestly, I'd have to see the top down and see a little bit more. But initial response from me is, what on earth are you doing? He had no business being in there, and he was dealt with very, very easily because of that fact. But yeah, even then, still, an answer is there from FaZe Clan. Cyber comes in. It's always Cyber, isn't it? Why is it always Cyber? Comes in, gets himself a 2K, and just throws them straight back into the round. And I've said this about Monty. I'll say the same about Clash. When you've got those big shields, Monty and Clash on side, every operator, it's less true with Clash now that she can plant the shield on the floor, but every operator that dies around them on their team makes them weaker, because they then have to get involved in gunfights, and that is not their strong suit. And that's why I say it's a little bit less true for Clash now she can plant the shield, but she still doesn't have a first choice weapon, a primary weapon. And so yeah, as soon as you start grinding them down and finding the kills, Clash, it becomes a struggle.
Sure, but Tim, Forget about the clash. We got a Raura on side. Come on.
Wait,
I've been wanting to see these top teams play more of Raura for a while. Like, I know teams have been experimenting, as I said. Yeah, that operator win rate is very low for a reason. We're in the experimentation period. There's definitely a more vulgar way of putting that statement that I think we all know. FIFO. But if nothing else, I think seeing FaZe rocket out is going to give us some cool ideas here. So keeping an eye on KDS here, watch where he drops those down as they start setting up for an execute. The rest of the lineup, Tim, is very, very flexible. Seeing things like the IQ, the Buck, and the Striker, none of those really scream execute-focused operator. The Grim, definitely. But the other three, no. So it feels like a very... I don't want to say a weak lineup, but it feels extremely versatile and therefore not very pointed towards an execute, whereas Raura really is intended for that purpose. So I'm very curious to see what they've got in mind.
I think versatile can also read as high risk. You know, if a lot of the plan is focused around the Raura, great, until KDS dies. You know, that can be a little bit of an issue. So keep an eye out for that. But the versatility can help you overcome that problem. They've still got the Grim. Vita King can help to create space to put a diffuser down as well, as can the verticality from Cyber. So plenty of options to go running in there. There's not going to be any verticality from Cyber. As he dashes in with an opportunity to take down JV92, we do have a trade. KZ manages to find Handy. That's the IQ gone. Furia 4 versus 3, and they can relax for a moment as FaZe just take their foot off the accelerator. Not for long.
Safe for a moment. I was going to say they don't get a lot of breathing room, Tim, because sure enough, a C4 comes out, and yet again, mid-throw, they have found themselves sprayed down by a member of FaZe. The timing has been impeccable. Now starting their move on forwards. Here we go. They're inside. Shield of Fire helping them out as they step on forwards. ADS yet to roll out those Rauras, mind you. Very much focused on their execute for now because the vertical threat is still there, and that really needs to have been dealt with a little bit earlier on. And maybe it's a risk they're going to have to face off against here because every attacker is downstairs. They don't really have time to go and start recovering this one. But Vita King, sure enough, is getting the diffuser down. Souls riding that reverse angle, gets one for himself. But now the diffuser is down. It's KDS in a 1v1 against Herds. Who comes out on top?
Well, we've seen the Raura gadget have an impact in this round. Will we see the gun? That is going to be the question. Herds doesn't know exactly where KDS is at this point, I don't think. He's just having a little bit of a look around, a little bit of a hunt. However, KDS does have a little bit of intel. Here's the Nitro rip. Now it's just going to play close on this door. Just needs to hold on for about 10 seconds. The challenge is coming. The pre-fire. Herds has won it out. Who else? With time to disable the diffuser as well. Furia get round 2.
A close one, but as we saw kind of in reverse back on Chalet Team when it was Vita King doing the same to them, not having that vertical control just gives you so much to worry about. And although at the end of the round, it didn't come down to the vertical itself, it put them in this precarious position where you're also looking dead ahead. Is there anyone trying to swing me? But you're also being mindful of what's going on above you at the same time. It makes life really, really difficult. But fair play to Fury and especially to Herds. He had a great round at the start of Chalet. Here he's come online and won the second round for his team. I just hope that this now transpires into more rounds being won by Fury, because at least based on that first round, it was very, very dominant from FaZe.
Yeah, I feel like FaZe just need to go back to what's been working, to be honest. Tried to get aggressive there. It kind of worked out. They got a couple of kills, I guess, as they went into sight, got the diffuser down, but ultimately a 1v1's not ideal in a post-plant. They didn't have any vertical control. You know, they'd forgotten that. So, yeah, I think FaZe go back to what's been working, and that has been dismantling these Fury defences, leaving them in lose-lose situations, taking ground, taking utility away from them. I think just keep with what is working.
I mean, why fix what ain't broken is kind of the classic,
Exactly
right?
that.
Why change away? We'll see how things shape up here in round 3. Onto that first floor we go. So we've done the top floor, done the basement. That'll probably be the same rotation coming through in the second quarter of the game as well. We've got our quarters quite a lot. This is live. I want to just sort of change from 54. Oh, it's going up and down. How very lovely. It's bouncing back and forwards. I want to say that I was going to say it's a bug, but no, I just saw 48. We're all good. I mean, really, it's got to go FaZe's way. Let's be honest here, guys. Come on.
Fury have got a lot of good support, obviously a lot of loyal support backing them, despite FaZe's dominance so far. But here on there, it's one apiece, and it has been a reasonably convincing round for both teams in the one that they have won. So we're going to have now the Brava drones going in, trying to cause a little bit of chaos, looking across. What can they grab? They can get those FNATs, they can get the mute jammers, they can get the bulletproof cam. That's going to be the one. The bulletproof cam and the FNATs, they're the prime targets for that clutch drone. They want to get those taken away and create a little bit of space here for FaZe to work into.
Oh, we're waiting now to see what happens here. Of course, this first 60 seconds or so, no craziness out of Fury. I've sort of almost learnt the lesson here that hyper-aggression onto FaZe might not be the way to get rounds done. Instead, dipping things back a little bit, playing more as a team, playing behind utility might be the way to do it, because although there's no Melusi on side here, we spoke a bit about that combination of the Melusi and the Fenrir coming out of FaZe back on Chalet and just how frustrating it is to deal with. That's why you've got the Brava coming out from handy here. They know how difficult it can be to go through. And if you're bringing along an operator like Fenrir, who already offers a bulletproof, is great as a roamer as well, forces the other side to bring along something like a Brava, fantastic operator to have on side. And I think you'll see more of it as we carry on through this game, unless it gets banned away.
Leapok's just playing in behind the mirror window, looking to support JV there ahead of him on the Warden. It's going to be something that FaZe have to deal with. They need this top floor control here. Herds does pick up handy. That's really not going to help them. The Brava is taken down. I don't know whether they've managed to grab that utility, particularly the bulletproof cam, or not. The FNAT's certainly not in their possession. So, KDS going to take a lot of damage, be downed as well. Fury looking good. 5 versus 3 coming into that final minute.
Oh, but here we go, Tim. This is the activeness that I was expecting. I thought we might see a ban coming against the Azami out at the very start of this game, but hello, Cyber's just turned more 2 back on for a third as well. Just when you feel like the round is yours for the win, they're in a 5 versus 2, Tim. Cyber and Souls do what Cyber and Souls do best. They did it back in round 1, and they still get the round closed out. That is unbelievable for FaZe, but frankly, unforgivable for Fury. You cannot let that be happening when you're 5v2.
It's going to be a big blow to the mentality in Furia as well. You know, when you start losing, I'm not, you know, I can't speak inside of the team because I don't know, but 5 versus 2s and you're losing that sort of situation, that's exactly where you're going to get maybe a little bit of, you know, pointing fingers, who's to blame, what's gone on there, and that's something that you got to manage within a team to make sure that it doesn't, you know, start becoming problematic. There's nothing wrong with pointing out where the errors were. You need to make sure that it stays within limits, that a lid is kept on it. And we're going to have the TAC timeout coming in as well. Not too much of a surprise because I'm going to say almost certainly that's come from Furia.
Yes.
It's looking dire for them if they're going to start throwing away 2v5s. I mean, back in 2021, Yevler won my notes for FaZe. I've told this story a few times, but a little behind the scenes. Obviously, we always, you know, we have notes for every single team coming into an event. And mine for FaZe, amongst other things, the first sentence there was Souls is the clutchest of players in the world. And he just continues to do it. He's in the lineup, 2v5, it's winnable. If he's on the board, it's winnable. It's ridiculous.
I've just tried to look back at where Souls got the kill from, but to be fair, most impressively was Cybers, because he's pushed up towards Zulu, got himself the first kill, anticipated the swing coming out from the Azami, because admittedly his teammate had just died behind him, so he knew that there was definitely some pressure there, but has read the swing perfectly from Nade, turned around and got the third player on the door of our 6 room. It was just... Again, I spoke about this on the last map. FaZe are quite a slow team, but this X factor of Cyber just cannot be understated. You've mentioned about Souls at the other end of things being this defensive clutch god. At the other end of the spectrum is Cyber, who I just think on his day, when he's like red hot on the entry, it doesn't matter what operator it's on, by the way. He was on a thermite. Remember that next time in your ranked game when you need a hard breacher? Well, bring one and do what Cyber just did. He's absolutely fragged out there and not quite single-handedly won the round, because Souls has obviously done a lot of work in the background with 2 kills for himself as well. But Cyber has just played that to absolute perfection, read Furia like a book, and granted them the round. They should be down 2-1. Instead, they're up 2-1, and those little moments are what makes all the difference. Round 4 then, second quarter, TAC timeout done. Let's see how things develop from here, Tim.
Like you say, when Cyber's hot, he's uncontrollable. I think that's the only word to describe him. He is uncontrollable. When he's playing like that, it is not your decision whether you're winning rounds or not. It's not up to your team generally. There's nothing you can do to, or very little you can do to influence that round, because as you just saw, 2v5, Cyber, nah, we're still going to win this one. And he just comes in and he's unstoppable. So let's see if he can continue that or not. Good, quick progress from FaZe. They've got a breach off already. Furia back up to the top floor to defend. We're going to have the Clash brought along again as well. Like I've said, if you're going to bring a big shield, that's fine. But they've got to keep those other players alive. They've got to keep those other players alive to support Nade. The ones who have the primary weapons, the ones who can take the big fights easier.
Really well. We'll slow things down a little bit here. Again, FaZe have not been too crazy in the start of these rounds. I think Furia equally have read that they don't want to try and play hyper-aggressive out of doors windows. One, it's a bit of a bigger map, and there's more for phase 2 problem solve as they step their way through the rounds. It's interesting to take potential on a vertical nade here. If they get this right, that's a very, very dead KZ. Do they know that he's there? I'm not 100% sure they do. They have a suspicion, but now that they know, I was going to say, surely it goes up now. Like, he's stuck between the Grimbees at that point. The nade will be in the perfect spot, but he's already out of there. The chance has passed. That is such a shame, because it could have been such a cool moment as well.
It could have been. It absolutely could have been. For anybody who doesn't know, obviously vertical nades kind of went away when you lost the ability to cook them. But if you shoot out one layer of the ceiling, you can kind of wedge the nade in there, get it in between the layers of the flooring, and then it will detonate a couple of seconds later.
Tim, not the layers of the flooring.
So yeah, that's a way of using.
Is that really how you say
nades.
layer? Jesus.
We've been over this, Des.
You've
over
regressed,
it,
Tim.
man.
You've got worse. Well, here we go. Furious still got the man advantage for now. The shield of the Clash is still in a great spot here. Hello? No, he's not. He's dead, Tim. That shouldn't be happening at this point because he was there to deny everything coming in from Mez. Now there's a lot more pressure that FaZe can start to exert. They've got all of these light screens. The first one's going to find itself getting rolled out. Of course, not up yet. And now that it is, I think it's more of a bait that the plant is coming on through because they want to make sure all these smokes have been drained away. Philippox have one more in back pocket. Last 30 seconds. They've got to make the move soon, though, Tim, because at this point, they are running out of time.
Yeah, Casey on the Warden is not going to be some magic answer to those light screens. And
that is
as they try to push through,
try.
Casey manages to get Vader King. It was close for FaZe. It didn't quite pan out. They could still get this done, though. 2 versus 2 as Handy finds Casey. Philippox down and out. 2v1.
Oh, no.
It's over, Des. It's just over.
Their use of the light screen there was beautiful. The first time round it didn't work out. That second part of round end, it absolutely did. They didn't use the light screens for a plant, Tim. They used it to get players into positions, one of them right behind the desk, and then said, okay, now drop the wall. I'm there. I'm in the spot. And I forget which player it was that died, but I think he was unfortunate. Target, like paralysis, 2 in screen at once. Like, God, who do I shoot? And then died to one of them anyway. Just really, really smart use there to use it more to go for kills and to go for an execute like most teams do. Really intelligent from FaZe, and as you sort of said, it didn't feel like a winning situation when that Clash was stood there staring at site door. I thought they were surely cooked at that point, and they had no way through, but they make it work. Fury are going to be kicking themselves because that is the second round this half that it feels like they've given away from an advantageous position.
Well, the big factor for me was Philippox had 2 smokes left and about 30 seconds, so I thought he can basically see out a lot of the rest of this round. Almost all of it. This is going to be a real last-second Hail Mary from FaZe, but they just did such a good job at distracting him, at pressuring him so that he couldn't just keep putting that smoke into that default spot. Because, yeah, he'll happily do that behind the light screen. But, we saw KZ trying to use the Warden. It's not going to work for you. It doesn't see through the light screens. It wasn't the answer. And, yeah, big loss for Furia again there. I don't know how many more of these can take before you start, thinking it's going to have a real impact. But FaZe on the attack of their own map pick have got 3. If they get 4... before they even go on to the defense, I think it's over at that point, if I'm honest. I think, Fury are a team that can always overturn a result, of course. But I just think when FaZe get onto the defense here, there's going to be at least 2 sites that they can lock down. So that's 4 rounds. So they're already sitting pretty. Anything they can get out of these next 2 rounds, it's kind of bonus time. They're in the bonus round now.
Furia. My only worry for them, Tim, is if they lose this map, of course, not forgetting, they have to play against the winner of our next series. And that doesn't feel like the easiest task. I think W7M are going to win that one. W7M Furia, it's still going to be a fantastic game. Of course, the roster coming up against their old org, definitely an exciting one to watch for that alone. But I just worry that playing with the way they are now, they won't quite be up to snuff later on, because we speak about that adrenaline drop-off when you have a break in the middle. They played this game, kind of meandering their way through a little bit, still playing to a decent level, but not enough to beat FaZe. They'll have that come down of energy after the next series and have to play again against a team who are hot off another series. I worry for them, genuinely, that they might not be one of our top teams come the end of this.
I'd agree. I would fully agree. I've really not been impressed today so far by anybody other than FaZe, realistically. Philippox does manage to get Cyber. The thing is, Furious stats probably won't be that bad at the end of the day. They've had plenty of kills. They've been involved, but it just doesn't seem to matter because FaZe just find a way around it. Taking down Cyber's never going to be a bad opener. Herds manages to find souls as well, but here come FaZe, and this is what happens, Des. This is what happens every time. KDS finds himself down but not out, but believe me, this round is not over yet. We're going to have 1 versus 3. Handy, surely Furia can now get it done.
You'd hope so, Tim. You'd hope so, but we've seen some pretty balmy rounds be given up by Fury here. Only takes 3 shots, and Handy can have this over the line. You would anticipate that Furia have the composure, they have the discipline to not let this one slip away from them. A bit of a bait opening onto the wall here as well, which might draw some eyes away from that spot on the map for Furia. Exactly where he's stepping in now. If he isolates 3 1v1s, this is a very different story. Stepping in for one here, has the right idea, but no, they saw him first. Shoulder steps out. A swing from the right, maybe. Sorry, the left. Nope, doesn't matter. Philippe has already won the 1v1. Furia, a small sigh of relief there as they finally get another round on the board.
Yeah, they needed both of them. They need 5 and 6, and it carries a bit of momentum as well. Level things up 3-3, gives them at least something to go on in that second half. They've not got that done yet, though. Obviously, one more round that needs to be closed out for them to at least rescue something from this first half. FaZe looking pretty at the minute and continue to do so. The final attack is going to be coming in, and it's going to be up on that top floor once again. This is a site that Furia have struggled a couple of times. It's been kind of close, I think, when you look at it and you look at the time. But I still feel, looking back, like Furia have been in control of both of those rounds. It's kind of, you know, the round has been going to the beat of FaZe's drum rather than Furia. So, I don't know. They've got to bring something different here. They've only managed to win the basement site. They've had the opening kill both times as well. They've had the kill every single round. They've had the opening kill every single round. It's 5-0 in favour of Furia. 3 of those have gone to JV92, but they just can't convert based on it. It's such a struggle for them. And like I said, this top floor really hasn't been won. And interestingly, we've got a completely different attacking lineup for the top floor again from FaZe. They just keep bringing different utility every time. You know, previously we've seen it be a Ying, a Blitz, and a Twitch being like the main operators. And then we've seen a Sense, a Nomad, and a Capitao. You know, now we've got the Capitao and Grim again, but then we've got the Deimos and the Blackbeard. It's just always different plans, always different ideas coming out of FaZe.
You inspire me to go and actually look at the stats overall and entry for this series, because I know that Fury had a lot back on that first map as well. They're currently +8 on entry, Tim. Now +9. An interesting way to get an entry, but an entry nonetheless. Yet they're still the ones losing the series. It is bonkers that FaZe are still managing to convert things. So I'm pretty sure when a team gets the entry, they go on to win the round in 70% of cases. Very interestingly, if you get the entry and then don't get the next kill, it equalizes down to about 52% of the time you get the round win. That's where I think FaZe has shown a little bit of like discipline and like confidence in that one. Is they've been pretty good at getting trades off the back of it, or at least getting the next round. Maybe not an immediate trade, but they get the next kill in the round, which then has seen them coming out ahead the majority of the time. That says more about Fury to me, though, than it does about FaZe, and it's about their inability to hold on to an advantage.
It's scary to think that FaZe are effectively playing 4 versus 5, pretty much. You know, it's not quite as simple as that. They do have the first operator for the first portion of the game, but otherwise a 4v5, and are still coming out on top against a top team like Furia. They managed to get that second kill that you were talking about. That's going to take down KZ, and importantly, that's the Warden off the board as well. No smokes on side, so it doesn't impact too much because Vita King has already gone, so it could have been worse for Furia. 4 versus 4, a minute left to go. FaZe all inside of the map now and starting to pressure towards that top floor site.
Sure. At least for now, though, as you're seeing again, that sort of thing coming to life, right? At the entry, still lose out on the second kill in the round. And now it's about who finds the next one, who starts to build up that avalanche, that advantage that they sorely need. And needing to get rid of the bulletproof camera on the far wall. Others being tossed in was to try and move players around, distract them at least momentarily. Plant was baiting out here as the C4 comes up over the top, but it was just that, Tim, a bait. And they get a kill off the back of it. Again, they have a read on absolutely everything here. Plant going down, a man on closed door, Souls is at the ready. This is absolute perfection from FaZe once again. I think scared a little bit about what's going on downstairs. It's JV who's trying to keep them busy, but they've got the read on here. Just how do you beat this team? How do you beat this team?
FaZe are just so good. They are
so good.
That attack was just, if you want to watch a textbook attack, not just on Lair, but any site, just go and just watch that round back, because that was absolutely beautiful from FaZe. They had a thorough understanding of the entire setup and where everybody was. They knew where the utility was. They took the map control that they needed. They didn't die to take any extra. They baited out utility use and kills by trying to put the diffuser down and then going back to it. Just beautiful stuff. They lose one of their main operators in that Capitao to a Capcan trap at the beginning. Hertz is straight in the chat with the Ks, giving them the big lols. And all it does is fuel them to go on and win the round so that they can put them straight back in the chat when they've won the round. 4-2 start for FaZe. They're looking every bit the world champions today. Phenomenal performance. And honestly, I'm not sure there's a way back into this for Furia.
I mean, there's two things to it. You've touched on a bit of it there, but I'll just recap a couple of parts. One, the operator they got at the start. Billy King was on the Capitao. Fire's gone. Smoke's gone. That's your execute, like your utility gone. They have no other smokes available to them. They have 2 sets of frags, micro EMPs, and flashes. Cool. Who cares? We've got ourselves C4s to play behind. We've got a bulletproof cam. We've got 2 trap operators on side. We've got an Azami to reshape the site however we want. Again, it's one of those spots where Furia are in like a very advantageous position and should not be able to get the win off the back of it. But I don't know, they must have a fortune teller or someone that can read the fortune, read the future in this team, because every single move that Furia tried to make, whether it was the rocket flank, whether it was swinging onto the door itself, whether it was a C4 coming in for the diffuser, whether it was the Azami swinging out when a further kill came through, every single read they anticipated, and Furia must feel like they're playing against someone that knows what's going to happen in the next 3 seconds. It is absolutely ludicrous how good they look, and that is why I was so exasperated. You can't beat a team that can read the future, and that's what it feels like you're playing against at the minute. They're 4-2 up, they're now on the defensive layer. If this isn't one of the quickest 2-0s that we see throughout playoffs, not just in the region, but across the globe, Tim, I would be shocked.
Let's see how it plays out then. Round 7, Furia desperately in need of some rounds, of some wins. Confidence. I mean, can you ever really shake the confidence of a team as good as Furia? I don't know, but we're about to see. If anything was going to shake their confidence, I'm sure that first half would have done, because FaZe are just looking like they are on a different level at the minute. And the thing is, I think being on the defense kind of plays into FaZe's mentality as well. They don't have to over-aggress. They don't have to do anything other than play slow. Burn time. Let it tick away. You know, we see those tracks coming in, trying to give a little bit of intel to the Deimos, but not going to be successful for now.
Now?
Just using the Zoto canisters to make the track fail. An interaction a lot of people probably don't realise is a thing.
Can help. Certainly one way to deal with it when you haven't got mutes on side. I mean, I'm kind of surprised because for FaZe, they absolutely love playing mute. A lot of top teams do. Very good way of slowing other sides down. And Cyber, he's had a really good start to the game. I want to say he was 6-1 across the first 5 rounds and has now found himself going down in 3 separate rounds. Not been the prettiest start for him, as once again, Furia carry on finding entries throughout these rounds, Tim. That's the 7th one in a row on this map. If we go back to the last map, it's now their 9th entry in a row. But would you bet against FaZe winning the round, even in a 5 versus 3? I don't think I would.
No, you really wouldn't, and this is why, because they find answers. They've got one back, they've taken Herds out, so it now brings it to a 4 versus 3. The wall's still electrified, yet they've got it done now. We hear the exothermic going off, so that is wall opened, and Furia can now start pressuring towards site. 50 seconds left to go. They do have time, but they need to make sure that they're not wasting what they've got. 40 seconds left, and they're still trying to get inside of Ops.
There's a C4 on handy, there's a couple of impacts, there's still Malusis they've got to worry about on the charge on forwards, and there's still players like KDS that can do an awful lot of work. This is... I don't know. I'm nervous, Tim. They're down to a 3v3 already. They were in a 5 versus 3, let me remind you. This should be another Furia round, but with the way it's starting to shape up, I'm nervous that it's not going to be.
Yeah, surely they can find an opportunity, a little bit of space to put this diffuser down here. FaZe, I'm sure, have got a plan, and indeed they do. They managed to get one. They're looking for the Deimos. It's a 2v1 now. FaZe, they lock it out, Des. 3v5. It means nothing to FaZe. Losing the entry kill means absolutely nothing. FaZe win what they want, and they take another round. 5-2.
I'm convinced at this point they're just trying to give themselves little challenges to do throughout the game here. And that one was, we have to go down to a 5 versus 3 and then win the round. And they've gone on to do just that, Tim, with 2 players still left standing. They've lost 1 player whilst killing 5 on the side of Furia. And look, to a degree, it's the team you're playing against. Furia are making a lot of mistakes throughout this game. As we've said, they've lost so many rounds where they've got the entry or had a significant advantage. But still, it's FaZe. Like, they are just unstoppable in this current form. And I don't see, like, bearing in mind, whoever wins the series later, the one between Furia and the loser of the other game that will take place, they've got to play against FaZe tomorrow. I don't really fancy being either of those teams right now, I won't lie to you. They'll be the ones that are winning that final tomorrow, outside of something catastrophic happening when the boys go to bed tonight.
Okay, then. How many rounds do we have left?
Okay, and now it's Cyber's time to get on Cav. Okay, he does this when they're winning a game.
Yeah,
he loves getting onto a Cav and having a little bit of fun. He's gone, to be fair to him, he's died an awful lot playing other operators. Why not get on something that you can have a little bit of fun on and maybe catch them out by surprise? I don't hate it. Let's see how he does.
How many rounds are we going to have left? That is the big question. It could be 2, in all honesty, with the way FaZe are going at the minute. I think we're just going to have a little step away.
Rehost, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a rehost or a little step away for us to clean up the audio, but one way or another, we will get back into this just as soon as we can see there the players have just left the lobby. So we will get back in just as soon as we can do. But yeah, just, I mean, you know, how much more can we wax lyrical about FaZe at the minute?
I'm almost sad that this series is about to be over, Tim. I want to see more of FaZe. They're playing such good Siege.
Such a performance from them. You know, you're already looking forward to seeing them play tomorrow, you know, again, to see just how anybody can try and stand up to this. I don't know.
It's when you look back at the recent results, right? We had the 7-4 by FaZe over Furia during the stage, back at Reload during the group stage. Furia got the better over them on Cafe. So it's been relatively back and forth, even going back to SI as well. You know, FaZe won 2-0 there later on, but during the group stage, Furia won 2-0 there. So it's been this constant back and forth between them, really. FaZe dominating much of the last year, I'd say, on average, across our 3 stages. But it's just one of those where today, FaZe 100% has that upper hand. They're going to break this back and forth nature we've had throughout 2025 and be the first of these 2 teams to win 2 series in a row. And doing it in solid fashion, it's worth stressing as well. Like, we've waxed lyrical about them already. You guys are probably sick and tired at this point of seeing FaZe go down and getting a bit of false hope for Furia, only to see FaZe still win the round out. But I'm afraid that's probably how this day is going to end. And bearing in mind, Tim, we started the broadcast, what, an hour and 25 minutes ago? We're already nearly over with a whole series. If you told me it was FaZe versus, I don't know, 9Z or something like that, no offense to 9Z, I'll believe you. But it's FaZe against Furia. These are 2 of our, if not the 2 best teams in the world. Yet this is how it's playing out. It is mind-blowing.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, given the talent and ability on the side of Furia, none of them seem to have been able to sort of step in and have an impact on this game. And it's so unusual because, you know, Furia is a team full of game changers. It's full of players who will come in and just, you know, completely change the trajectory of a game. And none of them have been able to do that. Everybody's had little moments on Furia. They've had little pockets of play where they've got a couple of kills and it looks like they've got something going. They did it in the last round. It was a beautiful kill vertically up onto Cyber behind the wall. It was great use of the map. It was great use of the IQ utility to get an idea of where the key was and to get the pistol kill on. All good stuff. But just not enough. And it's got to wear you down after a while. It's, as a team, got to wear you down when it's not even really about what Furia are doing. It's about what FaZe are doing. And it must just feel hopeless.
What I will also probably say to that is, where was I going with this? My mind has just gone completely blank. Oh yeah, of the 4 rounds that we've seen Furia win so far, it has all been Herds. Think about the 4K that he got back on Chalet, the 1v2 that he won earlier on this map. There is really one player on the team that is making a difference right now. It's not that the others aren't getting kills or aren't getting involved in some way, shape or form. You've heard us speak, wax lyrical about their ability to get entries. They are dominant across the series. They're up to what now? +3, 8, +10 on entry in the series. Everyone is getting involved. Leapox is 2-0, JV is 3-0, but their actual KD is horrific. Nade, -6, KZ, -6, JV, -5, for Leapox, -3. Herds is only at +1. Everyone except King on the other side is currently positive throughout the series. It is the biggest switcheroo of like negative KD but positive entry and then positive KD but negative entry I think I've ever seen in a game. It's bonkers.
Let's see who gets the entry this time around. I'm kind of thinking maybe it's better if FaZe don't. They seem to certainly win the rounds better and easier when they go 4-5 down and have to fight their way back into it. It's maybe that little bit of motivation that they need, but we'll keep an eye on that for you. So reminding you as we get back in, we've got a double shield ban came in from FaZe. Monty and Blackbeard taken away, and it was Clash and Fenrir that were taken away in terms of the defenders for Furia. So just those real sort of frustration operators, I think, with Clash and Fenrir being taken. But talk about frustration. Handy finally gets an entry for FaZe. For Leapox taken down, and that's your Ram gone. Attacking onto basement, that's a big loss. They don't have any other vertical options. They've got the Vendetta. No. That's about it. They've got the DMR. Yeah. That's about it. It's not a great amount. Luxurious, Tim. No, it's really not. They can rely, of course, on being able to watch like the default spots if they need to, is maybe a key thing, but that's about all they'll be able to get. Cyber, once again, going to be the entry death for his team here. We've seen it a lot throughout the series, but not that it matters too much. Again, FaZe is still looking to go aggressive. Same as they did back on Chalet, they want to take the fight towards Furia, and Furia have controlled that well so far. It has mandated them making use of a Deimos track and a Dockerby phone call just to get inside the building, but it will force FaZe back. They're a man down, but that still doesn't feel like a disadvantage, as we have said so many times. Is FaZe's round challenge this time get the entry, but then go behind and then win the round? That's the question. See whether they can complete that challenge or not. Soul's just holding the doorway for the time being on the mirror. We're going to hear the Dockerby call coming in as well, just trying to disrupt them. Like I said, it seems like Furia have largely... They've got that vertical control. They've got KZ and Nade up above, but there's not really an awful lot they can do with it. Like you said, they can maybe use those Selmas a little bit, but we've seen Nade move down yellow stairs. Now, Furia aren't going to do much with it. They're just going to get downstairs now, comfortable in the control, and start pushing towards side. All right. Let's see if they can capitalize on this. I don't want to call it an advantage anymore, Tim. I just feel like I'm speaking death into existence at that point. Let's see if they can make do with what they've got. They've got no more phone calls left on the Dockerby, no more tracks left on the Deimos. A couple more of these Grimbees to make use of as they step their way forwards into a good spot. At least that should have given a heads up towards FaZe on what is coming, and really could have done with getting that kill, trying to bait him out. They can see the shadow a little bit here, but still King is going to get himself forced away. Furia starting to apply the pressure as we get in towards this final 30 seconds or so. Watch out for that C4 in Souls' back pocket. Yep, Nade needs to find his way into a position to put this diffuser down. They don't want to be having only one chance at it. Erds gets one. Souls comes in with the kill onto JV, but the trade is there. Surely a Furia round. Yes, it will be, as Nade manages to trade out Herds. Better from Furia. Even losing that key utility of the Ram early in the round did not prevent them going in there and getting the job done. It gets them a round back. That's all they can do, one at a time. And it's now 5-3 to FaZe. Okay, good. I mean, for Fury, that's the sort of thing I've expected to see all series long when they found themselves in these small advantages. I still had a bit of worry there in the close. When we had King ready with the Vector, I was just like, he's going to spray a couple of headshots here and it's going to be over at that point. But that was much more composed from them. They found themselves pushing in from multiple positions, collapsing onto one player and punishing them with these crossfires. Really good stuff. Whereas before, they found themselves leaving, as we've seen multiple times, these 1v1s for Cyber, for Souls, for example, where they've happily walked through 2 or 3 players, one after the other, a couple of seconds apart, so much more composed. To that first floor we now step. Furia, maybe the trick, Tim, is losing the entry because they lost the Ram and still won the round. Maybe, I'm just saying. Just putting it out there. I did say before the round started, didn't I? I said maybe it's not a good idea for FaZe to get the entry. Yeah, and then lo and behold, Handy gets it and they lose the round. So yeah, maybe they're just better playing from a 4v5. Who knows? The answer was staring at us the whole time, Tim. How could we have not seen it? Oh, okay, I feel so silly. See whether FaZe have recognised it or not. They go this time to bunks, so they're going to be looking to hold on to that top floor. Just having a look. Yep, they've got 4 up above and just 1 down on the site. maybe you're newer to watching us and you're wondering, how do you know that ace? How can you tell so quickly and easily where they all are? Take a look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You've got all the player cards and it will tell you there. And you don't even need to know the rune names. Just have a quick look. You've got 1F, 2F, 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 2F. So that's first floor, second floor. So it's telling you that 4 of them are up above. It's just a really quick way of checking that. And you can watch that throughout the round. It'll give you an idea of the sort of ebb and flow of the defense of FaZe here and when they try to supplement site or maybe try to, double down on that top floor hold. But Fury, they need to go in and get that map control above. We didn't see them able to use the verticals last time because the Ram got taken out. This time, it's KZ that has that responsibility with the book. They also have soft breach charges on herds. They've learnt their lesson, Des.
I think a lot of it, honestly, Tim, comes down to the Dockerby as well. You're seeing the call come out here as well as 60 seconds into the round. When they know this player is starting to scoot around a little bit, maybe be a little bit aggressive, be a little bit elusive at some point as well, Dockerby calls just really help force defenders back. They can't really afford to push into you when you know exactly where they're coming from based on those phone calls. So I think it's just really good for Fury to be able to gain some control of the map by making use of them. And we see teams all around the world doing just that. I speak to the death about Falcons and how much they love leaning on the Dockerby. 3 of their players have got her in their top 3 most played operators for that exact reason. I just think it's been a good adaptation from Fury to make sure it stays in the lineup. And I say adaptation like they haven't done it before. I just think their use of it has got a lot better over the last couple of rounds.
Pressure is starting to mount a little bit on site now. On this top floor, not on site just yet. Trying to get that control. They've got a lot of the walls open. They've started to dismantle those defenses. Still 4 up on the top floor from FaZe. They are going absolutely nowhere here. Need to be careful because they are going to start losing lives if they don't. Hand taking a look around the corner. Does manage to survive. First kill comes in, but is it the curse, Des? The curse of the entry. 3 versus 3 as FaZe fight back.
Oh, but at this point, there's again brilliant responses coming out from Furia, Tim. That's the kind of aggression they've needed to show. Throwing bodies at those players on that top floor, not giving them chance to breathe, and just capitalizing on the chaos. Really good stuff. Now, Cyber, characteristically, has been one of the first players to go down here. He's the last one left alive, hovering around the site. They're waiting for this plant to go down. They've got no idea where he is. Have they got the long-range support? He sees the man almost instinctively, pulls the trigger, but can't find him or Herds. He falls down, and Furia up to 4 rounds, Tim. Is this the start of a turnaround in the series?
Yeah, Furia have looked like a bit of a different beast over the last couple of rounds. For me, I feel like they have certainly taken it up a notch. They've found another gear. They have started making fewer mistakes. They're winning more gunfights, importantly. FaZe are not able to just chain these kills together like they have done previously. If anything, it's Furia doing that now. Once they get a kill, they ramping up that aggression, they're ramping up that speed a little bit, and they're finding another one and really starting to back FaZe into a corner and bully them a little bit. So definitely a good response from Furia. This is a super important round now. The one site defensively that FaZe have won has been that top floor site, and it was really well won as well from them. So if they can get this done now, it puts them, that gives them that guarantee of overtime, puts them on map point. Furia have to win 2 in a row, and you feel like there's then a chance for FaZe to lock this in. If Furia can win this and basically win all 3 of the main sites, the basement, bunks, and top floor, I think then Furia start to have a little bit of a wobble.
Maybe, Tim. See how it builds up from this point on forward. I thought we might see a Dockerby ban coming out, but to be fair, we've seen Dockerby played twice, we've seen Deimos played twice. Clearly feel the threat of the red ping is far scarier than a phone call coming through in your back pocket, which may well be true. But if nothing else, it should probably see us changing things up a little bit on the Furia side. Not going to go towards that pairing that we've seen so often. I spoke a lot about Dockerby and Deimos, how as a pairing it's very, very lethal. They cover for each other's weaknesses to some degree. And I think without one being available, clearly for Furia, that's a chance to change things up, instead leaning in towards the shield. Now, the Death said this, Furia don't really have a shield player. Like, they can play it and wield every now and then, but they're not like a Vita King, where they'll play it nearly every single round, given the opportunity to do so. So Nade here is the one that I'm keeping a very, very keen eye on. You know, there's a lot of softening work to be done still with the Buck, with the Flores, arguably the Ace as well to get things opened up. But after that point, eyes will turn towards Nade and towards Philippox as being the main orchestrators of the next part of the round.
Entry certainly seems to have stopped making so much of a difference. So FaZe, I would suggest get yourself out there and get it. Give yourself every advantage that you can take here. Just got Herds. We know how impactful he can and has been in this matchup. He's waiting for his opportunity. I think FaZe might just give it to him here if they're not careful. It's KDS that keeps threatening to stray across, and Herds needs no invitation. KDS, take that as a lesson learned. Get yourself out of there to a safer place and wait for the push to come to you.
I think they still went to try and get Mass Wall opened up here as well. Like, Hertz is the one I'm looking at when I say that, because it has been electrified off by the Bandit, and normally this is where a player below, as you're seeing now, comes on through. It's KZ who's down there. He's kind of now waiting for someone else to move around. They cannot afford to lose this spot, though, because he is so instrumental to making these defenders move when Furious start getting info on what's going on inside of sight. Just tucked himself away, back on the drone here, keeping himself safe and away from the rest of the team for now, and then he'll step back a little bit later when all of FaZe's attention has turned elsewhere.
Mid is, I think, just, yeah, looking to try and push forward at this point. Dips back a little bit, not quite ready yet. The call has not come to get on in there, but the next 20-30 seconds, I think, is going to be pretty crucial when we look at the outcomes that we could find in this round. Veto King taken down, oh, sorry, manages to take down Herds. That's going to be the ace gone, so no more breaching.
Oh my God.
JV was waiting for that one. Takes down KDS, but Cyber is there with one of his own. 3 versus 3 as Furia start to get aggressive. Manages to find another. That's Handy taken down. 2 versus 3. FaZe, 40 seconds left to hold on.
Surely he knows there's a player on display. They've just known they've lost a player to JV here. They have to know. But Philippox is the one to get Veto King, and Souls has got to isolate out 1v1s here before Furia start to tighten the net. KZ working his way up green stairs too to come and join his team. That window is very fast closing in here as the plant starts to go on down. Souls looked for 1, but JV has worked absolute miracles on that display window. 3 kills in the round. And Tim, we're all square. Could this now be going to 3 maps?
Huge 3 rounds from Furia. It feels like they've really woken up over that last 10 or 15 minutes. Absolutely brilliant stuff from them. Complete control over that top floor site again, and very patient. They came up against a couple of roadblocks. They had opportunities but didn't manage to find the kill. It left FaZe in control of areas of the map, but Furia knew that their chances would come, and they just kept massaging that site. They just kept prodding, poking and forcing those defenders to move, and then eventually those opportunities came around again, and they didn't need asking twice. Furia managing to get that one locked down. 5-5, 3 rounds in a row now, and FaZe have lost all momentum that they were carrying, and they're going to go with the top floor again. This is what I said, wasn't it? I think the top floor was the one they were kind of looking towards to, yep, that'll get us on to 6. We can push forward from there. They're not too keen on those other 2 sites. They know they're going to have to win one of them, but they want to get this one done first.
Obviously, they already found themselves losing it last round is my main concern. Like, they'll try again here, probably feeling like they know what went wrong. But as you said, I think based on how history has gone out, how good it's looked for Furia across those last 3 rounds that they have now won back-to-back, I anticipate this one going to overtime. Let's see how things change up, though, because that blitz, once again, is onside. An identical lineup actually coming out from Furia overall, I believe. No change away, because as we said so many times, Tim, why fix what ain't broken?
So true, so true. The blitz is going to be the one tasked with going in and taking ops, looking to get aggressive and remove those Kiba barricades from play for the time being. Going to be Souls on the Azami, just looking to hold them back. They are placed strategically to stop the shield being able to move freely, I think, here. I'll actually try and trap the blitz in. This could be a smart play. There we go. Force them to back up. There's a pre-placed nitro. Handy pulls the trigger. That is beautiful. That is just 1000 IQ. I love that.
It was just great. It wasn't even like a pre-placed. I think he was on the ops wall and tossed it over once that went down. They realized they had a chance to catch him. No, he tossed it over. Yeah, just came over at the very end. Just really smart from Handy, because he can't have someone swinging as well from ops door to help out there because the Kiba barrier is in place. Real cute little bit of play, one that clearly Furia did not expect, and very rarely do you see a team struggling this much to get inside of ops. And then Hertz, well, he does the sort of thing that FaZe have done all series long, Tim, just pulls out a bit of a miracle, and now they're up into this 4 versus 3. That giving away the entry, it's working.
Yeah, the shoe is definitely on the other foot at the minute for FaZe. They are battered and bruised by a Furia that just looked like a different team over the last 4 rounds, to be honest with you. Looking absolutely phenomenal, as we have seen them so far in the playoffs, and really do have all the answers. It's like they've read the questions before they came into the test.
It's the man I'm talking about again, by the way. It's Herds with that big 2K. Yep.
Yeah,
He's been that
time.
hero throughout the series. Though half the rounds that they'd won up until a few rounds ago have been because of plays off the back of Hertz, and he's still the one making them. He could have easily died there going in towards Ops, and then they're in a 3 versus 5. FaZe are dug in. They've got C4s to still play behind. They've got smoke still tucked in back pocket from Vidaking. It starts looking dire, but because of him, they're in a spot now where they can push forward and make this happen. Yes, no shield to make it happen with, but I still fancy them given the numbers advantage here and how the last few rounds have gone.
FaZe should have had side choice as well for overtime if it comes to that, given that it's their map pick, so Furia will have had the original side choice for starting out on the defence, which didn't really work out for them, but we'll see where those choices have been made. Should we get there? There's 2 rounds to go before we get to see whether we're going to have any extras. Look at this pressure from the book underneath. It's something FaZe just haven't been able to deal with at the minute.
He had to get that kill though, Tim. I can't believe he hasn't got away with it. The flash coming through at least staves them off for a second, but Cyber gets one, KDS another, and we're about to run out of time, Tim. There's only one left and he's planting, but no, he comes off the diffuser. Not the way to make it happen, but FaZe stand firm at a time when it looked like Furia might be able to get away with it. But those 3 smokes in back pocket is what did all the damage they required. It kept Furia at bay a little bit longer and was enough to get it over the line. FaZe, they get that 6th round they wanted, Tim. Now the big question goes to these other sites. Where do they go to get the win? They're choosing the basement.
Yeah, it was a close round. It was a close round, but FaZe held on well, using particularly those toxic babe canisters that they kept in pocket. It was great play from Vidaking. I mean, we know how good Vidaking is in terms of that strategical awareness, that knowledge of the round, you know, just has such a great overall picture of what's going on, and played that to perfection. So really good. Furia just a little bit too late in getting themselves into that position. Like I said, really needed that kill from the book underneath, it felt like. But they're going to go down to the basement here, FaZe. We saw them play it back in round 8. It was a Furia win. It was actually the first, round 8, it was the first round in the game on layer that FaZe had actually got the opening kill, and they weren't able to do anything with it. And of all opening kills, they got the ram as well, so there was no verticality from Furia. I don't think FaZe are going to get away with that again. I think they are going to be facing vertical pressure this time, and if they weren't able to win it without, that leaves me concerns over what they'll do with that vertical pressure in place.
All right, let's see if it ends here, that 2-0, or if overtime is abound. FaZe just need one more round. They've played so well all series long. They've pushed back Furia even when down a man. Furia have fought valiantly through this map. This is their time to keep things going, and that Dockerbeat is back on side once again. Ram this time around, I'm pretty sure, won't get picked off too early, because what FaZe did last time was play really aggressive early round. Yes, they got a kill, and then lost 2 more in the process of trying to play aggressive. But imagine here it'll be a little bit more dug back. They won't commit quite as many players to trying to get rid of Furia early. They'll play the more typical FaZe way, a little bit more behind their utility, a little bit slower, and just rely on superior teamwork to get the job done.
Straight away then, Hertz is looking to be that impact player. Couldn't take out the bulletproof cam. You've really got to get alongside them. You can't have any angle at all. And so that will remain in place for the time being. Dockerbeat call number 1 does come out. I think there's a little bit of a push there with it, as Nade does take some damage along the way. So FaZe taking the opportunity to at least have a little bit of a look, a little bit of aggression, and let Furia know that they are in the map.
We'll start still. Half the round going by. No one's gone down. Like, I can check the numbers in a second. Is it the slowest round that we've had so far in terms of a kill? A couple were a little bit later, but at this point, it's still the 3rd slowest round that we've had on the map up to this point. Either side, again, looking to engage too much because it's all on the line here. FaZe win it, as we said, it's done. Furia win, or we go to OT, and then things can get a little bit hectic once more. JV almost getting picked off by Cyber, but no, down to 10 HP. And it goes to show Tim, 1 HP is all you need, because a couple of bullets can change the outcome of a round. He's got rid of Cyber, not the biggest loss on the castle, because all that utility is already deployed, but it's once again Furia with a man advantage. No phone calls left, no Deimos. This one's just straight up pure siege to get it over the line.
Well, Epoch's lost there, and Nade and JV on lower health as well. Herd's taking a bit more damage, cannot get himself established down at the bottom of these blue stairs. A little bit of a problem mounting for Furia now, with only 40 seconds left to go. We see a trade come in, Bitter King and Nade taking each other out, 3 versus 3, but there's the damage done onto Herds. It looks like FaZe might be able to do this, but Furia still have something to say. Des, 30 seconds left to go. Handy, Souls, full health, just need to hold on.
Dude, I mean, one more smoke in back pocket as well. You've already seen the last round how much work that can do as we get into the last 15. Last one comes out here at that 16-second mark, so it will expire before the round is up. That opens the door for Furia to get something done. They've got flashes to play behind, but the vertical control is there too. KZ's on his backside, and they can do nothing, Tim. Furia may have fought their way back in, but FaZe, they end this story the same way it started. Absolute dominance. They take the 2-0 and move to our grand final.
Yeah, you can't expect a team like Furia not to have at least a little bit of a say in such an important matchup, but ultimately it was FaZe. They'd done all the talking already, Des. They got themselves far enough ahead, and their performance today, apart from those few rounds they've lost, which to be honest was more about Furia winning them, FaZe have been absolutely clinical today. They've been deadly, they've been lethal. Every superlative I can throw at them, FaZe have been phenomenal.
100%, like, wow. I know those last few rounds we saw Furia start to recover, but before that point, that was one of the best I think I've seen FaZe play. And we've seen them play in multiple grand finals. They've even won events that we've been cast into. We've seen them play to that level many a time. But this was just dominance. More so, I think, because they understood their opponent incredibly well and knew the play style to bring along to deal with it. The aggression that we saw on Chalet, a little bit of it here on there, but also controlling and composing themselves a little bit better. Just overall a fantastic show. And Furia now drop down to play against the loser of our next game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy matchup for whoever makes it through, is it? You don't want to be, necessarily line up against Furia, but it's a big win for FaZe as well. It means rather than the 50 SI points, they've now guaranteed themselves at least 100 extra. Second place gets 150, first place gets 300. They're in the grand final, so it's going to be one of those two for them. So it's a big, big win for FaZe.
It is. Well, Tim, as you can imagine, our desk are standing by and ready to break down this series for us. So let's go to Jacob and the boys now.
Thank you, gentlemen. Always enjoy having a belter for the first one on a triple header, and sometimes Lair does just come down to who wins the most attacks. That was FaZe. They transformed a 4-2 first half, survived the rest of Furia's onslaught right at the end when it looked like they were about to come back, and still turned that sucker into a win in regulation. Jacked. They looked pretty darn stellar on a map we know they love.
Yeah, I think Tim said it best. They were absolutely phenomenal for me. I thought across the whole best of 3, especially on that map 1 on the pick of Furia. But even when it transpired onto map 2, they kicked on, they were aggressive in their attacks, they managed to get that 4-2 split, and then they withstood a little bit of a Furia comeback. And just very quickly when Furia got onto their attacks, the way that they came back, they were bringing the Grim, the Deimos, the Blitz, the Dokkaebi, all of these kind of displacement operators to try and get FaZe out of position and find those picks. And I thought that was good from Furia. That showed a little bit of a regrouping. However, for me, it was just a little bit too late, because you cannot start playing and can't start playing FaZe at their own game when you're a map and a half into a best of 3, because when you're doing that, you're already going to lose.
And I think that was kind of highlighting the only weakness that I saw from FaZe today, which was a little bit too much movement, especially on that defense. There were a couple examples. I'm thinking especially that round 10. The round where JV is playing on solo window, aggressive on that Dokkaebi. Maybe that's round 9 probably. And they're overpicking at that window. KDS picks once, dies, and he jumps in and gets a triple kill. And I think that was just one example of FaZe moving a little bit too much and what put back Furia in the game. Other than that, one second thing that was surprising to me, and that was across the two maps, and I think Des said it as well, I'm so surprised that the team that consistently got the opening kill somehow was losing the rounds. I felt like, again, in the entries, Furia was amazing the whole match. They consistently got the opening pick. It was actually even more this game. They got 9 opening kills for 3 opening kills, on the side of FaZe. That's 3 times more than FaZe. And still, they consistently lost the gunfights afterwards. Somehow, FaZe played the trading game better and was always coming back and winning back that man advantage. And I thought it was a big question mark on both teams, actually, because both teams somehow weren't capable of winning rounds where they got the opening kills. It's one of the first times I see that, especially for teams of that caliber.
What do you think the culprit is for that, Leo? Furia won the opening pick all 6 rounds on the attacking half where FaZe went 4-2 and came out with the advantage early on. Is that FaZe just knowing Lair better? Is that Lair not being a map but Furia want to play? What do you think the deficit is there?
I think it's the way that FaZe was playing this. I think it was the win condition. So the win condition early on was, hey, let's be aggressive a little bit toward the outer rims of the map. Let's play extended setups. Let's be a little bit aggressive, then let's fall back to side. They brought smoke or mute or denial with the C4s at almost every single round, and they were playing towards that late round as the main win condition. So they would lose 1 or 2 roamers early on, trying to fight off the map, but then they would get traded later in the round, and FaZe would capitalize on the late round, on having burnt a lot of time, especially because of their roamers that died early, to then punish Furia during the execute time, during the late round. And I think it worked really well. I just was surprised, I guess, to a degree that Furia was a little bit too slow on those attacks. Had they committed earlier on these roamers, gotten that opening kill a little bit earlier, then they would have had the time to set up proper executes. And I think that was a really smart play from FaZe to try and force Furia to play late round executes, because it's not really their main strong suit. And it in the end, it punished Furia hard, because that 4-2 split in attack is what cost them basically the 4-2 split in defense, especially, was what cost them the map.
It was literally those final 2 rounds, wasn't it? When the game was finally poised at 5-5, we then see FaZe effectively just win it out on 2 very late round, just playing for that time, playing for that execution, and forcing Furia to execute. And Furia aren't necessarily, of course they can do it, they're a top team in the world, but they're not necessarily known for being an execution heavy or a plant heavy team. So I think FaZe changing that dynamic ultimately was what got them over the line at 5-5. And, you know, across the best of 3, they were the better team, I would say so. And this is kind of the repeated pattern, right, Jacob? I think, you know, we spoke about it, how FaZe generally have got the number of Furia, especially domestically inside of Brazil and the South America League. And that's the same, I think, for FaZe with most teams inside of South America League. Their home region, they seem to dominate domestically.
You're also right about the point for not being super objective oriented. They're within the bottom 4 in the entire 10-team league by prioritizing plants wherever they can pull that off. But for this one map, for FaZe Clan to pull things off after weathering the storm for 3 rounds straight against Furia just shows that, again, you just need to make sure you win your layer attacks, and then you're able to pull the whole thing together. There's also series stats for the whole thing. We can also probably get an idea on who's MVP just by looking at the whole best of 3. And some of what's in here might surprise you a bit. Some of it might absolutely not. I mostly just wanted to look at the fact that across the entire series, guys like Herds dropped 20 frags, and then guys like Souls also dropped 20, but then the rest of the supporting cast around FaZe, Leo, was just spectacular. He did great.
Yeah, and what are you looking at when you look at Souls 1? He's the duo of Vita King on the anchor. Vita King will play the smoke, and Souls 1 most of the time will play the Azami on the bomb site, and will play those stronghold positions to deny the plant late round. And he's the main stakeholder of FaZe's success, at least in defense. And I think in attack, the striker role was interesting. I think him using all of this utility most of the time to set them up for success and trade whoever would be dying to the defenders was actually pretty smart. I think overall, really good showing from Souls 1, and such a consistent player, by the way. He just reminds me of the Bride of Brazil.
It's not a surprise to see him be the MVP, right? Especially when if the dynamic changed for FaZe and they started wanting to play in the late round, who generally on FaZe Clan is great in the late round, and those not even clutch scenarios, but just those late round, hold your nerve, get the utility on point, clean up with those kills. It's going to be Souls, right? So not necessarily surprised to see him get the MVP award though.
Well, before they go to the grand final, let's talk to KDS one more time, just to get a sense of how this game went. Congratulations, man. Every time you've played Furia this year, you've been able to beat them, at least in the regular stage, and the trend just continues today. What was your mindset coming into this game? How did you think you were going to beat Furia today?
I think the mindset is always the same, because we know how to play against Furia. So I think the mindset is the same every game. Now it's best of 3. The same with me.
They were trying to figure out if the interview wants to work for us.
Yeah, I think KDS hears us, but I think his mic has got some problems, so I guess we'll fix that, right?
It's one of those moments where I can't tell if everybody can hear it or it's just us, but we'll see if we can get a moment to get that thing fixed in just a second. Ultimately, KDS, for his own part, back on the list. 15 and 15, not bad. Honestly, again, this is one of those moments where I feel like everyone will hype up Cyber for very good reason, but Cyber didn't even have to do nearly as much by comparison to Souls and Vidi King being that duo. They were number 1 and number 2 over the course of this entire series, and then KDS and Cyber are in the bottom 2, but they still had great series all around. We can't even say that it was bad because of how fast they closed out that series, Leo. They still did very well all around.
Yeah, I think it's probably still the guys that will look to improve their opening engagements. I think they were the main reason why FaZe lost most of them. They were put in entries and they were put in difficult spot. They were the ones when they had the extended setup that were put in the forefront of the defenses and that were put on the attack as entries most of the time, either getting punished by herds on the roam when they were in attack, either getting punished by JV on the attack on when JV was in attack and they were defending. I think they will need to look back at this and make sure that this does not become a consistent thing because their role is still to win those opening engagements. This will need to get fixed later around. That was not a main loss condition for sure because they still, I think, take the victory quite convincingly, but for sure was a problem for these guys, and that's why they were kind of doing worse in terms of KD.
There's always something to learn, right? Even when you've won, you've made yourself a grand finalist of your region, there's always something to take away from it. And I think you're absolutely right, Leo, that was the right thing. You know, the entry kills wasn't particularly hot today, but that doesn't mean they're not a top entry team. They still executed a great game plan. They still played as a team. It was just that Furia are obviously phenomenal at the entries as well. And FaZe will up it. I would expect them to up it. And that's the one thing that I think they will take away from today.
Yes, is this also just a sign? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Leo, but is this just a sign you don't take FaZe to Lair overall, or even to Chalet, given the fact that that thing was a 2-7 and Furia theoretically could be a better team on a map like that? What's your take?
And then pick any of the other 7 maps, Jacob.
Or that, yeah.
Literally, you don't have a choice. Like, you will need to play one of those maps against FaZe. I think they will play at a similar level on most of the maps anyway, so it's just pick your poison. I think we were having a debate on the desk earlier during the match as to how do you counter FaZe exactly, and it basically poses a real challenge. There is no evident answer to that question because they're just playing so well and comfortable, and they're just able to play at such different paces and styles that honestly they're one of the most complete, if not the most complete team in all of CG Sports right now.
Yeah, hard pressed to argue that point. So let's see if we can't get KDS back in the chair for a second. Hopefully, I think he was able to hear us, but we weren't able to hear him very good. Dude,
hello.
Congratulations on the win. Yeah, there we go. That's a lot better.
Thank you.
So, every time you've played Furia in the regular stage, you've beaten them. Did you think that going to Chalet again after you played in the round robin was a bit of a surprise, or were you expecting to play a Chalet again today?
We expected because Furia likes to play the same map against us because we need to know how which team is the best. You know, I think this is the fun thing about Furia and FaZe Clan. We always play against the same maps to prove who is the best. So I think this was expected for us.
KDS, when you're playing against Furia, how important is it for your game plan that you control their aggression? Because Herds and KZ and JV, they can be really aggressive players and you don't always know when that's going to come.
So when we scrim against them, we know how they play, so we know where the Herds and KZ we're going to rush or doing some aggressive plays. And the same thing for them. They know where Cyber plays. So I think we just play like a team deathmatch, you know, kill the gunfight. And today, FaZe was the best.
Yes, I need to ask you because that's not proper. I guess that's not maybe a map being played as a TDM is the reason for this. But it's one of the first time that I see two really good teams in Siege. Whenever they win the opening kill, they lose the round. Well, that was so weird for me. Most of the guys that won the opening engagements, most of the time the round was lost. What is the reason for this in this matchup?
I think we are make some mistakes to get the kills. So when we get the first kill, we always I'm going to try aggressive here, and we die. You know. So I think this is the main problem in this map today. So the next time we play against them, the first kill we're going to play more challenge, because we play very bad
More
in
safe.
these advantages. So I think this is the problem today for us.
Well, somebody needs to give you more of a challenge soon. You haven't lost a map against Fury at this stage. You haven't lost a map in playoffs quite yet. And now you're going to the grand final. But that's tomorrow's problem.
Yeah.
Congratulations on getting there. Congratulations
Thank
on
you,
the SI
thank you.
points. And hopefully we'll see you back in the chair tomorrow, man. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it feels like the championship problem doesn't affect this FaZe team. There have been so many squads over the years that they'll win SI, and then there's a drop-off, sometimes relatively quickly, but Jack, it is not affecting this FaZe team so far, and that's pretty sick to see.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem to be. Of course, they did, I suppose you could say the drop-off happened during the reload event, and I think actually that event came like really well timed for them, right? They have the drop-off in an event that ultimately doesn't have any SI points implications, or not to say it didn't matter, because of course it did, but it was a different format, everything else, the trials and tribulations of that event. So they have their quote-unquote drop-off, and then they get straight back on the horse domestically inside of SIL, and they are utterly dominant.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing for them is that they actually had that drop of performance on an event that didn't give you any SI points. And that's the big thing for me. It was a kickoff of the season. It gave you a great land in Brazil to try and solve a little bit of the problems that you'd see in any teams that just won an SI and then start bouncing again. And I think that the few cracks that we've seen this stage so far are a long time forgotten. The way they've been playing so far has been amazing. And if the only thing that we can criticize in FaZe's gameplay today was the lack of discipline and the overconfidence to pick whenever they got an open kill, that's such a small mistake to fix, honestly. The hardest part has been done, and the complex game plan and cohesion is there, and that's what matters.
They've only lost 3 maps this stage so far, and the only way you're going to be able to take them down is by getting them to lose 1 series, but your odds of doing that have significantly gone down because they only have 1 series left to play, and that's the grand final starting up tomorrow. But before we get to that point, we need to figure out who Furia's opponent in the lower bracket is going to be, and that's W7M and NIP coming up as game number 2 of our triple header right after a quick reset.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
There's something about underdog runs that's always the most intriguing part of any sporting competition. For most of this stage, we've wondered whether NIP was going to be able to keep pace with the big 3 in South America. We figured that W7M, Fury, and FaZe were probably going to make playoffs, and as fortune would have it, they did. But somebody had to occupy that 4th spot. That's been NIP this entire time, and now they're here in elimination territory against one of those big 3 with still an opportunity to get to that grand final. The only question is, Leo, can they upset the team that was number 1 in the round robin coming into playoffs?
You know what, Jacob? I believe in them. I believe in them for multiple reasons. They are the best that we've seen for a long time. For the first time after 500 days, they have been invited to an international event. They've got, right now, what they were looking for, that EWC ticket. And that, I think, is very much like VP when we interviewed them in EML, where they said that was their primary objectives and the SI points is cherry on the cake. For me, I understand that. These guys have been wanting to go to an international event for such a long time, especially for players like Pino, for example, or for the manager Bob that really wanted to make it. Now, that objective is achieved. They will go there, which means that now any SI points, any cash prize, anything else is bonus, which making them very scary. My second point, W7M has looked shaky. It's looked shaky yesterday. They barely got a 2-0 against Black Dragons, but both matches were in overtime. And I've seen Fantasy, Pino, Haters. They got me hyped yesterday. I believe in them, Jack. What do you think?
You also believed in Black Dragons, right, Leo? Just to confirm.
Well, listen, that was during the group stage, okay? That was not during the playoffs.
So they went on a massive losing streak right after you said you believed in them and didn't win a map since. So there's a lot to like about NIP. I'll give them that, and I think the first qualification is achieved. And I do agree with your assessment that anything else there on out is an absolute bonus. But it's a mountain of a task. Like, look at this bracket right now. Even if they manage to get through W7M, it's then Furia, and then it's FaZe Clan. Like, that is 3 best of 3s back to back to back that would be phenomenal if they managed to win all of them. I like NIP. I'm just not sure they're going to be able to do that much.
There's still tons of credit that can go to them for retooling their roster the way that they did. The only question is, can they surpass the behemoth that is W7M? We'll probably stop talking about the fact that they were the best team in the best of ones now, because again, for a team like this, that's probably expected, but their lower bracket run started yesterday in fine fashion. Swept the series against BD with 2 8-6s, mind you, but that was enough to get them over the line, and again, like we said yesterday, Jack, history is only going to show that they won that series and not how they won it.
Absolutely. I hope for W7M that there was an element of frustration yesterday, because in reality, they aren't a team that beats Black Dragons 8-6, 8-6. They're a team that usually would sweep Black Dragons off the server, both games, wouldn't be in overtime, and they would come out on a set of the dominance. They didn't do that yesterday. They looked a little bit off, is what I will say. But what do top teams do? They find a way to win, and that's what W7M needed to do yesterday. So, what am I expecting from them today? I'm expecting them to be back to their usual selves. I'll give them yesterday, they hadn't played in a week. There was maybe a little bit of pressure to get that invite to EWC, whatever else. Now it's about the bracket. Now it's back to usual self. I want to see them playing fast. I want to see them playing confident, aggressive. All the traits that we've come to see, especially since Palu joined, but that they were already building before Palu joined. They've got the team to do so, even if it didn't fully transpire yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, Jack. The traits that you just mentioned. I was looking at that coherent unit that would be fast-paced, that would be aggressive, and that most importantly will do everything together. And I did not really see that yesterday. I think it was a little bit disjointed, and I think shaky is the word for me. They should never be shaky against a team like Black Dragons that were part of some rookies and was just put up only a few months ago. And their loss against Furia was not close either, 5-7, 5-7, 2-0. I think we're looking at a team that is probably at the end of their honeymoon and is figuring out exactly which ceiling they have. And I think that losing yesterday actually in overtime might just do them a favor, because like you said, this should be a wake-up call to start playing a little bit better like they did at Reload during this matchup.
I think we've seen with a lot of teams, there's maybe kind of 2 objectives in terms of the way these brackets play out, which is quite unusual actually. I suppose we see it quite a lot with the Major, thinking about it, but obviously the first one was to get that invite to EWC. That is now ticked off for this W7M core. They of course did play in the final last year, so they will be looking to go one further again. So it's a very, very important objective for them. Now, eyes are turned to 1, being the best in your region, 2, the 6 invitational points. Because again, cannot stress enough how important 6 invitational points are for the overall goals and overall objectives for a team across a year. It's the reason you play the entire competitive year. So yesterday will be that wake-up call, and I fully expect, Leo, them to be back at full strength today. Top teams, they can have a blip, and that's all it was for me. It was just a little blip, and this is the regard that I'm holding them in as well, because they won 2-0, and I'm still saying it was a blip.
I still want to hear a little bit more of Leo's defense of Ninjas in Pajamas, though, because I am all for the belief of the underdog squad. I'm here for that story. That's more heartwarming to me than sometimes the Juggernaut going and winning the entire stage by themselves. But for an NIP team that only managed to beat Liquid, what seemed like, it wasn't barely, but it was still a 3-map series and they weren't able to close out an overtime game against a Team Liquid squad that very clearly showed some weaknesses. So Leo, you still believe in this NIP team despite how strange yesterday looked.
Yeah, they did not look that impressive yesterday. I will say this. It did feel like Liquid was really shaky, and that probably was the biggest reasons why big players like Pino and Fantasy were able to punish them, really. They're going to face an opponent today that is much better, and is much better composed as well, that has more experience as a team, and overall that should dispatch them. My reasoning for this upset potential is that it's probably one of the closest matches that we'll have today, in the sense that I think that NIP, because they've got nothing to lose now, because W7M have been in the grand finals at EWC, they're not only expected to make EWC, they're expected to go further and qualify to every single major NSI. And I think that that pressure is onto them right now. They don't have an extra life. If they lose here, it's done. If they lose here, it's only 50 SI points, which puts the whole pressure on them to perform during the stage 2 and have an incredible showing in Munich to even think about getting the invite to SI. And that for me is the main thing, pressure. Right now they're in a LAN environment. NIP has zero pressure behind them. They've achieved the main objective of the lineup during the season. Anything else is bonus, so now they can play free. Everything else is experience to be gained. And with players like Fantasy, like Haters and Pino, who've been playing really well during the playoffs, and when these guys are turned up, in terms of confidence, in terms of setup with the right informations, these guys can perform against any team, including W7M. I know it's a little bit thin, and I know that clearly W7M are still the favorite, but I have my beliefs that maybe, just maybe, we could see a 3-mapper and maybe an upset.
I'm hearing what you're saying, Leo. I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm hearing how romantic you are being about Ninjas in Pajamas. And I know that you're going to back Fantasy, and I know that you're going to back Hates and Wizard and Pino. And yes, they are top 10 for all the kills and everything else. But just going to bring a little bit of balance here. Now, if you look across the stage, who did NIP beat? They beat the teams that were traditionally worse than them. When they came up against the big teams, generally, they lost. But they also got obliterated by FaZe, by W7M.
By W7M as well, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Right, so they got obliterated by them. And then the second thing for me is, how did they win yesterday? Well, they won yesterday by having a very, very clear game plan to go at the one specific weakness that they had identified from Team Liquid, which was slow, readable, methodical attacks that they could then abuse by being very, very disruptive. That game plan is not going to work against W7M. W7M don't have the same glaring weakness that NIP can exploit. So we're talking about two teams that are on the balance of things, where W7M don't particularly have that weakness. And that's why I do worry a little bit for NIP.
Yeah, I will say it's kind of obvious that W7M is a favorite, right? But I need to build some consistent. I need to build something for this. And you know what? I just like to see NIP back to play at the highest level. Being the romantic. Yeah, I'm here for it. You know me. I'm a French guy. I'm emotional. I like these players. Pino basically joined pro play almost at the same time as I did. You love
the story of Pino.
Yeah, I faced them so many times, and they were most of the time they were my warm-up partner when I was playing in majors, because they would always be there. And I kind of want to see that again. I want to see these guys deserve it, especially players like Fantasy. You know, since his first run with Furia, if I remember well, all the way in 2021 and 2022, where he qualified to every single major, but was always short of performance. I want to see this guy 3 years later, show up and prove that he was, by a reason, spotted as one of the best rookie in Brazil. And that now that he's matured, he can really challenge some of the biggest teams. And I think that starts in their home region by breaching that incredible top 3 in Brazil that seems unbreachable. And that's why I kind of at least want a third mapper, or I want to see them prove that they can perform against these big 3, basically.
I want to throw a fun fact at you boys. There has not been a version of NIP that has beaten any version of this W7M core since this W7M core were Los in stage 2 of 2023. They've played 5 or 6 games since then, and W7M or Los has won almost every time. Now, both of these lineups have gone through substantial changes since then, but it's been nearly 2 years, Jack. 2 years since NIP has beaten any version of this team. Now might just be the time that they can get revenge and knock them out of the bracket altogether.
Yeah, this game very much feels like go with your head or go with your heart. I think records, of course, are there to be broken, and there is every chance. This game isn't played on paper, it's played in a LAN environment with pressures. There is every chance that NIP do manage to find an upset here. Of course, they're a good team, but I don't know. Maybe I trust W7M a bit too implicitly. I just don't see a world where they let the performance of yesterday carry through into the performance of today.
That top 3 in Brazil does seem really, really impossible to grasp. I feel like you've got such a gap between all of the other teams. And like yesterday, when we saw W7M Black Dragons, although it was kind of tough for W7M against them, and although they went to overtime, you did see a clear gap in the level that W7M was showing in that game versus the matchup between Liquid and NIP that seemed to be who does the least mistakes or who punishes the mistakes of the other one the best, which theoretically is never something you want to think about when you're a team, because you want to be proactive, you want to create and provoke those mistakes on your opponent. You should not depend on them to win. That basically was the story of Liquid and IP yesterday, which was tricky when you think of the quality of a region like Brazil. When we're speaking about the 4th and 5th seed, you expect a little bit better level of that.
Let's run through the ban phase real fast for this do or die series between W7M and NIP. There are some things that I think map-wise would be interesting to go to. There are some maps that both teams have winning streaks on. There are some maps that we still haven't seen some teams play thus far. And immediately, we open with some pretty interesting ones. NIP go to Cafe, 3-0 on at this stage. They've yet to lose it. Then we see Consulate. W7M have played it twice, have yet to lose at this stage. Leo, I think you might get your wish. We might have a 3-mapper on our hands just from those two alone.
Yeah, that Cafe is really good. That Cafe is really good for NIP. They've loved it the entire season. You've said it. I will put a pivot to that. You know, they barely won it against Loss. I think what's interesting is that picking Cafe means that you will have to start attack, right? But in general, that attack side is very weak. Overall, NIP has looked pretty strong on it, but they will do that against W7M. And why is that a big thing? Because W7M by far is the best defending team in Brazil. And I don't know how they rank worldwide, Jack. Maybe you have that on top of your head, but they're almost at 70% defensive win rate overall across all maps. Can you imagine what it must be to attack against a W7M that's that strong on one of the most defender-sided maps in the meta? It can be an upset, but at the same time, it still puts W7M in a comfortable spot.
If we get through Cafe, by the way, this is where I want the romantic to defend, Leo. This is where I want you to defend, because I'm going to put two facts right at you right now. One about Consulate, one about Border. So let's say NIP win their map pick. They then go on to Consulate, which is a map that they played against W7M in the stage, and they got walloped, right? They got absolutely walloped on Consulate 2-7. And then let's say that they go through to play a decider of Border, by the way. Who is one of the best Border teams on the world? Well, that's W7M. So if you're, just from the outset, they're two maps, even if we do get an upset, I would say, in the first map, they're two maps that are surely going to W7M.
I know, I keep thinking about that because I'm looking at that Consulate and I hate it for NIP because if you think of their match history on the map, if you take into account only moments where they play against tier 1 teams, if you take away their open qualifiers of SI, they lost that match 4 times in a row on that map. They haven't won it in a really long time. They haven't won it in 2024 back in September. And that's a big problem for me right now because Consulate is not looking good. However, they will start in defense. That's still a good consolation, I guess. But then Border. Do we really think they have a chance on Border? That's the scary part for me. It was a great map for them. They've got some really skilled players. But W7M, it fits their playstyle so well. They're all about aggression. They're all about playing together. They're all about being fast-paced and aggressive. Border is the perfect map for that. So it's still in that Mavito, plays in the favor of W7M. But you know what? I'm not giving up. I'm still believing in an IP. If you look at this all-time head-to-head, it's not been that much of a gap.
Still be the romantic.
Keep this on just map 1 for a brief second. There are a lot of maps that W7M have tried in best of 1s and best of 3s. Cafe's not been one of them, and NIP have a 3-map win streak on it for just the stage by itself. We're not even talking about previous plays or a pre-Siege X or if they have a big historical streak going or anything like that. They're 3-0 on it, regardless of what opponents they played or what scorelines they were on, and W7M have not played this before. Is their defense strength that they've showcased over these past couple of weeks fresh in your mind? Is that enough for them to be able to triumph over NIP despite having not played this map so far at the stage?
Yes, I had a very quick look. So in terms of the worldwide stats, because Leo did ask me about it, I don't have it top of my head. I did have to go and look it up. W7M, second best defense in the world, only after Enterprise. Now, I won't say anything about the quality of the OS League compared to the quality of the SAL. So for my mind, W7M are the best defensive team in the world. Cafe, generally, defender-sided map. That being said, it's one that W7M, as you say, Jacob, they don't play. They haven't played this stage. They played it once at Reload. They lost it at Reload. So it's not a map that they're particularly comfortable on. And I think Cafe can be such a punishing map at times. You know, if you think teams sometimes don't even have to attack too well on Cafe to do well on attack. And what I mean by that is they don't often have to enter the building. They can repel out there on the piano balcony, repel, the east side repel for Cocktail, or play on the skylight for potentially, for the top floor or the middle floors. if you're a little bit too active on the defense, you can get caught out very easily. So that strength can become a weakness. And maybe that's what NIP have looked at when they've been doing the VOD review. They will have watched that game from Reload, and they will assume that W7M will play similarly. Of course, they'll have scrim footage as well when they've played them. So they'll have a feel for how they play, and they clearly think that there's something on Cafe that they can exploit.
On the other hand, I will say this, like, it puts a lot of pressure on NIP to make sure they get that first map, because if they don't, that's going to be really tricky for them. Consulate is looking very weak, and Border fits W7M so well. Although it's a great map for NIP, it's very important that they, in this first side, especially starting attack on Cafe, they get at least 2-3 rounds. If they don't do that, it's going to be really tricky for them.
I feel like they probably would have come in knowing W7M's overall strengths and knowing that we have to get a certain minimum in that first half before it really falls out of our hands for some reason. If we've got the ability to bring casters back in for a quick sec before game starts, because I know we're about there, do either one of you have the same confidence in NIP that Leo does? Does he have any friends in the belief in NIP camp? Tim, can you support this agenda?
They're
or
way
what?
too rational to say yes.
Surely Ace say yes.
Yes.
Maybe Ace.
Yes.
Maybe?
Yes.
I believe.
He's got help.
Nah. So
Nah?
you've used the word romantic an awful lot there, but there was a really key word that's missing from the start of that. Hopeless romantic. Thank you, Jack. That is exactly what Leo is being in this series. I don't see a world in where NIP managed to get this over the line. I think W7M, they'll be revved up after yesterday. No way.
It's a good point, but then again, you also only did beat BD over the course of 2 overtime matchups, so who knows? We'll see. Lobby's about ready. Let's get this sucker underway. Winner goes into lower bracket finals against Furia to compete for 150 or more SI points. Loser only walks away with 50. Have fun.
Thank you very much. I feel a bit bad lately, Tim. I won't lie. I feel like I've been very, very harsh to Leo throughout this stage. I don't know what. I think it's because he's grown in confidence, and I'm feeding off that and then starting to take a little bit of a scrap to him as a result. I'm having a laugh with it. I love you really, Leo. I promise it's nothing personal, but you are a hopeless romantic in this series, I'm afraid. I don't see a world where NIP walk away the winner. I was looking at the stats myself as well as we were talking through that desk a second ago, and I don't know. I just don't think it's going to go. If they get something on Cafe, fair enough. It could be a 3-map series at that point. I don't think they win the second. This first one, though, I just don't think W7M come into this one blind, thinking, okay, normally it's our permaban. Oh no, they picked it against us. What a surprise. One of their best maps and one of our least favorite. Who'd have thought that's coming? W7M will totally have a game plan coming into this one. And looking at those bans, oh my God, they've gone for the double flank watch ban here, both the Nomad and the Gridlock being taken away. They want to go aggressive. They want to take the fight to what has been historically a very slow team.
I think the main point that I take away from the analysis of the map bans there and from the desk is NIP need this done too. I think it's a real struggle if it goes beyond that for them. So yeah, any map loss feels like it's probably going to be a series loss, simply because of the strength of W7M on that second 2 maps, especially if they don't keep hold of Cafe. It's just going to be even worse for them. So yeah, NIP, it's essential they come out with a strong start. But I kind of follow your logic there. I think W7M, such a good day for them. To be honest, overall, I think it's been a pretty good stage for them. But yeah, such a good day for them, yes, against Black Dragons. They're going to be coming in strong. Yeah, I think this is a big ask, and NIP need a really strong attacking start.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how they shape things up. As we kind of remarked earlier on, they might have a good, semi-decent defensive record. NIP 4th in the league. Their attacking record is not looking too good. And that's where I think W7M are really going to look to capitalise and punish them in this first half. A very interesting setup coming in here, Tim. Got themselves a standard pixel setup with the aggressive shield 4, but have also got one inside the bathroom. They really feel that they can shut NIP down here at the first time of asking and keep them from even getting control of Piano. It's a big ask. You normally do get forced back, but with the amount they've committed there, we'll see if they can get away with it. That clash definitely going to be a big part of that whole as worth stressing. The amount of time that they can waste here could be momentous.
Yeah, we'd normally say that the Ash is, not that important an operator. You kind of go in and looking for entries, that kind of thing. I think given that setup, actually, Hits has just become a lot more important here because it's going to be, a big part of being able to clear that out. We've got the nades as well that can be used, but that Ash is a real nice fallback to be able to get that job done. If you're losing them to ADSs, things like that, you might just need that little bit of extra to free that space up. Hits on the Ash will pick up Lobin. That's going of the Jaeger gone. 5 versus 4. Good start for NIP.
Yeah, Lobin had a chat about this once, actually. I think he was being refreshed and spoke a lot about how he likes to play. He likes to be that aggressive guy. It's normally more controlled. Speaking of aggression, Tim, well, NIP have turned the heat up. Quick kills coming on through here. There's only the Clash left standing. They're saying, forget about your setup. We're going to push our way through and absolutely crush you in the process. A nice fast-paced round, and I like the response there. You got no, for example, if you had the ability to watch on the flanks there with the Gridlock or the Nomad. Forget about the flanks. Let's just hit them direct. Really good first round, actually. Fair play.
Yep, triple kill for Fantasy as well. Not a player that you want to get revved up necessarily. We've seen that he's leading the way in kills so far and will continue to be that dangerous presence without a doubt, especially if given the opportunity. So that's something W7M need to think about. You can't necessarily just focus in on one player, but I'm sure their homework will have been done. They'll know the operator Fantasy's going to play. They kind of need to just make a little bit of an effort to find where he is in the defense, shut him down. It's not all about one player, but Fantasy 3-1 in the first round. You certainly don't want him to get rolling any more than that. And a couple of early deaths might just do them a favour or two.
Yeah, I think honestly a big problem in that round for W7M, just to recap on it for a second, was they were sat quite static. And for example, the play that came through onto the cocktail player, I want to say it was Nodes on the Aruni. He was sat in a spot where a nade came at his feet. He had no choice but to vault over the desk next to him, and that was right into the waiting arms of the player that was on the east window repel. So it was just a good response from NIP to know, okay, then they're trapped in here. They're playing behind a clash. They're playing very still and static. We can force them to move and just force them into our waiting arms. So it was very, very smart from them in that first round. But this is where I want to see W7M be willing to roam and be more aggressive. You banned away the Nomad. You banned away the Gridlock. That should play into a more aggressive play style. First round, they kind of had that wake-up call. No more messing about. In round 2, let's see you step up to the plate.
Just holding that long angle. Fantasy. Don't need to give him much more of an opportunity. He sees the peak coming around the corner. I think it's Dodes that's just trying to get aggressive onto that side. Needs to be careful that he doesn't go giving himself away. We can see there from the reverse angle what it looks like, but for the time being, both players walk away. No harm done. No harm, no foul. They will continue on in the round. We're going to have that boogie drone going in now. Then I wondered how Lobin was going to play that. He was right up on that window. Thought he might actually just go straight out of it when the boogie drone came in through. But no, he dips himself further down instead. But look at this. Just being spotted out on the vertical there. He's not going to know.
About red pings.
He does not care. They need to go in and move him. They're going to hold his position for now. Does take some damage though. However, cuts down Fantasy, and that's what they needed. They get him found. They know where he's coming in from, and they get the Twitch taken out.
Yeah, really good play by Lobin. Aggressive admittedly and very risky, because all that he knew there was 2 or 3 players about to swarm on him and give him a lot of problems. But the clash wasn't too far away down the hallway, providing a lot of information at the same time, making sure that Coat, for example, wasn't going to be a massive threat to him. So really all he had to worry about was that red window and a player potentially on small bake window, had a great read and dealt with Fantasy no problem. So measured aggression being shown, but enough that it has gotten the entry here and taken away Fantasy, the main player for NIP in that first round.
Good thing for W7M, still holding on to VIP at the minute as well. They've got dots in there on the Echo. So if NIP want to go for that freezer-sided push, they really do need to look at clearing that area out. Lobin on the Tuberau would often be, not specifically Lobin, but the Tuberau recently has been the team that the operator that teams have been leaving in VIP, but instead this time they're maybe expecting it to be a slightly quieter area with dots on the Echo. You know he's going to want those Yokai drones active later in the round. Cons does manage to pick up vaults, and dots looks to get aggressive, I think, but it's going off elsewhere as Wizard manages to take down Lobin. 4 versus 3 for NIP now.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Have kept themselves at least at this point ahead. Taking 2 players down, not conceding anymore off the back of it. Dots has gone 2. W7M starting to fold like a deck of cards to the aggression here, it feels like, Tim. Out of the clutch up here, and Palu's going big, 2 for himself. Looking for the 3rd, and sure enough finds it. 3 in the round, and Wizard with it all to do now against 2 off the back of a magic play from Palu. Guarantees the trade, a 4K in the round. Fantasy and him, they turn into our 2 heroes in those first 2 rounds, 1 apiece.
Huge round from Palu there, inside of the site on the Clash. You know, we often speak about a Clash doesn't have that primary weapon, is only working with secondaries. Obviously has the advantage of the shield, but it was really nice play from Palu to pop the Vulcan canister, and then straight away he knows the only pressure can come from freezer windows, so he's watching that window instead, gets himself two there. He had that support from Dots behind him as well. I think that was making the sort of difficulty increase for NIP going into those fights, because they knew that there was the possibility of the Echo on the other side as well, so you're kind of trying to watch both sides, and Palu took full advantage of that experience coming in and doing a job there, I think. So 4 kills for him, gets them around. W7M on the board. They're going to want a minimum of 4 defences here, realistically, before they move on to that attacking side. Let's make no mistake, NIP are very good on Cafe. It's going to be a tough map to take away from them. W7M need to make sure that they don't get behind at any point.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen 2 rounds there where 2 individual players have had the moments of brilliance. I'd argue NIP have come in with a stronger game plan here and look very proficient on the attack. It's something I was worried about coming in. As a remark, their attacking success is really what lets them down. They're pretty decent on defense, but the attacking side, time has hurt them before. We've seen them kind of struggle with a bit of cohesion. Yes, it was off the back of Fantasy in round 1, but it was good team play that let him get that 3K, and that's what I was quite excited to see. We'll see how it builds over these next few rounds, and whether or not they can walk away with at least a 3-3 split, if not better.
It's straight away up onto the rappel. Gonna just be working their Fantasy with the IQ scanner out as well. Could well be having a little look for Dots. IQ will see Pulse before Pulse sees IQ. The range is slightly greater by a few meters, so that's going to be a bit of a job for the IQ. Wizard manages to pick up Lobin. Lobin's had a bit of a tough time of it so far in these first 3 rounds. Did get a good opener onto Fantasy in round 2, but other than that, has been a little bit quiet. So the Goyo is off the board. The utility will be irrelevant. The Vulcan canisters will already be positioned and out, but still, it's a big loss of manpower for W7M, and it only gets worse as Fantasy is there waiting. Palu wanders in, gets the kill, and this is not going to go well for Dodez, I don't think.
Yeah, normal viewing has returned here, where realistically a team that has got a 5 versus 3 should not be letting things crumble. It starts doing just that. They get at least one more threat onto the window. Trying to do what he can there. Keeps himself in one piece, at least for now, Dodez, as Volts dips back in towards sight with 3 smokes still in back pocket. Maybe 1 for each player that's going to push onto him here, Tim. I don't know. But he's got half a round to play and 3 NIP players to contend with.
Yeah, NIP very much on top of this round. Just Volts having to run through fire and flame there. Does get away, but takes so much damage in doing it. 1 versus 3. A minute 10 left on the clock. I won't say it's fully impossible, but it's certainly almost impossible. Starts with those toxic babes to give him a bit of space to relocate. Trying to find anything, but they know where he's going to be. They know they're on the verticals. Pino waits for his moment and takes it when it comes. It's going to be 2-1 NIP.
Okay. In that last round, admittedly came down to big part from Palu. That's 3 rounds where I'd say they've looked like the far stronger attacking team. And I think for W7M, probably a good time to have a conversation here if you have an attack timeout to get yourself back on board, because it's looked pretty rough. And for a team that prides themselves on having, as Jack was talking about, one of the best defensive win rates around the world. I think it was Leo that said it. I'll give him his fair credit. It's at a stage where they need to be doing a little bit better in this half. Fair credit to NIP. They're looking like they came here meaning business today. I didn't expect it from them. They're looking very good.
It's getting desperate, Des. We're changing the monitor settings. That's the point we're at. They're like, no, I need more brightness. I need more brightness.
Load me up.
Get me some more contrast.
Sure enough, that timeout is coming in. Norris stepping in to have a chat with the boys because, yeah, sure, you might find the contrast doesn't fix the job to him, but maybe some words from the coach can. They've been here in so many positions, so many times over, where he's had to step in and have words like this. You'd trust him to get them back on the right side of things here.
Certainly are. Like you say, really, other than a big moment from Palu, they've been a little bit off the pace here. I think they might expect it given the map pick, but, you know, teams can't hide behind the map pick all the time, realistically. Cafe's been in that pool for an awfully long time, so W7M should be able to deliver better. The problem being for them as well, like I said, they're on the defence at the minute. These are the rounds that they need to be winning. They need to be coming away with 4-2 half minimum so that they take that pressure off on the attack, because given that it's NIP's map pick, given the way that NIP will play this, which will, I think, generally speaking on defence, be a little bit aggressive at the beginning of the round, get a kill or 2, sit back, and then force W7M to play into them. It's not going to be easy to overcome that. you're going to have to be winning those early gunfights to try and deal with any NIP aggression from players like Fantasy, who are going to be all over the map. You just know he's going to be running rampant if given the opportunity. So, yeah, W7M, I think they need a minimum 3-3 split. It's got to be 4-2, really, in my mind, to have an opportunity in that second half.
Yeah, well, let's see how they play things forward then, Tim. It's looking good so far, but all kinds of crazy things can happen after attack timeout as we go back into that same 3-site rotation. Often the way I speak about that quarters in the game where you'll have a 3-site rotation, you repeat it again, of course, once the extra ban comes on through. And the only thing that saved W7M in those first few rounds was Parlo on the Clash. That's been taken away. Grim also to follow. A couple of changes to make here for both sides, but nothing too significant. I think that's going to alter their playstyle drastically. Really, again, it's the style of the round itself and the success that W7M find is the thing that we're looking to change.
Straight away to the rooftop for Wizard, and we'll be joined by teammates, no doubt. DMR onto the hatches. Get those opened up. Access is gained. There's some good quick work from NIP, certainly not messing about. They know what the game plan is. Nitro goes out. We don't hear it detonate. I think it might have been shot out after it had gone out of the window. So, again, NIP just showing that they are ready. Pino, he knows what's going to come. He's been there before.
He knows what's up for sure. I mean, Dodas was worried for a second now. He was around Cocktail and almost got caught out. Maybe from Skylight, I think. Could have been the East window. I'm not 100% sure, but they're in a precarious position now. Pressure starts coming from Fancy. The spray comes back the other way, though, and he was caught reloading there, Tim. Down to about 25 HP, and a C4 comes on through from Parlu. Might not be a clash, but there is a Kaid, Tim. Very commonly banned away. And here we're already seeing it having an impact, start things out. Down goes the striker on the other side. These NIP with just 4 alive.
Feels like at the minute, if they can close Parlu down, there's definitely rounds for NIP to be taking one after the other. Wizard manages to take out the Oryx of Dodes, so the remainder of W7M are kept quiet. Only 4 kills between the other 4 players at the minute inside of 3 rounds. Lobin does manage to add 1 to that tally. Manages to take down Hates. Beautiful headshot there. That's the door could be gone and a call lost as well. So NIP might just have to rethink their push towards execution. It's going to come in behind the light screens of Cons, but they will have expected to be able to send a Dokkaebi call in at the same time.
Lucky Wizard here, down to just 5 HP or so from that C4. An inch closer, he's probably dead at this point. Idea though, they've got the read on towards where these players are. Still a single C4 left in back pocket. And as he gets the nade out, well, he's got to change things away. Cons onto 1 more. And W7M, are they letting things slip here once more? No, Volps gets at least 1 back. Heads up to that top floor. Right idea, because Wizard is up here on no HP. It's free real estate, Tim. It's pressure you can apply. All you got to do is hit him in the body, and this one's done. A nade over, will it force the swing? I think it will slowly. Sure enough, but the nade goes off first. Volps, what are you doing, my man? And now Wizard Volps over into a spot to contest this player on white stairs. This is starting to look a little bit ropey here for W7M.
Yeah, big mistake from Volps there, realistically. When the nade comes over, he knows that the players at Lumber, he just needs to aggressively swing it, but it's like he got caught in 2 minds. He's now hoping Parlu and Lobin can rescue him, but it's not looking good as Pino cuts him down. Lobin is low health and finished off by Pino, and it's not all on Volps, but it's a big mistake. He just wasn't aggressive enough on white stairs. When that nade comes over, he doesn't have a choice. He either goes down to safety or he pushes. And to be honest, when the nade's behind him, that's not really an option. So it's you take the swing and you get aggressive, but he just hesitated so much that it gave a big opportunity to NIP, who were more than happy to accept it. Well, Wizard, like you say, he was a breath away from death. He was 5 HP and still gets the kill that then becomes the catalyst for NIP to win the round. Big mistake from W7M and punished.
Looking a little bit asleep at the wheel so far, W7M, to be fair. NIP, not without fault themselves, but looking good. Wizard and Fantasy are definitely be the 2 names that you draw to so far from those first 4 rounds, are the ones that are stepping up and making things count. But even when they find themselves down a man like they were at the start of that last round, they're still managing to recover and get things over the line with some really good teamwork and admittedly some questionable decisions from players on the side of W7M. See if they can make this a 4-1 lead. That would be a flying start to this series, to being 4 rounds up on the attack for a team that historically hasn't had great success on attack. It'd be wonderful.
Yeah, it goes straight away to show why NIP wanted to come to Cafe and why maybe W7M shouldn't have allowed them, because I don't think it's going to get any easier for them in the second half. Lobin is waiting with Nitro in hand under that red hatch. Just looking to catch somebody out as they rappel up. He's waiting for the telltale audio cues, but I don't think he's going to get any joy. Nobody's really heading in that direction. Hates does manage to pick up dots, and things go from bad to worse for W7M.
Kind of cursed with Cafe, to be fair. Like, two of the permabans, well, all three permabans that you see coming out from W7M are Cafe, Lair, and Bank. All three are maps that we see NIP play. And damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like I say, you'd have to go to one of the three, and I wouldn't have been surprised if the results started to look somewhat similar to this. They're heading up for that 4-on-1 now with those first 2 kills in the round. Haven't even had to make use of one of those Dockerby phone calls for it. That's going to come out now. But at this point, W7M have got to pull off a miracle if they want to find a way back in here.
And I think that, you know, really applies for the entire map, not just for this round. You know, it is, of course, very true in the 3v5, but I don't think it's going to get any better as these rounds keep sort of culminating and totting themselves up against them. Dodes does manage to get that kill onto Fancy, takes the glass down, but still 4 versus 3 with 1:40 left on the clock. So NIP, plenty of time to do what they need to do. Get themselves another round on the board. They see another drone taken out. There's still 6 left, though. Again, W7M are not doing great on this intel game, Des.
No, I mean, that's part of what the issue is, I think, to be fair, but the large part of it honestly comes down to just seeing how things build up, because NIP, it doesn't matter if they've got information or not. It doesn't matter about the utility. They are just rolling their way through onto yet another couple of kills, falling onto their side. Sure, you've lost Fantasy in the round, but Parlo has got to pull off another 4K in this round to keep his team going. My main worry, Tim, they've had that attack timeout and things are looking no better. If nothing else, NIP have just ramped up the pace. And I think this is probably going to be a 5-1 half if it carries on.
It certainly looks that way. W7M, they just haven't woken up yet coming into this game. You know, we do see it sometimes, and maybe teams will switch on for the second half or something like that. But you're going on to the Attacker Cafe. It's not going to be sort of wildly easy to come here and take rounds with the way that it usually goes. Palu just holding those angles. He doesn't want to move too far here, I don't think. He's trying to find himself any engagement that he can take with an advantage, but it ain't going to come. Cut down from Red Stairs. And that is going to be another round for NIP, who are cruising through Cafe at the moment.
They are, and you can point at this to say, oh, it's their map pick, but I think about the number of best of threes that we've seen where teams will win each other's maps and then get sent to a third. I don't think it really comes down to that. They just look like the better team, like, end of conversation. Like, sure, they look far more ready for this map, like with the way they played out round 1. I think about how good they were at pinching Dodes inside a cocktail with a nade and a player on his window. Little moments like that suggest that they are far more ready for it. But I just think they're far more up to the challenge right now. Between Wizard and Pino, they're 12-2, for example. On the other side, outside of Palu, no one has got over 2 kills yet across 5 rounds. It has been a slow start for them, and, you know, we say it all the time, if teams come in feeling a little bit off and it takes them a few rounds to warm up, that can be the difference between you winning and losing a series. Because right now, it looks to be what's going to cause them this, or cost them this entire map. Can they bounce back in time going into the second map of Consulate? You'd hope so, because it's one of their favorite and one of the most successful maps that they've played on historically. But if NIP keep playing this way, I could just see it being a 2-0 to them, and I can't believe I'm saying that.
Well, you know, obviously we've spoken about the maps, and we think the second 2 are, you know, advantageous towards W7M, but, you know, maybe NIP have got a plan here. And like you say, they're going to be looking to get this one closed out in quick fashion. But for the time being, we are still here on Cafe. 4-1 at the moment to NIP. Wizard's going to take some damage and be taken out. Lobin managing to find that entry. Been a little bit all or nothing for Lobin so far. And as I say that, it continues to be all in this round as he managed to take down hits. That's Striker and Lion both off the board. A great combo of operators to remove, really, for W7M. They might just find themselves that 2-4 half.
And then immediately he's off to go and find aggression. You know, most players would get a kill, they'd slink back a little bit, they're digging deeper. No, he goes roaming. I made this comparison a few weeks ago, and Fresh really was like, what the hell are you saying? For anyone who watched EU for a long period of time or watched any tier 2, even a bit of tier 1, you would have seen a player called Sloth playing, and he was known for being very aggressive, lying under windows, getting kills, pushing on for a second or third, often to his own detriment, and dying as a result. But that aggression, I see a little bit of it in Lobin. He's one of the unique players that will do that as well, where he will go even more aggressive off the back of getting a kill. You know, it's just time to dig back at points. And this round maybe certainly isn't one of them. It's a good time to go aggressive because they are cleaning house. Pino, the only one left. There'll be a little bit of respite in this half for W7M. But make no mistake, only getting 2 rounds on the defense against NIP is going to feel like a massive letdown for this side.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. They will have expected to come away with more. And like I say, the attacking half is not going to get any easier at all. Lobin manages to start the round and finish the round, closing out that flawless, and that is going to be second round on the board for W7M, but not the best start for them on the defense.
No. You'd hope to God at this point their attacks are a lot better, but again, NIP are no slouch on the defense themselves, and on their map pick where they feel most comfortable, I think we're going to see W7M struggle to fight their way back in. Let's take a look at these bans first and foremost, though. Zami, no surprise. Monty, no surprise at all. Maybe the second ones offer a little bit more spice. Maybe you see a castle ban coming out here, or a mirror for that double architect ban coming out from W7M. Indeed, the castle follows, and it's a double shield ban with the Blackbeard disappearing on the other side.
Okay, let's see. This is a I think, very important round 7 and round 8 coming up. NIP with a good couple of defences, hold those primary sites, could well find themselves on map point that quickly. In the next 6 or 7 minutes, that could be done. So, big couple of rounds coming up for W7M. By contrast, they grab 7 and 8, and all of a sudden it is game on, and these two really start going at each other. But with the way things have been at the minute, I'm not sure that's going to be the case. NIP certainly in the driving seat. Keep an eye on Fantasy. He's playing the Warden. Don't know how aggressive he's going to be. Usually he's the player you're looking towards to bring a little bit of unpredictability, maybe get out there on their own, pop up where least expected, cause some damage, cause some problems for W7M to solve. So we'll keep an eye on exactly where he is at the minute. He's at the exact opposite end of the map. It's top floor hold, and he's all the way down in bar on first floor, and he's just bouncing back up and down those brown stairs. And again, making sure, you can see how he's so intent on making sure there's no drones on him, and that should tell you exactly what sort of round he's trying to play.
Absolutely. Again, it's all about that aggression. It's all about trying to waste time. Like Cafe is that kind of map where if you can run the clock down far enough, especially on the basement site, it becomes an absolute nuisance for attackers to do anything. Yeah, just last week, for example, we saw a really great clutch coming up from Virtus Pro making use of an Echo drone because there's so much time left by the attackers to make anything happen in terms of getting towards the site. On the top floor, it's less of a problem because it's quite a short run to the site itself. You kind of have to play aggressive. You have to fight for your life, basically, inside a piano, and that's what you're probably going to see them doing. Not wanting to concede any ground. It's why you've got the shield on side once again. It's why we're stacked up with ADSs, with laser gates, anything they can do here to try and stem things back a little bit and keep the attackers at bay.
Drones being taken out. I did comment on that Intel game the other way around. W7M didn't do a great job on defense of removing those drones, so I'll keep an eye on that for NIP as well. At the minute, 7 left alive for W7M, so again, NIP maybe not doing the best job, and we can see there just gathering that intel. The attackers knowing exactly which spots are being held. Got a bit of utility getting dumped in. And we've got a double kill for Fantasy, so forget the fact that W7M were building nicely. They haven't dealt with the Warden, and they have been punished significantly.
Yeah, big time. Missed on exactly where that came from. I'll watch it back in a second and catch it, but a bit of a staged effort of recovery coming out from Parlu. He gets one, Dodez into a second. Honestly, one of the best players in the world for my books. His first state in Dodez. I know he's had a poor half there, but continues to impress every time I see him play. He's got himself control on white and up towards Lumber here. Dots collecting another. NIP starting to let go of what was a fantastic advantage. That 2K from Fantasy. A 5v3. It's now fell away. It's crumbled, Tim.
Just looking to try and get themselves back into it, but in freezer, Wizard will get put on ice by Dodez. 1 versus 3 for Cons now. I haven't said his name too many times so far today. Been a little bit quiet. Gets 1. Make it 2. Is there a third on the cards? He knows that they're outside. They're going to have to repel in. The shotgun's waiting. 1v3 for Cons, and that is going to break W7M hearts.
Wow. Again, it all crumbles for the side of NIP, Tim. A 5v2, it's a double C4 kill onto White Window, by the way, out of Fantasy. The Warden was sat on Lumber. Beautiful 2K that he got off the back of it, but I thought, no way if they chalk this and let the round go. But same as in the last series, as we said, sometimes you need a hero to step up and go big. It was Cons in that moment. You said it yourself. You haven't said his name very often throughout the game so far. It's always the quiet ones you got to watch out for, Tim. They're up 5-2 now. A 3-round gap to W7M, and then give it one more. W7M have to win 4 in a row, and I just don't see that happening.
This is why I said 7 and 8 was so important, and I feel like W7M really needed to get the wins on them, given how things have been going so far. But look, 7's gone. Forget about that. You're 5-2 down. 5-3 is certainly a lot better than 6-2, so you need to lock in and focus now. Round 8 just became even more crucial. NIP getting the job done. It wasn't a great first defense, I'll say. W7M were able to pick them apart a little bit, but you can't then sell it. You can't give it away in a 1v3. All pushing individually. One still outside of the map. You were asking for trouble, and that's exactly what you got. Cons delivering and turning things around. NIP feeling a little bit unbeatable at the minute on Cafe.
Yeah, the fast map potentially on the books, and if they carry on at this current pace, maybe W7M are cooking something in this round. I'm looking at that lineup and it just screams a set piece play. Dockerby Cool comes out, you've got smokes being tossed in from the 6 smokes they have on side. They're just ready to try and go and direct towards site. Maybe here, I say direct towards site, they're up on the 2nd floor, but they're looking to move fast and get this vertical control established. Generally, that 1:30 mark is the benchmark I've always held. Like the standard average is about 1:30. You start doing the vertical work required to start setting up this site. Good teams will move a little bit quacker, a little bit quicker. It's a little bit quacker there, Tim. A little bit quicker. As if you just did that. That is beautiful. Thank you so much. That's made my day. Maybe a little bit quicker. Fantasy, though. Do they even know that he's up here? I don't think they do, Tim. In fact, the call comes on through, and now they most definitely know. Not squaring up against him. He needs support from the team at this point. Expects a flash to come on through as well. A C4 up and over, and it's going to get the down at the same time. There is support. Could finish off the blitz if he wants here, but I think he's a bit too mindful about swinging on through. Right idea from Cons as well. Loban is technically the one to get the kill elsewhere as the battle ensues for this white corridor. 2 kills for W7M. Fantasy still here inside of Piano. He's going to carry on, but cannot get another. 2 kills for W7M. A 4v1. And poor Pino, with it all to do, this one to me looks like a 5-3, Tim.
Yeah, Fantasy's done some great work there taking down the blitz. It was always going to be a difficult part of the attack, but then he was able to be taken out because there was just so much pressure elsewhere. W7M focusing on White Stairs particularly. He's done them a great job there, but for the time being, Pino locks himself inside a site here, playing around that bomb chassis, just waiting. Is it going to be Freezer? Is it going to be Bakery? Is it going to be Red Stairs? He doesn't know at the minute, and he just keeps having to change direction, focus up in different areas. Damage is being taken now. They're pressuring him from everywhere. It's going to be Volks to take him out from Bakery ultimately, but the Sharks were certainly circling. Site was surrounded, and there was too much to be done for Pino. That's going to be 5-3. W7M get themselves a really important round 8.
It would have been absolutely catastrophic if they'd seen that one going against them. There's just no excuse for it in that spot. So I'm glad they've shown they can get things over the line still and move us on, as you say, towards round 9. A critical round here, Tim. We speak about it an awful lot. NIP win this one. It's 3 rounds for W7M to recover. Feels like a bit too much. They win this round, they're within 1 round striking distance, and that's when things start to get very interesting, especially given that trend across the past few rounds where W7M has started to battle their way back in. More of the same coming out from W7M, it seems, back in towards the Shield, back in towards the Dockerby. Twitch, an ever-present operator, it feels, in this lineup. The NIP are digging in deep, as they've done throughout much of this half.
NIP need to make sure they don't dig in too deep here. I think, you know...
Granted, yeah.
Yeah, they don't invite W7M onto you too much, because they're a hell of a team, and they'll take you apart if given the opportunity. So I honestly think a little bit of unpredictability and aggression here certainly wouldn't hurt NIP. You know, we've seen Fantasy have a little bit of success. He had the double nitro kill, he got the blitz down. It has worked to some degree, and it's really been the defence elsewhere that's fallen down. W7M have reacted quite well to those moments in pushing aggressively when that happens, but pushing back into it. So I don't know, maybe provide a little bit more support for Fantasy in doing that, but yeah, dig too deep, and I think you might be asking for trouble.
We'll see how things play out then, Tim. Of course, a change up in the lineup, as you can see, that Deimos on side, and the thing that was banned away back in that first half, that double flank watch setup. Nomad and the Gridlock coming along, looking to restrict a team that, I'd say for the most part, haven't really looked to play aggressively on the flanks, to be fair to NIP. It's been more about them holding aggressive positions from round start, like Fantasy inside of Piano, as we saw earlier on. So not sure how much this was going to offer to the side of W7M, but at least they're trying something a little bit different, so fair play.
Drones will continue to race through. I picked up on the intel game earlier. Have a look at the top left of your screen. Only 4 drones remaining this time, so NIP certainly stepping it up in those terms. Within the first minute, they have got an awful lot taken away from W7M. There are no operators that are going to be bringing any drones. No Twitch, no Brava, no extras to be found for the attackers, so they are limited to those 4. It's going to mean that they're going in face checking a lot of areas, not knowing exactly what they're going into. This round now has become a real opportunity for NIP.
This is where Fantasy found that 2K earlier on, tries to get it again, but no, Cons was a little bit ready. On coming back over towards W7M as Hates goes down on the sentry. Not the end of the world, admittedly. More able to play aggressively when you haven't got any big gadgetry you need to sit and make use of in that case. No Maestro cams, things on those lines. Can afford to go be a bit more out there on the map. So it's not the end of the world for them. Dots has also fallen down quite low. For now, have that advantage, but only 60 seconds or so to play with, Tim. But they've got to start thinking about what the executor looks like here. The vertical, of course, will be a big part of it. You can see them all getting lined up, actually. Track from low, maybe to follow as well. Smoke comes out from Palu. This is when they should be starting their march on forward. We're just anticipating some aggression coming out. NIP, at least at the minute, aren't really offering.
No, and really, in doing nothing, NIP are actually burning an awful lot of time here, because like you said, W7M are kind of waiting, and they're going to find themselves with only 15 seconds left to execute here. You know, and that's going to be a problem given, not sure exactly the position of the Yokai drones. Fantasy does manage to take down Dots. He was low health anyway. Volps manages to find the trade, 4 versus 3, but here comes that final push. W7M managed to find another. 15 seconds to go, though. They have to make this stick, Des.
They do. And there's an echo on side. It always makes me nervous, Tim, but the track is coming in. Smart player feel. Start applying this pressure down. Surely they find out the man is the last one left alive. Down it goes in the last 2 seconds. They needed that kill, and Palu found it exactly when required. If he missed that one or lost out in that 1v1, that's a round going over to NIP. W7M, they keep us close, Tim. What is this crazy attacker-sided cafe we are seeing?
I don't know, but W7M have certainly woken up a little bit. I said that they were looking a little bit sleepy at the beginning of things when NIP were running away with it, but NIP, I don't know whether it's maybe tack timeout time. They're going to go for the 4th ban here. We'll see what comes afterwards, but I feel like NIP, they've got to do something to disrupt this W7M side, because they're starting to chain rounds together now on the attack. So whether that is a tactical timeout, whether it's just getting around, brute forcing it, I don't know. I think that's, there we see him probably I don't know if it's a tactical timeout or a technical timeout. Tactical timeout coming in. So yeah, as expected, really. It's anything to break the momentum and anything to try and grab that one round that they need.
That's it. I mean, at that point, it looks like it's still going to go into a tactical yet, straight after the back of that. Fine, all good. Chance to have the conversation, because they know that the game is slipping away from them, right? And this is where you start to feel a bit nervous. You've done all the hard work in the first half. You've got the 4-2. You've shown why it's your map pick. And now on the other side of things, you can't hold on. It's weird, because we've seen this over in like EML as well, where some maps you'd expect to be typical 4-2 defensive split halves, whatever. They just become incredibly attacker-sided. I forget which game it was, but I think we saw like 1 defensive round win across, again, I forget which game it was and which map it was, but I remember us being quite amazed at the time, just like, how on earth has this transpired? This is turning into one of those exact games. W7M are very much on the cusp of bringing us all level. The NIP are probably a little bit panicked at this point, hence that attack timeout. They've got to try something a bit different. I'm not quite sure Pino going onto the dock is the play, but that's what they're going to try, Tim.
I mean, they will be panicking. They will be panicking because, you know, we've spoken already about NIP playing W7M prior during the stage. It was on Consulate. It was not pretty. It was a 7-2 win for W7M. That's why they've brought it out today. And as we said, as you know, I think it was Jack on the desk quite rightly said, or it might have been Leo. It was one of them. They're both big brains. But
the desk said it.
The desk said it. They're both big brains.
Not a person, an actual inanimate object. It spoke to us.
NIP need to win map 1. They have to come out and get Cafe, because those back-end maps are going to be a problem for them. And that's the very position that they find themselves precariously clinging onto at the minute. They've got the fingertips sort of dug into the side of the rock face here, but W7M are just kicking and kicking at them to try and break them free, to send them crashing to their doom on Cafe. And at the minute, it's working.
I was a little bit perplexed that W7M are digging in so hard to dealing with roamers and those around the map. Like, look, they've gone towards the Nomad and the Gridlock again, this time in towards a Dockerbee and a Lion. They want to give nothing over to NIP, and NIP are like, yeah, that's cool. We've got, we're going to sit behind a Clash Shield. We've got Yokais we want to make use of, so I'll happily sit on site as well. Mute Mozzie to hide away behind the Intel denial. Doc can go and do whatever the hell he pleases, realistically. But it's almost like there's very heavy control being brought along by W7M when NIP aren't really showing any play that mandates the need for all of that control. It's bizarre.
How is the drone game going at this time around? Let's have a look. We've got 6 left alive. So W7M, 1 minute 10 into the round. The 2 drones better off than they were at this point last time. So they're going to have that extra intel. It's going to be more difficult for NIP. Even when they knew where Cons was, he still was able to turn that fortune and get himself a beautiful headshot through onto Lobin, and it's a big loss, Des. It's that Dockerbee. At least 1 call lost.
Scary games to try and face off against at this point. I mean, Cons is just looking absolutely brilliant throughout the game. Not just him alone, there's been others, of course, in the team that have done the same, but he's been the one, and the chips are down. Winning that 1v3 earlier, getting the entry is what they're looking for. 2 have fallen, though. Pressure starting to mount from W7M, and even with a clash, they've managed to push their way through, Tim. It looks like round 1 all over again. They've just steamrolled their way through here.
Yeah, W7M have seriously woken up, haven't they? Cons, guess what? Surely it's not a 1v4 to add to his 1v3. He's going to try. He's half health at the minute, and there's going to be a lot of work to do. Manages to down another. It's going to be an ace if he does this as well. Absolutely unreal stuff. Volps and Palu, surely they, between them, have got the experience, the knowledge, the capability to close this out. Yes, they do. Palu this time from the rappel manages to get it done. You can see, I think, a little bit of relief on the side of W7M. That 1v3 obviously still ringing loud in their ears. Managed to lock it out, and that's going to bring them back level 5-5. And I think the only way to describe NIP right now, Des, is crumbling.
It's so bizarre how, we see it all the time where teams have a really strong half, we switch sides, and then it all falls to pot. Like, 2 halves to a game of Siege and all that. Players can just do far better with attacker weapons or defender weapons and then completely crumble on the vice versa. It's just looking so bizarre that they've let it get to this stage where now W7M have that chance to set the narrative straight, that they can take the 2-0 in the series, that they can be the dominant team, and everyone will then be wondering what happened with NIP. Why did it all start going wrong in that second half? It's far from over yet, but momentum definitely stands with the blue team right now. Got to see something special come out of NIP. My main worry, though, Tim, is they're just trying more of the same. It's digging back in behind slow operators, things like the clash that we saw from the Echo earlier on. Now it's things like the Goyo, the Warden, the Malusi, the Kaid, all one-speed operators. They don't want to play into that aggression, probably because they've seen the kind of operators that W7M are bringing along, but it just sets it up where W7M can manipulate the defense as much as they like and really take the round at their own pace, their own leisure, do whatever the hell they want.
Freezer setup is going to be opening the wall up, so that gives a little bit of access to the VIP player. Interesting position is going to be hits on this clash, getting a little bit, I won't say aggressive, but putting himself right up at the border of the map, up towards that main door. Fantasy does manage to pick up that first onto Volps. He's got the beautiful new skin for the MPX that comes with the Valkyrie, of course, but also available for Warden, given that he uses the same weapon. And Fantasy's going to try and make a little bit more use of it in this round. Got himself an entry to kick things off. It's the Book as well. Big loss. Not much vertical, not much more sort of option really in that area. I guess the Kali, the Vendetta maybe can do a little bit of work. You've got the hard breach charges, but the nades, I guess you could, drop on the floor, but you're really kind of scratching at that point. It's a big loss, is the Book.
I think probably less bothered about the vertical at this point. There's only 1 or 2 things you need to be able to watch, such as double door from Red Corridor, for example, little things like that. We won't feel too bothered about it, but it's still something else to take away from the strength in the round 100%. Like I say here, look, small little slither. Very used to this whole thing being opened up. That's absolutely not the case in the round because, as you say, that Book has gone down. But really, all eyes turn towards the Ossa. Dots being the one here. I was about to call him a Dosser then. Dots and Ossa together, I was like, wow, what a Dosser. Brilliant. He's the one who's got to get something tried and done because he's caused the linchpin of this attack. You've got the Capital with tons of utility to make this work at the same time. But of course, worry about Fantasy on that Warden, can deal with the smokes. They've got C4s to play behind, 2 in pocket. The NIP look relatively ready here for anything that W7M can throw at them. all going to turn down to how well they can get on site and deal with that clash.
Nade is going to go in to try and dislodge this VIP player. Not going to happen. The Warden, of course, able to activate the glasses. Will be safe from any flashes as well. Bad throw on the Nitro. Going to have to go for it again. Needs to be cautious, though, because being watched. Takes the swing. Fantasy takes a lot of damage, and they've got themselves established inside of Freezer. Dots, Dordes get one apiece. W7M, they've seriously woken up, but the planter is downed. 44 seconds. W7M need to get that diffuser recollected.
Yeah, C4's all used, and they know about Cons as well, but he's got two on either side of him. In a great spot to have an effect there, but it was a great reaction by W7M. Both players immediately aware there was a threat upstairs, and they dealt with it. The blessing being, Tim, they executed here with about 60 seconds still to play. They've got time to course correct here. Now that they know where Wizard is, it's only Pino they really have to worry about. Lance going down. Logan pulls off for a second here. Knows there is someone inside the room with him. He's on dishes at this point. But who's going to swing and deal with him? Lobin's in danger. Gets on the headshot from Pino. The one comes back in. But no! The last two are there. Pino and Wizard come up big, get the kills they need, and NIP move up to match point.
I feel like maybe a little bit of a mistake was made there from W7M coming off that plant. They were wedged in tight behind that bomb chassis, and it's going to have to be a very wide swing from the player inside a site to be able to get the shots onto that planter. They were kind of just checking freezer window, checking, you know, I feel like coming off there at that noise, that's probably cost you the round ultimately. If you'd have held on to it, locked it, you'd have forced their hand a little bit more. But well played from NIP. Got a couple of important fights that they needed to at the end there, and were able to close it out, hold on to it, despite that diffuser almost going down. So they guarantee themselves overtime at a minimum. They're going to be looking to close this out here and now.
They'll probably breathe a massive sigh of relief if they can do it as well, Tim. You know, given how this second half has played out, it will feel like a bit of a smash and grab to them. They're the ones in the driving seat, otherwise overtime is inbound. And God knows what happens when we get to there. I need to double check actually who's on which side as well, because obviously I think we'll give the lean towards the attackers. But as we've also seen, Enders can grab a win out of anywhere sometimes, even if it comes down to winning out of 2 versus 3. Very easily go either way across 3 rounds. 50-50
on the top floor site so far. Won it in round 7, lost it in round 10. So it obviously it puts us no nearer to knowing who is likely to come away with this one. NIP did get the entry both times that they've played this site. So they've won it once with the entry and lost it once with the entry. So you just kind of wonder, the reason I make that point, if W7M can come in here and get themselves an opening kill, something like the dock, for example, take away all that extra HP, likely clear out Pixel. It's actually the clash that's in at Pixel, so, you know, or somebody like Hates, get rid of that position. I'm interested to see then whether NIP can hold on to it, because even with the entry kill, they've only been 50-50. So if W7M go best foot forward, can NIP, with real backs to the wall, get it over the line on this top floor side?
And we'll tell. How things transpire. This begins with NIP, as we've seen pretty much all map long. It's on the defensive side, are very happy to sit back and wait. A lot of slow operators on side once again, not looking to go crazy out on the roam. V7 have anticipated it for a lot of the game. You know, we've seen Dockerby and the line being brought along here, but equally we've seen a lot of gridlock, a lot of nomad in response to what they thought would be aggression, but it just simply hasn't come out. But it seems to be getting the trick done. They're the ones who are up in the lead. They clearly believe that's the playstyle to get it over the line. Of course, maybe the last few rounds wouldn't suggest as much. Last one was enough, but it did require a clutch. They'll try and stick it, make it work from here. Lion scan coming out. Already seen one of those Dockerby calls gone down as well. Spoken towards Bar. Surely the push begins in here. Yes, they're moving as a team, forcing everyone back in. 4 smokes down at the same time, Tim. It is beautiful. Bolts in, trying to get it stuck here. Hates has got into a spot where he can maybe see. I don't think they quite can. Yes, they can. Comes off holding the shield and trying to zap him out there. Steps back into safety on Pixel and gets the down. And that's all of W7M's wind out of their sails, Tim. They had to make that one work, but a small few extra pixels that smoke didn't cover has given NIP a massive advantage in this round.
Yeah, that's really big from Hates as well. Volps had actually repositioned once because he'd taken some damage, so he'd moved himself into a new spot, but Hates still able to get it done. It was very, very close run, but kill after kill comes in now as W7M tried to adjust after losing that planter. Diffuser going down in a no man's land, and it's going to be advantage taken by NIP 7-5. They hold on to their map, and it gives them at least something to work with going into what is going to be a difficult second half to this game.
Massive final couple of rounds, admittedly, as well. I really thought we'd see them lose one of the two at the least, but they hold on firm. It requires a bit of a play. That 2 versus 3 in the previous round was huge, but that last one, it was a team effort. They dealt with the aggression coming out of the other side. 4 smokes being down at the same time still didn't mean anything when a small slither of a gap has been left and they can see where the plant is going down. Wonderful stuff, Tim. Do we think it's enough for them to go on and win concert, though? A map where we see W7M being far stronger? That remains to be seen.
This is it. W7M actually looked really good through 4 of those last 6 rounds. So, yeah, it's going to be a big ask. But like you say, you know, mistakes were made there at the end. The smoke wasn't quite perfect, and Volks didn't have the cover he needed. And NIP, they were there and ready to take advantage.
Well, our hopeless romantic, it turns out, Tim, wasn't quite so hopeless. Let's go to the desk now and get their thoughts on Cafe.
Yeah, as much as I'd love to do breakdowns on how that map went more officially, I do think we just kind of need to get it out of the way in case Leo does not get this chance again. Jack, I think you need to say sorry to your French compatriot because I do think he might have been cooking up something before this game started. You're welcome to start anytime. It's okay.
Do you know what I'm going to say, Jacob? A stocked clock is right twice a day, and I think that's exactly what Leo was. And I will say, I will caveat this. Leo, you might have been right. Man. You was believing in Nip. They did get the map victory. Yeah. But we expected them to get the map victory on their own map pick. We said it would get harder for them in the next 2 maps. So I'm just going to provide a little bit of balance there. However, they were good. They came out strong. They got the attacks off the blocks. And I will say, I think W7M really did fall for it. I think they might be the best defensive team. But when there's entry engagements like this one that you're seeing here, or just engagements happening up on the top floor, absolutely nowhere near sight. There was a full round played out on the entire top floor for a kitchen bomb site, and Palu was left last alive on the basement as Maestro, just wondering what had gone on. Like, W7M were getting caught out by so many of these kills where they're just running around. You see it right there. Like, what's going on there? And I think ultimately, NIP were just punishing it every single time W7M were misplaying the aggressiveness on the defense.
Yeah, I think a little bit too much movement on the side of W7M in the defense. I'll say this: when you look at this and you look at most of the rounds they won in defense, most of them were turtle setups. They abused the Clash, they abused the Tuberao, they abused the Wamai and Jaggers. They tried to slow things down, play close to each other, and trade each other. Because the entry game on the side of NIP was very strong, but also because the utility game was very strong. Their sense was really good. I think that their usage of Striker and Dokaibi as a combo to gain the first parts of the map were really strong and well efficient. And before we started this map, I said this before, Cafe is defender-sided, but NIP has got such red attacks that they've displayed throughout the last 3 times they've played it. Now, I will put a nuance to that. They actually closed this match on the back of some amazing clutches, a 1v2 from Wizard, a 1v3 from Cons, and that was their #1 pick and a really high map preference for them. It was normal for them to take it away. I'm not surprised. I'm actually really happy that they managed to make this a 3-mapper. I think that's at least what we expected from them. Now comes the moment where I'm thinking also towards the later stages of that map, especially around 8, 9, 10, they were moving too much. They were in turn getting punished by creating too much movement and trying to overcomplicate things on the side of, against W7M rather. I think sometimes they just need to be a little bit more chill. Some players on their side, a little bit too aggressive. Fantasy especially getting punished right here and then. And I think it cost them a little bit too much, and it should not have been that close.
Yeah, and I will say that NIP won their map pick, and for that I do apologise to you, Leo, for ever doubting your brilliant mind inside of this game. However, if we look at how some of the rounds played out, you've got Fantasy with a 3k, Cons in round 1, Cons with a 3k in round 7, Cons with a 3k in round 10, Pino with a 3k in round 11, and then 2 clutches being Cons getting a 1 versus 3, and then Wizard getting a 1 versus 2 on a 7-5 victory on your own map pick. So you could play this map out over 5, 10, 15, 20 times. I actually would maybe argue that W7M would win it more often than not, and NIP have been a little bit fortunate to get over the line.
part of me says I understand why production would give the MVP to Wizard because he did have a slightly higher EPS. But in my opinion, that game doesn't happen if Cons isn't in he wasn't doing what he was doing in that second half. The 3K clutch to win round 7, very nearly came close to winning another one. Still got a 3K back when W7M were attacking Bar Cocktail 3 rounds later. If production doesn't give it to Cons, all I'm saying is I understand, but I will be disappointed ever so slightly because Cons was doing a phenomenal job. And they gave it to Wizard. All right. All right. That's
Production,
fine.
everyone apologized in our ears. You know what? I will back their choice. I think that Wizard was absolutely instrumental. Yes, he did not have those big triple kills and big clutches in important rounds, but he was the most consistent player on the side of NIP. He was one of the most important stakeholders of their clears with the Lion DMR, doing an amazing job at trading his teammates that were pushing away the roamers and also clearing them with the Lion. And he was one of the most reliable players in the late rounds as well, abusing the COK drones to get information and to try and clutch a couple of those rounds. I will say this, I think he's been such a big player for NIP since he rejoined that roster. It's great to see him thrive after being dropped from that roster only a year ago.
And it's nice to see the discussion being about who's the MVP, being Cons or Wizard, right? Both players, I would say, are usually towards the bottom of the scoreboard for NIP. Usually we're talking about the fantasies of this world, the Pinos, the hates of this world. So actually the fact that both of those players stepped up in a big game today is actually a good sign of things to come, because they've generally, across the last stage or so, been the weaker players, at least statistically on this side.
Just the fact that NIP were able to get over the line on their own map pick is phenomenal for their odds of completing this series ultimately, but it's just a matter of how they were able to do their attacks. Like, to everyone's point, 3 attacks against Liquid on Cafe, 4 attacks against Los, 4 attacks against Black Dragons, 4 attacks against W7M. That's enough in that first half especially to get them started, and then all they have to do is withstand the storm and close things out on their own map pick. Because Consud is up next, and I shudder to think of what happened last time W7M and MIP played on this map. It did not go well for the team that is currently leading this series. They have an opportunity to reverse those fortunes, but we'll get to that part after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
The second game of our triple header has already made things considerably more interesting, but now they have the opportunity to force us to a map 3, which has only happened so far one time in playoffs altogether, and that was yesterday. It may just very well happen again because NIP has won their own map pick. They've done what some might say is the bare minimum, but now we have to switch things up a bit because Consoda's map 2 does not bode well for the Ninjas. They've only played it one time, and it was against the team that's currently across the room from them right now on LAN, W7M. 7-2'd them back in Play Day 7. It's been a couple of weeks since then, but still, that memory's probably fresh because no matter what ends up happening in this map, Jack, they're gonna be looking into how poorly the concert went between these two last time and thinking, what can we possibly do to make the situation any better?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you allow a map through, it's always interesting when a team's played a best of 1 and then going into a best of 3, if they allow the same map through, especially if it's been such a dominant scoreline. And if you remember through the game, W7M against NIP on Consulate, yes, it was very, very decisive. It was a 7-2, arguably would have been a 7-1 without a clutch, but there was a lot of big individual performances from the side of W7M. So if you're sat there and you're thinking from an NIP point of view of like, hey, if we can shut some of those individuals down and actually play a team versus team game, maybe we have a chance. Obviously, they'll want the redemption. They'll have had to have known it's coming. If, you know, W7M absolutely battered them on it and they allow it through, it's going to get picked into them. So I'm hoping for NIP's sake. You know, I'm not getting to the hopeless romantic stage yet, Leo, but I'm hoping for their sake. They've gone away and worked on it, and they're trusting the fact that W7M won't change anything because they were so good last time.
It's only fair I explain what they should do to beat W7M because I've backed them, right? And I think it starts with the starting side. Because they let Controlate through, W7M picks it. Like you said, Jack, I don't think that's a mistake. I think they did that on purpose. I think they learned a lot from the last game. It was a 7-2. What do we note here? Only 2 rounds won in defense by NIP and then not a single attack. They will start in defense. So it's really important on that starting side that they get as many rounds as possible. How do you do that? Let's check what they did on Cafe. They brought the clash in the 3 last rounds. They got closer to each other. They forced W7M into late round executes where did not feel easy. They forced them to play into the late round. The very last opening kill of the very last round of the previous game was done at the last minute into the round. And that's what I need to see from NIP right now. I think that in the defense side of Cafe, they were great at getting some of the opening kills, but then in the mid to late round, they were caught in off positions. They were not in tradable position. They were not close to each other, and especially not playing into the late round. Although they had Smoke, Goyo, or Echo, they did not play to that win condition. I need to see them do that on Control. If they can go and abuse the late round, force W7M to have to problem solve, utility, and execute rather than playing just to their strength to the gunfights, then they just may have an opportunity to put more rounds on the table in defense and try to close it out in the attacks. That's what I need to see from them.
Only 2 games from W7M on console so far. That NIP one is one we'll keep on referring to as the game goes on, but the other one was just yesterday in that game against Black Dragons, and it was 8-6. So against the team that they're playing, they obviously have a phenomenal record, but what about that console game do you think they could overall fix? Because we were sat there watching it wondering, hey, they forced overtime, but there's still an opportunity for Black Dragons to win this, and then W7M eventually close it. So, Leo, in your opinion, what can W7M do to fix it and make sure that they don't get overtime against them twice?
I think the main thing they needed to fix yesterday, if I recall well, was the attack side. I think it was pretty bad, right? It
wasn't great, yeah.
Yeah. I think they only won 2 attacks, and then they had to win 1 more in the overtime. I think overall, if I'm on their shoes, I hate to be defending them because I want to be right with NIP. But I will say this: they do need to abuse their sheer firepower and do it all at once. I think that execute heavy Controlate can fit them really well. They have the right opportunity when you look at the players on that lineup to commit to a single call all at once and make it work. In some of those rounds, they were not supposed to win in attack on Cafe, and they did so by playing all together and just trusting their firepower to get them a win through it. And I think that's going to work against NIP if they can be fast-paced like they usually are. I think the time was a big problem yesterday. They were slow, they were disjointed. Getting on it together is important.
All right, let's jump back into this one. It feels like NIP do have a real chance, but it's W7M. You never count the juggernauts out even when they're down by 1 map, and they've certainly been in this position before. Ace, Dez, go get them.
Thank you very much, Jacob and the boys. Yes, still in with a chance here to keep things going. Hard to bet against them, but could NIP do the unthinkable, Tim, and take a 2-0? Where are you leaning for this game?
I really don't know. I think W7M still take it. They looked really good through a bunch of those rounds at the end there. NIP were able to dig deep, but Cafe is a better map for NIP than Consulate is. We saw W7M dismantle them here on Consulate previously, which of course means, it's a lesson learnt for them. They're going to have expected to play it today. They will be prepared for it, which is kind of what makes me hesitate in calling it a 2-1 win for W7M. But yeah, I still think that even with knowledge of what they're going to do, I think W7M are just maybe going to be too good at doing it.
It was the concern, however, thought that maybe for the last map, and it hasn't quite transpired. We'll see if Consulate is any different. Here we go. W7M starting out on the attack, NIP on the defense. The bans, probably not all too surprising, but the one that jumps out to meet him, the other 3 are very, very standard, I'd argue. The Warden being a ban coming out from W7M against NIP. Is it time to spam a little bit of Ying into this map?
Yeah, very possibly. I think it's maybe a little bit of a target against Fantasy after that last map as well. It's, he played Warden.
It's too strong.
He played Warden an awful lot in the last map, and he had some good rounds and some impactful kills. So whether it's a bit of both, we don't have the advantage. I was going to say we don't really have the major advantage, over what would be offered by the Warden yet, but we do have the Glass on side, so 2 smokes there. No other smokes brought along, so limited impact, but it might just give Palu a little bit of freedom to do what they want to do.
Sure. I think the one thing to note about this map is there's obviously less to clear through as well. Cafe, it's not exactly a large map, but 3 floors, all playable, all in use throughout the majority of it. A lot of vertical denial that you can play behind. Similar to this map, obviously only 2 floors to worry about, and it's quite thin. It's not as boxy as what Cafe is, so I do think this one will probably be a little bit more intense in terms of how things get set up. Cons is the one starting things off towards yellow to try and stave off what is a very, very common starting position for attackers. Normally they'll work their way in either through that skylight or more simply, work their way in through the single wall that stands off towards Cons' right-hand side, looking down the stairs, and get yourself in from there, because you can also threaten in towards bathroom, top spiral. It's a very, very powerful part of the map, so I think taking the Clash there to try and slow them down is a really good idea, but he's going to have to juggle that shield around all these nades that no doubt will be heading his way. 1 has been used so far, 3 still remain.
Yeah, and that one was very valuable, wasn't it? We saw a whole ton of utility taken out. I think it caught, actually, the blast caught an ADS and took it out. We saw the barbed wire gone. You know, a lot of protection there for the Clash has dropped away. So definitely something that they need to think about. Palu getting really aggressive in there. I think the intel will have been in place to tell him that there was no major immediate threat, but how is he going to put this glass scope to use? He's going to be coming up against that shield. 1 smoke canister goes in. This is where they were looking to not have to play through that Warden so that Palu can aggress on him, but there's nothing really to force the Clash to move at the minute, but they can't see him walking through. Warden ban impactful already as Palu takes down Fantasy. 5 versus 4, a minute left to go.
Yeah, but Cons able here to be a bit of a nuisance is the main concern for Meaton. He can slow them down a lot. Yeah, you can put pressure on. Haven't yet used any of those extra nades to try and force him back as Lobin goes low here in his scrap against Hates. He's running around like a mouse upstairs. Can't seem to quite pin him down just yet and finish him off. And he's now ready with the shotgun looking downstairs. Lobin with another track available if he wants. Nade now going skywards, hoping to at least force these players to move. That's the crucial thing about vertical play. It's worth noting. It's not always about kills. Often it's just about making the defenders move into more difficult positions. A C4 up and over, and it's going to find 1. There is a kill to come through immediately, though. The trade between the 2 players. Darts finding a second. W7M looking pretty good in this round, but let's see what he can do with the Clash. Finds 1. Knows there's still 1 more looking to push in towards him here. Gets a second. He can't surely do it again. Cons, he makes it 3. Could look for a 4th here, and of course he finds it. A big clutch on Cafe, and he ain't stopping here on Consulate.
W7M are going to be asking serious questions there. A lot of utility have been expended, but none of it had dealt with that Clash shield, and when it came to it at the end, they couldn't get rid of it. And Cons was able to put it to absolute maximum use there, getting a couple of kills on those quick peeks from behind the Clash shield. It's kind of like doing it from behind a mirror, but the attacker has a little bit of not. They can see you. They know that you're going to peek, so there is a little bit of a fight to be had there. But still, W7M couldn't get it done. That is a big first defense for NIP. W7M were in charge for 90% of that round, but the 10% they weren't. Boy, did it go south quickly.
Oh, man. Those on the Clash Hate Watch are going to love being able to reference that one. It was so smart from Cons because he saved it until the very end of the round to plant his feet, get in a spot where I know the Deimos was going to be elsewhere, working his way up yellow, and he wasn't going to get threatened from below. So it was a lot of patience being shown. By that point, it was just a bit too late for the attackers to do an awful lot about it, admittedly, but it's also the gunplay that came out. Beautiful stuff. And W7M are going to start out feeling like they've been robbed there in round 1. I think we were talking a bit about our player of the day back in round 1 of our first series. Turns out maybe that first round here in our second series of the day on the second map, they will be a contender for it at the same time. Onwards we march then, the Valkyrie now being brought along by Cons this time around. Would not be shocked if we get to round 4 and we see that Clash band away.
Top floor presence in position. It's going to be Wizard that is up there, also supported by Dino, Hits and Fantasy. So they are really trying to hold on to the above. Not too much of a surprise given the site that we are playing onto. I believe it will be Piano for this round. So we need to see NIP holding on to this territory for as long as possible, realistically. They don't want those verticals. We've got Lobin on the sledge. He's going to be the one that wants to get in there, rip up those angles to prevent the long angles being held by NIP on site, and give the space to put that diffuser down. That's a smart peek with the shotgun there. Just predicting on the back of that Dockerby Cole that there might be the push coming in through that meeting wall, but it wasn't. Right now, they don't have an answer to this position that Hates is holding, I don't think.
No, they need extra pressure to come in from the main corridor, but you're just in Wizard Station at the top around the vending machine. I think a player maybe even slipped the net a little bit here. Hates is ready. Expecting the push. Doesn't, of course, know if there's one coming in from the back, but they're expecting it. Next time he shows himself on that angle to his right, that's when you're going to see the swing coming on through. Hold the longer angle there. Rounds, and they've managed to get rid of him, almost using the other player as bait. Wizard getting a kill back. There'll probably be a question mark coming in there on how on earth he managed to slip the net and get past Wizard in the first place, but they've managed to do it. It's a 1-for-1. 8 smokes are down and offline. 2 more kills against W7M here as NIP up to 4 versus 2. Make it 4 versus 1. They close out the round in much more convincing fashion than back in round 1. Looking good so far across those first 2 rounds.
They really are surprisingly good, considering, you know, let's not forget, a reminder for everybody, W7M and NIP played this map during the stage. It was 7-2 W7M. They absolutely crushed NIP on this, but they've come in, they're already in a position to better that performance, having gotten themselves the first 2 rounds. And again, that last round, you know, the real sort of antithesis of the first round, where, you know, we've got a 1v4 needed from Cons. That time around, NIP just absolutely blitzed through. Like you said, there was that maybe one little bit of a mistake where they managed to slip the net and get that opening kill, but beyond that, the punishment was quick and harsh from NIP.
Starts to worry at this point a little bit now as to whether or not it's going to be another absolute shutout by NIP, and W7M may not find their way back in. However, I'll also look back to that last map and say second half was far closer. We saw W7M fighting their way in. Maybe it's a similar story. It turns out to be a very, very defender-sided Consulate. We'll see as the map plays out. It's making an interesting pick here, Tim, because often we talk about Vigilant Tier 1 play and say, you know, very selfish operator, is there for himself, doesn't really offer any gadgetry that helps the rest of his team, especially when he's bringing along the impacts here. It's more for himself than anybody else. Maybe looking to get a little bit cheeky here and get a couple of early kills, and of course waste a lot of time from W7M chasing him around Consulate.
Just going to be holding the vertical angle over not main door, visa door for the time being. Trying to catch out anybody wanting to get onto that hatch, particularly, I think. We've got Palu on the Hibana, so I would have expected there might be a little bit of focus on trying to get those hatches open, so it could be a bit of a play from Hates. Going to be supported up on that top floor by Fantasy as well. No surprise to see him out on the roam. We know he likes to get active. I think a little bit quiet overall, I would suggest, for Fantasy. I don't just mean here on concert, I mean in general. He's had his roams, he's had his double nitro kill, but maybe not as impactful as you might expect. Hates has been dealt with fantastically well. Pinched by W7M. Paolo gets the kill, and that's the Vigil off the board. No real value added.
They dealt with Hates the same way in the previous round, right? When he was the one contesting on towards that walk-in wall where the player couldn't step on fours, they had a second player round in towards side door and get ready to challenge onto him, and they managed to get the kill in the end. So that's the second round now where Hates has been, I don't want to call it baited, but they've dealt with him very handedly. Have let him have his moment in the spotlight, let him have his little aggression that keeps you a little bit busy, but there's always a second player there ready to capitalize. It's been really good part of W7M's gameplay across those last couple of rounds.
W7M not made too much more progress yet. They have got themselves in above. They're not in a position to start opening up these verticals yet. Fantasy does it again. He's living a dream. He hits Paolo and Dots for 2. And NIP get themselves at least level on man count after Dordes manages to find that trade. 1 minute left to go. No vertical work done yet. W7M, this is not a guarantee of a round.
It's just how casual that second shot was from Fantasy. Oh, I love it. It's again, they know what to expect. They know how teams are going to play to try and force the 2 versus 1, and they just use that as an opportunity to pop off like that. Wonderful stuff from Fantasy. Maybe enough to keep his team in this one now that we're into a 3 versus 3. C4 to play behind, 3 smokes and only 30 seconds to go. This is a great spot for NIP. They're the ones with the advantage right now, and W7M have got to work something special. They've got no extra utility to play behind. They've just got to win their gunfights.
Yeah, it's another one of those situations where, although the man count's level, W7M are the ones that have to start taking some risks.
Hello?
Big miss from Cons, but look at this. It's a 1 versus 1. 10 seconds left to go. Wizard, he's just going to hold his angle here. Lobin, he's the one that needs to do something. He doesn't have the diffuser, and Wizard waits, and Wizard gets. That's going to be the kill, and NIP get another round.
I'm still wondering how the hell Dodes survived that little duel, that gunfight, as the player charged on 4. Dodes absolutely slammed him in reverse. Not that it matters. It came down to a 1v1. NIP up on top. 3-0 start, Tim. Looking a little bit ropey for W7M. I wouldn't be surprised if there's attack timeout that follows through immediately after we've had these bans to kick things off. Because if it carries on this way, they're down, what, 5-1, 6-0? Even I don't think they come back from that.
I'd agree. This is certainly not going. I think this is going to be the tactical timeout that you spoke about there. Norris wanting to interject and offer something for his team. But right now, this is looking dire because at a 3-0 defensive half, you'd kind of expect NIP to take at least 2 defenses in each quarter. 2 out of 3, you go for a 4-2 half. But they've got the full 3 rotations. So if they now can meet those expectations and take the next 2, it leaves us with a 5-1 minimum. Maybe worse, like you say. It's tough then for W7M, even the mighty W7M, to come back from. And NIP did well there to punish them. I'm not sure quite what happened in that last 20 seconds. It was kind of like it went 3 versus 2, and it looked like it was just going to go 3 versus 1 with all those shots missed. But then the Toxic Babe canister got a kill. I think it was a trade that came in as well, and all of a sudden you're in a 1v1 and Wizard manages to hold on. Unbelievable stuff, and I'm sure it's going to have an effect on the mindset of W7M at this point.
Of course, one thing we sort of skipped over there were actually the bans that came on through. We're taking a moment to look at those because the key one here is going to be that mute ban coming out for me. I spoke about maybe a need to see a clash taken away, and I can imagine Cons just licking his lips at the thought that this has somehow made it through the discussion. Not wholly surprised, we did see mute across all 3 of those rounds. I look back to over in EU, we've seen teams target banned, that mute being coming in against them, because often it was never banned away under the old banning system. It just wasn't a high enough priority that you see it banned away, except for in very rare occasions. But I think when you've been starved out by mute Mozzie, when you've seen this really restricting your ability to move more fluidly through the map, taking away a mute probably is even more impactful than what a clash is. I just really hope to God they've got a plan to deal with Cons early, because if you leave him alive in the late round when all your nades have been used and you've got no way of unsetting the clash, that's when he's going to find the opportunity to pop off and do some real damage.
And we saw it previously. They had a lot more utility to deal with that clash. This time it's just 2 nades. They're going to have to get it right, and they're going to have to get rid of that shield. But, you know, Cons was adept last time around at just picking it up, relocating, moving, and keeping that utility on his side. And then used it to absolutely devastate it in effect. So keep an eye on those nades, keep an eye on the use of them, and keep an eye on that clash shield. Well, that's going to be 1 not dealing with the clash shield. It will take out a castle barricade. So already, Cons can breathe at least a small sigh of relief.
For now. There's still plenty more to play in this round. Only 45 seconds in or so. It's more about getting into the building at this point and being wary of any aggression that might come out from the defenders. Not that you'd expect too much. We saw it back on Cafe. NIP not really looking to be the ones getting out there and looking to challenge hyper aggressively, as we saw FaZe do against Furia, just skirting his way past that Mozzie Pest. Of course, one thing to know is that gives away information. Like when it gets captured the drone, yes, you capture the drone itself, but by the sheer nature of that event happening, that gives information towards the defenders that, oh, okay, they're droning their way in towards Garage. Maybe here they want to try and push their way forwards. So we've got to be mindful of that.
Going to see the track come out from Demos. That is onto the smoke. A couple of shots fired, but Pino not going to take any damage. There's no way that he can avoid it. There's no mute jammers available because of the ban. Obviously, W7M just wanting to lean into that with the Demos pick as well. But right now, NIP are reasonably comfortable. Still 5 left alive. I see another track coming immediately onto the Mozzie. Of course, that information is available in reverse, not quite as precisely, but the location of the Demos is given away at the same time to the Mozzie, so they can always use that to their advantage, try and bait him into a position of danger. He's chasing, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
No, I mean, NIP are just sat here waiting, Tim. Over 2 minutes have gone, and they're still largely dug into where they were before. Now trying to make use of this glass to step on forwards, but unfortunately there's a shield in front of your face, and Fantasy's there ready and waiting. Gets rid of 2 as well. Springs out of that castle doorway and absolutely pops off. The glass gone, the Twitch gone. Dodez getting 1 back. We've got Lobin trying to do what he can from below, and finally, Tim, they've dealt with the clash, but it's still man advantage to NIP here with another smoke remaining in back pocket.
Again, yeah, you didn't need your nade, you've used your air jab for the clash, but the damage has been done. You've almost lost too much at this point. 20 seconds left to go, and now you have to start taking risks. We don't even have the Deimos in a position to push forward and be aggressive here. Dodez is down, Diffuser with him, and surely this is another round going to NIP. Fantasy picks up his 3rd. Dodez manages to get 1, but surely no more. He was picked up and collected, but Pino's there ready and waiting, shotgun in hand. And it is going to be another round to NIP, 4-0. And the wheels have well and truly come off for W7M.
I love how Pino was tucked in there, but it's weird to see 2 players run to the same angle to hold it. And even I was a bit like, what are they doing? Why are they doubling up here? But it was enough that Pino was tucked in so tight, they had no idea where he was. There was 0 chance he loses that closing 1v1, unless there's a mad flick up from looking at the floor to looking off towards Pino. But have played that out really well there as a team to close it out and go up 4-0. Make no mistakes as well, W7M, they have adapted. They learned to deal with the clash. They made a brilliant use of the Nomad air jab in which to do that. But it just wasn't enough to get the round over the line. And as you say, Tim, it goes from bad to worse now. NIP up 4-0 at best. W7M get 2 rounds here and make it a 4-2 half, but even that still feels like a bad outcome given it was a map that they favored themselves on so heavily.
You feel like NIP do need the rounds on defense. I think they're going to struggle more on the attack.
Well, you say that, but look at how Cafe went.
Well, yeah, very true. But I think they do need these rounds on defense, on console. But they're doing a fantastic job of it. You know, if they can get a 5-1 or a 6-0 dream start, and they can worry a lot less about the attacks. And guess what? When you're not stressed about it, when you're not worried about it, when you're not thinking, oh, this is going to be a tough half, those rounds, they come a lot easier. They go on the scoreboard a lot easier when you only need 1 or 2. And that is going to be the hope for NIP. 4-0 they stand at the minute. It's going to be a repeat of the rotation that they used last time around. So it's going to be Piano and Expo for their next site. And they're going to be trying to hold on to that top floor. Last time there was 4 up there. This time there's 4 up there. And it was actually a really convincing win for NIP, if you remember. They got that 1 kill. I think it was onto Wizard. And other than that, NIP punished them at every turn.
And yet proves to be all the same for sure. So the step on forwards here with that Dockerby and the Blackbeard on side. A good combo for moving your way through the map as that first call comes out. It's a big advantage of banning away the mute is there is no ability to stop these calls coming on through. You're going to be called no matter where you are, which then opens up things like I was saying, like the Blackbeard to start his march on forwards. Wizard happy to dig in for now. I don't think they know that he was here because they weren't close enough to hear where the call was coming from. Could do a lot of work from there, but instead opts to back away. He doesn't want to find a nade at his feet, forced to run into the open against a shield. That's never going to go according to plan, so backs himself away here. But it's just NIP, again, looking to waste time here. Force W7M to have to chew through every bit of utility they've got, redrone everything twice, and they can't really do any more droning into him because they're down to just 2 left. Half a round to play. They've literally got a phone call to lean on, and that's it.
Fitz is getting aggressive on this door. He's going to be pressured pretty soon. What a kill. What a kill onto the Blackbeard. That is huge. Keeps them out of meeting as well. Fantasy with the kill onto Dodez.
Beautiful.
Des, they know exactly what W7M are going to do. NIP have totally predicted coming to play this map and are ready.
Again, look at the difference from Hates. Drop the bag, Cons. Drop the bag. The big thing to note for me is how Hates has played this differently, right? Remember last time round, he sat here and waited, got punished by a swing from that doorway. Rather than waiting for that to come around again, he's actually gone aggressive on towards the hallway to try and isolate a 1 versus 1, and then has looked back for the second player coming on the push on through with the smoke to deny him away, then gone back on towards site door again. You won't see it reflected in the stats necessarily. He's 3, 4, and 3, but that was a beautiful little play from him there that has completely stifled this attack from W7M. It's going to be 5-0 to NIP unless Paolo can pull off something spectacular, but I think even he is at a point where he's saying, look, boys, this is like an unofficial tack timeout for us here to figure out what the hell we're going to do to get something out of this half.
Yeah, exactly that. He knows he's not winning this, 1v5.
Well,
I think it'd be.
he's brought a shotgun to try and contest Hates. I love it.
I was going to say it would be the greatest I'll say it now. It would be the greatest 1v5 ace clutch of all time if Palu on 70 HP with the Hibana shotgun comes in and clears out the entirety of Consular. It's not going to happen. The clock is ticking down. That will be the end of the round. NIP get themselves number 5. It's 5-0. There is no tack timeout for W7M. It has already been taken. They are backs to the wall right now. And as things stand, we could be looking forward to a W7M Furia rematch.
Ooh. That's quite enticing, doesn't it? I was saying at the start of the day, if that does become the match, and that's what we anticipated maybe we'd see as a W7M game against Furia, that would be great. But NIP to step in and come up against Furia instead, well, that is definitely going to make things very spicy, because on any other day, you'd 100% back seeing Furia come out on top there. Of course, during the stage itself, they actually had a very, very similar record. Each won 6 of their games, lost 3, sat in 3rd and 4th place. NIP only ahead of Furia by a single point. So they are quite close on paper, but Jack said this on the desk, is when you look at NIP, they've always beat teams lower than them. Furia were technically lower, so do you want to count them out? I don't think I would, not with how they're playing so far today. But I want to see how the attacking half goes here for NIP first before we offer too many strong thoughts on that, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, obviously, let's get this finished off. Let's see how they do on the... Imagine if this is a 7-0. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man.
NIP, last defense then. Going to be back down to the basement again. Again, it was reasonably... It was a close one in the last time we saw this attacked. It came down to... It's kind of a 1v3 in some ways, but 2 of the kills came in very quickly at the beginning, so it was really just a 1v1, but Wizard was able to get it done, but it was definitely winnable for W7M, so they just need to iterate on that, really, just adapt slightly. They don't need to, completely throw everything out. It worked very well for them, but this time they're going to go straight for that main breach. They've got Palu on the Maverick. He's currently taking that reinforcement off. Needs to be careful, though, because they're going to be finding a Nitro coming their way. However, I do hear a little buzz of electricity, and I think that might have been. I don't know if it was the Nitro being shot out. I think it was.
I think it was being zapped out possibly as well. Not ideal, but either way, onwards we move. Got that done without the need for the Thatcher as well. It was almost there as like an insurance choice, right? If they couldn't do it with the Maverick, then you've got the Thatcher and you've got the H. You can still get the wall opened up. But at least there's that expectation here that Kaid is still going to be a thing. It's very rare that you don't see Kaid banned away these days. So it being available, I like that they're still seeing the respect coming out from the attackers to be able to deal with that. However, they've actually got to start getting kills at some point, Tim. And Pino is the one now looking to contest onto them. A C4 in hand as well. Drops down. Ney comes out on top as well. Is forced to move and just dies to it. Tim can do nothing there. He gets at least one back, though, as Wizard works his magic. Almost gets a second, but Dots collects his man. W7M, man advantage, and maybe, just maybe, on course towards their first attacking round win.
I always say it, if you're only going to get one, make sure it's round 6. And like you said, W7M certainly looking like that's possible at the minute. They've got 2 on the electrical side. 1 is going to be working from that main breach. Palu is still in that position, so they're on either side of him as well. Got them pinched in between. It means that NIP are starting to get spread a little bit thin here. They're having to watch both sides. They're going to have one above, maybe come down spiral soon as well to just inject a little bit of danger into the middle of things. A bit of a random spray through the barricade there. Nearly finds Fantasy 1, Tim, but he doesn't get cut down as he tries to rotate back into sight from the other side. So that effectively leaves us 4 versus 2.
A bit of a trade, making a 1 versus 3 at this point, Tim. Hates has got it now all to do. He's had a brilliant half, but tell you what, he's dipped his way back in towards yellow. I thought surely he'd died towards the garage player here. Plant's going down there and Hates his watch. Has got to get this garage player dead first. Tries to go in for the Maverick, but Plant's now down. That now means it's a 2 versus 1 again. He needs to get the kill. Can't quite find it. Dots collects his man. W7M at least get a small lease of life here. They have 1 round to their name in this half on which to give themselves an extra chance in the second, but it is a tall order.
Certainly seems like the energy's a little bit low on the side of W7M, despite getting that round. Not many celebrations. Feels like they're a bit bruised, a bit battered. They maybe expected something different on Consulate, but I think we are going to see a little bit of a resurgence from them when they get on the defense. I could be wrong, but I've got a feeling that they're going to be a little bit better in this half of things, and rounds will be more difficult for NIP to come by. But the big question for W7M that we have to ask, of course, is there already too much damage? They have to now hold on and come back with a 5-1 half against an NIP side who are playing really well today. And the way that they've already come in and showed how prepared they are on Consulate for W7M's attacks, the defences are often, I think, the easier part to study. Because whenever you watch, previous performances by a team on a map, the attacks have been in response to what the defense has done. So it can vary. It depends on what you do. You can get some ideas of how they're going to deal with certain problems, but it depends on what you're going to offer in terms of defense. Whereas now, when they get onto this side, they will have been able to watch all these W7M defenses. They should know, what's option 1, 2, 3. How are they going to set up? Where are they going to be? And they should have a plan ready for that. So could be tough for W7M.
Generally the way that I've always viewed it, and of course there are always exceptions. Look back to our last series when FaZe definitely sort of broke this mold. Is defenders tend to dictate where the action happens. It's the attackers who determine when it happens. So defenders might heavily set up to defend yellow stairs, for example. Attackers can then choose to try and break that, or they go elsewhere. But defenders, through where they're choosing to make their setup happen, are influencing that decision either way. It's the attackers then choose, okay, how many players do we commit there? Do we drop a bunch of utility in? Do we have someone try and backstab our way through? So it kind of like how the whole round plays out really comes down to the attacker's decision making. But that is very heavily influenced by the defenders. And so I think with how things are going to shape up here, NIP, it's really down to their own decision making on what lineup they bring. I mean, so far it looks like a pretty standard sort of window setup here. I'm looking in towards Hates being the swap out for, say, a Buck to get himself in below. You've of course got the Ying to dump things in, the EE1Ds to help out in a similar fashion. It's just about getting themselves actually ready for that. And on the other side for W7M, it's a little more mobile than what we saw out of NIP, being willing to play more of the map. So there's going to be things that they have to clear their way through, which again is where Deimos will double up there as a little bit of an added helper, try and put pressure onto those roamers around the map.
This is already inside the map on the Deimos at the minute. Pino picks up one, and W7M could come under even more pressure as it's Hits underneath, managing to get that kill from Lounge. He's got the tracks available. He can work on the vertical as well to put pressure on these remaining defenders. 5 versus 3, and it would be catastrophic for W7M to lose this first defensive round, Des.
Really good nade as well to force the mirror away, but Dots doesn't run into the waiting arms of anyone. The rest of NIP not quite in position at that point, but it will stop him being able to sit at the bottom of that hallway. Needs to cross again. There's a very fair chance that Hates will be there ready to capitalize. So Dots hasn't really got a choice but to back away at least momentarily. In we go with Con stepping on forward. The smoke comes on through. They've kind of got to run on forward here, Tim, but no, keep themselves okay for the most part. Has managed to evade the majority of that smoke damage. Volp's the one they've got their eyes on as a track is on him. They get a kill on towards Dots finally as well. Only 2 left standing. Surely NIP, with all this time available, do not lose a 5v2.
There's no way W7M stop this plant, I don't think. They're going to try and move around now. 2 kills do come in, but the cover is there, and that was the point. Pino, he's going to get one. He's outside now. There's nothing really that can be done. Full white flash as the Candelas come in. The track from underneath. This is oppressive.
Yeah, you've got to kill the player downstairs and you've got to win on the upstairs. That is asking an awful lot. Right sort of idea, of course, not forgetting, as the track player, you get a reverse track onto Deimos. It's not quite in real time. It updates every like half a second or so. It knows he's got to win it. It's dropped down to face him, but I don't think there's enough time here, Tim. Even if he does get the kill, to get himself back upstairs as well. Hates will get the close down. Definitely starting to turn into my MVP for this map overall with the way that he played that smoke back in the first half. Looking good. They're up at match and series point, Tim.
Yeah, Hits and Cons have both had serious performances. You know, we often focus on Fantasy in this team. He's the unpredictable. He's the one that's going to go in and get the kills. But no, he's had big moments, don't get me wrong, but I don't think you can stack them up against Hits and Cons as moments throughout this one. Absolutely phenomenal performance from them two and from the team as a whole. NIP, to say that they were smashed up 7-2 by W7M during the stage, have absolutely turned this around. I'll be the first to hold my hands up coming in. You know, I kind of jokingly agreed with Leo. They wanted me to. I went with him, but, you know, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking W7M come away with this 2-0 probably, but no, NIP showing that they are well and truly back, Des.
maybe enough to beat Furia. It would be such a smash and grab, it will feel like. If they can get themselves into the final, even if you lose to FaZe, you still get the lion's share of the SI points that we've spoken about already. A reminder, you're in that final, you get at least 150 points. The winner eventually gets 300. Everyone else, really, looking down to our next 3 places, they all only get 50. If you go into our next stage and only get 50 points out of it then as well, you're not making it to SI. That's the reality of it. Even being in the final and getting triple the points of those below you, that can be the difference maker come the end of stage 2 and going into things like regional finals, now major, so on and so forth. It all adds up. So this is actually maybe even bigger than we care to admit. Like for W7M, they lose this one, they only get 50 points. Maybe we don't see a W7M at SI, and that's a terrifying thought.
Yeah, you could be looking, you know, back at a later point in the year and looking very much to this match. Keep that one in mind as it progresses. But right now, NIP, they still have to find themselves one more attack. It is not done yet, and it is not impossible for W7M to bring this one back. But what a world we're living in to kick things off for the day. We see both Furia and W7M beaten. We are on the cusp of that, and what a lower bracket run it could be from NIP to get themselves into the grand final, beating both W7M and Furia to make it up to a matchup against the world champs. Could anybody truly stop them at that point?
Heaven knows, Tim. Heaven knows. Let's see if this final round isn't it. Well, this final round, if it is the final round, or if there's still yet more to come. Fantasy must know that there's someone very close by, and he's got the right idea. Just as Dot stops firing, Fantasy rounds the corner. I thought for a second then he was going to find Parlo as well. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, far from the end of the world. At least W7M keep themselves in the round, but another has fallen. It's another trade. Cons onto another. Of course, it's that name that we're coming out of our mouth once again, Tim. Volts in a 1v3 to hold on for W7M. It feels impossible. Plant is going down. They've still got plenty of utility to work with as the attackers, and he has got almost nothing. This one looks about wrapped up.
It feels like W7M's spirit was broken a couple of rounds ago, and they just haven't been able to find the energy or momentum to get back into this one. And NIP, they've taken full advantage of that. They lost 7-2 on this map. Well, they've come back and said, here's a 7-1. We go bigger, we go better. NIP continue in that lower bracket run.
An outcome I think very few expected, but I look at the numbers. Dot 7 and 17, Lobin 8 and 17, Volts 9 and 15. They've been deleted on the entry. Everything that could have gone wrong today did, but let's not take it away from NIP. That is a spectacular series. And as you said, Tim, talk about fantasy all we like. Wizard, Cons, Hates. Take a bow, some brilliant moments in that series.
Yeah, there really were. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And look, NIP have come in here fully prepared. They have read W7M like a book. They have done everything that they needed to do to get that win, and it is full props to them for doing it.
Real stuff. The question now, of course, will 100% turn towards, do we manage to see these guys beating Furia? It's a big ask. Of course, that's our next series coming up. Very excited to see how that one plays, given NIP have kind of overperformed against expectations. Furia have underperformed. There is definitely a world where Furia would lose that series on a normal day. You'd see them walking away the winner.
That's given what we saw earlier with them against FaZe. I completely agree with you. That one now is game on. It is absolutely anybody's, because we've had one team play fantastically, one team struggle, and they're going to meet up. It's anybody's.
I'll wait to see how that one goes down. Of course, before we go into that series, though, we've got a desk to break things down for you and an interview waiting. Let's go over to that now.
I don't really have much breakdowns to do, at least not for this segment, because Leo was right. His head was in the right place, his heart was all over the place, but that is an NIP 2-0 clean sweep, the first time NIP has defeated a W7M roster in nearly 2 years, and it gets them to top 3. Leo, might as well just interview you this entire time. How do you feel about how this all went down?
With the way you're setting this up, it feels like I'm the one that just beat W7M right now.
You basically did. You beat W7M by yourself. No.
Listen, I trusted my guys on NIP. I will say this, W7M looked shaky yesterday. NIP was on the up and up. They had nothing to lose going into this matchup, and they did exactly what we expected of them. As we're going to see the highlights roll up, what did we say when we first started this map? These guys are going to start on defense. One of the most defender-sided map in the meta, that's Consulate. If they start playing into the late rounds, if they play close to each other, if they force W7M to problem solve utility, they will force W7M onto a playstyle that they don't like. They did so, but they added some flair to it because there were so many rounds where you saw Fantasy, where you saw Pinot get aggressive on the roam initially, then fall back to it. Haters as well was really important in those opening kills. And then as soon as they got the opening pick, they did one thing that they did not do on Cafe. They went back to site, played Crossfire, stand still, use utility, abuse the smoke every single defense round, and that worked beautifully here.
I would agree. And now you can have my formal apology, Leo. You were, in fact, absolutely correct, and I was wrong. I actually was very, very surprised by the confidence that NIP played with. I expected it on their map pick, and they just got off the line. And then going on to Consulate, I thought the ghost of what the regular stage might show. And it might show itself again, and it just didn't. Like you said, they were confident, they were aggressive, and then most importantly, apart from this round from Pinot, they knew when to fall off and place a time as the win condition. And even when Pinot was a little bit aggressive in that late round, who was there? Wizard clutching up once again. Wizard and Cons once again having a great day. And scoreboard pressure is a very, very real thing. When you start it out as a 5-1 half, W7M are going to have to feel like every round has to be perfect, and it puts a lot of pressure on them. And as soon as you get to match point, it continues and it compounds that pressure. And you know, fair enough to NIP. They clearly went back. They watched the Consulate that they played against W7M. They realized that a lot of it was down to some of the hero plays being made from W7M, and they really shut that down, even having time for jumping out and teabagging there.
And I think they just used the confidence from the previous map. They knew they had won their map pick. Now going on to Consulate, no pressure at all. They're not expecting to win that one. If they go to the decider, it's gonna be a frag fest. They are fueled. They've got some great individuals as well. They've proved on the first map that they can outgun W7M. So should it go to border, they knew they still had it in them. So starting on Consulate on defense was just bonus. And honestly, you could see that in many of those late round situations, the right action, the right cover, the right people at the right time playing the right way. It just felt like things were clicking, and I'm here for it. I knew NIP had it in them, and I just want to mark down just how important this is for them. They had not placed third in Brazil since the second stage of 2023. That's almost 2 years ago. Wow. We've had a consistent top 3 in Brazil in W7M, FaZe, and Furia for such a long time that this is key for me. Not only did Liquid lose to a new team, but NIP made it all the way worth it, because W7M have also ended the season there. Obviously, we'll see them at EWC, but it will not be with the confidence that they expected to come with.
Well, we got Pinot on the line to discuss how this one all went down, mostly just to congratulate him on the fact that NIP can now say that they claimed a podium spot. That is exemplary in and of itself, so when we get him in here, we'll be able to get a little bit more detail on that. It's also interesting because W7M's degradation on Consulate has been very strange. When they played NIP the first time, 4 rounds on attack, and that felt like it was the nail in the coffin because they just went flawless on defense and closed that one out pretty quickly. Then they played against Black Dragons earlier in playoffs yesterday, and they only win 3 attacks, and one of them comes in overtime, so we're like, okay, that's considerably less. Then to only win 1 attack, and for NIP to completely steamroll their entire way through it. Like, Jack, it felt like we weren't watching the same team almost at all, and NIP were putting them on the back foot every chance they could.
Yeah, it was genuinely impressive how much they've grown. I think that was my big challenge to them as well, right? I said during the stage, they beat the teams they were expected to beat. They were kind of somewhat level with Liquid, and then they were really struggling to beat the top teams. Today, they've come out and they've 2-0'd the top team. So that, for me, it's a real maturity that they're showing. And, you know, you want to see teams level up. And we've had lower bracket runs in NAL. We've had lower bracket runs in EML. Is it time for a lower bracket run from NIP? Maybe, because they played a very, very good best of 3 there. And as you can see, 2-0. And particular for me, and I said it after map 1, I'm going to say it again after map 2. It's not necessarily the usual suspects that are at the top of the scoreboard there. It's Wizard, it's Cons, you know, that are supplementing an already, you know, very experienced and very good front 3 in terms of Fantasy, Pinot, and Hates.
I've got to praise Wizard because he was part of this team more than a year ago. Got dropped. Had to go play in the trenches. He came back and he's looking more confident and more useful than ever on that lineup. It's gonna feel peculiar for him to just being dropped and go back and actually managing to be the missing piece and the solution for this roster. Maybe it was that when Psycho was still on the team, it was not the right formula, but clearly in this new roster, he fits so well. I think in that flexible role, whether it was on attack, helping with that Lion DMR once again to help out the roamers, to clear out the roamers, whether it was using the Fenrir as the bridge, he's the kind of player that I used to call the bridge between the roamers and the site, and he will go back and make sure that the path from the roamers to the bomb site is safe again, and he will abuse that Fenrir in late round situations. He did it perfectly, and he was a main stakeholder of that really important clutch that was part of almost a perfect defense side for the side of for the side of the NIP, sorry.
All right, let's talk to Pino real quick. I think we finally got him on the line. And again, for a third place finish for NIP is pretty spectacular. Pino, you're finally back on the podium. Congratulations, first of all. Before I even ask you a question, you should know that Alfama was your biggest cheerleader today, and he thought you had it the entire way, and he was right. So you two are, at this point, are best friends. He believed in you the entire time. Talk about map 2. We knew that you had a win streak on Cafe. You liked Cafe, and you won it. But why was Consulate the complete opposite of when you played it against W7M a couple of weeks ago?
I think that the main thing is that we are playing without all the pressure to qualify. Since we already qualified, we are playing like more loose, like not afraid to do plays, to get gunfights. So I think it's working out well for us that we're playing without all the pressure we were playing before. So yeah. Everybody's playing more aggressive, more confident, and trying to get gunfights. So yeah, it helped us a lot today.
You know, it's the first time that you guys reached top 3 in Brazil since almost 2 years. It was the second stage of 2023. What changed in the lineup? What are the key elements that made this big difference for you guys?
I think that everybody here is more. How can I say that? We all hear each other well. Like in the last lineup, we had a lot of confrontations about play style, how should we play, which maps we're gonna play. So now everybody's on the same page. So everybody thinks the same about the game, the way we approach it. So it's working well, and we're improving every day.
Looking forward to your next game then, Pino, that's obviously coming up very, very shortly. You're going from one opponent in W7M to then playing against Furia. How will you change your style in terms of the two games?
I think it's gonna be the same. Like Furia and W7M play a lot like each other, so they have similar play style, especially so it's gonna be the same preparation, same stuff, and I think it's gonna be good for us.
Last question for you. You said that you think you're playing a lot more confident because you don't have pressure. What do you think it's going to take for the no pressure play style of NIP to just become the new NIP forever without having to think about the pressure nearly as much? How do you replicate your performance in this series to every series going forward?
Yeah, so first of all, we need to get that good communication we are having this game. Like everybody was calm to talk, to take actions, and we know the timing to do our stuff, our aggressiveness. So yeah, we need to. There's two main things.
Fair play. It starts with good base mechanics and communication, which you had in spades in this one, and it paid off. Congratulations, man, but job for today is not done. Hopefully we'll see you at the very end of the day after Furia game. Take care.
Thank you, guys.
It's going to be a long day for him because not only do they have another best of 3 they have to go through, but Leo, there's a bit of a break in between both matchups to give them a moment to catch their breath. Though, I also wonder, because that game was so quick, do you even think that they need a breather? Was that just the warm-up before they go play Furia?
Well, technically, they will just need the map veto, and then we'll go straight back in. They will need a quick break. Like we've known this. It was the same for EML. They will be fine. I just want to go back to what he said there, and it was basically my main argument when I started saying this, that NIP could take this, is that they had zero pressure to win. All the pressure were on W7M. They needed those SI points to still, I guess, make sure they would be part of the top of Brazil and prove that they would be going to SI easily just based on the points ranking. And so that's why it was all on W7M to win this. And NIP came in with their EWC ticket. That's all that they wanted. And so they played for completely free of any pressure. You saw the faces of Fantasy when he was going aggressive. You saw the same atmosphere on Wizard, on Cons, on Pinot. They were just having fun. And that's the main thing for me. Going into the next match, it's the same story. Furia just lost to FaZe. They're not in the same dynamic at all. They are cold. They've had to wait and watch this. And they will be in a situation, it's Furia, by the way. They are championship mentality. They can't go back into this easily, right? But still, they have to win this. They need those 150 SI points guaranteed. So NIP, once again, will have nothing to lose in the matchup. And 3 maps, they haven't even played 3 maps. They've played 2 maps and not that many rounds, not a single overtime. When you're a pro player, you double scream every day. Like, they have the endurance to go into that Furia game with full of momentum, no pressure. I don't know what you think, Jack, but I'm not saying it's a clear cut for NIP either way. I'm just saying there's still that upset potential for them.
Yeah, it's a curious one, isn't it? Because they've overcome one of the giants of SAL. They've now got to face another one. But there's always a train of thought that who actually has it better. The team that maybe has a break and has a chance to watch their opponent, or the team that just comes into it feeling hot, feeling good, and just keeps rolling with that momentum. Now, obviously for NIP, they've just won. They've just caused a big upset. They'll be riding that high. And then for Furia, they lost a game that they were beaten pretty comprehensively. So they've had to sit and lick their wounds. They've had to cool back down whilst this game was on, and then get back up into it. So I think both teams are kind of tested mentally across how this goes. Maybe, as you say, Leo, I don't think fatigue will come into it too much, because actually both games were pretty quick games, of course, as you can see the bracket today. So I think it's quite finely poised. Once again, I would, just on the balance of things, make Furia the favourites in our lower bracket final. However, momentum is a strange old thing, and it can do wonders, especially for NIP, like you say, who are now playing without pressure.
We're going to do a transition from analysts from U2 into a set of the Americans for our very last game. But before I let you guys go, just for the both of you, do either of the teams in the lower final next up really have a chance to beat FaZe in the grand final? Because we can talk about lower bracket runs all we want, but ultimately if FaZe is the buzzsaw, that's your final boss. So do either of these teams actually have a chance? Jack, you first. What do you think?
Yes, I would sit on the fence with this one generally, but I know you're going to want me to give an opinion. Yes, they do. Siege is not played on paper. FaZe looked phenomenal today. I would argue that Furia have a better chance of beating FaZe than what NIP do. Again, just because if NIP managed to beat W7 and Furia and then FaZe in back-to-back best of threes, that would be
legendary
a
run, generational for NIP.
Yeah, generational, 100%. If Furia get back into the final, and they would be probably the first team from the big regions to go from the upper bracket final back into the final, can they do it? Yeah, but FaZe really had their number today. Like, Furia will really have to up their team play if they're going to get anywhere close. Like, they did not put up a good performance against FaZe today. So, do I expect FaZe to just kick on and win regardless? Yes, but sport is, it's a wonderful thing. There's a chance. There's always a chance.
I agree with Fresh here. I think that if you look at FaZe and the way they've been playing, not only today, but across the stage, and obviously that victory in Boston, they're one of the most, if not the most complete, flexible team in all of Siege. I think that their current form is amazing, especially at LAN. It will take a team that has an incredibly high ceiling to beat them. And that's why I think that NIP is a little bit limited right now. They don't have the same experience. They don't have the same talent, nor the same understanding of the game that FaZe does. So I just don't think that's going to happen in the BO3. One team that could do it would be Furia, and they would need a huge wake-up call and a huge ROD review of what happened today. But if they take the right learnings, I'm never counting down on Furia. They are not counting on them, rather. If you see that 6 Invitational victory they had in 2024, they came back all the way, and then they still beat FaZe. They can always do it. And that's why I think that FaZe are not completely safe, but they're just heavily favorites here.
All right, well, you gentlemen get to kick back, enjoy your weekend, and watch a lower bracket final, and then we get to come back and finish up our weekend together with that grand final up tomorrow. But for the rest of the night, thank you very much for what you do. We'll cycle a couple of other guys in just a second, but before we do that, we did have some expectations coming into the stage for literally every team. We thought some were going to be great, like the big three. We thought some were going to be mid-table or didn't know how they were going to perform because they were brand new to the league. So EK did a deep dive, and by deep dive, I mean deep into the bowels of the South American League to figure out what the expectations were and how those expectations turned into reality.
Hello everyone, Ike here, your analyst from the Brazilian channels. So yeah, after 9 play days, 45 matches and 499 rounds in the SAL's first phase, we have made it to the Rio Deal, the clutch moments in the playoffs. But the real question is, how did our battle-tested South American squads do when it comes to expectations versus reality? That's exactly what we're diving into here. I'm gonna pull up what some of the players said before the league even started and compare it with what they actually delivered so far. First off, there's not much point in hearing from the squads that already dipped out. Loud, Los, ENX, and 9Z. Whatever they planned, well, it clearly went sideways. Well, let's kick things off with Black Dragons, the guys from BED. So tell us, Rare, what kind of adversity were you all expecting and how did you all handle it?
Como todo time novo, né? Você tem entrosamento, querendo ou não, ficar muito tempo treinando não é a mesma coisa que jogar campeonato e experiências que a gente vai ter, a gente só vai ter no campeonato realmente. Ser um time montado do zero, que ninguém quase jogou junto assim. E talvez isso possa acarretar um pouco pra gente, mas acredito que a gente vai conseguir se dar bem.
Alright, we're gonna come out on top isn't exactly the most detailed prediction, but let's be real. For a team that had to build itself pretty much from scratch, finishing 6th in the group stage with 4 wins and 5 losses is actually not bad. All that said, I think a fair rating for their expectations is a solid 5. Actually, let's bump that to a 6, since they did make it to the playoffs. A chill, solid job. Props to the crew. Alright, time to look at what the mighty Team Liquid was aiming for this split. Especially after, let's say, a bit of chaotic season opener.
Cara, a gente deu um pouco a prévia aí, né, no Reload, a gente teve alguns bons jogos contra a FaZe, até mesmo que a gente perdeu contra a Secret também, foi um jogo disputado também, a gente não conseguiu fechar o mapa. Cara, a gente vem bem preparado, a gente vem bem forte, agora trabalhando muito mais a questão fora de jogo do que de dentro de jogo, que a gente viu que é uma parte que a gente tem que trabalhar, mas a gente vem bem forte sim.
We're coming in strong, huh, Ask? Kinda pushing it there, weren't you? At the time of that interview, the Liquid IGL couldn't see the future, but now everyone knows the Cavalry had a rough start in the SAL, with 5 straight losses before going into Beast Mode and clutching their last 4 matches. That streak got them into 5th place by the end of the regular split. So yeah, in this case, I feel the expectations were just a bit too hyped. So I'll give that a 7. But the run itself was gritty, so I'm giving what they actually did in reality a humble but fair 6. Nice! Now let's break down the performance of Ninjas in Pajamas, a team that came in with low expectations but ended up shocking a lot of people. So tell us, Cons, how do you evaluate NIP's run in this first phase?
Acho que o primeiro split pra gente foi positivo, eu acho que ainda dava pra ser melhor. A gente teve alguns deslizes ali, principalmente nas 3 partidas que a gente perdeu, que foi muito feio as partidas que a gente perdeu, mas já é um bom começo pra uma line nova, ainda mais comigo de GL.
I feel you, Cons. I get where you're coming from, but saying we could have done better low-key undersells what you all pulled off. NIP had a seriously solid showing, grabbing 3rd place with 6 wins and only 3 losses. So here's what I'm thinking. Considering how shaky this roster was looking before SAL even kicked off, I'd say the expectations were around a 4. But since the boys came together, synced up, and dropped some real results, the reality score has to be a well-earned 7. Do you all agree? Hit me with your takes in the comments. And now we are diving into the squads that turned heads the most. The highlights of well-played Siege. Let's start with the Bulls. What's good to this? What was the vibe in W7M before the SAL began?
Cara, as expectativas são boas. Querendo ou não, vai ter 2 times novos também, que é a Los e a NX, né? Ah, eu não avisei também. Vai ter 3 times novos que vão mostrar o que eles veem, mano. E pra mim, tá um campeonato, tipo, balanceado. Assim, também vai ser maneiro.
It's gonna be fun, huh? Kind of a weird projection, bro. Anyway, what matters is that the Bulls finished the first stage on top with a monster performance. 7 wins and only 2 losses. But all that fire didn't exactly carry over into playoffs. They totally slipped up and got smacked by Furia. So here's the breakdown. W7M is a friggin' 4-time world champion org, and this roster has had plenty of time to gel. That means their expectations were easily sitting at an 8. As for reality, kinda slipped post-qualification, so we will go with a respectable but underwhelming 7. It is what it is. Alright, no more delays. Time to talk about the regional win machine, aka FaZe Clan. Let's see what they had to say before this SAL split even kicked off.
Acredito que a gente deu uma relaxada ali no reload e tudo mais, mas a gente acertou bastante coisa já que tem que acertar. Acho que a gente vai conseguir sim a classificação para a Arábia e acho que a gente vai se manter o time que sempre classifica, sempre briga por títulos. Vai ser a FaZe Clan de verdade.
That's what I like to hear, man. Our dude Vita King came in saying they were going straight to the EWC. And look, they did just that. First, FaZe took second place in groups, which was solid. Then, they went straight to the semis, crushed an IP like it was light work, and punched their ticket to Saudi Arabia. Now for the grades. Yeah, the boys didn't do super hot at Reload, but they are the reigning invitational champs. This roster is stacked. They've got the chemistry, the wins, and the legacy in these regional tournaments. So the expectation had to be a bold and proud 10, and the reality also a 10. They locked in the EWC spot with matches to spare. Big ups to Cyber and the crew. And last but definitely not least, let's talk about the Panthers, a squad that talked the talk and walked the walk. But before the breakdown, let's hear from Felipox. What did Furia expect from SAL this season?
Cara, depois de ser campeão do Reload aí, estamos vindo muito confiante para conquistar essa vaga aí para a WC. Como eu já disse em outras entrevistas, a gente veio pro Reload com o foco de treinar mesmo, tipo de usar o campeonato como um treino do CGX, o primeiro campeonato do CGX, e acabou que a gente viu que nosso método de trabalho, nosso método com os bans novos, o jeito que a gente está lidando com o jogo, tá muito bom, não à toa a gente foi campeão. Então a gente tá vindo muito confiante aí para esse split do Brasileirão.
Got it. The boys breezed through Reload like it was a warm-up and came into the SAL on a tear. They're already qualified for Saudi Arabia and just chilling now until they see if they can bag the title for this first split. That said, even with all the dubs, the reality is the Panthers were up and down in the group stage. 6 wins and 3 losses, and a few of those wins had to come through overtime. So despite the performance, they only locked in 4th place. Not that it mattered much, Furia came out swinging when the playoffs hit, steamrolling both Liquid and W7M to lock in their EWC slot early. Okay, time to hand out those grades. This is the same lineup that won Reload, and they are the most decorated roster in Siege history. So of course, expectations equals a big fat 10. And the reality, just holding it a notch lower because they did get a little overconfident in the early stages. So let's call it a 9 for now. Still, massive respect to the Furia gang. Whew, that's a wrap on this long, deep dive into the SAL recap. And after all this digging, I think I've earned myself a solid break. I'm out for now, folks. See you next time.
We give a lot of teams pre-stage hype usually because they deserve it, and sometimes they live up to that hype, and sometimes we have to come back down to reality a little bit and figure out whether they really met our expectations heading into the stage. I brought in Lynx and Laxon for our last game, but before we're able to get to there, we still have a bit of a break before we jump into this one. So let's just go over every team that made playoffs and figure out whether the Brazil team's overall 1 to 10 scale of expectation versus reality actually meets with everybody. Lax, you might disagree with some of the number ratings in here, and you're totally free to, but overall, do you think that your expectations before this stage started in South America were generally met for the most part?
I would say for the most part, like seeing W7M make it, seeing Furia make it, seeing FaZe obviously make it, and I would say those were definitely the ones that I thought for sure. So the fact that NIP got in there, Liquid got in there, Black Dragons, I wasn't too sure how that was going to look from stage to stage, but I would say it went half and half. I'd have to say I got met in the middle.
Same question to you, Lynx.
I was about to say, I would say where we ended up is probably what I would have expected. The top 6 teams we had, the road to get there, I don't know if I would say so. For example, I was not particularly hot on Loud going into the stage, but they really surprised me with a lot of those performances they put in the FaZe game, in the Fury games, honestly in a lot of their games against the top teams, really seemed like they deserved a top 6 spot, and then a collapse at the absolute worst time towards the end of the groups might have resulted in them being in that 7th place spot where I probably would have predicted them at the beginning of the stage. But they really started to make me believe towards the end there, and I think the performances they were put in were oftentimes deserving of a top 6 spot. But at least for, obviously, talking about the playoff teams, for Black Dragons, it's kind of funny that, you know, their expectation was a 7 and reality was a 7, because I probably landed about the same way. You do a pretty massive rebuild after dropping after your IGL Ask, who was a big part of qualifying for the Montreal Major. You rebuild and then make playoffs and look pretty decent across the whole stage. That's a solid 7 out of 10 for a new roster for me. That is a successful stage.
Lax, I think the only reason why there might be some people that disagree with this is I think given the fact that they had, I think in total an 8 map loss streak from the end of the round robin into playoffs might deter some people from really like sticking with that number. But given the fact that they had to do a full rebuild, do you think that 7 is warranted?
I would honestly put them up slightly higher. I mean, 7's already pretty high for a brand new rebuild, but given the performance that they had throughout the stage and beating some of the teams that they did and just looking overly all impressive compared to their previous stage with the new rendition of this roster, I was genuinely impressed. I was obviously a big advocate of this BD roster in general, obviously more so to say with Makina in specific, but realistically, I think given them jumping into playoffs, I think it kind of did test them. Obviously, they lost to NIP in a 7-0, then 7-4, and then it kind of just went spiraling downhill, which again, W7M, they went 8-6, 8-6 with. So realistically, we could have seen them in the top 4, had a couple of those rounds, been in a different place. So just for that alone, I have to say the expectation would probably be an 8 for me. Obviously, that's not a huge jump, but I think a 7 is fair. Just for me, I would say an 8.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see
think.
No, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think for me, I'd probably put the expectation lower because it's a new roster, but I disagree with Gabe. I think reality at 7 is perfectly fine.
If you were to put their expectation lower, how far lower than 7 would you go?
I honestly would just put. I mean, this also we might just disagree on ranking systems. Having a prospective law student now debating these like little format details is not. It's going to result in a lot of inane conversations.
It's not prudent to discussion, Links. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. I'll try to restrain myself, but I'd put expectation out of 5 only because it's a pretty. It's just like a pretty new roster. We don't know exactly where they're going to go. The 5 more represents like, hey, could be good, could be bad. We just don't know. So that's where I would land.
Let's see what the Brazilian analysts thought of Liquid. They were at the 5th place overall, and that was pretty crazy considering they lost the first 5, then came back to win 4. So we'll do a check on what Liquid looks like there. If you had to guess what the expectation was for Liquid, most people would have told you probably top 5, maybe coming in, whether that was coming with reload expectations or not. Their expectation from Brazil was an 8. Reality was a 6.
No.
Okay. All right, Gabe. All right, Gabe.
No,
I don't see. Okay, I don't know where the expectation got put here to begin with. I definitely would have started that with a lower. I would say the reality is obviously their improvement throughout the last little bit of the stage, because this would have been an insane expectation given their entire stage thus far. And then again, they had a huge resurgence to even bounce back, to even fight to make it into playoffs, and then now have bombed out, to say the least. But yeah, that expectation is very high for me. I would have probably put their expectation at a 5 and then say the reality as a 5, because you got to respect the players on the roster, like Nask, like Maya, like Diaz, like Ask, like forgetting the other now. There's too many names popping through my head right now. Reset.
How could you forget the last?
Sorry, Reset.
Oh my God.
Excuse me. There's a lot of names going through my head here. Yeah, you got to give the players their respect, but still to give the expectation at 8. I definitely wouldn't.
Yeah,
I don't know who made that call.
Yeah, given Liquid's recent form, like Manchester's over a year ago. Like we're talking about like Montreal, SI, Reload. Giving Liquid an expectation of an 8. no offense, but like that's like getting blinded by the lights of the org name. Like, I just don't know if, given Liquid's recent woes and also dropping or picking up Ask, who, yes, did have an IGL that or as an IGL was a pretty big part of Black Dragons getting the resurgence they had in Montreal, but it was under such different circumstances. Ask was lurking everywhere. He was going crazy on the defense, getting really aggressive, and he's just playing different roles here and IGLing a different style with fundamentally different people. I don't know how you could expect anything higher than like a 5, maybe a 6, if you really believe in that system and these players, which, to be fair, as Gabe said, we do have Nesk, we do have Maya, we have DS, who I still think is an incredible player coming from North America. But an 8 is kind of crazy. 8 is a little ridiculous.
I'll play a little bit of devil's advocate. If they didn't have the crash out against CAG that forced them out of reload, I could understand maybe a bit why expectations would be higher given the names that are in this lineup. But again, that's playing devil's advocate. It's probably a flimsy string overall. That's what the Brazilian analysts thought. But yeah, the reality of them crashing out at a 6 ultimately does make a lot of sense.
It makes me want to crash out. I'll say that.
I more so think it was just given, obviously, the historic players on this roster and just trying to give respect.
Yeah.
But that expectation is definitely not a realistic expectation.
All right, we done Black Dragons and Liquid. We'll do Nip because Nip was the number 4. We're just going to keep on going in the order on this one. Which, again, these were set before Nip is now on one of the better lower bracket or just bracket runs in general, or we've seen them on in the first place. They've had a really good stage thus far. 3rd place to end it out in the round robin. 3rd place at minimum in the regular season. Expectation at an 8 despite having to retool everything.
I got to talk to the analyst at this point.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Honestly, you know, Gabe, you know what we could say? I think we can appreciate that the analysts, they're just really happy that they want everyone to succeed. They
there's some
really
hopium
believe in everybody.
No, there's some hopium
I love the
going
optimism.
on here because NIP, we haven't seen them at an international event for so long. And to put a team at an 8, that expectation you're setting that they're going to be a team that's going to be making a major, that they're going to be the face of your region, competing for you, we have not seen that. So to be putting them high up there, I just can't agree with that, especially given, again, throughout history recently. You would have to put them similar to Liquid, and then the reality is they have improved. They have been improving. So I would say the reality's fair. I would definitely agree with the reality. The expectation, hell no.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe, do you know the last event we saw, the last 2 events we saw NIP at?
When I was still playing.
No, no. To be fair, they were 2 events after that. However,
fair.
I will forgive you for forgetting because they got 9th through 12th at SI24. That was the last event they were at, SI24, and before that, they were at Atlanta, where I casted them, winning a series. To be fair, but winning a series 2-1 against Fear X. Fear X in the play-ins. They dropped the map to 2023 Fear X. That is before they qualified for EWC. That is this org's international history of the past 2 years. Like, an 8 is ludicrous. An 8's crazy.
I don't agree. I simply don't agree. And again, when I see these analysts at events, I'm just gonna have to talk to them and be like, let's talk about these expectations.
Let's say this though, because Gabe and I were both kind of like, we harped a lot on the expectation. However, if we are to be positive, I think Gabe and I can both agree at this point, now that they have secured top 3, and also with how they looked in the game we just played, I do actually feel quite good about NIP right now. I have been very critical about this org and the teams through many of the rebuilds, and even a lot of the components of the previous rebuild that are in this lobby right now. You know, originally Fancy and Hates getting brought on, then now obviously Wizard getting brought back. I've always had a lot of questions about this roster, but I think especially with the game we just saw, and even though, as Gabe and I have talked about, they have issues falling back to a plan B when plan A goes awry on the attack, that plan A often looks really good when it gets executed. And I think that does have to be acknowledged, and that when NIP are playing well, they are playing really well right now.
Absolutely. And kind of similar to Furia in terms of where we've talked about, like, they've kind of adopted a similar play style in terms of just being able to slow down. That last game in specific from NIP, they did slow down their play style. They played the win conditions. They played the defenses properly, where they didn't need to get overzealous. They didn't need to force a play. They more so just played the enemy into their own hands, into their own siege. So for that alone, I mean, that's already a huge improvement from the NIP we saw in the beginning of the stage.
Absolutely.
Or even from the previous renditions of the roster. So again, the reality for me, that could be a 7 to 8, but again, the expectation is insane.
I think we had ideas that the conversations about the bottom 3 teams in play, perceived bottom 3 teams in playoffs, I'll correct myself before we go any further, was probably going to be like this because there is an established big 3 in Brazil. It hasn't been broken for a hot minute. But let's talk about that big 3 real quick, mostly because one of them is no longer in playoffs, and we can probably look at that reality marker for W7M in a little bit of a different light now, seeing that they don't have a podium finish for what feels like the first time in a long time. Expectations immediately through the roof, but their reality did kind of come back down to earth a little bit, and that was even before we had these numbers come out, Lynx.
Yeah, and obviously if I were to quibble, like, would I say a 10? I don't know, but I think the more important thing is, like, I probably would agree with the analyst that that W7M seemed to be in contention for potentially knocking off FaZe as so far the undisputed best team domestically in Brazil. FaZe, you know, on what, a 4-stage win streak? Since Blast took over, they've won every single stage of the Brazil League and now potentially SAL with them in the grand finals on or tomorrow. So I think the more important thing is that I expected W7M to be in more fierce contention, even if they ended up falling short, to be in fiercer contention than I think they ended up being. And while they looked really, really good during the stage, the last couple matches we played were a pretty precipitous decline going back towards, I mean, obviously you had the game they lost today, but even yesterday, why can't I remember who they played?
Black Dragons game?
Black Dragons, there we go. Even in the Black Dragons game, like, Black Dragons are a good team, but the form W7M have had, especially like throughout the stage, especially with like players like Dodez popping off, to see them really, really struggle against BD and then obviously lose pretty handedly to NIP today, after they've also had like great showings on consulate attacks, for example, is very, very strange.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with the reality. Expectation, I can't say that I necessarily disagree with given their consistency, but something that Igor said after they beat them was this is a team that they are really good players, but they lack that inexperience in terms of necessarily losing and kind of,
that's true.
You know, recognizing their wrongs that happen from game to game. Whereas before they could have got by, they snuck by, they were a brand new team. And I think it's very true. And being a former player, when you make a new roster, whether it's one person, whether it's 2 people, whatever that is, you typically, when you find success right out the gate, it's great. Everything's perfect. There's nothing wrong. But once one mistake happens, one loss happens, it starts a snowball effect of creating more problems that realistically aren't there. It's like ghost problems. Then they become the reality of many different problems that start to hinder your performance, where we saw W7M time and time again finding success early into the stage, looking dominant, looking like they're going to be the face of Brazil, then to immediately start backpedaling after a few losses, one right after the other. And we're just seeing more problems, more inconsistency, more players not having that performance. And it really does become a mental game at that point from a player perspective of what is wrong? Why can't we fix this? What is happening? What are we needing to do? Why are we chasing after something that we don't need to? We just need to play our game. So from a fundamental standpoint and just a mentality standpoint, this is where W7M has really been struggling in the end. And it's unfortunate that they did get knocked out after today and not really put up that great of a performance that we've been seeing. But again, it is important for a new team to start experiencing these losses when they've already achieved the success of obviously now getting that invite to EWC, being able to work on everything leading up to it. But it definitely makes sense that this has been the reality and kind of why they've slipped up as much as they have.
W7M ultimately, I think, when you have expectations that high, if you live up to them, great. But if you don't live up to them, in W7M's case, there probably is a reason, because just because you add Paul Lu to your team doesn't mean you're immediately going to be like the best team in the region automatically overnight. The top 4 is very easily still doable, and they got that minimum done, if nothing else. Still 2 teams left, and both of them, I think, they're either going to be 9s or 10s in expectations probably the whole way. One of them being the current world champs, who I do think are up next, who have done phenomenally in standard stage play, excluding Reload, but we've talked about whether you want to count Reload in the mix on whether their performance post-World Championship is actually going to count for much. That's totally fair. But in the regular stage, you've only lost a couple of BO3s. You have yet to lose a single map in playoffs so far. Expectations were high. Reality, if it's not a 10 on both sides of this bracket or this graphic when it comes up, I'm going to be surprised.
I mean, for me, at least my personal, I mean, if you're the world champs and you've won Brazil 4 times, your expectation has to be a 10. Like, FaZe's expectation should be a 10. I don't know how it couldn't be.
That's going to blow my mind.
It's actually funny. It's a 4. We didn't expect him to do that great.
Hey.
No, it's just-
Yeah, I
Could
mean,
you
they're
imagine?
living up to the expectation versus reality by far. I mean, everyone, I could argue, you know, FaZe should technically be the 2-time world champions. They had everything in their power in Sao Paulo to
We're going to keep
win.
talking about that what if for years, man.
100% we're going to talk about that what ifs because they wrote their wrongs going to Boston and winning it and solidifying it pretty dominantly than obviously what transpired during Sao Paulo. But they had everything in their pocket to win that. And when I look at FaZe as a whole, in terms of the expectation, in terms of the reality, FaZe is by far the best team in the entire world, not just because they won SI, but they have just stayed so consistent in their play style and their placings that there's really nothing you can nitpick at this roster and try to be like, okay, this is the problem. This is what needs to be fixed. There really is nothing. They are the most picture perfect team within Siege to date.
Yeah, and to that point, it's similar to BDS now Falcons, right? Like, sure, obviously, it's not great that you were in 3 finals in a row and lost all of them, but like, you got second at every international event, and you've also won EWC multiple times. Like, that's still the kind of consistency that not only teams dream of, but the kind of consistency that you would attribute to calling or factor into calling a team one of the best teams in the world. And FaZe are undoubtedly similar. They were at top 4, for every single event in 2023, then obviously top 2 at SI that year, top 8 at Manchester, again, top 8 or top 4 at Montreal, then 1 SI. Yeah, and then obviously won Brazil 4 times in a row. Yeah, that's a 10 out of a 10 expectation for me. It doesn't get much simpler than that.
I don't mean to laugh, but I was looking at all the players. I actually thought KDS was blocking Handy's face for some reason. Like I just thought he was.
No, the way it's lined up.
Yeah,
I don't know. Can your arm get like that? Actually, no, it could. 'Cause that's his left arm.
Yeah,
no, your arm could get like that. Left arm.
Nah, I thought it was just KDS blocking his face.
I can't believe he's blocking my goat like that. That's really messed up, to be honest.
Perspectives are warped. It's all right.
My producer requested that I demonstrate it. I was trying to go like this. I was like,
You're gonna hurt yourself.
You'd have to compensate for the thumb not turning the same way.
I flexed so hard the shirt almost just broke. So you know I gotta really be careful when I'm making
on
poses
broadcast links. Calm down. My girlfriend's not on this app. She doesn't watch Twitch. Anyway. One team left, and they've had monumental expectations on their shoulders for literally years at this point. It's felt like they've done nothing but rise constantly, event after event from 2022 up until this point. But now they've gone a stretch without winning anything. They had 3 in a row, and now we're at a point where we're trying to figure out where they still fit. Can they get back to championship winning form is the ultimate question. But for Furia, it's still gonna be high, and they're not out of the running quite yet. It's a guaranteed top 3. They're still playing like Furia, even if now their playstyle isn't exactly uncommon. More people are trying to see if they can't work their what the world these guys have done for a long time, because in some ways they did change the game, but it's been overall still a very successful stage for these guys, and we kind of wouldn't expect anything less from them.
No, we certainly wouldn't. But Gabe, I'm actually interested to see what you think about this, because Furia is probably the weirdest team for me here.
Yeah,
because
I would say I'll let you go.
No, because what I was going to say was, like, for Furia, if you're talking about placement, reality's probably a 9 or 10, right? Like top 3 with a very strong shot to get top 2. That's probably fair. But the way they looked for most of the stage, and I know people always say online Furia, they power up for lands, whatever, right? But like, we still have to grade the performances we've had, and much of Furia's reality has been KZ pulling them over the finish line in the group stage. And even though they do power up for playoffs, they do power up on land, that is still part of their performance. And do you base their reality more on the placement and the playoffs, where they often do succeed, or should we also incorporate that group stage performance? Because I think it probably brings the score lower a bit.
Yeah, well, again, when we're looking at expectation, I think if we're just looking at from a regional perspective, I wouldn't say an expectation would be a 10, given that they've never been this sheer dominant.
Really?
they've never been the dominant team within their region. They've been the dominant team from their region internationally. They've always struggled within their own region, unlike FaZe, where I'd say FaZe has had more consistent basis in terms of beating the rest of Brazil and then continuing to fall out internationally, where Furia has always shined in that regard. So my expectation for them in regionally would probably be at an 8. Given their performance so far, and you're talking about throughout this stage, the reality, I still wouldn't say it's a 10, because we're still seeing moments of them being like, okay, the aggression is great. We're seeing it. It's working. But then there's also moments where we're seeing, okay, they're playing too aggressive. They aren't playing with one another. We talked to Felipox. He even said in their one game against ENX, we aren't playing as a team. We're playing too individual. We're not doing the things that we should be doing. We're relying too much on ourselves instead of relying on one another. Then we immediately saw that pivot, Links, where we saw them versus W7M, and we were giving them that praise because they were not only playing aggressive, but they were still playing passive in a sense. They were playing operators like Clash. Herds was playing Clash and allowing himself to still get aggressive, but to still allow his teammates to play off of him, which was why we were seeing such a dominant Furia the day prior. And then we go into today and watch their match versus FaZe that I caught a glimpse of. And they, in the exact same scenario of where it was against ENX, we saw the aggression just immediately being shut down by FaZe. They didn't look like they knew what to do. They weren't playing with one another, and they just were just getting smoked in every single sense of the match. So for me, the reality still shouldn't be a 10. I would say it's probably at an 8 as well, where I put my expectation. I think them showing a true performance here to put themselves in a grand final and then winning the grand final against FaZe, and how they do that and how they just rebuttal against that passive aggressive play style that FaZe has, that then would put my reality at a 10. So for me, it would be an 8 across the board.
Well, and I can say, and this is the last thing I'll say real quick. I think one thing Gabe and I agree on is that if, and Jacob, obviously I know we'll talk about this a lot when we set up the next game, but if Herds is going to pop off, that is what will need to happen if Furia are going to be at a 10. He is so key and important for Furia playing like one of the best teams in the world. But again, I know we'll talk about that later, Jacob.
To be fair, if a team's entire reputation is based off the star players playing like star players, if for some reason they're not playing like star players, then you're gonna have this conversation come up over and over again. But to your point, we have one more game that Furia have to play later on today where that point's definitely going to come up, because it could be their last game of the stage, having now lost that game to FaZe. Also, friends, just like that, 40 minutes off the board in the blink of an eye without even realizing it had been that long. Yep, just about 40 minutes according to production. So that's the expectations in reality in a nutshell for the playoff teams. We are not completely out of the woods yet, and neither are NIP or Furia, because someone's got a grand final appearance against FaZe tomorrow, and the other is going to have their opportunity at 150 SI points completely squandered right here, right now. Well, right here after a break. We'll be right back.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Eu começo? Ah, tá. Posso... Pô, você tem que olhar, né, velho? É verdade.
Quem sou eu?
É sim ou não, pai?
Eu sou um operador?
Não.
Eu sou um mapa?
Não.
Relacionado ao SIG?
Sim.
Sei lá, cara, um drone?
Não.
Não sei, cara, não sou boneco, não sou mapa. Sou uma mira?
Não.
Um gadget?
Não.
Cara, eu sou um terrorista?
Não, não é um terrorista.
Cara... Não tem, já perguntei tudo. Sou um drone, sou um mapa, não sou nada, cara.
Não, você não perguntou tudo não, pai.
Eu sou um jogador?
Sim.
Eu jogo na BD?
Não.
Eu jogo na FaZe?
Não.
Eu jogo na Fúria?
Não.
Eu jogo na Liquid?
Não.
Eu jogo no Brasil?
Não. Não, sim, você joga no Brasil, Toda você joga na NIP?
Não. Eu jogo na NiP?
Sim.
Eu sou eu?
Não.
Eu sou você?
Não.
Eu jogo na NiP mesmo?
Sim, você joga na NiP, Ninjas e Pijamas.
Cara, eu sou o Pina.
Sim.
Ah,
Você é o
pô.
Pina. Cara, eu sou uma pessoa?
Não.
Eu sou um operador?
Sim.
Um operador de ataque?
Não.
Eu sou um operador de defesa.
Não vou nem responder.
Eu sou da Inglaterra?
Sei lá, não.
Não? Vixe Maria. Eu tenho uma 12 de primária?
Não.
Eu tenho uma 12 de secundária?
Não.
Eu sou Jäger?
Não.
Eu sou a Mai?
Não.
Meu boneco tem arame?
Tem.
Tá, então eu sou maestro?
Não.
Meu boneco tem C4?
Tem.
C4 é arame. Eu sou o Kaid?
Não.
Eu sou recruta?
Não.
Pô, velho, não faço a mínima ideia.
Tem mais um gadget aí no secundário.
Tem mais um gadget secundário?
Mais uma arame ou outra coisa.
Não faço a mínima ideia, mano.
Não?
Não faço a mínima
Eu
ideia.
achei
sou
legal, eu acho.
Eu sou muito bobo, pera aí.
É muito nervoso, né, velho? Você pega o
muito
celular na
nervoso.
sua cara, mano, é foda.
Tem arame e C4.
E mais um?
E mais um?
Uhum.
Eu não lembro, não tô nem lembrando os bonecos, velho. É muito nervosismo, velho. Não vou conseguir acertar. Não vai dar.
É o Ozzy, velho. Arame, C4 e mirim.
Chapéu Globo, velho. Cara, eu sou um merda.
Eu achei muito bom, velho, meu desempenho, velho.
Eu sou um merda.
Eu achei que eu fui perfeito no jogo.
O JV?
Conheço o Neide.
Ah, desde 2023.
Faz 2 anos. 2 anos. 3 anos.
Eu não sei nem o meu mapa preferido. Pô, vou falar aqui. Meu mapa preferido é Border e o do JV é Border.
Meu mapa preferido é Banco e o mapa preferido do Neide é Border. Meu operador de ataque favorito é a Doka e do Neide é o Ace.
Meu operador favorito de ataque é o Capitão e o operador favorito do JV... Puta... Hibana.
Meu operador de defesa favorito é...
Nem eu sei. O meu operador... Ele não vai saber o meu. Meu operador favorito de defesa é o... Mute.
O operador de defesa favorito do Neide é Smoke.
E o do JV... Azami.
Meu operador de defesa favorito é...
Vamos ver quem que é.
Eu vou botar aí o Elysium, mano.
O JV não tem skin preferida.
Minha skin preferida... Eu não tenho nenhum skin.
E a minha skin preferida é a da Fúria.
E a skin favorita do Neide é Black Ice.
Cara, minha novidade favorita do CGX...
Minha novidade do CGX favorito é...
É o som.
Acho que é o Extintora.
E o do JV?
Do Neide é...
Cara, do JV é o som também.
Eu acho que é a Corrida do Rapel.
Cara, se eu não fosse jogador de R6, eu seria um grande empresário. E se o JV não fosse jogador de R6... ele seria um comediante.
Se eu não fosse jogador de R6, eu estaria fazendo faculdade aí, ciência da computação. E se o Neide não fosse jogador de R6, ele seria dono da Tinta MC.
Eu trabalhei na Tintas MC. A minha comida preferida...
Acho que macarrão, nhoque, qualquer coisa.
É uma boa salada.
A comida preferida do Neide é...
E a do JV?
Vixe, não sei.
Pô, o do JV não tem comida favorita não, ele gosta de tudo. Mas eu vou dizer uma. Hambúrguer.
Acho que é carne. Alguma coisa com carne, assim. Um bifão, assim.
Rapaz!
Meu filme preferido é Interestelar.
O Batman Cavaleiro das Trevas e o do JV. Tá chovendo hambúrguer.
O Neide não assiste filme.
Minha série preferida é Breaking Bad.
O La Casa de Papel.
E a do JV...
Eu acho que também não assiste série.
É La Casa de Papel.
Meu
cantor preferido
é o Matuê e o cantor preferido do Neide, ele não escuta música, mas deve ser algum Roberto Carlos aí da vida, das antigas aí.
Eu vou falar o que ele falou, mas não é meu preferido. É Roberto Carlos e o dele é Oroa.
O mês?
Ixi. Meu mês é abril e o dele é dezembro.
O mês do meu aniversário é dezembro e o do Neide é... Vixe. Eu não sei se já passou, acho. Outubro. Será? Não, minto. É em abril. Não, abril.
Caralho, meu hobby é trabalhar, ficar com a minha namorada e ir pra academia. O do JV é ficar no TikTok.
De hobby é sair pra festa. E do Neide é passear com a namorada, não sei o que com a namorada. Fazer alguma atividade física também, uma academia.
Top 3 operadores mais roubados do CGX. Top 1, Clash. Tá roubadaça, impossível.
A Loube faz alguma coisa. Top 2, Azami também, por si só, muita barreira, enfim, inúmeras possibilidades ali, então Azami. E top 3, acho que dá pra pôr em geral todos os shields, então é isso. Pra galera que tá iniciando no CGX. Top 1, acho que o Ace, fácil de jogar ali, arma boa, vai ajudar o time. Ashe, né, desde os primórdios aí no Siege, também bonecão bom, rápido, arma boa. E um da defesa aí, acho que o Lysion. Controla bem as áreas, tem blindada, arma boa também. Acho que pra quem tá começando, opta pelas armas boas aí, porque não é fácil não. Bom, vou chamar o Toquinho aí, o Stroker, pra falar um pouco aí dos operadores. E vambora.
Pra mim é montanha, porque ele sempre consegue fazer progressão de mapa, muda bastante a compa da defesa, então ele atrapalha muito. A Azami, porque ela consegue criar várias jogadas individuais, é uma arma boa, boneco rápido, então ela incomoda bastante, dependendo do jogador é muito impactante também. E a Clash, porque ela também quebra totalmente a compa do ataque, consegue segurar posições que normalmente tu não seguraria. Ela atrasa muito, tem bastante variável agora que dá pra fazer com ela também, e ela vem bem forte pra poder counterar o meta aí. Os 3 operadores assim, que eu mais indico assim, pra começar jogando é o Buck. Normalmente a arma dele é muito roubada. Ele tem a 12 também, arma secundária pra fazer vertical, abrir parede rápido. Tem bang. A arma secundária dele é a pistola, mas a pistola é muito forte também. Eu indico também o Lesion na defesa, porque ele tem muita trap, dá pra ter bastante controle de mapa. Então tu consegue ouvir bastante se os caras virem em tais posições, é um boneco roubado. Arma boa também, tem 12 também de secundária. De terceiro acho que vai o Slag também, mano. Mesma coisa do Buck, assim, consegue fazer vertical, tem uma arma boa, com recuo bem fácil de controlar. É isso.
O top 3 de operadores mais roubados do CGX atualmente é a Clash, por ser um operador de shield e atualmente com meta de shield tá muito apelão, o raiozinho dela, é botar o shield e tudo mais. O Blackbeard, por ser um shield que pode mirar e usar o fuzil dele. E a Azami, porque é um operador que sempre destruiu muito meta, clicando em paredes, fazendo holds que não existiam antes. Atualmente, o top 3 de operadores para você usar chegando no CGX, na minha opinião, é o Termite, por ser um operador muito simples, você só abre a parede, banga, não tem segredo, e atira. Twitch, você usar a DMR dela como arma muito forte, e você usa o gadget dela para limpar o espaço. A Ashe, porque é um boneco que você também só vai atirar e abrir parede, então não tem erro.
Os 3 operadores mais roubados do CGX eu acho que é a Clash, porque eu acho que tá muito roubada. O boneco de fita, muito nada a ver, roubadaça a Clash. Depois eu acho que o Ace, a arma é muito boa, o gadget é muito bom também, muito útil, abre as paredes todas. Por último, acho que é a Ashe mesmo, a Ashe é muito boa, o boneco sempre foi bom, desde o Rainbow Six normal. Aí acho que são os 3, esse é o meu top 3. Pra iniciar no jogo, eu acho que pode ser uma Valk, que você joga mais Intel ali e fica bem confortável no jogo. Um Lysion também, que é bem fácil de jogar também, não tem muito segredo. E eu acho que, por último, um Lion, acho que é bem fácil também de jogar. Você ativa o gadget, fica o boneco comparado e a arma é bem boa também.
Scientists have yet to determine whether it's possible to have a mini Cinderella run, but NiP are about to test that theory a bit because for a team that didn't have expectations of top 3 given what the top 3 in South America traditionally looks like, now they're in that position and have the chance to go even further because they're not settling for 3rd place. They could still get all the way to 1st. It's just going to take a lot more effort and maybe a slip up from one of the best teams in the world to get to that point. I'm Jacob. I brought the Americans back with me. The Euros had some opinions on the way that NIP have played their last series. Same thing with Furia. They've seen Furia lose and NIP win on the same day to force this matchup to happen. But Lax, we're not out of the woods yet. Someone still has to go home in this one, and we could see this mini Cinderella run come to a screeching halt if Furia do what they typically do.
Yeah, I would definitely say it's a little bit of a balance for both teams here. I wouldn't say there's one clear winner in my eyes because from the game that we saw from NIP today, they look significantly better in terms of understanding win condition, they were problem solving. They understood just how they wanted to play. And again, falling back more on a passive playstyle instead of constantly getting aggressive. Then on that back end, we look at Furia, where we saw life from previous games, but then in today, they were getting dominated by FaZe, which don't get me wrong, FaZe is an extremely hard opponent. I would say much harder than W7M. But again, the thing that we've talked about time and time again with Furia is they just don't know when to let their foot off the gas and just play off one another and play a trade game properly. Instead, they would just get picked apart. FaZe would just eat them alive and close it out in a 2-0 fashion and didn't even look like Furia could really muster much of a comeback. So I would say when you're looking at this game today in specific, just based off both performances, I can't really tell you there's one decisive winner over the other.
Yeah, I think my big concern is actually for Furia because, well, obviously one, the last times these two teams met in the SAL, NIP won 7-5. It was on bank, NIP won 4 attacks, 3 defenses, and it was very close. But as Gabe just said, Furia are a team that have a tendency to overcomplicate things, swing when they don't need to, play a bit too individually. And if you have a very individualistic playstyle and a player like Herds or KZ or JB92 isn't having a great performance, it affects the broader team's success much more than when a team like FaZe, who the point is the structure, it can take on a player underperforming or two so long as the others can pull the weight. But if the weight is diffused so widely, as it is for Furia, it can be problematic. And also, if you're a team like W7M that we just saw, Gabe, and they might not play the same, but they do play similarly.
So we're looking at a Furia team that had some struggles against FaZe, which is nothing new because FaZe usually handedly defeats W7M or Furia cores over the past couple of years, with the exception of that one game that we're going to keep on talking about until the end of eternity. But still, wasn't able to get the job done against FaZe, and now Lax, this is where they start their lower bracket run.
Yeah, again, it worries me because, as Lynx pointed out, as we've all talked about time and time again throughout the stage, the reason why they're in playoff contention in the first place and even finding themselves here in a third place matchup to go to grand final, a lot came off KZ's backing. His statistics in general and many different multi-kills throughout many rounds is really what was propelling Furia to even be competitive. Now, sure, we get into playoffs. It's been a little bit of a different story. We saw in the media match versus Team Liquid, it was a dominant game. It was like, okay, they're finding their stride. They're fixing things that they need to do. They're in best of 3 territory. This is where we're going to see Furia come alive. Then to even hammer on to that point, we see them versus W7M, and more specifically on a map like Skyscraper, where they did originally lose it to ENX because they were playing so aggressive. And again, talking to Felipox, saying, we are good at our aggression, but it's a double-edged sword because sometimes we just don't know when to fall back. But what we saw in that match in particular was Herds playing the shield, was playing Clash, playing very slow. They were playing very methodically, being able to play those trade games and keep that number advantage going all the way through until border and doing the exact same thing there. They were playing the win condition, playing the trades properly, getting that opening kill engagement first, and then just like I said, being able to trickle those numbers. But just again, today against FaZe, they did not know how to counteract that passive aggressive playstyle, let alone even to counteract the aggression that FaZe was bringing them. And if there's a team that's going to be aggressive, Furia should have the first understanding of how to counter that, and they simply couldn't. And they couldn't muster out much of a fight outside of going to Lair, their pick, and losing it outright. And then again, to reinforce the point of KZ not having a good performance, hindering the overall team success, that was one of KZ's worst performance, going 11-17, and the team falling apart in a 2-0 fashion to FaZe. So it kind of leads the question of going into NIP today. We need to see that same play style that they played against W7M with, where they can be able to rely on one another. It doesn't always have to be one single person putting up a performance. They have 5 talented players who can easily do it. But again, KZ also needs to be that proprietary factor who can actually also pop off as well if we really want to see Furia run the gauntlet and push into that grand final.
They're just gonna have to beat the team that they couldn't beat back in play day 2 over a month ago. NIP, to Lynx's point, knocked off Furia 7-5 on bank. That's the last time they faced one another, but it's been a hot minute, and NIP certainly are looking like whatever kinks they had to iron out before they got to this point, they've certainly done so. Otherwise, they wouldn't get to top 3.
Well, and I think a big reason why that is some of the biggest successes we've seen from NIP have come against when they played teams like Furia and when they just played teams like W7M, who are 2 teams that sometimes don't know when to stop. There's a great Ben Affleck quote, actually, that craftsmanship is knowing how to work, art is knowing when to stop. And I think sometimes that escapes Furia and W7M. They're still fantastic teams, but if you're a team like NIP, whose biggest issue has been if they don't get the opening pick or their first plan doesn't work, they bash their head against the wall and fail to come up with a really viable secondary solution. But if teams like Furia and W7M are peaking and losing gunfights, those kinds of teams are always giving you ways back into a round. Now, if they're winning their fights, you just get shut out and smoked, and we talk about how dominant Furia and W7M are. But if that doesn't happen, like in the series we just saw, NIP can look really, really good because ultimately, while this team maybe doesn't have great fallback plans, their first plans are quite good, and the players are also starting to really come alive, Wizard in particular, at the exact time they need to.
There's also been a trend with maps for these past couple of games. Traditionally, it's different to see the best of ones be played as their own separate things, and you don't see those maps come back again if they face each other in best of threes. But for the maps for this series and every other series so far, there has been a resurgence of playing those previous best of one maps over again to see who the actual definitive best team is. They played Bank in Playday 2, and NIP have decided, you know what? We want to give them more of that smoke. We're going back to Bank for map 2 when we need it.
Well, yeah, and Fury have picked Cafe, which we just saw NIP do quite well on. So,
oh boy.
Again, I mean, Lynx, we were talking about this, and Jack and Leo hit it on the head. If you were to replay that matchup 20 times over, W7M probably walks out alive. Just for the simple fact, a lot of those rounds on Cafe were big 3Ks, big 2Ks, big individual plays that were putting them in winning positions. You know, Khan's getting 3Ks, Wizards having a really good performance, Fantasy doing a very good job. So when I'm looking at this map pick, sure, NIP did look good on it. I'm not discrediting that, but Furia is going to be extremely confident on it. And then you fast forward into Bank, where typically, again, this happens time and time again, even as a player, when you then play against the same team on the same map you lost to prior, even if it was all the way in the beginning of the stage. And granted, NIP has showed this map so many times now, and they haven't really switched up anything from one time to the other. We talked about this.
That's true.
In many of their matches, that they're just repeating the exact same thing. With Furia's backs against the wall, after getting smoked by FaZe in a dominant fashion, I can only imagine the prep and everything going into the second map in particular. We probably aren't going to see a Clubhouse. NIP needs to win Cafe more than anything, because Furia, I know, is going to counter exactly how NIP has been playing. And we've already talked about, you know, they need that first pick. It's great if Furia is playing aggressive, but that's the thing. If Furia just plays defensively and forces NIP's hands, that is where NIP is going to struggle, because they have been so bad at problem solving, which it's great in a sense that they get those first picks. But if a team isn't giving them that first pick, and if anything, throwing a wrench in the setup, they're going to struggle. Flat and simple. We've seen it time and time again.
Yes, they will struggle, and I do agree. If they do that, NIP will struggle. But the operative word there is if they do that. And one problem we've seen from Furia in that Bank game, W7M in the series we just saw, and potentially from Furia right now, is that often they don't do that. That often they push things a little too far, that they get a little too risky in those late rounds, give players like Khans the opportunity to get a big 1v3, or Wizard to get a massive 3K. So if they do that, NIP are going to struggle. They need to win 2-0. But the problem is, we're saying if they do that. It is not certain that they will.
It's definitely a big if. Again, I'm just going off of you already played one best of 3 series. Surely you have to fix your mistakes from the previous game. Like, there's no...
You'd hope so.
In my mind, from a world championship winning team, I mean, both... Well, there's some players, but all 5 of Furia, you would have to right your wrongs going into Cafe. You would have to understand what you need to do in order to verse NIP, given what they were doing again in their matchup. I just can't see a world where Furia doesn't bounce back, and then especially going into Bank and understanding NIP doesn't switch up anything, given they've shown the map 1,000 times now.
Ace and Dez both did just have a front row seat to the way that Cafe game transpired when NIP played it in the previous series, so I want to drag them back in here for just a sec before this game gets underway. How much of the way that NIP played that game against W7M can also be made manifest in this game against Furia, Derry? Just because W7M came close, they still weren't able to pull it off. You could say most times W7M might have pulled that one off. They still didn't do it, so can NIP get a replicant performance here?
Well, we've been debating this a little bit during the last series, right? Would we see a repeat coming out during this one? And I'm just like, that one felt like a bit of a flash in the pan. W7M weren't quite up to stuff. NIP were definitely overplaying. Will they have had that adrenaline drop off? Now I've had a brief break is what I'm mainly worried about. But given it was such an attacker-sided Cafe, it's hard to predict which way it can go. You might now see this be completely flipped to be heavily defender-sided. Find out when we get in.
Tim, same idea to you. What do you think?
I think it's going to be more of a struggle for NIP against Fury. I think NIP came in very well prepared for W7M. I think they'd predicted the maps that they were going to play well, and they knew what they were going to face. This is a much more difficult situation to do that, because there's a number of teams they could have played in this situation, and I don't think the preparation's necessarily going to be the same. Some of the Cafe stuff will transfer, sure, but yeah, I think Fury are probably a little bit like a hornet's nest that's been hit with the stick. They're not going to be very happy, and they're going to be coming out for a little bit of revenge against anybody, and right now it's NIP.
Right, Hornet plays for Black Dragons. I just want to put that out there. Just want to clarify.
Thank you, Lynx.
We were so close to going one broadcast without a Parker level pun, but we still had to get it in there somewhere, I guess. So, Cafe and Bank 100%. If we need a map 3, I think it's intriguing because for both teams to be in an elimination scenario, that would be a ton of fun. But at least for right now, we'll get a Cafe repeat and see if NIP can do it twice on the same day, and we'll let Ace and Des take it away.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Yes, this one's going to be exciting, Tim. We've seen NIP come out, have a great game on it so far. Now, like you were kind of referencing, they're against a bigger opponent. They're against Furia. Furia early, let's not lie, were hard countered by FaZe. FaZe just came with the perfect game plan. You'd hope now that, like you say, it's a bit of a hornet's nest. It's been whacked with a stick and they're ready to tango in this next game. But maybe NIP just carry forward a little bit of momentum here and surprise us all.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that are coming straight in. Obviously, they've had a little bit of a break. They're going to be, I'm sure, riding a high off the back of that W7M performance because they did look great. So, yeah, certainly not going to be easy for Furia, but I get the feeling that we've said Furia can be a roller coaster. Well, we've just seen the bottom of the hill, and I think they might just be on their way back up.
Oh, we'll see, of course, when we get into it in just a moment. Just waiting for our players to be fully ready and we'll get ourselves locked in. It is one of those where, again, we spoke about the SI points earlier on. You don't win this game, you end on 50 points. It doesn't matter how well you played in previous series. You win at the grand final, you get 300 points. You finish second, i.e. you lose the grand final, you get 150. The other 3 teams only get 50 points. And that can be a lot when you're then coming into stage 2 playoffs and potentially having to do the tango then to try and get as many points as you can. Of course, there's things like regional finals that you then start to consider at the same time, but it's certainly no guarantee that, you know, being 50 points now will mean you get more later. What's going on with the football? Are we playing a bit of footy here on the stage while we wait?
Who knows?
I want to see that. I want to see what they're about to do.
Skills out for us.
Some keep you uppies of summit to keep us entertained. Yeah.
There we go. No,
nothing
still
at the
not.
minute, apparently.
Still
Just
no
hitting it around.
skills.
Come on, man. You're really teasing us here. We've got to do something with the ball. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already kicked it around at some point tonight and been put under strict instruction to not do so because there's lots of TVs and monitors around.
Just
and it just sounds like
a monitor
a
off the
disaster
desk
waiting to
mid-game.
happen. Yeah, someone's going to go outside and grab one of those signs that's like no ball games allowed and just plant it in the middle of the stage. I've still got one of those outside my parents' house, actually, and the kids have played ball games there for the last 20, 30 years. It really hasn't meant anything. But maybe in the studio it would mean something.
I was
going. They're begging now. Come on, do something. Entertain the people.
He knows what the people want.
He does, but he ain't going to deliver, sadly.
Hopefully this game is going to deliver. We want a real big firefight between these two to close off the night. It's been a little bit of a speed run so far. We've only seen, I think it's 13 rounds accumulated by the losing teams in the maps that we've had so far. So yeah, definitely up for something a little bit closer. I'm not sure we're going to get it, but I don't know which side. I feel like one of these sides is just going to dominate the game, but I cannot decide. My brain kind of is flip-flopping one to the other. I can't decide who it's going to be. NIP bring the momentum in, and they looked good, but I think that was down to preparation. Furia looked not great earlier, and honestly, I think the break that they've had might have done them some good to just get away from it a little bit and now come back in having, you know, give their heads a wobble a little bit and come out looking like the normal Furia online.
I completely agree. I mean, it's Hannibal who pointed this out on Twitter to me, was saying, you know, we've had 8 series during playoffs so far. Only one of them has gone to a third map. Everything else has been a 2-0. So I'm with you. You would expect, at least based on the numbers, for this to be dominant one way or the other. But as we were remarking on earlier on, you know, Furia are sort of like down on their normal form. NIP most definitely up on their normal form. And so it's one of those games where, I just don't know which team it's going to be, but I wouldn't be shocked if it is one team that takes full control here. Cafe's certainly going to be that starting battleground to see how it shapes up. We've, of course, got a bit of knowledge here for Furia. They've been able to sit and watch NIP play, or at least the backroom staff would have, and known to kind of see what it is they were bringing out today. So maybe there's a small edge you give towards Furia there, but at the same time, NIP have played more recently, maybe a little bit more warmed up. Just so many factors at play that it is very, very hard to call.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect Furia to have sat and watched them, at least the staff, if not the players, to have sat and watched them play Cafe and NIP, knowing, you know, I'm sure they'll have had an idea going into it. How do we maybe want the map bans to go? You know, you'd always expect backroom staff to have probably a couple of scenarios. It's either going to be this or that. So yeah, as soon as you think Cafe is a possibility and you see them playing against W7M, you're going to sit and watch it. So that's another, you know, factor to pick up on as well, potentially.
Absolutely. Well, I've heard that our game is just starting, Tim. So haven't got to sit here and listen to us yap much longer. We can actually get to watch some Siege. Final one of the day before our grand final tomorrow. It's worth stressing. You don't want to miss that one because the winner of this will face off against FaZe. And arguably today was one of FaZe's best performances I think I've seen. And they've had a lot of good performances over the years. Onwards we march then. Band's going to kick things off. First bands coming through are going to be, to no one's surprise at all, Tim, Azami and Monty.
Yeah, pretty much as expected, really. We'll see, do they double down on the shields, maybe a Blackbeard or a Blitz going alongside, or is it something like a Ying, perhaps? There we go, it is going to be the Ying. I might have watched too much Siege. Castle will go alongside that Azami, so all fairly standard there.
Yeah, I mean, these two bands, we spoke about them quite a lot. They're what Ubisoft dubbed the architects of Siege. You can see the same thing coming out from Mira. All three sort of hold that unique role where they change how a defender's site is played, whether it's through very dynamic cover as provided by the Azami, whether it's the castles going down, of course, over doorways and windows, or towards a Mira, who, as we know, goes onto walls and things like that. I'm sure we'll see some interesting operators in the same category at some point in the future, but I think the Azami, as we know, being as dynamic as she is, just invites a little bit too much danger, and this map in particular, a castle, can be very, very frustrating to deal with. Have to make sure you're bringing along the right utility to deal with those castle panes, for example. So I think it just means that things should flow a little bit more fluidly for the side of Furia on the attacking side of this map. Here we go, though. We're going to kick things off with a little bit of roaming on the downstairs, or keeping themselves busy on the downstairs around the site itself, because we are in the basement for our first round. Looking at that attacking lineup, Tim, we've got the Sens coming along for Leapox, but the vertical destruction from Nade, no big surprises there, but it does all point towards a big execute based on that Capitao and the Sens together.
Just having a look at the combined numbers, and it's actually very close. If we think about the first two maps, Cafe and Bank, over the sort of last couple of months, over stage one, Furia on those two maps combined are 5-0, 5 wins, 0 losses. NIP are 5 wins, 1 loss. So very, very similar between these two in terms of playing these maps. And I love that. The maps that they're obviously capable of playing, they're capable of going and getting wins there. And those are the maps that I want to see. Look at this, straight away, Fantasy out of the window, takes down for Leapox. Actually, Sen's gone. Big loss for the round.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was the main thing I was looking at as part of their execute here. We saw them actually making use of Sense quite a bit on Chalet to be able to use onto the library hall window, stop someone checking out onto the bathroom window and trying to spray somebody down. Didn't stop kills coming through for the other side of FaZe. They just spray through the Sense light wall and catch people out regardless. They swung that window so many times, they could probably do it with their eyes closed, or in this case, their vision, and they get kills off the back of it. So we know that it's in Furia's wheelhouse, but what a dream start to catch that out. Definitely going to negate and take away some of the strength of the execute. And this is kind of what FaZe did early on, was get up in the face of Furia, disrupt them, catch them with spawn peaks, be aggressive early in the round so Furia could never get set up for an execute. And I think NIP are looking to take a little bit of a note out of FaZe's book for that part.
Yeah, and it's certainly done a job to kick things off and puts them on the back foot to begin with. The difficulty that they're going to have now is for Leapox on that Sense likely would have played those gadgets across VIP so that you can then drop down into Freezer without that attention from the VIP player, in this case Fantasy. So you put the light screen across, and if they don't do anything about it with impact nades or nitros or something like that, you can just bring those light screens up when you're going to drop into Freezer, when you're going to push through to try and take site and put the diffuser down. That's now something that they don't have available. It means they're going to have to, I would expect, more directly deal with Fantasy inside a VIP.
Absolutely. Speaking of Fantasy, we've seen them playing in this spot before, and it was a very, very effortless execute really coming out from the other side. I forget whether it was Furia or FaZe playing it, but they dealt with it very, very handily, as they've done here. 2 quick kills come on through. Cons, one of our highlight players from the last series, also taken out by Herds. Furia moving forward as a unit here, forcing NIP to pay the price, but we're down to this last 30. And Wizard, well, he's in a spot to work a little bit of danger here, Tim. Put a curse on them as they start their march on forward. They know they've got to deal with him, but all he's got to do is get this initial kill. That could be the start they need. Sees the gun barrel, but already it's down to a 3 versus 3. AZ in spot, swung on by the shotgun. There's very little support coming out. Wizard strikes big, is traded out, and we're into a 1v1. Nade versus Hates. Who comes out on top? Well, it's got to be Nade, as Hates is looking completely the wrong way. First round going to Furia, but only by a slither.
That's a shame for Hates. He still had his Toxic Babe canister in pocket, put it on the doorway. Played it perfectly, really, in the situation in the 1v1. 9 seconds left to go, just smoked it off. Nate just walked in through it and got the kill anyway. So, yeah, really tough one for Hates there. But a lot of back and forth in that round. And I think, you know, the ideas were there for NIP. They just weren't able to really capitalise on it. They got the sense, which is, you don't get a choice on a jump out. It worked out huge for them. The only real answer, as I said at the time, was for Furia to clear VIP out. They needed to go and get the kill onto Fantasy, and they did. And they got a second along with it as well. So then they had the man advantage, and they kind of just played the trade game from there, kept themselves in it. And, you know, yeah, it took a little bit of magic from Nade at the end in the 1v1 to go in and find that kill and get it done. But Furia lock it out, and I think just show NIP that they are maybe in for a slightly tougher game on Cafe than the one they got out of W7M.
Yes, and we thought this as well. Furia would sort of wake themselves up a little bit there. Know that they've been handily dealt hard blows really coming out from FaZe, and you'd see a different team in this game. Again, them coming down a little bit from the highs that we've seen from them. NIP coming up a little bit. It was always going to be an interesting midpoint, and I think a very, very close 1v1 to end out the first round suggests that we're in for more of that as we go through. The thing coming out here, we saw this actually coming out of the earlier series as well, is going to be that Nomad and Gridlock pairing. Saw this even like picked up quite early on and banned away by one of our teams in the earlier series. I think here it's about controlling NIP and the aggression they've shown. Admittedly, their lineup here looks very different to what we saw from them back in the first series, Tim. Leaning in towards the Oryx, in towards the Valkyrie. Not quite locking themselves down with 5 heavily defensive operators. Instead, they've got at least a couple, even maybe 3 with the Frost, that can go and get busy around the map and cause bother.
Straight away, in go the track stingers on to Red Stairs. That's just going to cut off the flank up there at least for them, so they can start taking a little bit more confident control of that area. Not rushing in just yet. Very concerned about those black eye cameras. It's going to be Herdz's job, as we would expect on the IQ, to be pinging those out so that his team can do something about them. Got a little drone just hidden away, a Twitch drone hidden away inside a site there, so could be some valuable intel to be gained from it if NIP don't pick up on that at any point. And they certainly don't need to make things any harder for themselves. Hates is going to be in rough shape in Pixel Corner as well. One bullet will do the job. How about that, though? They got 1 last time around in round 1. This time Cons says, I'm going to get 2. KZ down as well. Round all but over.
Yes, when you have a Gridlock and the Nomad on side. Very, very curious and very, very interesting. Like, sure, maybe you get rid of the edge ups on the way through, but that shouldn't really be happening, not at this level. And they've paid the price of that big time. You know, Casey's also on his backside, probably going to find himself finished off soon. It's just Herds now left standing. This could be a flawless round coming out, but no. Of course, he has to spoil the party and get at least 1. It's not going to be a flawless round, but Cons there has done all the work required despite the lineup that we saw coming out of Furia.
I feel like Furia have come in here and are kind of still making mistakes. They were making them at times against FaZe, and FaZe were punishing them for it. We saw, you know, a number of 3v5s slip through their fingers. Now, they're allowing jump outs in both rounds. They lose the sense in 1, and then they lose 2 operators in the second round. They can't keep allowing this.
More what we spoke about earlier on, right, was the little like things that were being given away repeatedly by Furia. They're getting themselves the entry, and the vast majority of it, I tweeted about it, where I was like, have you ever seen such a disparity between KD of players and the entry record? Because collectively, most of their players were like -8, -9 on KD, but they were +3, +4 on entry, and I was like, this is absolutely one, it shows an awful lot about FaZe and their ability to win from a man down, but it said a lot about Furia being able to get themselves started around, have all the, you know, the early success they needed, but couldn't quite close a round out. Wasn't quite the same here, of course. Both of those first kills came over towards Cons, but they had the operators to stop that sort of thing happening and still paid the price. Either way, interesting first couple of rounds to start things out. Let's see how round 3 goes. Who's going to pull ahead and get themselves into the lead?
A lot of bakery attention as they try to hold on to kitchen site. It's going to be a case of getting those Valkyrie cameras out. Fantasy again going to be playing in and around dining, looking to hold on to that area, and again doing immediate damage from there. Furia just don't seem to be learning, Des. Know that, you know, yeah, a spray through a barricade, these things happen, but this is 3 rounds in a row now.
Not looking good. It's almost the reverse fortune they had the earlier series. Not used to losing out on the entry and tries. They might there. Cons really thought he was on to do something special and get rid of a second, but Nate has dealt with him. Down to a 4v4. Do like the aggression I'm seeing out of NIP, though. Being willing to step up and challenge onto Furia early. Not let them get too settled. As I said earlier on, it feels that they're taking a couple of lessons out of FaZe's book as the way to deal with Furia.
Just going to use the Hibana pellets at the side of the hatch. That should do the job to open up the freezer drop. Fantasy is in and around bar, so he's changed operators. Not on the Warden now, he's on the Valkyrie instead. And he's also changed locations. He's not going to be playing in VIP quite as aggressively as he has done the last few times we've seen him playing on this site. He's usually locked right in there in that position that we would expect. But this time, no. It's going to be more towards bar and looking to have an impact from there, feeding that intel in, keeping himself off the radar a little bit, I think, to try and clear out those cameras, but it's going to be the cameras that are getting cleared out by the IQ at the minute.
No surprise at all, right? That's why you bring the IQ along, and we know that Herds is quite partial to playing a little bit of IQ. Saw a lot during the series earlier. More of the same. Coming down towards that last 60 seconds or so now, though. No massive denial outside of the 3 smokes that currently sit in the back pocket. I hate to imagine they're held on very tight when the execute comes on through. Eyes fall to Felipox, no doubt, as well here. He'd also normally look towards KZ, but of course the Grim is gone. But instead, it's the fire, it's the smoke, it's the nades, it's the flashes in back pocket. What have they got here to really work with? Well, for one thing, it's a nade to toss on down and at least take out one of those Vulcan canisters. We're forced the player inside of VIP back ever so slightly, but still in range here to be able to contest on towards any drops that come through.
Somebody just waiting tight inside that wedding window there. Wizard definitely wanting to get himself a peek around here. And I tell you what, there's Pia just carrying on,
come on
as they left off, making a 3. He didn't even move his feet, Des.
Let's have a rest now, Fantasy. Come on, mate. We've seen this enough this stage. Oh, Nade does have the answer to him, but does he have the answer to 3 other players on this team? I'm not so sure. Again, for me there, like, VIP has to be punished. They've sent 3 players to try and clear him out, and he's killed every single one.
I'm not sure Fantasy even used his keyboard, to be honest. I think that was just mouse at that point. He just absolutely barely moved, just like a turret, rotating around and taking them out. And as we said, you know, NIP, look, they came in and I won't say surprised as against W7M. We know how well they've been playing. They're in the playoffs for a reason. But still, you would have expected a stronger performance from W7M. But NIP just completely smothered them. And they're starting to do the same to Furia. 2-1 now. And NIP looking very, very good.
All right. Certainly a way to get things started, to show that maybe Furia aren't quite as hot as they would like to think they are. NIP definitely starting to look transform. Saying transform feels harsh because they still finished 3rd in the regular league player. Admittedly, I think it was like 3 wins, 3 OT wins. It was very, very tight either way you look at it. They've played well throughout the stage. That's the important part to admit. But again, as Jack said earlier on their desk, when we came into their series, the first series they played, part of it was like, yeah, but against weaker opposition, against stronger opposition, they haven't found wins. It's always been against the weaker opposition. At this point, maybe Furia are starting to look like that weaker opposition. It's only 3 rounds in, but it's not been a promising first 3 rounds for Furia, I'll say that much.
Round 4 it will be, and NIP will continue on the defense. This time it's going to be mining that they try to hold on to. We can see the rotations getting opened up to give them access into reading as well. Banshee's going to be placed to prevent any rushes coming through, any easy access through the reading door. Just interested to see how many NIP play up on the top floor. We saw them commit quite heavily up there previously, and by that I mean when we were watching them against W7M. They're certainly willing to put 2 or 3 or even more up on that top floor. For the time being it's 3. We've got Hits, Vino and Cons all up there to try and hold on and prevent the verticals. Furia not really bringing a lot of vertical options. Herds is, we would normally say, Ash, not too important, there for the entries. Not really going to be the case here. Soft breach charges and those breaching charges are pretty much all they've got to do any serious vertical. They've got, you know, the explosive grenades on Zafia, not great for
really
verticality.
Use those for verticals,
no,
though, do you know?
Really not great for, you know, much better uses elsewhere. So Herds is actually quite important here if they want to take top floor control and get a little bit of vertical pressure down into sight.
Probably don't feel too like pent up on having that vertical control, given it is that mining site. You definitely want it for like reading when you get control of cocktail, but here, limited amount you can get in towards mining. You don't really care too much about it.
It's train more than anything.
Yeah, train was going to be a threat for the need piano control. Pino's got himself a bit of a freebie there. Not quite the way they wanted this to start. Nade trying to push him down, but no, the side swipe is there. 3 kills for NIP. Furia have tried to go fast and been aptly punished by the ninjas who give nothing over to them here. One kill comes across on towards Herds, at least as Cons, our hero of the earlier series. He falls down. It's a 4v2, and at this point, NIP, let's just not give away any silly kills, and this round is surely yours.
Yeah, JV's just going to take a tickle of damage there. Does manage to go in and find a lot more in return to Pino. That gives us now a 2v4, becomes a 2v3. I think it was a 2v5, actually. It started as JV just going to be battling on those whites there still. Maybe needs to be careful. Herds has got himself inside a sight as well. Furia could well be doing this. JV manages to find hits. It's almost certainly over as Herds is battling. It's JV to pick up the final kill, and NIP, unforgivable round from them. They have thrown that away big time. Furia were punished very quickly for not having that vertical pressure. They tried to rush in. I'd commented on the lack of options that they had to be able to force people out of train, for example. Their plan was rush in with the blitz, just get up in their faces. It didn't work. NIP stood up to it. And then they've just let Herds and JV get right back into it.
It's bizarre because for Furia, it's the exact opposite of what they experienced against FaZe earlier, right? It'd often be Furia with the man advantage and just laughing their way through, only to see a round then get lost because someone managed to clutch up. Well, Furia have managed to just deal exactly the same back to the other side. And as you said, I think NIP are going to be kicking themselves there, just getting a little bit too keen, a little bit over peaky, and ultimately losing a round that they really shouldn't have. 2 apiece then, and Furia, if they're on course for a 3-3 halftime, I think I'll be feeling pretty good about that. They'll be feeling very happy going into the second when they move into the defense, knowing that they've got 3 of the attacking rounds in the game. Probably quite confident in themselves they could then take at least 4 on the defense and see this first map out.
I would completely agree. I think, 3-3 is a bit of a steal for Furia. Imagine 4-2. You know, given the way that the first few rounds have gone, NIP have been, you know, reasonably on top, I would say, you know, of the whole thing. It was a 1v1 that they've won in the first round, Furia, and then it was a 2v4 that they've won in round 4, both rounds that, you know, really they've no business winning. NIP should be closing those out as the defenders, but haven't been able to, and they may well find themselves being significantly punished. It's an opportunity to take Cafe away from Furia, which, you know, would be a real big marker to put down at the beginning of this one, and they might well just let that slip through their fingers. For the time being, back to this round we go. Dockerby, your favourite at the minute. Raura is onside, Nade, so we'll keep an eye on that, see where those barricades are placed. And we've got JV with the smokes, with the glass, looking to cause a problem.
Yeah, always interested when you start seeing these spicy combination of operators, you know, Raura and Glass for one, the Dockerby being another. Normally screams that there is some plan ready to start happening. Pino once again, though, gets the entry. Casey's there for a response to C4 straight onto JV. That's Dockerby and Glass gone down. Tim Sasur, now you can turn towards Raura if you want. But there's a plant going down, fair play, inside of the smoke. But is it going to be enough for them? I don't know if they're 100% aware this is going down at this point, Tim. But they've snaked it away. And now we're going to have to see the defenders spring into action. Wizard whipping some shots there and giving Casey a freebie as the rest of the team scramble to try and recover this one.
I think it's just Furia, I was going to say a little bit out of shape here. They need to get to the roof realistically. Need to be quick to make the challenge, though. They're not going to be, I don't think. Sprays it down. That is an absolute fraction of a second. Nade manages to keep Fantasy off it, and this choice to get up to the roof really is the big one. Is he aware here? He's going to have to drop down. He knows that he can't make the challenge. The cover is there. And NIP, they managed to win the round. I think Furia were clutching at straws there, getting the diffuser down. They were short-handed. They knew they had to make a move. They'd managed to slip past the ward and brought the glasses online just a little bit too late. Diffuser had already gone by him through the smoke. And it was a little bit of a Hail Mary play from Furia. Let's just get it down on the ground, get up on the roof, see if we can hold it. But NIP finding the cover from that skylight angle, that was the big one. It forced Furia back into sight, having to drop the hatch, and there was no chance then. The cover was in place, and NIP managed to go with the counter defuse and get themselves up to 3-2.
Yeah, not bad at all, not bad at all. Chance to make this a 4-2 half. They'll feel good if they can get to that one, as I mentioned already. Fury, I think they'll be expecting a 3-3, given how things have gone so far. It feels like a pretty balanced half overall, that if either side walks away with the 4-2, I think the other will feel a little bit hard done by. A second half that's really going to make a difference there, charging through one side of the wall, but not the other. Interesting. But either way, job done. Rotation opened up.
Gonna have reinforcements continuing right up to the end of the prep phase. 9 drones still left alive for Furia, so playing a solid intel game here, not giving anything away. Often the defenders will have an idea of the sort of organized pre-placed spots that the attackers will use. That's part of the research, the analysis that's done on the way into those games, and they'll go and check those spots, see if they can pick up some of those drones. Furia obviously having plenty at their disposal and mixing them up. So one more drone has been taken out. Still 8 left alive for Furia after 30 seconds into the round is good going. It gives them plenty of intel, so no excuses for Furia if they get caught out with any jump outs, any peeks. Really should be getting punished if NIP try any of that.
Oh, that's why I think they've brought the striker in this round specifically, right? The claymores as the secondary gadget that you bring is hilarious. Because they've really wanted to make sure they've got enough frags on side to be able to burn through a lot of the utility, you know? Looking in towards the bulletproof cameras, looking in towards the Malusi Banshees that are also going to impede them, the shield on Pino. There's a lot of things to get rid of here. And having this flexibility, being able to bring so many nades has really, really helped. But also making sure you've got that cover to be able to deal with any crazy jump outs, I think also a smart idea. Otherwise, Cons is 100% out of a window at some point and probably getting another 2K.
NIP just sitting, waiting at the moment for that Furia push. Last defense that they are going to be trying to hold. And desperately, I think, want to lock this out because they know that it's not going to get any easier in the second half here. Furia just looking a little bit indecisive at the moment. Trying to clear out that utility. Still, drones going in down to 5 now. So NIP just slowly chipping away at those numbers. And it just feels a little bit like Furia not fully confident on where everybody is and what the challenges are that they need to clear out at the minute. It's still on the outside of the map in most cases. Now taking a little bit of top floor control and opening the hatch, but there's only 55 seconds left on the clock.
It's going to feel a bit like stepping into a minefield with the Banshees, the Goo Mines, the Black Eye cameras. Like, sure, the IQ is going to help speed that up, but still an awful lot to do. And across most of this half, we've seen them really start getting moving around about the 70-second mark. Here we're down to the last 45. They need to do something soon as a kill comes on through from Hertz. He's down in response. I think that was a trade coming out. Fantasy just below. Half using him as bait, but here comes Hates against him. Big 2K from himself here to get things moving. Finally getting the response, but a lot of the damage has been done until KZ gets one more back. Fantasy finishes off Hertz into a 2v2. Make it a 1v2 as Pino's backside is now firmly on the ground. Big requirement here. It'd be crazy if he pulls this off. Sure enough, JV ain't going to let him. Furia will get that 3-3 half they were after.
Yeah, I think Furia come away much happier out of that first half than NIP do in terms of the results. NIP got to be happy with their performances overall. They have looked pretty good, but a lot of that thinking back about it has come from unpredictability, from jump outs, from kind of turning over rounds that maybe they shouldn't have done and wouldn't have done on other days. So Furia, yeah, definitely happier with the 3-3 there. Switch on to the defense. Of course, it's their map choice, so NIP had the side choice to begin with. They chose defense, so you really do have to come away with a 4-2 minimum, I think. Right now, I think the expectation for a map win slides definitely in the direction of Furia here.
Sure. And probably even off the back of that, a series win if it builds up to it, truthfully. Like, I do expect this to be a 2-0, but like we were saying, we just didn't really know in which direction, which team was going to have more momentum coming in. And Fury have had a good half. However, we could also see NIP come out and have a brilliant half here. Let's not forget that earlier on, it was very attacker-sided. NIP come out here and get the 4-2. They win the map. No problem at all. It's about seeing how they go about doing it. That's the big one for me. Leaning once again in towards, at least for now, the double Nomad airlock. Nomad gridlock, that's the one. Lockdown off towards the stairs, for example, so there's no craziness going on. And I do think we'll probably see on the defender side a little bit of cheekiness. I think Fury, again, have probably looked back at that game earlier and just thought, yeah, we need to be willing to be aggressive here, get up in their faces a little bit more. Don't give them room to get established as the attackers in the same way that FaZe were doing to us.
Just looking towards that second map as well, not, you know, getting ahead of ourselves at this point. There's a lot of siege left to play. We're currently 3-3. if we make an assumption that Furia, given that it's their map pick and they're now on the defense, let's make an assumption that they come away with at least 4-2 and win this map and head into the second one. They did play Bank recently against Team Liquid, so it will have given NIP an opportunity to have seen and assessed that, but it was 7-3, pretty confident from Furia. I don't think that, you know, bodes particularly well for NIP.
No, it does not. But let's see how the second half plays out first and foremost. Still stayed in with that Nomad in the gridlock, no changes away. Dockerby ever present for both teams, I think, as it's fair to say. It's incredibly powerful as an operator. Spoke about it's the absolute death 1,000,001 times by now, so I won't retread that ground entirely, but no surprises at all. And the Sens, I think, has featured as quite a staple of today, I think it's fair to say, Tim. It sounds weird to say Sens is a staple, but we're at that point, I think, especially maybe with Fury being influenced in these games. It's sort of out of phase, just in it out of NIP now as well. Everyone's playing it.
Yeah, we're certainly seeing a much higher pick rate since the changes. Yeah, since the changes came along, and they're not really time-based anymore. You can send that gadget out; it will remain there unless destroyed by an impact nade or something. You know, bring it up, put it down. You've got a lot of options with it. We have certainly seen an increase in pick rate. Since prior to that was rare, if ever. But now, yeah, definitely. I don't know. Off the top of my head, we'd maybe be looking at maybe a 20% or so pick rate. It's not. I don't think it's like wildly huge, but it's very good.
12%, but the win rate is not good. Actually, one of the lowest in the game right now. I'm pretty sure I just saw a second ago, down at 39.6%. Raura is the only one lower at 38.8%.
It's interesting because when you think about it, you know, when I think about the Sens players, and I think, you know, how many have I seen them win? Do you know which big players do I remember winning? And the answer is probably, not that many. You know, I think the ones that do get one are one of two things. I think it's when the Sense gadget is used away from site. So, for example, on Cafe, kitchen attack, and it's used to screen off VIP, for example. I can remember a couple of rounds that have been won like that, rather than trying to create space for a plant specifically. It tends to be a little bit less successful because all teams do in those situations where we say, I'm thinking of Lair for Mask Wall particularly, we've seen it used there a few times, and what tends to happen is that Toxic Babe canisters, Shumica launcher canisters just get sent in there blindly. It doesn't matter. You know that the plant's going to go down on the other side of it. It's kind of signaling the plant's going to go down in the default spot. So yeah, it usually gets dealt with reasonably well when it's used as direct protection for the planter. We did see, I'm very conscious that we did see on the Lair map earlier, I think it was the round was won when the Sense was up at Mask Wall, but it wasn't won based on that. It wasn't the plant going down. It was ultimately, I think, FaZe just pushed through and got a couple of kills because they kind of had to. Philippox was dumping smokes in there, and they just had to react and find some kills, and they did. But yeah, I think, you know, as direct coverage for the planter, not amazing. As, you know, a specific niche use for making things like VIP less prominent, then yeah, it has more success.
Sure, it's I think teams also get, the more you see an operator as the thing is, the more teams learn to deal with it at the same time. Like, Raura is still one of those that I'm still waiting to see teams really kind of get to grips with and figure out some interesting use cases for, because I think the operator has definitely got a lot of potential, but teams are still figuring out what is the most optimal use case. And then it gets into that nature of, okay, then how do we see other sides responding? Like, what particular sites we see are being run on? Various things that start to weigh into the equation. So we'll see how that sets to set up over time. Of course, you can see we're in a little tech pause here. Our first of the night, actually, Tim. We've done pretty well on tech pauses tonight.
I think we had one earlier. We had a little audio bug earlier, didn't we? Where we had to have a little rehost. But otherwise, yeah, it's been very...
It gives me a chance to ask, because people missed it at the start of the show. Tim,
you better be quick. They're going back in.
Let's go quick then. Garden update in 10 seconds. Go.
The garden update. Shredding is halfway done. Shredded waste, if you... I don't know, shredded... trees and bushes have gone into the veg patch. More will be going in. Fence has started to be painted. Couple of replacement panels going in. Patio cleaning continues. We're now at about 95%, and it's honestly, it's looking like the first patio that was ever laid in the world. It's absolutely beautiful. Honestly, the difference is absolutely ridiculous. I keep standing looking at it. So that's the major areas of progress. Next steps are going to be clearing out a lot of the waste, old concrete waste and things, from lifting the patio to clean it and relay it. So a lot of that's going to go. I'm going to sort that out. And when that does happen, I'm going to be getting rid of the lawn and stuff that's there at the minute. I need to do some more groundwork, ready for the decking to go in, hopefully in a couple of weeks. And I'll be rolling my sleeves up and doing that myself as well. So I'm surprisingly handy when it comes to it.
Sound like you're surprising yourself, mate. Certainly surprising me.
I've learnt a lot along the way, don't get me wrong.
That's part of the fun, mate. It's about the journey, as the Intel advert keeps on telling us during the breaks.
At the minute, it feels like it's more about getting the decking done so I can sit on it with a cold drink and my pizza oven fired up. That's what it feels like it's about at the minute.
Well, looking forward to the invite, mate. I'm also looking forward to that pizza oven, because I remember when Ollie's had one before. It was pretty banging, so I'm down for more.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. We'll get that done. Ooh, we're going to have some immediate aggression. Herds manages to take down Pino. Beautiful headshot, and that's the buck gone. Big loss. Big loss when you're looking at a lower floor site as well, down in kitchen. And that's going to remove a lot, if not all, of the verticality. It looks like Twitch has got the DMR, so there's an option to create some holes there. But if the plan was around getting that verticality and forcing players out of sight, they ain't going to be doing that. I think they'll be okay. They've still got the hard breach charges. They can still drop freezer. They can still work that side of things. But it is going to mean that Fury have a little bit more freedom in and around sight. It's the last thing NIP needed on the first attack.
It's like I was saying earlier, like FaZe were hitting Fury with this kind of stuff in their series, right? Lots of aggression early on, not strictly spawn peaks like that, but early in the round, hitting them before they got to the building, trying to constantly be up in their faces and putting them on edge. And Pino has paid the price there for not being attentive from the second the round gets underway. The Scorpion had his head bit off quite literally. They've lost the vertical soft destruction, as you said, and now they've got a lot of work to do. The blessing still being, of course, you've got a Monty you can play behind here. You can always get something done with the Monty, but you've also got to put some vertical pressure on the enemy team. Otherwise, they're going to sit here, wait for you to start getting in for a plant, and just punish you as you step in through doorways, through rotates, through anything. So it's still a tall order, I think, for NIP, but not the end of the world.
Wizard putting the secondary shot to great use. It's a little bit of a slower process. You can't get it done anywhere nearly as quick or in as big a volume as the Buck can do it, but still grinding away and making sure they've at least got what they need. As you can see, the holes are pretty limited that are created there, so it does take some more doing. We're going to have this wall opened up, so that'll give the angle that they need to see down towards double door. And I think with a minute left to go, NIP looking pretty good, but Fury are looking better.
I'm just happy to see the clock keep on running down, Tim. That's the important part, right? Sat inside the VIP, one's just waiting here for this push on forward to come through. Can they pull off a reverse fantasy? It was a 3K that he got from this exact spot where Herds is now. As the Monty's pushing on through, has an extra slow Monty. Also the blast coming in. It's a nice response to C4 up and over, but no, shot out. They've got to know a second player is here, ready to join, and sure enough, they've got the shutdown they need. 2 kills come out. NIP looking good in this round at this point, starting to fight their way back in.
Such an important shot from Fantasy to take that Nitro out and keep the Monty on the board. Wizard finds KZ, and as you say, this NIP attack is now building some serious momentum. Flash goes in, they know they've got one stuck in reception. Opportunity to put the diffuser down, but they don't have it in hand because Cons was dropped in the meantime. But Wizard does collect and can go in. They know that they've got this player trapped. They're just waiting for them to pop out. JV taken down. Hits grabs the round, and NIP from, I won't say nowhere, but from certainly not the best start, losing the Buck to begin with. They got that vertical work done with the secondary shotty anyway, and managed to get in and get that win. Nicely done, and like I say, really important shot from Fantasy onto that Nitro, taking that out. Otherwise, they lose the Monty, and maybe it's a bit of a different outcome, but great stuff from him.
Maybe that entry curse is persisting here, Tim. Get the entry and lose the round. It's a Fury thing. I don't know what it is. That's one of those where they've had that man advantage. They've held on. All they've got to do is be willing to play as a team there and outman really the side of NIP as they come walking on through. But they've left the man inside of VIP to get punished. They've lost every other gunfight they could possibly take and just been completely shut down there. Really well played by NIP. Furia, may will be one of those rounds they come back to look at later and just say that's one we really should not have found ourselves losing. And I really hope after that round, NIP were in the all chat spamming KKKKK as well, after Herds did so after getting the entry onto Pino in the first place.
Round 8. And it will continue. You feel like Furia need to get this, otherwise they're 2 down and they've lost their first 2 defenses. It maybe just starts putting those thoughts and feelings into their mind again that they faced against FaZe, knowing that the map might just be heading away from them. NIP have shown a great ability so far. Once they get a round or 2 ahead, as they did against W7M, we're able to, for the most part, keep the pressure on, make it difficult for them to get back in. These work both ways. You got to be careful, KZ. Goes for the spray through the barricade at the beginning. Doesn't hit anybody, but the shots just get returned. And it is a little bit of chip damage. It builds up over the round.
At the end of the board, he's also got Hertz on side who can juice him up as he's just done right now. Would have been very unfortunate, of course, he was caught on the headshot. Didn't anticipate a player might be off towards the left of the window. More thought it'd be directly ahead coming out of standard spawn. But hey, yeah, everyone's okay. No one's taking any damage anymore. Healed up, of course, by the dock. And we carry on as if nothing had ever happened. But it's that reminder again for NIP that you have to respect that early aggression. The Fury are going to keep on showing it to you. Eyes on, of course, for NIP is going to be on that glass. Packing in behind those smokes. We've got 4 of them to play behind. We saw a beautiful smoke execute earlier on this exact map, actually. It was W7M who pulled it off, and a slither of little opportunity was left for the Clash to be able to spray down the planter. Without that, it probably would have gone on to win the round. So one, of course, being mindful of here for NIP, they could yet try much of the same. In fact, 3 of those smokes are down. They start their push on forwards here. Plant is going down really, really shallow. It's Cons going for it. Casey gets rid of hates. The Dockerby's gone, but the plant should get finished off here. No! Just stopped out there. Saw his health going down, but it was the C4 that connected in the end and will stop NIP from being able to get away with this. They're now down to a 3 versus 4, Tim, but we've been here before and they've still managed to get the job done.
Yeah, that's huge from KZ. They really needed to stop that plant going down. He is low health now, but Herds does have 1 stim left in pocket, so might be able to juice one of these 2 back up. You can see that NIP just suffer into the utility. Philippox manages to find Wizard, just going to continue being a nuisance from underneath. Cigar Shop is a punishment for Pino as Nade manages to find him. 4v1, the pressure is increasing. Herds with the final kill, and Furia, that was the response they needed. They didn't want to get too behind here with NIP building up momentum on the attack. We saw them do it on Cafe earlier. Furia just trying to put a stop to it early, get themselves back into things. 4-4, and they will continue their defense in the mid floor. It's going to be reading room.
Yeah, much better there. I mean, NIP almost got away with it. That plant goes down, then you've got to try and go and clear out Cigar, top red, everything before you can get the defuse down, and you have to worry about vertical. Would have been horrible to deal with, so it was great they managed to get the C4 off in the time that they did. I think it was only down to about a second ago before that timer expired, but they hold on. They clean up the round being the most important part. They don't find themselves losing from a man advantage situation. Good stuff from Furia. 4 apiece, Tim, and it's starting to feel really hard to actually drive a wedge between these 2 teams right now. If it carries on as we are, overtime is all but guaranteed.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way, isn't it? It's no separation whatsoever. I still have a feeling one of these 2 teams is going to grab a hold of it, and we'll see them just get a couple of rounds back to back. Whether it's going to be Furia on the defense or not, I guess we'll see. But right now, NIP just seem to have the little pocket players. They have the little gunfight wins that get them into the round, and then they're able to continue doing the damage to Furia. But we head into the action phase, and how many of Furia are up on this top floor? 3 out of 5. They are digging in, and they're going to try and prevent that top floor approach, but it's not going to last so long as Fantasy manages to take down Herds. That's one of the top 4 players. The Legion is gone. It's a big loss with those goo mines, and little KKK returned in the chat.
Absolutely. I mean, after the early round against Pino, why wouldn't you? 100% you're going to go for that one. Good start out with the entry for NIP, though. This surely gives them that advantage where they can be the one to start taking charge in the round. Spot that there is a pulse on the downstairs. See that little pop-up coming through from the IQ. They know that Nade is lurking somewhere nearby. So every move they take around red stairs at this point is going to be spotted out. That's the one thing they have to know. is that as they move through this round, everything they do is probably going to be identified by Furia, and then they have to respond in kind. Almost a freebie coming out, but no, don't even land a single shot there, and what an opportunity that could have been.
Yeah, a little bit of a loss for NIP there, as you say, could have really got them going. But they are happy, I think, at this point to play their game. They've got their opener. They can, you know, just continue to build that pressure. 3 of them now established inside of the map up on that top floor. And they're not really playing for that control. Instead, choosing to pressure towards mining and trading. The site is over in reading, but... maybe just going to try and move across. I don't know. They have headed... They need to get top floor, realistically. They can't allow those players to stay inside of Cocktail because they're just going to hold them from above and deny any plant attempt that they make. They can cover most of Dining and Reading from that position in Barback Storage and Cocktail. So NIP continue the fight. Wizard manages to find KZ up on the top floor, and this hold is starting to be broken apart for Leapox, the last alive in Cocktail, the last hope really for Furia.
Sure. However, I was about to say, in a 3 versus 4, it's doable. In a 2 versus what could soon be a 5, if they retrieve cons. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. 45 seconds to go. And yes, the information may well be with Fury because you've still got Nade running around on this pulse, but the damage has been done. There's no C4 to play behind. It's the attackers that have got every bit of advantage here. 35 seconds with which to work. They know that Nade is down at the bottom of white, so there can only possibly be one player around site itself. It's all starting to turn up their way now. The attackers can surely get this one over the line. Plant going down. No one there to stop them, unfortunately. No C4s or nothing. Brownstairs. Wizards watching. Maybe with it all to do. A flawless round coming out for NIP. Very, very fluid attack there that left nothing for the other side to get into the round.
Yeah, what a response from NIP. Fury had got themselves around and were looking a little bit more competitive. You thought they might build a bit of momentum on the defense, but NIP constantly disrupting them, not allowing them to get anywhere in terms of that scoreboard and chaining rounds together. Just constantly breaking that momentum and constantly forcing Fury to look backwards, to look to the previous round and say, what went wrong? What do we need to change? What do we need to adapt? Great stuff coming out of NIP. They're going to take the Clash away as well. It's always an interesting one because you might look at that and think, why have they banned the Clash? It's not been used. You know, Fury haven't played it yet. But what we've seen as a little bit of a development with this new banning system is that teams sometimes won't use that operator for their first 3 rounds because they want to use it for the last 3. So they kind of keep it off the table and then bring it out once the banning phase has happened, trying to, you know, bait teams into thinking, oh, we don't need to ban it. They're not using it. So, yeah, sometimes there can still be a value in actually saying, no, our plans revolve around not having to play into a clash. We're going to take that away, not give them the option to bring it in 10, 11, 12.
Sure, we've seen the Clash really be a bit of a nightmare at different points today. You know, actually, NIP were the ones who made very good use of it. Cons the play that we look to. And so not at all surprised to see it being taken away by them, not wanting to be on the receiving end of a play like that. NIP, though, now, with that, at least it's a 1-round advantage. It's far from the end of the world for Furia, but it's a spot where they can get towards this map point and potentially push themselves up to that 1-0. Need 2 more to get it done. Furia still chasing at least 2 to get to overtime, 3 to get the win overall. Too early to kind of call it either way just yet. We'll see, of course, how this side plays out, which should then start to give us a better idea of what we're facing against, either all 12 rounds of regulation or NIP forcing Fury to have to play catch-up for a couple of rounds.
JV just roaming around red stairs. We've got Fleapox over on white stairs, so they've got both methods of getting up and down covered, but it's more about the flanks here, possibly. We do have Wizard on the gridlock. If NIP go in and take top floor, take mid floor, get those stairs locked off with the track stingers, it gives them a lot of freedom. Last time around, we have seen the book lost on this attack, but they still made it possible with that secondary shotgun. It was back in round 7. They were able to get the win. Fury are now choosing to go back to that bottom floor. Here it's already inside a reading room. So NIP have got in here. I love this. Not messing about, just getting straight on in, getting that map control. They're just playing really confidently.
It's about that 130 benchmark that we spoke about earlier you're looking for, right? Before they start getting the verticals opened up that they need. Pino, thankfully, hasn't been hit off the rip by Herd, so can do a lot of work up there if required. Pressure's starting to build also around Bakery Fantasy, the one who's dancing around this door, just kind of trying to sleuth his way on through. Disrespect being shown by the other side there. They never know what's going to come running on through that door, whether it's a shield, whether it's a nook. Certainly not on my list of things that I would come to expect. There is, of course, one of my magnets to help capture any nades that could come in from Fantasy to force them to move away. And here we go. Starts to move on forward. He saw the head step up there, and no, Nade's got him covered. Even as his vision faded, had the chance to get the kill, but Nade is the one who comes out on top. NIP, they lose too. It looks like Furia might just hold on.
Like this game's attached to a rubber band at the minute. It just keeps pinging one direction to the other. And this time it is Furia in the driving seat, certainly in charge. We see the smoke canisters just in front of VIP there. Little bit of cover is being offered by Wizard. They're just trying to, I think, force Herds out of position here by putting that smoke in his way. It's almost like he has to push forward and then Wizard can take him out, but they're not going to need to. Double kill comes in. KZ takes a swing onto Pino. Meanwhile, Herds finds one. Herds finds another. Takes down Wizard. And anything you can do, they can do just as well. A flawless round it is in the previous round for NIP and a flawless round in this for Furia.
It's proving to be one of those games, Tim. You just don't know who walks away the winner. We said it coming in, and now we're saying it at the end of round 10. It's impossible to call which way it goes. It's proving to be such a split down the middle kind of game. Good round, though, from Furia, granted. Got themselves in a very, very solid spot there. Dealt with everything NIP were bringing to them. It's just turning into that one where both sides are really having to throw their all at it. We're going to go to Fireplace and Mining for round 11. We're guaranteed to see all 12. But is it end 7-5 or does overtime for the first time tonight kick in?
I mean, it's worth reminding everybody the stakes that we're playing for at this point, given how hard these two teams are fighting. We are in the lower bracket final. So what is up for grabs here? Well, it's a spot in that grand final against FaZe. And why is that so important?
Yay.
Your
prize is the grand final against FaZe.
Why is it so important? It all comes down to SI points and qualification to SI. So if you finish 3rd, 4th or 5th, then you end up with 50 SI points out of the playoffs. 2nd place gets 150. 1st place gets 300. So by winning this match, you guarantee yourself at least another 100 because you would get 50, but by getting into grand final, it's at least 150. So it is a huge difference. That is far too easy for Herds. He's starting to get running, takes down Cons, and it's a big loss. Just like they did to Furia, the sense has been taken out.
They're just not really learning the lesson here is the problem. Like, they started out with it in round 7. They brought along the Striker. They got along the Claymores to help try and deal with this kind of stuff. And now they've just been completely bitten off by it again. You know, Hertz done it to Pino earlier in the half. You've really got to be learning your lesson at this point, NIP. Otherwise, you're just inviting Furia straight into the game here to get things closed out because you're not learning from these things that are biting you. That's an interesting one. Felipe's going down super early. That's not great. Those Evil Eyes now doing no zapping. Of course, the concern more being that the Brava's going to roll on through and steal a bunch of them away, but still really not ideal that you've lost what is really your hard anchor in this lineup so early in the round.
No, it's not great at all. You can see it being monitored, but that's it. It's been grabbed out.
Nom, nom, nom.
They might do a bit of zapping now because the control has been passed over. Fantasy manages to take down Nade with an absolute beauty through the mining window. Then gets himself on the rappel, straight up to Piano to start pressuring Pixel. Furia on the back foot once again. 4 versus 3. NIP.
Just another fantasy moment, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, in on the drones, come off it, instantly dome somebody. What's the problem? Why is everyone screaming? Ugh, it's horrible. 4 versus 3 for now as they try another run out. I'm afraid it ain't going to work out quite the same this time around here, Furia. Before me once, shame on you. For me twice, shame on me. Definitely applies at least to rounds. It might just be after that their memories get wiped and we go all over again.
It certainly could be. It's all that way a little bit tonight, but yeah, that is going to be punished this time. No sense on side, doesn't really matter. We're just going to come through and kill everybody instead. Fantasy manages to pick up Herds, doesn't get the final one. KZ does manage to pick up a headshot onto him for a trade, but it leaves KZ 1v4 to a 1v3 cut down by a Wizard. End of the round for NIP, and look at the value they got out of that verticality. Final kill comes in from above on to the man at Pillars. But even then, there was damage being done consistently from above. It was great stuff from NIP. Got control of the map and used it well. Punish Furia 6-5 now, and it's going to be NIP that have the opportunity to close this one out.
They'll be relishing that. Mind you, again, this is Furia's map hit that we came into. NIP taking away our second one of Bank. They're really fancying getting it done in a 2 if they can win the first map. Otherwise, it's a case, like I say, of sending us through to that third. I can imagine NIP coming out the victor going into that second map. But crazy things have happened. The night is still young, or the series is still young. The night certainly is. We've already gone through 2 best-of-3s in 4 hours. It was rapid time sprinting. This could yet prove to be a series that eclipses them both if it goes the full distance. Clubhouse awaits for us as that third map, if required. So I can see, again, a world where NIP could 2-0 this if they can get this map over the line and then go and do the same on Bank. They're putting all the chips on the table here for this top floor defense. They're getting themselves set up nicely with more of the same. And the sentry pick coming out as an interesting one. I thought maybe lean towards something else again, like the Wamai, or maybe bring along another shield, but really wanted to lean into having both impacts and those C4s. Interesting, I imagine, probably those impacts all being brought along for the sense. We know it can destroy that light wall. They're having a C4, well, that's what we saw earlier on with the attempted plant just inside the doorway from Cigar. Not surprised that they want another C4 on side 2.
Very conscious now, NIP, of any early round aggression. Don't want to lose cons again. They want that sense on side, as you say. Impact nades abound. Nade does pick up Pino. It's going to be the Nomad, not the sense this time. So that might, I would say, free up the flanks, free up the jump outs a little bit. But there is still Wizard on side to at least offer that flank watch cover with the track stingers. Not really going to be effective against any jump outs or peaks, of course, where the air jab may be a little bit more useful. But 4 versus 5. And I'm not going to say that it looks like we're heading there just yet, but over time it's becoming a very real possibility.
Especially when they lose the entry like that. Absolutely. Again, really hard to separate these 2 teams at all right now. It feels like it's more than justified. Shield inside of Sora is going to have to get dealt with at some point. Very much a power positioning towards both Piano and on towards that cigar shop door. So for the defenders, that's a spot they want to keep protected. And sure enough, in a spot the attackers want cleared out. That's why nades are now in hand, rolling in towards that shield. You maybe hope that ADSs could help out there, but I'd expect they're more focused on towards Pixel instead to help give more cover in towards this side of the building itself. And so for the most part, NIP, the focus is actually getting inside the building here. Splashes rain on through, and nade probably to follow to try and clear out all of those ADSs. Should start to force the defenders back at least slightly as we hit that halfway mark of the round.
Yeah, I haven't seen a nade make it through there. Didn't see an explosion. ADS still online. Doc's going to juice himself up. 3 versus 5, and Fury are holding on so well here. Nade manages to find cons. All the pressure left from NIP is in Piano and Cigar, and Fury are well aware. They are lining them up, shooting them through the hatch. It's a flawless round. They just don't seem to be able to do 2 in a row, Des, but they have done enough to take us to overtime.
All right, one way to keep things interesting. Both teams, again, hard to drive a wedge between them on who comes away. We've had the 3-3 halves from both teams, so you can't really argue whether it's an attack or a defender-sided map or which team is really seeing the advantage right now. Fans restored in, once again, NIP remain on that attacking side. Can they do something a little bit differently here? We're going to start out on that top floor again. Why wouldn't Fury? They've just had a flawless round up there and have won that site twice, I believe, in that second half in pretty convincing fashion. Played it back in round 8 where they won it and only lost 1 player. So it seems to be the point where NIP really struggle to break through is on this top floor. It's true for both teams, actually, because Furia couldn't win on this site either. Back in the first half, it was pretty convincing then from NIP. So no, I think we'll get to round 15, and it'll be the offsite that then determines who walks away the winner.
Have we found the only match where the top floor is the best defensive side? I don't know. You tell me, Des. But it certainly does, like you say, seem that it's been one that they've been able to hold on to. So, maximum of 3 rounds left to go. You need to win by 2 if you want to finish it early. But one way or another, it will end in 15 if it...
You did have to be curious, actually. Is that still true that the top floor was by far and away the worst defender site? It's actually not at the moment.
I wouldn't say by far and away, but it's improved.
But at one point it was.
It's still not great.
It was 40% win rate for defenders. Yeah. It was awful.
It's still, even when it improves, which it does at points in time, it's still usually best at 50-50. Which is not great for a defensive side. It's not if it's going to be your primary choice. Not if you're saying, that's the defensive side to go to. 50-50 is not good.
Well, for those who are curious, across reload and the stage so far, how it has stacked up is that Kitchen is our most defender-sided site. 56.3%, Fireplace and Mining second at 55%, and then Bar and Cocktail is third at 54 before Reading and Fireplace steps in down at 49%. However, it is the most played site, and normally if something is played more, its win rate will skew downwards because it's being played by more people more widely. It's more chance for things to go wrong or for poor teams to default to playing on that site when forced to. So I'd say actually overall it's a pretty balanced map as far as the different sites go.
It is at the moment. It is.
For
For now, it always changes. It always changes. Fantasy is going to be getting in underneath on the Dokkaebi. We did hear first of those calls going out, so it will be a matter of probably about 15 to 20 seconds, I think, until that next one is available. You can see it just totting up on his player card, the little white circle surrounding the 0. Once that reaches the top, it will go to 1, and he'll have another call available, which will be at the 1 minute 30 mark.
Absolutely. Keep on chucking through for now. Early deaths coming out. Neither team really looking. We had this actually in the game earlier on between FaZe and Fury when it came down to the last round of Lair. It suddenly went from being a very aggressive game to being a very, very passive one where neither team wanted to be, the ones getting caught out too early on or trying anything risky and costing their team the game. So it's trying to be cautious probably here in the same sort of fashion. These last 3 rounds are where things really start to build up, and Pino, great shot on towards JB there. As much as JB tried to get the reverse angle, couldn't quite find it in time. Advantage to NIP as a call rings on through, just to keep them safe if nothing else here. Knowing there's no response, and Fantasy hits 2. Finally gets traded out. Actually gets to trade himself on the exit with Herds there. A 1v4, and Furia will find themselves down here. NIP will step up towards map point, but as said, they will move on from defense next, and you would expect them to come away as the winner there. A great round from NIP regardless.
Yeah, Fantasy's absolutely flying at the minute. I'm just waiting for our stats to update because the ones on screen are after we had a little rehost. So he has got a few more kills than it's currently showing on screen. So we'll get you updated with his current totals. 18 and 10. So he could be on for a big 20 bomb here, could Fantasy. He's been going brilliantly, to be honest. He's really been a catalyst for NIP. He's been able to get in there. He's had 1, 2, 3 multi-kills now, 3k then in round 13, 3k in round 11, 4k back in round 3. Very, 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 very influential.
I mean, on the other side, it feels weird to talk about in this way, but Philippox having a torrid time. 2 and 10, 0 and 3 on the entry. Like, it has not been his game. I think the rehost kind of masked how difficult a game he's been having so far. Some work to do, and sure enough, attack timeout coming in here from Fury. They know this is their last chance saloon because, admittedly, Tim, one thing I missed there at the end of the round, of course, that was an attacking round win from NIP. They've won on a site that they hadn't won during regulation. Now they go into the defense, and I imagine they're going to that top floor. You give a massive advantage over towards NIP being able to close out a defense, given the trend on this site so far. In fact, no, they're going down to Kitchen, down in the basement now. That is definitely a change away from what we expected.
It is. Looking at the sites that were won by NIP on the defense, to be fair, they lost Kitchen in round 1, but it was down to a 1v1. It was, maybe one that they should have won. And then we saw them win it in round 3. And that was it. So they're kind of 50-50 on it at the minute, but I think they'll be in their mind thinking, nah, really, that should be 100% win rate down there. It was a 1v1 gunfight at the end. That can always, you can lose that either way. So NIP probably pretty confident coming in here. They did manage to, I think, if I'm right in saying it, they got a kill last time around when they won it. They got a kill. There was a serious lack of verticality available for Fury. I'm looking across the lineup, and yeah, it was Philippox that was taken out first, so they lost the knock, and they just didn't really have much of an option to get any verticality established above site. So again, if NIP can lean into that, and maybe you don't get to choose them, but if they can take Nade out early here, it could be an absolute killer for this Fury side.
Absolutely. Well. Really feels like all the pressure's on Furia, and this is their one to lose. NIP's to lose, really. It's Furious to win. Got to do the very best they can and figure this one out, but it's going to require some real heroics, and Herds has kind of been that player for them so far that's been doing the hard yards when required. For a second, I was like, surely Cons don't fancy a cheeky one here. He's got himself the impact, really. He sure enough does. Finds 1 and finds 2! Just like that, you break Furious dreams of getting Cafe over the line. Oh man, Gotta work something real spectacular now. I said it was hard before. Now it's almost impossible. But Herd still stands, and whilst he does, there's a chance.
It could only have been marginally worse had they got the sledge. That at least leaves Furia something. But Deimos and Sense, two huge losses in terms of utility. What I'm at a loss for words at how Furia have been punished by that again.
I think you'd learn after the first 5, 6, 7 times. But alas, with how things have played out today, they absolutely have not. To be fair, we were saying the same about NIP. You know, Pino getting caught on the rip, and then not long after seeing Cons get ripped in the same way. They've just done it back. They've dealt the damage back when it mattered most. Got 2 kills, not just the 1. And that could be where it all ends. It'll be a reminder for Hers to talk less in all chat, and the team can still bite you back in the same way. Fury trying to figure out how on earth they make this one work, but it's looking nigh on impossible here, Tim. They're going to have to win their ones, most importantly, because they can't afford to double up on individual players anymore.
Yeah, NIP are just going to sit on their angles. They're not going to give anything away. Fantasy just got lucky there. He turned away at the wrong moment, thought the pressure was coming from window, but it was actually bottom white stairs that the challenge came in from, and nearly lost his life. He sees the shadow. He has all the pre-warning that he needs. Fantasy takes down Herds with a headshot, and things go from bad to worse for Furia. NIP 5 versus 2 now, 30 seconds left to go, and surely they seal the deal here in Kitchen.
They don't lose this one from here, Tim. I've never seen a team lose it from this position, not when there's this little time left and the team does not have any real map control. It's nigh on unwinnable. So when it comes round to Consulate, that's what we're all going to be talking about. But the hero at the moment, 100% is Cons. A big 2k run out, turns it into a third. And now Nade can do nothing but look on, knowing that his team have got the business to do now. They've got to go and win both Consulate and Club if they want a rematch against FaZe in the final. But NIP go 1-0 up in the series, taking away Furia's map pick.
The 4th flawless round that we saw in the match was the one to finish it. 2 went to NIP, 2 went to Furia, and it just marks what was a very close matchup between these two, but ultimately NIP able to get it done, and that was Furia's map pick. NIP chose Bank. That's where we're going to be heading second, but it is not looking good for Furia at the moment. NIP had an answer to absolutely everything.
There is 100% work to be done there as well. I think for both sides, as we said, it was hard to drive a wedge through them for most of that game. That round 13 was the real transformer for me. NIP getting the attacking round win onto a site they hadn't won in regulation. That just set the tone, and then Cons doing what Cons does best, it feels, throughout this series, causing absolute chaos, whether it's behind a glass shield or on a crazy run out. It seemingly doesn't matter. Beautiful stuff, and very, very keen to see how things build up from here. But there's a desk waiting to speak through that map a little bit further. Let's go to them and then see how Consulate shakes down.
Thank you, gentlemen. I can really always appreciate when there are teams that take us to the limit despite not having massive expectations placed on their shoulders, and NIP so far are doing a phenomenal job of waiting out the storm. That's been the trend the entire day against teams that they could be neck and neck against. Nobody had more than a 2-round lead in this game, and NIP was the team that had the lead both times. They were the only team that was able to win rounds that wasn't just one for Furia, one for NIP. They won 2 straight in 2 and 3, and then 2 straight in 13 and 14. But overall, Gabe, this still ended up being a pretty weird back and forth overall.
Yeah, I did say going into this matchup, I didn't really know who was going to be the favorite here. Both teams have their struggles, both teams have their strength, but especially Furia going into this matchup. And throughout some of these rounds, it leaves me to question the prep and the time that they had leading into this. It didn't really feel they were too comfortable on this map, given that they had all the time in the world. They were over peaking, something that we've talked about time and time again, where they can be in the position, they have the win rate, they have the win condition, and they just over peak in so many instances. And then also to struggle on their attacks as much with these NIP defenses that realistically, this could have been like a 5-0 half, 6-0 half. But for Furia not to quickly realize, okay, we're getting just throttled by NIP with this constant aggression. Why not bring like a shield to slow it down? Why not just have some sort of utility being brought that just slows down that aggression of NIP? It just, for me, it's failing to understand the opponent you're playing against, where you can abuse the aggression from NIP by bringing utility ops, by bringing something to slow down the constant aggression. So I hyped them up, and now I regret it because I'm eating my words by seeing the exact same fundamentals not being implemented in their match versus NIP. I really hope going into Bank we see something different.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't get me wrong. Even though I obviously want to praise NIP for winning, I'm going to have a lot of critiques for them as well, because just as Furia were over-peaking on their defenses, so were NIP on theirs. Both these teams had very similar problems, and ultimately, when you have teams giving openings on both sides, it's a matter of who can capitalize off of them. And for NIP, that person was Fancy. 20 kills, 20 and 10 at the end of the game, 3-0 on the entry, and obviously having that massive round 13 3K where he finds a gap inside of shop. I'm sure we're about to see it in just a little bit, but then even on the defense, Khan's hitting that spawn peak and running out. It was very much a game of individual performances and both teams giving the other an opportunity to find a way back into this matchup.
Lax, I think for most of this game, it felt like there were opportunities for both teams to eke out more than just a one-round lead overall, but still, it might have been small mistakes that the other team was able to capitalize on, especially when we're talking about how many spawn peaks there were just overall in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I hate spawn peaks and scrims, and I hate them just as much when a team is actually doing it on game day. But with the amount of spawn peaks, I mean, even this round from Khans, I mean, that was just beautiful. But again, to reiterate the constant spawn peaks that NIP was doing, more so from Fantasy, it makes me question the droning. Like, why is there not a drone giving that information and spawning docks time and time again, getting spawn killed from there? To me, it's more of an ego from Furia and not being like, okay, hey guys, why are we even spawning Riverside, Dockside? We don't need to. We're going to the top of the building. You can spawn anywhere on the map to get to the top. River is probably one of the worst sides to spawn on because you can be spawn peaked and you're getting spawn peaked. So again, it goes back to the question of, where are the drones? You cannot convince me that all of your drones are on the third floor or the second floor. One drone should be outside big door or inside the main lobby just to see if there is anyone playing around there, possibly going for a quick spawn peak, given how many spawn peaks happen. So again, for me with Furia, it's really a matter of ego, in my opinion, than it is just being outright, hey, we know how we can counter this. Let's do that. Instead, it's like, let's just keep doing the same thing and hope for a different outcome.
Well, and as we take a look at the statistics, I think demonstrating your point about teams over-peaking, giving away advantages, is shown very well by the entry differential for both teams. Both teams have a dead-even entry, I think, at, 7-7 for both? There were 14 rounds played. Yeah, 14 rounds played, and pretty much everybody got an opening pick in about half the rounds. And yet, on the first half, we saw NIP get 5, only win 3. Second half, Furia get 5, only win 3. Then we do see NIP convert both of the attack and defenses they played in OT. But this was a game of teams actually being quite good in the early round, especially if you were a team on the defense, peeking outside of those windows. I mean, we saw small bake window peak, main door window peak. We saw jump outs. We saw a third floor, first floor. We saw every window, every possible exterior angle get spawn peaked at the beginning. We did, and more often than not, it was the defense winning the vast majority of those engagements, and yet still, many of these teams, in particular, the very defenses I just complimented, were playing 1v1s, being all spread out. I mean, Gabe, think back to that JB92 and Herds 2v5.
Yeah, that was insane.
Where there's no call to reset, and we got one guy on white, one guy on red, one guy on the top floor, just no coordination.
Yeah, it doesn't help by any means, but Fantasy's performance definitely helps. I mean, 20 and 10, he was huge, especially in those spawn kills, and then his entries. I mean, that 4K that he had in the second round was insane. I think Tim even said he didn't even use his keyboard; he was just using his mouse. And honestly, I'd have to agree. He made that 4K look beautiful. And then there was, I think, was it round 4 when he shot the C4? No, it wasn't round 4. I can't remember what round it was, but he shot the C4 in Whitehall to stop the Monty from being killed.
Round 3,
and
I think.
Again, I mean, Fantasy really, truly stuck out to be an MVP outside of just his kills. I mean, the plays that he was making, getting the util off the walls, it was huge. But again, to go back to the spawn peaks, Cafe is a map that you can be spawn peaked from all angles, but it is tantalizing difficult to try to go for those spawn peaks. And it's just as simple in many scenarios, especially you're going to be moving to a map like Bank, where you can be spawn killed on Bank just as much. It's just getting a quick drone out. You have an extra drone on you. Throw it out if you're not confident enough that someone could be spawn peeking. You gain that information. You get the pre-fire. You as an attacker are always going to be the one in the driver's seat when it comes to that spawn kill. that you can get that information quickly off of a drone, because I promise you, one of those players is not seeing that tiny little pixel of a drone come out to spot you peeking from a window where you can easily capitalize off of it. So again, for Fury, I think we got to drop the ego and come back to reality and be like, okay, they're playing aggressive. Let's stop this aggression. Let's be able to play off one, and let's get this early pick and keep playing that man advantage, because if this is the same Fury we're seeing going into Bank, it realistically could be the exact same result if NIP keeps up this aggression without it being stopped.
Well, and to be honest, like, Fury obviously need to tighten up, but NIP do as well. Both teams really need to work on those defenses, because
absolutely,
NIP might have won Cafe, but it was kind of sloppy from both on those defensive sides. And on Bank, now NIP are up 1-0. The onus is just a bit more on Furia since they're down.
Well, somebody's undefeated streak on Cafe had to come to an end this stage. Furia had 3 in a row, NIP had 4, including the one that they played earlier in the series, and now they've got 5, but that was Furia's pick. NIP managed to claim it, even if it took a bit longer than it did in the W7M series, and now we need map 2, and both these teams already have history on Bank, so we'll see if it repeats itself right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Both Fury and NIP this stage definitely don't have any problems with Bank overall. It's in their map pools. NIP is one of the only teams, I think probably the only team so far to have played all 9 maps so far this stage, but Bank is one that they keep on coming back to, and they've opted to do it again against Furia when they did play this back in Playdate 2, and it was a close matchup, but they proved, hey, we can hang, especially against a team of former world champions on Bank. They made things work out pretty handedly. But they're gonna do it again, almost as if they want to give the same smoke they gave to Furia last month to them again with elimination on the line. Gabe, it's 100% doable now, but it's been a bit since both these teams have played this map against each other.
Yeah, it's definitely been some time, and I've seen it time and time again. You know, when you come to a rematch on the same map, typically the team that lost does end up being the one that comes out on top. Now, I can't confidently say that now, given the performance that we're seeing from Furia, even from NIP. They're both having their struggles. But for Furia, again, what I want to see adopted, especially going into Bank, and coming from the side of Felipox being their IGL, he didn't have a lot of success on that last game. I believe he was, what, 2-11? So if he can bring a shield, whether it's Blackbeard, whether it's Monty, whether it's Blitz, and just be able to stay alive in these attacking rounds to be able to facilitate an entire setup and then therefore go for an execute and even stop, again, spawn peaks or that aggression in generally and kind of keep a clamp on it, I do think Fury will have a better chance. They do start on defense, so that does alleviate some of that pressure. But again, it does fall back to playing with each other and not going for these individual solo peaks that just keeps trickling your man advantage.
And I mean, on Bank, obviously Furia are starting on the defense, but like we just saw, the tale for both teams was getting an advantage on the defense, winning those early fights, and then really struggling to convert it. But I have to think that the protocol on Bank for both should be fairly simple. I mean, Bank is a map where the defense really is a bit worried about overplaying their hand. So if, let's say, you're Furia and you're doing the normal thing where you put Herds behind Amira in CEO, right? If he gets a kill, ideally, you can fall back at that point. Maybe you can't completely fall back, of course, but hopefully on Bank, when the defense does feel a little more pressure, given usually not only the attack success, but NIP's success on the attacking half. Last time these two teams played, they won 4 of the 6 attacking rounds they played. So I hope to see from Furia, even if they're running a lot of the same positions, because, I mean, honestly, when Herds plays behind a mirror window in Janitor, I kind of feel like a fanboy every time. It's very fun to watch. But I hope that we see them get that 5v4 and then fall back pretty quick and understand on Bank, you don't want to extend yourself too far.
We heard KDS in the interview earlier today say that if we've played a team on best of ones already, we want to play them again in best of threes, just so we know who actually won the map in the long run. We've seen several times where best of one round robin maps get replayed in the playoffs just so that teams are 100% certain. And so far, the replays, the team that won it the first time usually wins it the second. So we're getting very close to seeing if it's possible for NIP to get that same repeat. But if they don't, Lax, let's just look to the future for a second. If they can't pull this off and Furia win Bank, if we need Clubhouse, just based on what we've seen Furia play thus far, do you figure Furia has a way to claw back and win this series after how map 1 went?
Yeah, Clubhouse is such a default map, and it's a map of being more perfect than the other team. So it really is just going to come down to who's going to have the better performance going into map 2. So if Furia does get this win, that it keeps them alive, having that motivation and that confidence then being brought into Clubhouse, I can't imagine it's going to be, you know, a complete one-sided event. Both these teams have been looking strong in their outright, and like I said, also having their own issues. I think Clubhouse would literally just be a battle of, like, it's just going to be a coliseum. It's just going to, who's going to come out being the best opponent in that matchup. And again, Clubhouse, it's so default that I don't think NIP wants to have to resort to going to a map 3.
Yeah, I certainly agree as well. Also, just because I think if you're one of those teams where if you let them get comfortable, if you let them get confident, you're going to start facing quite a lot of issues. And at the beginning of Cafe, they were anything but confident. I mean, that game could have been a 7-3 because we had a Nade 1v2 and then a JV92 and Herds 1v5 in rounds 1 and 4 respectively. So Furia were very much on the ropes on Cafe, and 8-6 is somewhat of a deceptive scoreline when it comes to how dominant that game could have been. But if Furia go to Bank, a map we've seen quite a lot of good performances from them on over the years, where there are some very famous positions, like I just mentioned, Herds and CEO, where he can really pop off and has popped off. This might not be their pick, but this is a map they are comfortable on, and if NIP allow them to get into the game, obviously they have to win it or else they're out, but if they allow them to get comfortable, and if Furia do get into the game, I'd hate to be the NIP that has to face that Furia team on Clubhouse.
It also looks like this NIP team is just used to beating this Furia squad by the slimmest of margins. An 8-6 on Cafe after you're deadlocked for most of the match, that makes sense. We just saw that one. When they played Bank earlier, 7-5, after a 4-2 attacking half from NIP, they were deadlocked in that second half, but it was just the one additional round NIP were able to win in that first half that ultimately set them on the path and gave them that win back in Playday 2. It looks like we're about ready to get things going. It's the last opportunity for Furia. They've lost 3 straight maps. Now they have to find a way to claw themselves back into it if they want the grand final appearance heading into tomorrow. Ace of Pyrite and Dezichu are on the call for Bank.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Indeed, this could be where the road ends for Furia. Certainly not a team that I would have anticipated them losing to, truthfully, Tim. NIP, although they've been on the up and up, certainly aren't quite a team that are competing for world titles on the regular or a former world winners, as we've seen Furia do. But that's the reality that we face. It could be them snatching away at least 150 SI points in that grand final against FaZe tomorrow. It all depends how this map plays down. And of course, if we need it, how Clubhouse shakes up as well. Bank. NIP's map choice, in we go, starting with our bans. First one going to be, I imagine, a Hard Breacher. No, Blackbeard Shield going away, and a Mirror, Tim.
I mean, you know, we kind of thought that NIP were back. I think we just didn't realise how back they were, because...
True that.
Right now, they are looking fantastic. Blackbeard Ying and Mirror Azami. No major surprises other than the fact, as you've picked up on, Des, that they haven't gone for the Ace Hibana combo on the attacking bans there to prevent that ranged breach of the Cantor wall that gives the line of sight all the way down to the vending machine and to stock corridor. So other than that, it should be pretty easy for NIP to get that angle opened up if they want to use it. I don't think it's necessarily as impactful as we're thinking. That ban, the top floor still, in general terms, doesn't have a fantastic attacker win rate, I don't think, even with the possibility of taking those hard breaches away. So I think, you know, a lot of it comes down more to dealing with Janitor and getting underneath if you need to, or having a plan to deal with that mirror window, which isn't going to be a problem because NIP, unsurprisingly, have taken it away. They don't want Herds anywhere near that whatsoever. But for the time being, we're going to be looking at a basement to kick things off. That's going to be the first defense for Furia.
Absolutely no surprise at all. It's where most teams start on this map. I think it's very rare that you see them go elsewhere these days. Like, you get the balance on what site you go to afterwards, and everyone at first was like, oh god, we're just going to never see top floor. Well, never see top floor anymore because you can't jump out anymore. It's hard to defend. Why would defenders go there? But we have seen it picked up quite a fair whack, to be fair. You know, teams have found ways to adapt to that, different ways that they can play around things. Banning away double hard breach, which is what I expected, lets you play all of this white corridor that you just saw on your screen a second ago. So there are options, there are alternatives, but we'll see where we step to in round 2. For now, of course, it's focusing on getting this map clear done, making sure we've got control, especially this part here, in towards open and staff. Very common to see a defender sat on that hatch, taking down some drones, wasting a little bit of time, but not overstaying their welcome to the level that they eventually get picked off and leave their team 4v5 down on the site itself, which is why JV has dropped away. And now really it should give all the space in the world for NIP to get the control they need of this first floor and start thinking about their execute.
Yeah, 45 seconds and 1 minute and 5 seconds respectively for those two players, Nade and Herds, to be forced back away. Sorry, Nade and JV92 to be forced back away towards site. Herds is going to be locked in. I was going to say to Blue Stairs, but he's actually dropped away as well. Must have felt the mounting pressure, knew that that server hatch was going to be getting opened up, and they wanted him back on site. Quite often that shotgun, the SS shotgun, will be playing their entire life on Blue Stairs to keep them out of there, but to be honest, they don't really have the utility to back it up. No Wamai, no Jaeger, no Smoke, no Warden, so it's kind of understandable that they've dropped away from that position, and NIP should have all the map they need. The next question is now, can they deal with the utility, and can they create the space they need?
That's the big thing, right? You can have as much of the map as you want, but if you're leaving it too late to deal with any potential C4s, to deal with smoke, to deal with Chanka fire, to deal with the Vulcan canisters, all these things can still hurt you, even when it feels like everything is sort of ready and going your way. This player actually at the top of blue gets one. Herds, will he come for the second? Yes, he will! Fantasy! Question marks on the sprint there, my friend. You knew he just swung one, man. Hoping to chase the man down Blue Stairs, I expect, but Herds, he weren't leaving. He was coming back for a second and then for a third. And just when it felt like NOP had all the control they needed, they get absolutely clapped back on by Furia. And Hates, well, I don't think he can do it all by himself. He might get a kill back. All that's going to do is deny away the flawless round though, Tim, because Hates has got to go massive here. And somehow, I don't think a team like Furia are going to let that one happen. They take that first round off the back of Herds, going absolutely massive.
Little bit lax from NIP there, unfortunately. Yeah, so what's happened is Herds has dropped away from Blue Stairs, and I think they're aware of that. But if you notice, there was a mute jammer right up at the top of Blue Stairs next to the door. So they can't get a drone in there to sort of double check that or to keep an eye on it. Really, NIP should have been confirming that Blue Stairs was clear, even if they thought it was, and they should have been taking that mute jammer out so that they could play a drone in there, so that there was something as a deterrent for somebody moving back into that position. They just never dreamed that Herds would come running back on in, and they've completely taken their eye off the ball with it, and Herds has punished them big time. 3 kills from the top of there. Brilliant stuff from him. Just, you know, sometimes you got to take a gamble. He's done that. It's paid off. Great stuff. Furia 1-0.
All right. Herds definitely setting the pace. However, I say this a lot about teams. I think about G2 when I say this, at least G2 of old, definitely not modern G2, is a lot of the round wins that they would often pick up would be based on a 3K or a 4K. Hero players, I call them at the time. It's one player donning the Superman cape and going absolutely massive for them in a given round. And it doesn't always suggest that the team would have won if not for that individual moment. You can't discount it entirely, but Herds there has got a 3K on Blue Stairs. The actual site setup itself was never tested. We don't know if the lack of a smoke and only having a Chanka was going to have a big impact on the attack itself or not. Those are questions that will always remain unanswered because Herds has done the business for them in round 1. And so I'll say the same thing now that I always say when I see a team doing a similar thing, having one player going massive. I still want to see a couple more rounds to see if the team are able to stand up here against NIP's attacks, or if that one really was a bit of a flash in the pan where Herds has got them around that otherwise they wouldn't be able to get over the line.
In goes the Rotero. It's going to be looking for any barbed wire on the spiral stairs, which it will find. So that is going to free up that path to scoot the Yokai drone. That could have been extra value there if the Yokai drone hadn't been being controlled. But the Yokai drone will be scooted to safety for the time being. More utility chewed up by the Flores. So great progress to begin with. Herds is still in his favoured position of Janitor Closet. Doesn't have the mirror window to play behind, but it's to be hoped that NIP have got a plan. They know that he's going to be in that position. They know that he's going to play his entire round there. If they let him, he'll deny the plan. He'll do absolutely everything. So they need to have a plan to get rid of him.
A lot of utility they need to at least get themselves inside the building as well, right? You got that Dockerby call to come out, the smokes, the fire, to move the defenders around, the glass peering through, hoping to find someone. You see this quite a lot where there's this kind of stalemate in a way where they need to find a way to pressure the Janitors player if they want to be able to play the windows successfully. Fire coming on through is doing enough to force him to drop down. Good stuff here as well as starting to force players away. Fantasy on the march on up, and they know about this. Yes, they do. But of course, it's a clash in behind a shield. There is a trade to come out. But a lot of that work is done. That backwards pressure dealt with. It hasn't stopped the actual plant itself going down on site as Cons in the back of it. Off the back of his own smoke has got the work done. And now it's panic stations for Fury. They've got to find a way to recover here, Tim. And this is one damn hard site to recover.
Yeah, NIP have won the round realistically. There's no option to go out of the windows anymore. Hang on a minute. This could be a hell of a play if he's got himself just inside of the bookcase there. He's looking to... that's not ideal. It's just going to, I think, take away that cover he was relying on. But can they get the angle here? The window cover is in place. Yes, they do manage to take him off it. And as I said, it was always going to be very, very difficult. JV does manage to find Pino, who'd made a last gasp effort in there. They've left one on the windows. The time has run down. And NIP do manage to hold on. It was a little bit closer than I thought it might be in the middle of that. But ultimately, what impressed me in that round was NIP had a perfect plan for Janitor. They knew Herds was going to be in there. It was dead simple. Open up a little hole at the top of the wall, send it in, the Capitao arrow through there. The fire forces Herds out of position, and as soon as that had happened, the smoke goes in through the window. Capitao's in, he's planting, he's back out of the window. Absolutely beautiful stuff from NIP.
Yeah, really, really good, clean stuff. I mean, the fact they had so many threats to deal with, C4s, Yokais, you name it, there was a lot that could have stopped them there, but they made sure they dealt with everything before they went in there and went for the plants. It was good patience and good discipline being shown. This is what I meant at the end of round one. Like, you could look at that and go, wow, Fury have just absolutely rolled that round. Like, they're looking great here on Bank. Herds was looking great here on Bank in that one individual moment. Now you're starting to see that NIP can indeed step into the game and play pretty successfully. That one apiece starting up now of one team winning off the back of one player, the other one winning off the back of a really good execute as a team, probably shows that NIP are going to be no slouches. We're going to go to Bar and Open for this next one. Bar and Open? Staff and Open. See how this one plays out. And by the looks of it, from the side of Furia, you got a couple of players up on the top floor. I doubt Casey stays down here now with him barricading this all off. But there are going to have to be roamers for NIP to go and deal with first before they can start thinking about the site itself, unless Cons wants to just full send it in with the shield.
You never know. You never know when it comes to Cons. We've seen some big moments from him so far, but I'm not sure full sending is going to be the answer. Quick progress into stock, though. Look at this. Getting aggressive. Going to be Hates moving across. And he's just actually got away with that. He's just walked all the way across stock. There is somebody in there that's tasked with watching that. Herds is going to be the one on Overwatch there, but just as he turns away, they move on through and the Deimos gets established.
Absolutely. It's that combo again, though, right? The Deimos, the Dockerby. Speak it into existence to death. The fantasy certainly not going to help. But, and also the Blitz going down, that is most definitely not going to help at all. But it's back and forth between the two, to be fair, Tim. They are this is crazy. Look, we're barely even looking at the site yet. There is all this back and forth going on between them upstairs. We've got rid of two very critical operators on the side of NIP in the form of the Dockerby and the Blitz. On the other side, though, you've lost the C4 of Herds and you've lost the Yokais. That information is still there and available from those drones, but they will not be stopping any plant going down anytime soon.
Yeah, they've all been forced back to site here of Furia in the 3 versus 3. Tracks are coming on in from the Deimos as well. Just thinking about taking his shots. Won't quite find its mark. It leaves us still 3 versus 3, but it certainly means KZ's had to move deeper into sight there to keep himself out of that line of danger that could have come in from the Deimos. NIP just kind of having a little run around upstairs at the minute. They're not really making any progress up here. I was going to say the soft breaching wasn't happening. They now have got that started, and they're looking to continue applying pressure here. Shots again kind of raining on around, but small amounts of damage being done, nothing major.
Nah, nothing else, just to roll out those side panels, I think, as well. So maybe you get a long angle in from the kitchen step in. I don't know. But it's one of those where, for now at least, the defenders don't look all that bothered. Still only 3 IPs on either side. So it's been that kind of calmness for the last 60 seconds after what was a manic flurry for the first 90 seconds of the round or so. My expectation from Wizard, there is a player starting to push him here, and the fire comes on through. Philippox can't do an awful lot, but elsewhere, it's KZ getting rid of haste. They take with one hand and give with the other. Both teams neck and neck as we get towards the last 20 seconds.
In go the Grim Bees. That is going to signal, no doubt, a little bit of movement here.
I know where both are.
Where NIP try to push in and get aggressive. They need to win the gunfights. They will pre-fire 1 versus 1. Pino picks it up, and again, NIP have the answers, Des. It was a back and forth round. They were able to gain that intel at the end and use it to maximum effect. NIP with another successful attack.
Yeah, I mean, that round was a weird one because, as I said, it was so 1-for-1 throughout the entire thing, all the way down to the last kill. Pino getting rid of KZ, who in the round got himself a 3K, but just couldn't close out onto Pino at the end. The big problem there being that one of those Grim Bees spotted out both players, so constant pings coming through on their location, and it was all too easy for NIP to step forward and collect what they needed to. And I don't think it's so much a rage ban against that last round in particular, but the Grim being taken away makes a lot of sense. Very, very potent operator. Lots of teams love playing it. Just very good in that situation, as you saw there, to restrict movement of defenders, or at the very least, give over a lot of info to the attackers. But NIP starting strong after our first quarter, Tim. In a couple of close rounds, admittedly, but they're still up 2-1, and that's all that counts.
Back down to the basement, Furia go. If we have a look at how this has already gone, it's not been plain sailing for Furia, we can say that. Last time they tried to defend down in the basement, they were successful. As you quite rightfully pick up on, Des, it was down to a Herd's hero play. You know, we often talk about these hero plays, that you can't rely on them round after round, and Furia certainly haven't been playing their most solid of Siege today. And they have been quite reliant on those moments. Herd stepped up to the top of blue stairs. NIP made the mistake. They allowed him. They left the gap, and he certainly was happy to step in there and take the triple kill that it granted him. But ultimately, you just can't see that happening again here in another round. The Echo has been taken away. We've seen quite a lot of Echo play today, so there will be no Yokai drones. And unsurprisingly, the Grim has gone the other way, given the impact that it had in round 3.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a shield matchup coming out here between the Monty and the Clash. A little bit different these days, granted. Before, it was more about damaging the Monty. Couldn't do an awful lot as he slowly got zapped away by the Clash, but with the shield and the electric, no longer doing damage. It's just about slowing him down and giving over that free information, of course. More for NIP here about getting themselves set up on site, because everything they brought along here screams execute focus outside of maybe fantasy that they can use to clear around the map. But I've got to be so mindful of Herds. He was the one who did a lot of damage last time around. You cannot afford a repeat of last time here, NIP. You can course correct that, and given how the last 2 rounds have gone, that you've won the alternative sites, well, you're on for a pretty good start here on the attack of Bank. Could even find yourself up 4-2, or let alone 5-1 if we get there.
Plenty of nades in hand at the minute. They're going to need to deal with those pesky problems that the Clash might cause on blue stairs. Philippox is still in position and will likely stay so, I would expect. But a couple of nades, it should be reasonably easily dealt with if they come in and get that hatch as well. They need to take the laser gate off the hatch, which is going to be the next order of business. As we can see, that little bit of utility just thrown onto the top, clear it off. That's going to allow them to have it. They're very concerned about Philippox, so he's back and forward into server, back onto blue stairs. And I think they need to prioritise dealing with that Clash.
I actually love the Clash in this position. Like, we've not seen another team do it before, but I think it's so effective. Because the risk here when you're on top stairs, at the top of the stairs, is you can't swing around and peek it in case someone's holding the angle. Perfectly safe to do on the Clash. You can feed information if that hatch is being opened. If it is being opened, and even if it does get open, you can still cross safely back in towards site and rejoin your team. Admittedly, I'm not feeling too good about his position here, Tim. I thought he would have joined his team back on site, and instead has, very fairly so, got himself pincered in from dirt, +2 players pushing into the bottom of stairs. That's the only bad part of that play. Otherwise, from Felipox, I thought it was good, but I would have loved to have seen him return back on towards site and join his team that way, using the shield as cover to ensure he wasn't shot from the hatch.
NRP now start working to try and get that diffuser down. They've got the space that they need, but the Tachanka of Nade is going to continue causing problems. We do know, however, those Shumaka canisters not easy to put into position. That light screen is not going to make it any easier for them to do that, and it might just create that little bit of space that they need to actually move through the site and plant on the bomb chassis instead and give that alternative.
I like this. Rather than trying to plant in a standard spot, they tried to tuck their way in, and that's when Fantasy strikes. Of course it is. Here he is with 2, looking for a 3, but no. It comes all down to Wizard to close things out as they get into the last 3 seconds. Furia have stood firm. Might have almost got themselves another kill there, but it wouldn't have been the end of the round. They hold up against that craziness coming out from NIP and take us up to 2 apiece.
Another close matchup, much the same as we saw at the start of Cafe, but I would say the same as I said there. If NIP come away with 3 here on their map pick, I think they win that half, to be honest, because, again, we would expect on their map pick that they're going to be solid on the defense. Furia chose the defense to start on here. They need to get 4. They need these 2 next rounds back to back. It's going to be top floor, then it's going to be open and staff. NIP, one more attack. They're in the zone. They're at the point where they want to be. Obviously, yes, you want as many rounds as you can get, but 3 will do the job for them to give them that advantage in the second half.
So that top floor we go again then. See how things shape up. Last time around, NIP dealt with this incredibly well. Very, very patient, very disciplined, kind of tried to force players away with fire, dropping through hatches, you name it. Didn't give anyone a chance to spray down Cons as he was getting the diffuser in place. Really, all eyes turn towards Fury here as being the ones to change things up. We can look to play in below. Seeing Malusi Banshees in there, for example, already being placed down by Nade, which suggests you might see someone playing in below. Open up that ceiling, for example, and use it to challenge on towards the windows when someone repels in to try and get the diffuser down. Could be quite an effective way to deny this. It doesn't require holding upstairs as much itself.
Need to get a little bit more value out of the blitz this time. Wasn't successful at all last time. It was dealt with pretty easily. But they just need to make sure if they're going to be bringing that along that they get something done. No Capitao this time, which was obviously the tool that they used to move Herds out of this position inside of Janitor. I always focus on Janitor for this site, especially when Herds is in there, because he's got such a mastery of the position. The question is, how are they going to deal with him this time? I'm looking across there. I'm not seeing too many options apart from rush the blitz in from top square, but it's going to be difficult because you got KZ backing him up there as well from stock door. So there's a lot of utility that needs to be removed.
Absolutely. A bit of exchange coming in here, and Nade up to force JV back a bit. Fantasy really wanted... Oh, ho, ho, ho! Surprise! Coming in from the backside, at least gets rid of 1. 8's getting a kill, instantly traded out as well. NIP starting to lose numbers here as pressure just keeps on being applied by Furia. Granted, NIP have tried something a bit different here in terms of aggression, and so far I paid the price. Wizard with a great shot onto Herds, brings it back to 3 apiece, and Cons, he still stands on this shield, Tim. They can do a lot of damage.
I'm not sure what the plan is from Herds there. He's just stood in the doorway. He's give them every opportunity to kill him from what he knows is such a vital position. So NIP can start thinking about a plant now. They need to double check Janitor though, because somebody else moved in there. KZ has taken his position, but he's very low health. 1 pistol shot will be enough to get the job done and to take him out of it. And you can see that's exactly what they're looking for. They bully in that position with Cons now, but he's going to take a lot of damage. That's surely going to back him off.
Now at the very least, sure. Got to make something happen though. He is the tip of the spear for them. They've got a concuss available to Wizard. Finds absolutely no one, unfortunately. With that, they've got a smoke to play behind, and that's about it. It's kill for kill yet again though. Tim Cons getting rid of 1. Now he's up into a 1 versus 1. The KZ wins out. Wizard 1 back. It's net once again, Tim. A 1 versus 1. Lots of time to play with, but Felipox with the inferior gun has got to find the headshot. Wizard up to 1 HP. Felipox finds what he needs, and it's another close round that goes the way of Furia.
Furia just starting to find a little bit of traction over the last couple of rounds, but I remind you of the score. 3-2 Furia. NIP on the attack. If they can get this last round and move into the second half on a 3-3 on defense, I think they'll be pretty satisfied with that. Furia, like I say, holding on in the 1v1. Certainly wasn't easy for Leapox. His team really sort of hyping him up there because he has had a tough night so far against NIP. And getting that clutch closed out is going to be, I think, a big moment for Leapox's confidence.
Oh boy. It could be the start of something beautiful for Furia. Get the 4-2 half, go on the attack. Show NIP what for on their own map pick, and that would take us to club, as we've spoken about a few times now, to see who it is that has that dance for destiny against FaZe tomorrow. Find ourselves down on this first floor again. Of course, avoiding the Teller's Archive site, as we so often see on Bank. It's not one of the most popular sites, fair to say. I think it's been played probably less than a dozen times around the world throughout the stage. The other three, very, very popular and very, very balanced, though. Not surprised to see this is where the half is going to end on the attacking side. Leaning towards the shield again. I can't see because who's going to win, but everyone tends to be back in Furia. I'm not too surprised. As you said earlier, Tim got a pretty big fan base. Even when FaZe was slapping them, it was still about 50-50.
Okay, holding the angle here. Fantasy not maybe had the impact on the match that he might have liked so far, or at least here on Bank, I mean. 3 and 5, and I always feel like Fantasy is more of a defense player. I'd love to see his stats broken down. Just that ability to be able to run around the map, cause chaos, pop up anywhere, seems to really fit his play style a lot. And on the attack, hasn't really been able to bring quite as much of that sort of energy. 5 versus 5 still, as we are 45 seconds, coming up to 50 now into the round. And NIP just about starting to get themselves into the building. Early fight. Who's going to come away on top? KZ takes a bit of damage, as does Fantasy. You know he's not going to back away from it. He wants to continue peaking this. He knows he's got a second challenge in him as well. They need to be careful here, Furia, because Fantasy's the sort of player that'll take both of them down. But Herds manages to find Wizard. Big pickup. There's a lot of utility gone.
Yeah, and again, that sort of trend of Fury just being willing to show aggression in the early round, whether it's playing on blue stairs or getting up in the face around the map, paying dividends for them, and that 4-2 half looking more and more likely as they've now found 3. NIP just running out of steam towards the back end of this half. Of Furia have really awoken. You can see them roaring their way towards a dominant first half. The one coming out as Pino falls down. This could be a flawless round to end the half, Tim. Unless it's Cons can do something magic, and at 2 and 5, I'm afraid he just ain't that guy.
No, very unlikely. You know, we've seen big clutches from him so far today, but 1v5 ace, it's not about the player, it's often about the circumstance. It's very rare that we see that happen, only once or twice in my career can I remember having seen that successfully completed, and against a team like Furia, even less likely. So Cons, he's going to peek around the corner, manages to find his first. I'm still going to say it's likely an exit frag at this point, just seeing if he can find anything up through that hatch. Going to do a little bit of damage. Furia are intent on having the fight here, but it's such low health. Leapox drops down, gets the kill, closes it out, and that's going to be the first half that Furia expected as a minimum. 4-2 on the defensive Bank sets them up for the second half, but with NIP on their own map choice, moving on to defense, we could well be heading for a few more of those extra rounds.
Always breaks my heart when I see a Docker people die with both phone calls in back pocket. Because those are the sort of things you look at and say, that was used earlier, it might not quite have gone this way. You wouldn't have been surprised so much by the defenders. That was unfortunately how things transpired. As you say, we can part that now, then look at what happens in the second half. First band's coming through, and Monty, shock horror, not at all. Maybe a little bit, to be fair, actually, against Fury, because as we've regarded, they're not really a massive shield team. Ying also going to follow. Definitely seen them play that a few times. And on the other side, that clash is going away early this time, alongside the castle.
Pretty standard, really. I don't think it'll affect NIP. It's interesting that I'm thinking, how is that going to affect NIP? And honestly, I don't think it affects them too much as something like taking the mirror away. You know, using that in Janitor is such a powerful tool. As we know, they haven't brought it for bottom floor, which absolutely fine. We quite often see the pro teams not bringing it along. They will bring it, they won't bring it. It's you know, something that we sort of see in both directions. But they've brought both the smoke and the Tachanka, which would suggest to me that Pino is going to be playing on blue stairs because they have the alternative there of the Tachanka to play that denial role. But that said, they've got no Jaeger, no Wamai, nothing to stop that utility flying in towards blue stairs. So in that vein, I'd be kind of surprised for them to dedicate somebody to that position.
Sure. All right, lots of stall available to NIP.
He is there,
you want to look at? Yeah. Looking towards the C4s, the smokes, the chankers, Goyo canisters, you name it. No Twitch on the other side, interestingly. Very commonly, you'll see this get the lineup as the various gadgetry to take away, mainly looking at those Vulcan canisters, and you'll have someone bring along a Twitch and to spend the first 60 seconds of the map, or the round, sorry, going through, chewing those up, spitting them out, getting rid of any bulletproofs that you might find on the site as well. But here they'll have to do it the old-fashioned way, more looking in towards nades, or potentially, Tim, having to face check them a little bit and play that stall game later in the round. So I hope Furia don't come back to rue that decision.
Just going to be aware that somebody's inside of elevators. Exactly the same position that we saw the Tachanka playing for Furia, so I really wouldn't expect it to catch them off guard. Going to be chased down by the Blackbeard. As soon as they hear that shield, you better believe that Cons is going to drop away. So we see the opportunity. He's going to strafe out. If he comes out too far here, he might be punished, but no, they've not pushed far enough down main stairs to really support the Blackbeard. Cons does drop away, but Felipox takes a bit of unnecessary damage there, it feels, to be honest.
I think he really hoped that Herds would push with him, but of course, they haven't really got too much visibility inside of open area. Wasn't confident that someone wouldn't swing him. If he had been there, it could have been a dead Chankra, and that would have been massive for them because he's one of the two main stall operators they've got. Yeah, they've got C4s, but the Smoke and the Chankra are the natural ones that look towards to be the ones that are focused on wasting time later into the round. So fair play on Cons. He's got some chip damage down. He's backed himself away. He's wasted a bit of time. More than you can ask for from a Chankra. I wouldn't even call it on their own, but out and about in the map trying to cause a bit of bother.
Yeah, he's done a great job there. The chip damage onto the Blackbeard, you then start thinking about, maybe a Nitro going in there and it gets a kill where it might not otherwise have done. And like you say, 8 drones left alive. Furia had no excuses not to know that they couldn't swing onto that, but they're going to get the hatches open. They're going to get the opening kill. That's going to be Fantasy taken out. JV92 onto Hates, and this one seems to be running away from NIP pretty quickly. 3 versus 5. They've got all their denial. That is at least a promising point for them, but Furia have got time. 45 seconds, sense gadgets going up, and they can start to really pressure these remaining defenders.
Furia just go for kills here, I think. Like, don't bother trying to make a plan happen against this much stall. Just push in deep and collapse onto them in the 5 versus 3. You've got a shield that can lead the way for you. You've got a sense that can isolate some sight lines. They've got so much to work with. I swear to God, if they lose a 3rd player peeking onto that hatch, I'm going to cry. Should be in a spot now to make this happen. There's a Goyo canister burns out. In a good spot is Cons. Is that the diffuser down upstairs? It may well be. Out he steps, looking to try and find some more as yet another Vulcan canister is pulled out here. Tim, they might be able to hold on by playing behind all this utility. Last 10 seconds, and Cons, as the kick of that machine gun rolls on through, they're down to a 2v2. 3 seconds to play, and they've held on, Tim. NIP up to 4 and 3.
I get the feeling that that round is going to be studied, Des.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I get the feeling that that round is going to be studied. What a play from Cons. He makes a move when NIP desperately needed a move. He got himself into server. He fought through the fire, through the flames, created himself a bit of space, got kills along the way. Big plays from him, particularly taking out the player on the hatch. Furia, they're going to be kicking themselves. You look back at that, and that for me sums up their night. That is not like Furia. How often do we see Furia lose a round from that sort of position? And I'll tell you the answer. It ain't very often. So enjoy it while it lasts, because that is out of character for Furia.
I'm certainly not going to stand here and try and tell a team of this caliber how to play the game, but I'd have loved to have seen more focus down main stairs or even into the hallway drop rather than the one that goes in towards site itself, because as we saw, when they came dropping in, when the focus was on server, there was Vulcan canisters being popped out with 10 seconds left. I said early round I was worried about their ability to clear out these crucial bits of utility. Couldn't do it, found themselves blocked off, left 1 or 2 players to be stuck against these remaining 3 players from NIP on the site itself, and there was never really any backline pressure until the dying 3 seconds of the round. It's a bit too little too late at that point, guys. Like, going for kills felt like playing the 5v3 when you know that it's a Chank or a Smoke left alive, but ultimately paid the price there, Furia. Could have been a 5-2 and very much on the way to club. Instead, it's 4 and 3. Now we head to this top floor where NIP, of course, on this defensive side, you might start to feel going to start building in confidence as we work our way through these rounds.
Exactly that. This is a really key round here, is round 8, because if NIP get this, they've got their 2. If we break it down into quarters, they need 2 in each quarter. They need their first 2 choice sites, so basement and top floor as it is. Open area is where it's going to be decided if they win those sites. So if NIP get this and go immediately 4-4, the pressure really mounts them for round 9 and for Furia to be able to win that, you know, quote-unquote off-site of open area and stuff. So NIP get this one locked in, move on to the next round, and that's your bonus round. You get in there and get that win, and all of a sudden you've just taken a huge lead realistically in terms of this game. As it is, no mirror has been brought along for Janitor, which is interesting. It's a fair choice. You know, there are alternative ways to deal with that and also to defend that area. As it looks like it's going to be a stock push, there wouldn't have been that much value in the mirror anyway. With the blitz on side of Philippox, they're kind of planning to need to go into Janitor and deal with it. So I think, you know, fair choice from NIP, instead bringing along things like the Warden to be able to deal with the blitz, bringing along the Tubarau to be able to freeze out the blitz, or, you know, any of the shields that are brought. I think the lineup's pretty good from NIP.
So that back in the first half, making use of the Tubarau to slow down a ball. In fact, it was back on Cafe as well in the push down white towards VIP. Same thing for the Tubarau there, was doing a bit of work to slow the shield down, give him a chance to fight back. Probably more of the same sort of story coming into this round. Of course, the Grim, the one to watch out for too. The Grim plus Philippox here on the blitz, it's the combo that I'm looking at in this round as the main sort of breadwinner for this composition. It's there to put pressure on, be able to punish people who aren't quite in the strongest positions, or ones where they feel they're safe, but actually they aren't, because Philippox will be straight up in your face. KZ, the first to fall here, as Hates just rips him off the rappel. Unfortunate, not the best start for Furia.
Yeah, it really gives NIP a bit of space, because I was just going to comment how Furia had them surrounded. They had a couple of rappels, they've got pressure from stock, they had a number of angles, but as it is, it's the rappel down the main lobby skylight that's going to do the damage. JV gets a big double and just continues going. Philippox manages to find one, it's all up to Hits. A 1v3 becomes a 1v2. He's pushing back up the spiral stairs, but they know where he is, and Herds wins out the fight with a pre-fire, and Furia take a really important round. It keeps them moving towards that 7 rounds that they need, but also it takes away a primary site from NIP, and now they start wondering that third choice site they're going to, which I imagine is what we'll see next, open area. Previously, if they win that round, it's a bonus round. You try and get yourself your advantage in the game. Now it's we need to cling on to this and keep ourselves in the game.
Absolutely, and that's exactly why attack timeout's coming on through for them to have the conversation, because this half is looking a little more ropey than maybe they anticipated. Got to find a way to keep themselves from getting completely crushed by Furia like that. It's kind of funny because I spoke about this a few times. Remember when Furia first known as W7M, when I first saw them play, the first ever game I saw them play was on Bank, and they were on the attacking side. And the remark I made at the time was like, it feels like you're playing against 10 players because they're just coming out of the walls. Everywhere you move, there's a player challenging you. There's a drone that is watching you. It was absolutely vile to play against them. So although, yes, it was NIP's map pick, I still always think back to that game and how this Furia lineup dominated the team that they were against so effectively. And I always worry about the same, and I think you're starting to see that aggression, that composure build up more and more for Furia as this series wears on. And at this point, you could find them pushing on to a win if NIP aren't too careful.
Top floor again instead of open area, and I think that just highlights what I was saying about the importance of the last round and this round. You know, NIP recognise that they need to get this one, because otherwise they've got big problems. Their only other choice in terms of site is to go to open area, which would normally be your third choice. You can go back to basement and win one round, great, but then where do you go after that point when it's 6-4 and you have to get 2 consecutive defenses? If they lose this one, they have no choice but to successfully defend an entire rotation back to back. So it is, you know, real critical problems time. And they obviously feel stronger about their ability to defend the top floor, but in all honesty, Des, they didn't show us that in the last round. Furia were pretty dominant. I mean, being able to rappel down the main lobby skylight and get 2, that shouldn't really be happening. JV92 gets away with that, and like I said, Furia did well. They had him surrounded. They were on a number of rappels. They were pressuring from stock. They were really making NIP's life difficult, and it comes back to what you say about almost looking like they've got 10 players in the server at times. They were kind of everywhere.
Yeah, stuff like that rappel is always a crazy one, but I think when they had pressure and kills already coming in, it's probably why he felt confident to make what would otherwise be a little bit of a mental play. Either way, oh, not a great start. Herds on his backside there. I think shot at range is why he's finding himself down where he is. But let's not forget, Furia lost the entry in the last round, still went on to completely crush their way through it. So do not be counting them out just yet. Herds may even yet be recoverable too.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they go, oh no, they have gone for it. That is a really big play. They know that they're out on the rappel. Herds will get back on his feet. I think he was down by a wizard on the Warden, just taking a few pot shots out through the smoke. Long range angle being fought by Fantasy. And again, it feels like NIP are on the back foot a little bit here. I know it's Furia that have had somebody downed, that have got that low HP player, but ultimately there's shots coming in everywhere, and it's NIP that are having to back up, and it's just doubled upon from what I'm saying. Herds managing to find that kill, and NIP, they're going to be scrambling.
There's a disgusting angle through here. I remember seeing in a video last week where from top square you can get all the way through to elevators on that angle. So Herds right now really does control seemingly everything, but look at this. Here comes Cons on the step up. Do they know about it? They should have, Tim, but he's got one, almost looking for a second, not quite going to collect it, and does manage to make it back in towards sight. That's at least some of that top square pressure taken away, but now on main stairs, it's Philippos working his way forwards. So not quite as stable as NIP would like to be at this point. It is still a man advantage to Furia.
Yeah, they're just taking damage from everywhere, though. Hits taken down. Cons low health. Pino, yeah, full health, but he's going to be wanting to use his yokais. Cons manages to find one onto Philippos. 2 versus 3. Can NIP hold on? They've got a long time to survive here with the pressure that they're under as well. 30 seconds left to go.
They've got nothing to stop him as well. No yokais for seemingly, no smokes. This one is done. JV on for another couple of kills in this round. They are just the kings of top floor. No tack timeout's going to save them here. It's Furia that's going to be going up to map point as well, Tim. 3 rounds for NIP to fight their way back in. Otherwise, we end on the classic that is Clubhouse.
Certainly looks like it's going to be heading in that direction. NIP really haven't looked that strong on the defensive bank. Furia have taken things to another level over the last couple of rounds and are looking back to that team whereby you just can't move, you can't breathe, they give you no space. And NIP are going to need space. They're going to need 3 rounds back to back. No more mistakes if they want to stay in this one on bank and get it done in 2. But right now, surely they have to have one eye towards Clubhouse.
Surely. But of course, don't take your eye off the ball just yet, Tim. Still going to get things closed out and done here as we go down into lockers. Bit of a muck-up by Furia last time around, so probably a little bit of course correction to do. We're confident that whether it's this round, the next, or the one after that, they can get this done in regulation. If this gets dragged back to OT, I will be very surprised.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I don't think that we see extra rounds in this. I think it's more a matter of when rather than if Furia get this one. Is it going to be now down in basement? Maybe not. But I think, you know, exactly the problem that I described, really, that NIP, yes, they can maybe get the win down in basement here, but then they're going to have to either win a site that they've lost twice in top floor, or they're going to have to, they're going to have to win that, and they're going to have to win a site that they haven't played yet, which is likely to be open area. I mean, you know, there's, I guess, having lost top floor twice, there's a world where they go to archives and tell us as well, but I wouldn't be banking on NIP being able to win out both open area and archives and tellers. I think Pino has one eye towards getting a little bit aggressive here, or at least preventing any early aggression coming towards them from Furia.
And more of the same as well. I mean, the lineup is identical for NIP, just same focus, but different game plan from Furia. I won't talk about the Rara. In fact, I will. Still terrible win rate. Still waiting for a team to really show true effectiveness of that operator consistently. No team has really kind of got it nailed down to a T just yet. Might need a tournament or 2 to really play out before we see that developing. You know, when all the teams come together in the same place, start scrimming each other, figuring things out against one another. That's when you really start to see evolutions and step forward for various regions as they pick up different things they've all learned during the stage from one another. have to wait until we get to Munich for that one to potentially build out. Tim, quite a few months away just yet. Got Stage 2 to work our way through just yet. We'll see if Fury have got something cooking here to get this one done and dusted inside of regulation.
Yeah, plenty of competitive siege left to come for this year before we bring it all together at that once-a-year 6 Invitational that we all love so much in February. We have Fury getting exactly. We have Fury getting ourselves into the building pretty quickly here. We've got 4 of them established. Make that 5 as Herds is in now as well. Having worked his way in through the garageway, I think. No, he's not managed the challenge there. He's actually going down main stairs instead. But good control early on from Fury. They're able to start working with the hatches straight away. KZ picks up cons. That's the opener. Things are looking a little bit dire for NIP. Fury have taken it up a gear, and it looks like NIP, the brakes have been applied, whether it's through their choice or not.
Yeah. Again, that pressure's going to keep on mounting at this point, and as long as they don't do anything too crazy or mental, this one could be a much different story to the last time around. Still, of course, got things like those Vulcan canisters to deal with. Of course, one being popped out now, as you've heard, so I think getting through those first and foremost is number one. Everything else, and it's probably going to fall in behind. The Rara trying to lock the defenders out, but also dealing with things like the light screens. It will restrict the options that the defenders have to be able to contest onto this plank going down with that Rara on side. Keep an eye on when that locks things off. I expect it to be on towards site door, maybe even towards orange door at the same time. Could do a lot for them, and of course the Sens will do the rest for them.
Just going to try to create a bit of space there for Herds to walk in, but he does get cut down. Hits with an important double to keep things level 3v3. Wizard aware that he's being pushed inside a garage. You feel that NIP can maybe hold on here. The light screen is going to provide a little bit of cover for this player to move in, and it's the double up. KZ comes around the backside and finds Wizard. 14 seconds left to go. Create space with the Raura, and it's gone their way. Fury close it out and take away NIP's map.
That's the kind of stuff you want to see to decide who gets that so enviable task of fighting against FaZe tomorrow in the final. But still, those SI points count for everything. A map aside here, Tim, it's starting to feel, as I said earlier, very hard to separate the two, but Furia, something definitely changed. A switch flicked on there during that map, and they looked far more formidable than what we saw back on Cafe. Hopefully that continues to build up through Club, and honestly, I don't know who walks away the winner at that point.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think particularly over the sort of second half of that, they look like a different team there. They look more like what we'd expect out of Furia. NIP, a little bit of a wobble as well. That's the first time I feel like we've really seen them put under consistent pressure. I know W7M had a couple of rounds towards the end of the game, but not like that performance from Furia there. And it felt like they kind of lost the wind from the sails. They didn't have much of a response to it. And NIP, they need to have a good chat in this short break and be ready for Clubhouse.
Really got to pull themselves together, and I'm sure our desk have got a lot to say about that map as well, so let's go over to them now to hear their thoughts on back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just the mere concept of Furia losing 4 maps straight to get knocked out of a playoff bracket when they're on land just doesn't compute. That gets 404 errors every time. But they did have a good, strong comeback on map 2, mostly because their defense half was way stronger than last time they faced NIP on bank. They had more of a game plan locked in. It felt like just because of the way that first half went, the second half just spiraled out of control for NIP. Lynx, it's all about that first half because that's where this really started for Furia's comeback map.
Well, I think it's all about both halves, but certainly for me, it is absolutely all about that first half because obviously from NIP right out the gate, we see them ban Mira. I highlighted Herds on that operator in the pre-show, so very understandably, NIP ban it. And it's like that gave Furia permission to cook because 5 rounds on the defense, Herds is on mute. An operator up until this point on bank, he played 1 time in the stage on bank up until this point. And every single time he's playing it, he's playing on top of a mute jammer, either on blue stairs or on janitor. 2 positions that, in NIP's development of bank, basically when they played Furia last, it was all Monty. Pretty passive shield play. After that, Khan starts running a bunch of Blackbeard, but specifically a bunch of Blitz. And what 2 positions are you probably going to try to clear with a shield? Something like blue stairs, or as we've seen from NIP, something like janitor. The defensive game plan from Furia was excellent, contesting map control behind utility without actually taking any gunfights, but even something so simple as putting Herds on mute when his normal of Mira is out of play, it was just such a good counter for the way NIP has gained a lot of their success on attacking bank since that Furia game.
Gabe, you want to follow up?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I was like watching the rounds. I was just zoned in.
I heard the Portuguese comms.
Yeah,
we were
we were talking about this Lynx that, you know, this is the Furia that we wanted to see, that on their defensive that they weren't taking unnecessary fights in contested areas that they don't need control in. They were just sticking to the default setups and holding on to it tightly. And like you were talking about, Herds using that mute, it alleviated so much pressure that was going to come from that blitz, that's going to blind you, that's going to take that map control. Now you remove it with that mute. I mean, it was beautiful. Yeah, I mean, this round from Cons was absolutely insane. Kept them in there. But again, to go back to Furia, they had a proper game plan. I wish we would have saw that plan come through on Cafe, but it definitely shined through here on Bank in terms of what their counterplay was going to be to go up against NIP and Herds specifically with that mute. And again, using the utility, not having to force any gunfights, just playing off one another is something that Furia needs to do time and time again.
Well, and it's like you and I were talking about as well. I mean, we see their attacking side, Gabe, like the shields and the Sen's usage. I mean, like that was just so good from Furia.
Yeah, and that's something that I also said that I want to see, especially coming from the IGL of Felipox. Didn't have a strong game on Cafe, couldn't really get a good start, couldn't set up the team for success. Immediately from the first half of attack, he is on the Blackbeard, where if you go back all the way when they first played each other, they were kind of playing individual lobs. Felipox was on the Grim, KZ was on the Deimos, they had an Osa, but then this time around, what we were, execute stuff. This time around, what we were seeing the Sense, we were seeing the shields come in. We were seeing more of a cohesive utility op focused attack than individual play that was just going to be, okay, if this player makes a big play, we find success here. No. And then again, you look at the entire scoreboard across from Furia, everyone was playing together here, and it heavily favors one on the side of defense, like you were talking about, playing together, using the utility, playing the crossfires, forcing NIP into unwinnable positions. And again, the mute was a massive play to stop that headway from Blitz. Then you pivot onto the attack, where again, their operators were focused on being more cohesive, more playing as a unit, more taking distraction away and being able to play off one another, where we saw even in that last round, that Sense being blocked in Garage that allowed KZ to come into Garage to get that pick onto Wizard to alleviate that pressure off JV. I mean, it was a master mindful play from Furia, and this is exactly what I was talking about. What I wanted to see a transition going from Cafe into Bank is to be more of a team, more cohesive, and relying on one another in a sense where they can piggyback off one another, not just one player having a moment of their life.
It felt like the vibe immediately shifted in map 2, because whereas in map 1, where the opening pick could go to either team and then it was a 50-50 shot about whether the opening kill would, whether they would win the round or not, Furia opened up hard and fast. In that first half, 5 entry picks and then kept the ball rolling into the second half, where they got 3 out of 4 and then were able to convert in the majority of those situations. It felt like they set the tempo very early on, and this time around, NIP didn't have an answer if they were to lose somebody down early, Lynx. There just was something else that Furia was doing in this one that made their game plan infinitely harder for NIP to do anything about.
And honestly, it was just fixing the mistakes that we saw from them on Cafe. I mean, if you are playing a more loose defense where, you know, Herds is playing Doc and holding Christmas with an ACOG.
That should show you how confident they are, right?
Well, I mean, yes, it should show you how confident they are, but it was a bit more loose. And I think there was much greater autonomy given to the general Furia players on those Cafe defenses, and a greater degree of autonomy that kind of cost them in a few of those rounds. But here, it was all castles, it was all Fenrir's, it was all the setup doing the talking from Furia, and they just sat behind it, played it, didn't overextend, didn't overpeak, and when NIP had to push into it, Herds is set up perfectly to get an opening pick. KZ the same way. I mean, honestly, the thing that I think kind of strikes me the most is that I can't really think of a highlight play. There were multi-frags, to be sure, and I think there was a Felipox like 1vx in there, but I don't really remember any one particular thing, because for me, it just felt like Furia were always out-thinking and out-setting up NIP and completely anticipating what the attack ended up doing.
Kind of don't need highlight plays if everything feels like it's falling right into your lap. If everything that NIP was doing wasn't working, then it just means Furia had the right game plan. And overall, for Hertz to get MVP, it almost feels like you theoretically could have given that to anybody, because it's not, well, there wasn't one person shooting up the scoreboard. JV had an overall phenomenal round differential or kill differential, but still, they were just playing into a pretty darn good game plan. So now we do require a third map, which, to Laxing's point earlier, it's club. if you were going to do anything for an elimination game, it might as well be Clove. We've even seen that so far in playoffs. Yeah. That's already happened one time before. So it's just down to who overall has the better fundamentals on a good old reliable, because again, if you're going to have a map 3, why not have it be on one of the oldest maps in the pool? That's coming up next, because this game still has some juice left in it, everybody. I don't know if we're going to be here all the way till overtime, but it's almost building up to another one of the longest games we could have had, despite having a triple header. We'll do that after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Both NIP and Furia came into today with undefeated streaks on a couple different maps, and funny enough, they actually were some of the same ones. And I define an undefeated streak as if they played it at least 2 times and won it both times over the course of the regular season and the playoffs. One of them was Cafe. That's what we opened up with, and NIP extend that win streak to 5 and took away Furia's win streak after it had reached 3. There wasn't much of a win streak on Bank. We just happen to know that both teams are totally comfortable with playing it. Now we have to go Clubhouse, a map where the fundamentals are king, and we've told that story millions of times over the past couple of years. But both teams have played it twice and have won it twice, and that's where we have to go in to decide who goes to the grand final and who's about to get taken out of it prematurely. The Cinderella story is still alive, Lynx, but there's every possibility that this is where it finally comes to a crashing halt and the stagecoach goes no further.
It very much seems that way for NIP, because if Clubhouse is a map of fundamentals, well, Furia's fundamentals were excellent throughout, honestly, all 10 of those rounds. One of those is what? Khan's getting a really, really nice timing and decision to flank behind a Sens wall, but like, again, one momentary bit of life from NIP that game. It was all Furia just playing very, very strong strategic siege. And on Clubhouse, where that is so important, it's a map that, I mean, I talked up Furia's counter strats on Bank. You can counter on Club, but it's a lot more specific and not as flashy as we've seen sometimes, just because of how played out that map is. So honestly, I know I was already worried if Furia won map 2 of NIP having to play a confident Furia, but a Furia that looks really, really tight and coordinated, that's somehow even scarier.
Yeah, and you gotta keep in mind, I mean, Furia's coming off of confidence. They looked flawless in those last 10 rounds that they were talking about. And again, to just hit the point again, Clubhouse is a map that is based off fundamentals. Who is going to be making the least amount of mistakes, and then who is also capitalizing off of the opponent's mistakes. Clubhouse is no slouch in terms of where the win condition is, and the win condition is on your attacking half. You need to have a successful attacking half here, or you're going to struggle. The defenses should be able to push you all the way through, but if you can even just find yourself winning 1 or 2 attacks and just have a really strong defensive half, you are going to be the team walking away here. And again, when you're riding that confidence, when you're bringing that into this matchup, Furia, you got to feel comfortable. Regardless of both teams finding comfort on this map, it's just a very default map. It doesn't matter if one team is 2-0 on it, 4-0 on it. This just comes down to basic fundamentals. And when you were struggling on your map choice, then to have to come to Clubhouse, it definitely puts more pressure on NIP to be more perfect here than where they weren't finding that success on Bank.
Well, and what does make Clubhouse extremely exciting for me was one of the best games of the whole stage across the whole circuit was on this map. That was Furia W7M that Furia won in OT. But every single time these two teams have played Clubhouse this stage, twice for Furia and once for NIP, it's gone OT. NIP 8-6 against Black Dragons, Furia against W7M I just mentioned, but also an 8-7 against Liquid when Liquid were still kind of in their flop era. So This is a map that has resulted in very close games for both teams, and if NIP are going to find a way back in, it's a bit difficult when we just saw a map where Furia very much beat you rather than you losing a game it seemed like you should have won in the first place. So it's very much the onus on NIP right now to try and recover and trying to find a way to win those attacking sides, because with Furia confident, Furia looking coordinated, they have a very tall hill to climb.
Lynx, I'll actually do you one better, because they have played this more than once, have NIP. The last time we had Clubhouse as a map 3 was NIP Liquid as the third map.
Oh, true!
When NIP had a 5-1 defensive half against Liquid and then rode that into only needing 2 attacks to close it out in regulation. So it's 100% possible for NIP to repeat that same formula. It's just the difference is Liquid versus Furia ultimately. But the proof is in the pudding. They've done it and they faced that pressure on LAN with elimination on the line, and that's ultimately what helped them start the rest of this lower bracket run. It's possible. They've done it. It's just the quality of opponent is different, and we just saw how well those fundamentals were played by Furia.
That's true, but NIP won map 2 of that series, and they've just lost map 2 of this one. So, obviously that doesn't mean they're going to lose this one, but I think momentum is very much a thing, especially if one of the teams with the momentum is named Furia.
Hard argument. You may be right.
I really am
right. You might have it.
I just kind of want to see this going away. I'm kind of with Twitch chat here. Let's just get this game going. I want to see these two duke it out, to see who goes into that grand final against FaZe. Because, I mean, realistically, I don't think any of these guys want to verse FaZe. Let's be honest. I would say more so for NIP's sake. At least Furia, doesn't have that 7-0 hanging over their head. But either way, this should be a slugfest. I don't want to see anyone give up here. I don't want to see a quick match. I still want this to be a very close match, similar to what we saw at the first game. Because, again, it really comes back to the basic fundamentals. And NIP has the fundamentals. Furia has the fundamentals. But, again, when we're talking about just pure confidence coming into this match, that is a very scary thing after you just dominate. Well, you didn't dominate. You won the first game. Then to get dominated the second game, it's going to be a tough hill to climb upon. But again, it's going to come off one player to rally the troops that can instill hope, which that also is a very scary thing when you're not up in your highs.
It did feel like NIP does have plenty of players who, if they need to step up, they've shown that they can so far. It's not like they don't have people when the chips are down that they'll be able to, whip out a different hand. It's absolutely in the cards for them. But you also need to make sure that you're winning more rounds off the backs of those big plays. If it's Fantasy getting a big one, if it's, again, I'm still stuck on that cons round in basement on Bank. That thing was insane. But we're very nearly there. NIP and Furia both are trying to get that grand final berth. We're either getting yet another edition of FaZe Furia as a grand final with even more SI points on the line, or this lower bracket run from NIP that looked so unlikely when it began is going to have even more life and a chance to go all the way to that #1 spot. We'll let Des and Ace take the call on Club and see if we're wowed on Clubhouse.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Indeed, this is where it all gets settled, Tim. One team has to walk away the winner. They have to take that spot in the grand final, and we're still no closer to knowing exactly which team that is going to be. You might say Fury have got a bit of momentum behind them now, but anything can happen on Clubhouse. It's just one of those maps where we've seen many a mental game throughout history. This could prove to be another one of those.
Yeah, it really could. I think firmly in the camp that Fury are going to win this. I think the way they've just played those last few rounds, I've said this a few times now, Furia have woken up, Furia are coming, and then they seem to have another dip again, but I just think coming into Clubhouse, I think Furia on the defence as well will keep that momentum. I think they'll start really strong. They'll probably lock down at least 2 out of the 3 sites, and it's going to be a real tough one for NIP to crack into, I think.
Possibly will our bans have flown on through, Tim. Double hard breach, double, let's say soft breach then, definitely not soft breach. Double electrification on the other side, so looking to keep these wall openings quite nice and fluid, while the other side tries to stop them opening walls altogether. You're left up with the Ace and with Mavericks. The walls most definitely will be opened up, but it does mean there is free reign for operators like Clash, like the Azami, like the Mirror to be able to roll on through, but also a hell of a lot of freedom for the attackers as well. Expect to see things like Monty flying throughout the game, I'm sure, but in this first round, no shields on side. Instead, looking in towards things like the Ying, the Capitao, are looking for a lot of control and a lot of punishment here on towards Furia as they defend Gym and Bedroom in round 1.
My big concern right off the right off the rip here is going to be NIP's, and you've mentioned it there, ability to open those walls. We saw this with Nioids. I kind of apologise to Falcons for doing it, but I come back to Falcons at Reload. We saw on Clubhouse, we saw the triple hard breach ban. Ace went as well. And for the last 3 rounds of having to play like that, they struggled to get things done using just the Maverick. And it's not just Falcons, you know, but my point there is such a great team, such a capable team, and how much it hamstrung them to have those 3 operators taken away on Clubhouse. And that's what NIP are going to face. It's going to be really, really tough for them. Pino, super important on the Ace. They've got to be very careful with him. They've got some hard breach gadgets with cons as well, but that won't be sufficient for each of them.
Completely agree. Of course, we'll see how they fare when we get there. For now, they can enjoy 3 rounds of Ace until it's no longer available. Because we get to enjoy every round of Ace here. Tim with you on side. Was just starting things out. Hurts to fall down. A C4 up and over. Going to find a second 2. All coming back over the other way. Certainly not bad. A 1-for-1 exchange to start things out. But it feels like a little bit of a loss of Furia losing the Azami super early on, to be honest, Tim.
Yeah, a couple of keeper barricades, of course, will go along with. I think it's at the top of my head, probably about 3 that they're going to lose out on. So certainly not ideal. But, and again, maybe gives them a little bit of freedom. Let's not forget they are on the gym and bedroom side. So there is a world where Furia have a little bit of a look underneath. Maybe work away, try and get up red, you know, not having those air jabs to deal with. Could give them something to work with, definitely. Twitch drone is good. That's big. Twitch drone goes in and clears out one of those mirror windows. Will then lose its life, but they've got plenty of value out of that one. Breaching is going on as well from Cash. Heard that Selma charge detonating. That's going to provide the line of sight through all the way to bedroom and even beyond if there's some little beat holes or a rotate on that wall near the windows.
I can't even stress how important it is getting rid of the FNAT as well, Tim. Now in a spot where if someone comes rounding in from construction side, they don't have that intel, that heads up that someone is doing just that. So it may mean that Nade has to plant his feet basically inside a lodger here and not step away to support the site itself, for example, when a hit starts to come on through. You can see how every single player on Fury has actually really dug back past this line. Look, no one is playing inside the site itself, and without a mirror on side, it's so precarious to try and do just that. They've got to be really careful here. NIP with a lot of ability and a lot of influence here to get things done.
NIP need to be winning the rounds on the attack in the first few because, of course, after round 3, I'm certain we're going to see Ace banned away as well, and they're going to be limited to Maverick. So get those rounds now on the attack. They want at least 2, 3 if possible, and that is a great start for them. Fantasy managing to pick up the final kill there, and they just bullied Furia inside a site. It was a great kill, like you said, to open things up. Really gave them a bit of space, and they managed to close it out. Like I say, first 3 rounds are going to be really, really important unless they're super comfortable on Maverick and they're going to be happy getting those breaches open quickly. And then who knows, Furia's strategy of banning might backfire and it might be wasted.
It was again just how they had them all pincered in towards this sort of lodgy side and main stairs. They couldn't really play inside of any sites because Jacuzzi was opened up. When you saw them step back in towards bedroom, what happened? Sideswiped from the player on Jacuzzi. Then you've got also, the key thing really for me was Fancy more towards the end of the round, actually working his way up main stairs, stabbed them in the back there, just when they thought, okay, they're attacking from windows, we're attacking from breach, we're quite safe here. I can assure you, you absolutely aren't. So a really good read from NIP in round 1. And Furia looking a little bit worse for wear towards the back end of things there. We go down to the basement though, a much easier place to get yourself locked in, Tim, and stage off what you might consider an air quotes proper defense. See how Furia hold up.
I think we've spoken about momentum coming on in for Furia as well, and I think we can't sort of overstate the importance of NIP getting that first round. Coming in on the attack, not always the easiest map to attack. You know, we see that site locked down a lot of the time, and NIP have broken that momentum that Furia had. I thought they were going to come in and kind of run away with it a little bit here, Furia, but no. NIP, again, proving that quality that they've shown us throughout the stage and particularly at the end in the playoffs to get that first round done. Now, push on, get yourself some more.
I guarantee that's what we're looking to do, Tim. We'll get themselves focused on making sure the map is cleared, number 1, and then second, that they get the verticals done that they need to inside of kitchen hallway. They're looking in towards main stairs, the players can't push up onto you, making sure the back arsenal is clear so there's no one sat there giving you absolute grief. Try and work your way down main stairs, but of course, Furia, as you're seeing here, are going to be the ones more than happy to try and contest and stop them having control of Kitchen Hallway for free. I forget the player that we were casting a couple of weeks ago who was in that exact spot and got like 3 kills from there twice in the same game. We were a little bit like, how can you let this happen? Like, what is going on? It was crazy. Remember who it was?
I can't remember. Just as you were saying it, I was trying to... We've cast a lot over the last, like, 10 days or so. We've done quite a few of the playoff games in EML and now SAL, and no, I don't recall who it was that was in that one. But let's see if there's any scary players coming out of Furia. They're going to need some because they're up against a Ying, Capitao, Blitz. It's not an enviable lineup to be facing. We hear the first Candela going in there. Smoke canister is going to come out just to try and offer a little bit of protection, a little bit of space for Furia and prevent that pressure mounting too much. They're trying to deal with nade at the minute, and Fire Arrow's going to do a decent job of it. That's a good chunk of health gone. The Clash is going to have to be careful. A lot of utility expended though. Blitz taking all the punishment, but Hates is there for one of his own. Furia, however, managed to keep themselves in the lead, in the driving seat. 4 versus 3, 54 seconds, and it feels like that attack has just lost all its oomph.
Oof. Speaking of oomph, I'm just like, ugh, more of a groan than anything. Tim facing off against that Clash. Slowed them down the first drop, so a C4 hit is now feeding all this information over to his team. As they were inside of blue, there was very little that Furia could do. Maximum impact in this round from that shield-bearing operator. Now Wizard and Pino have really got to work something special here. Not quite going to happen as Hers gets 1, Pino into another. 2 still to find, and one of them being a Clash. Yeah, I don't really fancy his chances here, Tim.
No. Casey is going to pop out of dirt and get that one finished. That takes down Pino, and that gets Furia on the board. 1-1. It was mentioned by the desk that both times, or all the times, these two teams have played Clubhouse through the regular stage, it has gone to overtime. Whether that's a little bit of an omen or not, we will see. I think, like I said, notwithstanding how they're going to manage without, so how the Maverick play is going to be, particularly for NIP. I think every round in this first 3 that Furia win, it feels like it has more value than it does for NIP. Sorry, no, opposite way around. NIP, their rounds... Well, yeah, I suppose by virtue, I'm confusing myself. By virtue, Furia's rounds are really valuable that they win because these are the ones that NIP want to win, whilst they still have Ace available. 100% pick rate for Ace, by the way, in the first 3 rounds. No surprise whatsoever because they don't want to have to rely on the alternative hard breaching methods, whether that be secondary gadgets, whether that be Maverick. So every round that Furia win here and can take away from NIP when they do have those breaches, assuming that they do go with the Ace ban as the third choice, is really valuable for them. So yeah, big loss there for NIP in round 2, and they kind of threw everything at blue to see what stuck, and well, not very much stuck. From the Clash's shield must be made of Teflon or something because they were able to just back up and hold them off.
All too easy. Well, let's see how things roll on from here, see if things transform any further. Once again, got the Rara being brought along, and it's of course not really be applicable here. We saw it a bit on the last map, using the Thermite in combination with the Rara. It's less about the execute and far more about making use of those Rara doors to get things opened up. So maybe you could even use it in some cases for things like a breaching charge if you wanted to use it when trying to open up downstairs. Not really too relevant, of course, we're not on this side attacking onto the downstairs, but various uses where actually it stages an explosion that can help you get other things done, such as opening up electrified hatches, various things that you can probably imagine. As said, not really too applicable here because there is no Thermite available. So more towards the execute here is going to be the game plan for Fantasy. It's about locking off those doorways and making life hard for the defenders. That does require him staying alive until we get to that point, though.
It's going to be working around that elbow on the catwalk for the time being, in behind those keeper barricades. Pino, low health, but job done. At least for now. You can see there the Raura just going to get that door applied. They need to wait the few seconds for it to be active, and then they can start to get that rolling up. It is, of course, slower for the defenders than it is for the attackers to raise. Something they need to be aware of. They do have some impact nades, so JV92 is out in warehouse if he gets maybe to window, but he's got some problems of his own right now.
Yes, dealing with the pressure coming in. The fire coming over is not going to burn him out, but the problem is the guns start following. Can't quite find his man though, and so on, for now at least, holds tight. One more trying to pressure him. Can't get the second as he does eventually die to the breach itself. Pino was there ready and waiting, and nade not quite able to give him the cover he needed. Otherwise, his back is exposed to those players trying to work their way up main stairs. So has to let his teammate die a bit here. 4 versus 4.
This is what's going to get much harder for NIP. They're able to open that hole, as you can see, because of the ace, because of the Selma charges. If that's banned out after this round, and it's going to be a big problem next time they come to attack this site. They're going to have an alternative because there's going to be no ranged options. 4 versus 4 as it stands, but Cons and Pino low health. Cons even lower health. Fantasy as well. Herds and KZ managing to find those kills. Looks like Furia will hold on to round 3. 4 versus 2. And trying to get something going from below, just sending the utility up there, Wizard. Manages to get 1 kill onto top red stairs, but look at the damage he takes along the way. You've got a Clash to face up against as well. Really tough finish here for NIP.
Gee, I wonder what the defender ban is going to be in this next round, Tim. Can only be the Clash. It has been infuriating for them to deal with. Nothing they can do here. Still got 1 on the downstairs. This round is done. Wizard might get 1 back, but you aren't stopping a Clash. Philippox is there, ready for the close. Let us see that Clash ban, and let us see the ace ban.
Yeah, I think we know exactly where those are going. Philippox doing a great job there, just, you know, recognizing when it was time to play underneath in lounge, use that shotgun, back up red for the final kill. The Clash could have dealt with that situation, of course, at the end there, but still, nice play from Philippox. So, bans will come in. Furia 2-1 up at this point. It's going to be the ace, and it's going to be the mirror, so the Clash will still be left available. Mirror, again, hasn't been used so far, but is it, again, one of, you know, like I spoke earlier, sometimes teams will avoid an operator for the first 3 rounds so that they don't get banned out and then play them 4 through 6. I don't know that was necessarily going to be the case here. They've been pretty comfortable. They played it in round 1, gym and bedroom, so it, you know, maybe gives NIP an edge there, but they are now locked into secondary hard breach and or Maverick. And it doesn't look like they're bringing the Maverick at the minute. And I really don't like that for this site, because what it's probably going to do, they can put a secondary hard breach charge on it, but with the Azami still available, that can be covered off quite easily. And Furia can still play elbow and top main stairs, and that is a super powerful position.
Bring along a few hard breach charges here. You know, it's why they got something like the striker on side as well, of course, to help you deal with that. So I actually like what they're going for. I think that's a good idea. Of course, how it pays off is a different question. You have to make it very successful. 2 sets coming along. The Grim and Fantasy, of course, and that striker as mentioned. Once again, leaning in towards this Raura, really trying to rock it throughout this series. I'm just more alarmed again by the Clash on the other side. Like, as you remarked, you know, era we saw earlier on, it was dealt with very, very handedly by the shot drone of the Twitch. I'm just a little bit like, was this really the ban you wanted to go? Is this really the hill you wanted to die on? Sure, it's not a Clash that you want to take away. But clearly they feel they've got the answer. I'm just not convinced they do.
No, I'm just looking across at how they deal with the Clash. You know, they've got a couple of nades. They've got sort of 3 nades left. That's about their only options, really. The Grim isn't going to help you massively against the Clash because, great, you've pinged them out. Guess what? They're still behind a shield, but it's not that big a deal. So, yeah, definitely need to see what the plan is to deal with the Clash. And right now, Furia sitting pretty comfortably in and around site. This is the other problem with those hard breach gadgets. You know, yes, they do a job, but it's always a vault animation. You're always going to have to, you know, try and sort of muscle your way through if you're wanting to get something that's going to give you anything more than a line of sight.
Sure, and of course, not forgetting, this is an extended hold here that they're facing off against NIP. Can choose to ignore it and go direct towards site, but you always put yourself at risk then because you can't use the south windows in your attack. Otherwise, defenders just use the west window inside a cash CC to contest on towards you, and things don't start to look pretty. Casey rounds out and gets rid of Conso. Going to type that one back up again, but 4 kills. Blown through for Furia, Tim. Might get 1, but it is most definitely a consolation kill as the Clash gives away all the info they need. Furia take themselves another round.
As I suggested, it feels like things just got considerably harder for NIP. We saw the double use of the secondary hard breach gadget on construction wall. Didn't really do them any favours because, as I said, they're quite small breaches. So, yep, you'll just play the keeper barricades onto them. And even if you can clear them, yep, you've got the DMR, but you're engaging with that utility and you're not focusing on the fight that's going to come. And so, tactical timeout called by NIP. They need to work out a plan. They need to work out what they're going to do with this hard breach, because they're now going to be going onto the basement. So it has to be a Maverick so that they can get the hatches. The hard breach to be, if anything, the hard breach gadgets will be the most useful they're going to be getting onto the hatches. It's going to be round 6 when they go CCTV and cash that they start having real problems. But yeah, serious issues for NIP at the minute.
Sure, and hopefully issues that can be fixed by this tack timeout, but no guarantees. As we've seen earlier in the series, sometimes tack timeouts just have zero impact on the rest of the half. They need something on the board, because if Fury are walking away with this 5-1 up, which is feeling very, very possible given how they've played things out so far and how much effect that clash is having, a little bit alarmed that all it'll take is a couple of good attacks from them, which they are more than capable of. But NIP, despite all the hard work and the quality of play that we've seen from them today, it'll mean very little. They could have finished in 5th and it wouldn't have mattered, and they'll still get the same number of SI points as what they will do losing at this stage.
Yeah, it is all about first or second now. It is all about that position in the grand final. Puts a lot of weight on this game and a lot of reward for the winner to guarantee themselves at least 100 extra SI points. Could be an extra 250 to take them up to a total of 300. But down to the basement we go. I'm interested to see whether Fury are playing much on the roam or not. They've got the castle barricades going out, so I would expect that they will. But given, you know, the fact that they've taken away so much hard breach, you kind of feel like, are they just going to dig in and wait to see what happens? There's 6 of those secondary hard breach gadgets. Fortunately, they are spread across very useful operators. Capitao, you got Striker, you got Ying, Grim is another option as well. And so you're not really losing too much by having to bring that number along.
All right, let's see if that tack timeout does anything magical for NIP here, or if Furia just carry on like nothing ever changed. Now at least Hurts is the one playing the dance of death on towards this extension. Reminder that really we are on the downstairs, so this is a bit of an uncharacteristic extension. Playing top red, not normally a thing that you'd see done when defending on the downstairs. At most, you're trying to contest yourself, maybe upstairs to deal with a couple of drones and then falling away. But look at the aggression he's showing here. Gets himself Pino as well. This cannot be happening, guys. There's 2 or 3 of you around. There's drones at his feet, yet he's still got away with absolutely everything. Making use of the trap as well to force them back even further. This ain't looking pretty.
He's going to get himself another if he just swings and shoots here, but no. JV92, Philippe taken. How did they not know that? They were flashing him out. They weren't aware that he was still there. Hurts manages to get himself a second 2 versus 3, but the problem is KZ is up on the top floor and he's a little bit stuck at the minute. It leaves Nade all alone in sight. If NIP are able to recognize that quickly, they could well get themselves the pressure mountain and start to move quickly. They don't need to recognize it. With that kill, they know now that it's 1 versus 3. Now, I've got to be honest, it's unlikely that Nade holds on.
Oh boy. I know we spoke a lot about this clash, but it is a lot to ask with 75 seconds still to play that he can get this one done. Not anticipating it, but crazier things have happened already today, Tim. Can't fully count him out, but hopefully NIP have got that composure as a team to get this one done.
I think that it will be. I'd be very surprised. You know, not to say he's not capable, but I'd be very surprised to see Nade hold on to this. Let's not forget, he's only got 21 bullets in the mag. It's not a primary weapon, and he's going to be challenged in numbers. Manages to get one. Surely they don't feed him one by one. Here he goes to the second. 1v3 becomes a 1v1. There's 35 seconds left for this 1v1 to play out. Hits is the only one left. He sees his man. He takes his shot, but he can't land it.
Andelas as well. Is it coming down main, or is it going in towards sight? It's going in towards sight. If he swings now, he probably gets his man. No! So close. But it's Hates that gets the shot he needs to see us over the finish line. NIP giving a bit of a gift there after almost giving one themselves.
I know it doesn't necessarily matter which way around they do this, so it's not really a criticism, but I just wonder about the site choice there. Fury are choosing to go down to Church and Arsenal when, because of the bans, I would suggest that CCTV and Cash is actually probably the stronger side. You know, because like I sort of said going in there, the hard breach gadgets will open the hatches as well as a Maverick, as well as a Hibana, you know, as well as anything else, really. They'll get the job done. The real benefit of forcing them to use those hard breach gadgets is when you're getting them onto walls they might want to go through, or lines of sight that they might want to use, because they're very small breaches and it just limits them a lot more. And I feel like that's so much more relevant here in CCTV and Cash. If you remember last time when they played the Azami out on Catwalk, they died because the Selma had been thrown onto that wall between CCTV and Catwalk and opened up the line of sight. Not physically possible anymore. So it definitely feels like this is probably the stronger side given those bans. So Fury are going to Church and Arsenal first, maybe, you know, giving NIP a little bit. It could have already been 4-1 and you kind of, you know, putting the pressure on a little bit more. But either way, NIP with a good win. They get the job done. 2-3, they stand on the scoreboard. And if they can come away with a 3-3 onto the defense, they're going to be absolutely laughing.
Going to feel pretty spectacular if they get it that way, Tim, but it's still back Fury to probably hold on here and get us up to the 4-2. How things shape up? Nothing else, a bit of a change away. A big stack in towards anti-nade utility is worth stressing here. That reminder, in case you've been sleeping under a rock for a while, ADSs can now catch out those Capital bolts. So things like what Jaeger and My stat together actually become incredibly potent. You can force, you know, what, drag 7 bits of utility if you wanted to in towards a given area, which means Catwalk can be a very, very hard part to break down. We're going to see probably on the other side, given they've got limited throw and utility, the ability for Fury to hold on to Catwalk.
Brace for it!
Yeah, it seems to be interesting choice from Pino there, from absolutely miles away, sending that utility in towards sight. Drones are still being taken out, so there is a breach on the main wall. We've seen that, but as I've said, it is only a small breach. It does mean that it will be difficult to play inside a CCTV, but it also makes it difficult to traverse and to do anything at any sort of range. You're going to have to be, you can't be on rappel, for example, because the angle would be too low. You wouldn't be able to see in through that breach. So definitely something that NIP needs to consider.
Probably also the first round where they haven't had to worry about considering a clash is the nice thing. Of course, different things, different challenges to face off against. Like I mentioned, the utility stack, if nothing else, certainly one thing. T4 comes over and Cons is gone. 0-6, Tim. Where's the Cons that we've seen absolutely having a demolition derby all night long? Here in the Capitale, all those bolts gone, and the man himself offline. Not the best start for NIP.
Big problem, there's no breaching left. I keep speaking about breaching, but the construction wall is closed, so they're not going to be able to breach that. They're going to have to go in through this single door, and Furia, there will come a point where they will recognise that, and they're dealing with utility as they try to get in there. Fantasy manages to find JV92, but Furia, they really should be able to hold on here. Look at what they're working with. It's difficult for NIP. They can't move in through anywhere. KZ gets a double for Leapox, Nade one apiece, and Furia do hold on comfortably to CCTV and Cash. So, not a bad round from them. 4-2, decent half, but they're going to have some work cut out for them on the attack, I'm sure. I'm interested to see what NIP do with the bans. Surely they've felt the frustration of no hard breach to play behind on Clubhouse. Do they do the same in return?
Guess we'll see. Deal with the same frustrations the other side, change things away. Now, I don't really speak enough Portuguese to be able to tell you exactly what was said there, but I know they're on about drones and C4s.
And lol.
Yes. And that's about all I need to know. C4, drone, lol, 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 lol. Yeah, that was totally fine by me. This is going to be that hard breach of the thermite. Do we see the same thing brought onto the other side? Looks like we will, with one going through, a second hard breach to follow. It's going to be the Ace here, leaving the Hibana and the Maverick. Nice.
Interesting choice, going with the Ace ahead of the Hibana. And I don't mean that in a negative. It's a general sort of interest in that point, because you can see it both ways. So the Selma charges are quicker, and you can get them, as we saw, get them onto the wall between CCTV and Catwalk, for example, and I think they're probably more likely to get that line of sight that you want than the Hibana in that kind of range. But that said, Ace can only open 1.5 hatches, whereas Hibana can open the whole lot. So it really depends which way you're focusing towards. So it is a fascinating one. NIP also have the denial available to them, and I I think they've maybe read into that with, I don't know, because Kaid was the first ban, Mirror comes in as the second, but again, they're not bringing the Bandit this time, but with only Hibana available, that Bandit trick becomes so easy. I mean, you're considering the Maverick as well, but it hasn't been brought along, and you just feel like take that little bit of a gamble on the defense. Bandit's a great operator anyway, great utility, great gun. You've got a real opportunity to prevent them breaching anything.
I think some teams probably feel like it's also a way to get yourself baited in. Like we saw it actually in EML, Joystick playing a lot of Sophia and just absolutely slapping out anyone who dared to try and bandit trick a wall. It was beautiful to see. A little bit harder, admittedly, on this site, during bedroom in particular, but you can still look to play on those windows and try and challenge, unless the windows challenge you. Cons wanting to put to rights the wrongs that he incurred during that first half. He was 0 and 6. This half already finished straight away in the first round of their defense. Has got himself on the board.
Yeah, great start there from NIP. Just taking down the Twitch as well. You can see now Hurge just taking a little bit of damage. He's got himself established inside a CCTV, looking to put pressure onto this extended hold. But are they aware of Fantasy looking to get aggressive and move up from red? They don't have a clue. Fantasy steps around the corner, manages to get Hurds. Nades is there for the trade, but it's a little bit too little too late. The damage is done. They've lost their sledge as well now. And NIP can retire back to site, 4 versus 3, and looking pretty comfortable.
They hold on for now at the very least. Yeah, I thought Fury might battle their way back in here and keep it competitive, and admittedly it still is, but they've lost for Leapox. Again, one of the key players they really need to keep up in this round because he's running around on that Capital. Again, this big focus is all coming in towards this east side of the map. Still dug in. I was going to say, I'm sure they have no idea, but they surely did because KZ was in there ready to go. They at least get a trade guaranteed, but Nade has got it all to do against Hates and Wizard. Wizard, a single bullet from death, but Hates looking a little more healthy.
Yeah, not looking pretty at the minute at all for Furia. They will have wanted nothing more than to come and get this first attack done. It's like I said, exactly the same way works now for Furia. These first 3 rounds that they have, 7, 8 and 9, are particularly valuable because they do have some hard breach left available to them. They can use the Hibana, so get in and get these rounds now before that utility is taken away from you. And they've lost their first opportunity, it looks like, to get one of those rounds. 35 seconds, so plenty of time for Nade. If he can find this first kill, then maybe he can get something going, but no. Steps around the corner, Wizard cuts him down with the shotgun, and NIP get themselves back within 1.
Oh boy. You asked to a game of Siege, Tim. We say it all the time, but it started to come to be. I'd say it was like a super convincing round. To a degree, it was quite convincing. Again, a lot of the battle took place out on the extension, and as you remark, Fantasy was in such a ridiculous position to be able to get the kill that he did. Yes, there was someone stood outside and breached, ready to get him when he tried to go for a little bit more. But the fact that he was able to get the first kill in the first place goes to show, even when we were that far away from the site itself, it was still hard for Furia to be able to compose themselves and get rid of these roamers in the fashion that we've seen them do so many times over on the global stage. Now we go down to the basement, and Wizard is doing his best cosplay of Furia here, bringing along that clash and looking to be an absolute nuisance.
Okay then, let's get it underway. Round 8. And this is the round Furia need to win. It's Church and Arsenal. They've got the Hibana. They can bring along some secondary hard breach as well. No excuses not to be getting all those hatches. JV92 needs to make sure that that part of his job is done, because it's not going to get any easier the next time that they attack onto Church and Arsenal. It's going to be Maverick instead, most likely, or a combination of hard breach charges. And so, get it done now whilst you've got the opportunity. We've got the knock being brought along by Herds. Always keen to watch a knock and kind of see what they can do, but power of the... I was going to say the Twitch has just driven right past the bulletproof cam, but no, it's going to take it out. The power of the knock really has dropped off, I think, since the nade changes. We used to see, obviously, a lot of knock played, but really not as common, not as popular anymore.
No, definitely not. More niche when you're looking to try and do something very, very specific, even with the changes that I think admittedly make it very, very effective, but it is what it is. Maybe even more here for the EMPs, more anything else, kind of giving Hers the choice. As long as he brings EMPs, then no one really cares what he's playing. So we thought, right, time to go and have some fun then. Focus, of course, is getting the wall open, and this is where Hers needs to kind of come into his own and make sure things are EMP'd off to get their way through. For now, the Jam are going to be doing all the work required to slow down the push on forward from Furia. still dug in deep, just wasting as much time as possible, because again, that reminder, this ain't the site we're playing, nor is it human bedroom. It's down in the basement, but a lot of time is being sucked up by just having to force them to go and clear this top floor.
You've got players in lounge. Bring the bandit. You could easily trick this wall. I know that it's not the site, but you could just burn so much time for Furia, but NIP not wanting to commit to it. Fantasy having a look. No idea that there's somebody inside a stock, like two ships passing in the night. They will miss each other. Nade does not miss though. Headshot onto hits. Takes down the Legion. Bit of a loss in terms of goo mines there. 5 versus 4 as Furia start to take over the map. Surely the knock knows now. Yes, he does. Knock, knock. It's Herds. Takes down Fantasy. 5 versus 3.
Plus the EMPs too, so I'm a little bit like,
yep.
Are we just not worried about the wall? We'll leave it closed. It was all a bait all along. Maybe so. It's enough that Furia have got the advantage, though. A 5v3 is plenty to work with. Step into the final 60 seconds. Got to be careful not to get stalled up by any Vulcan canisters. Hopefully, Casey's been doing his homework in this round, getting rid of those canisters. And, of course, the C4 to respect to the back pocket of the mute. Still a few things that could upset the apple cart here, and almost saw the booty of Herds. He's gone for a run around here. Here we go. Stepping himself out in towards the corridor. Instead, it's going to force Cons to drop his way through. And he's back on site.
Yep, good progress from Furia. They've got only 30 seconds, though. That's the big problem for them at the minute is time. Herds is just going to go on a little walkabout down those main stairs. See if he can get any joy with any rotations. Anybody moving through long. Doesn't find anybody for now. But Nade wanders in from dirt. Gets himself 2. Breaks the back of the defense. That's going to be the round 1. Almost certainly. Cons, not for the first time tonight. In a 1 versus 5. Can do nothing about it. Flawless round for Furia. And it's 5-3. And it feels like this one is slowly slipping away from NIP.
I'll wait and reserve judgment till after this third round now. We've seen both teams have pretty good rounds. One from NIP, one from Furia in this half. Yes, there's that 2-round deficit to cover, but you might see NIP go on a tear now and win the next 2 or 3, especially when they get to go back to their first choice site in the next round. But now it's Cash CC. And really interestingly, or more ironically, I guess, is this is where they spent most of their time playing, even though it hasn't been the site that we've gone to once. The gym and bedroom and then down to the basement, yet both times they've had someone sat at the top of red stairs, they've had reinforcements onto the main breach. They really like defending this part of the map. Now it's where the site is, becomes a little bit of a different affair. You have to commit more utility towards it. There's more pressure coming in from attackers. Construction is going to be a big part of that pressure. Or they just focus very, very heavily on towards garage, and they use that and the main breach as their main point of ingress. No shield coming out for Furia, mind you, though. So normally you see like a Monty or something like that being rolled out for this site, but instead, I'm going to swerve that entirely. I say it now, and Nate goes across into the Blackbeard at the last second. They do have a shield, and I imagine the focus from that is going to be more in towards trying to deal with this player up in Raptors.
Yep, I'd have expected so. JV choosing to bring the Maverick instead of the Hibana as well. I think it's a good choice. Just send a little bit of a message to NIP, if nothing else. Get in there. We need to see JV, and we'll keep an eye on him. We need to see him do a really clean job of opening that wall. I often speak about it. If you're going to be in a position to play the Maverick, make sure that you've put the rich time in, you've made the practice work for you, and you are able to quickly and efficiently remove those reinforcements, not make a mess of it. It can be the difference between rounds won and rounds lost. So JV will get to work on that wall pretty soon. But the big battle, I think you're right, Des, is going to be the one for Catwalk.
Oh!
What a
I was hoping
loss.
to find someone on platform, but KZ literally stood in the middle of the open, the last place you'd expect him to be, and picks up a freebie. A great read to the aggression. Cons now 1-9 him. Really not his map.
Right, JV, come on, prove me right. Show me how good you are on the Maverick. He's just being a little bit cautious, I think.
Oh god, they're all ready and waiting.
God, I don't like the look of this, Des.
No. He is the sacrificial lamb who's going to get C4'd off if he's not careful.
I don't know. I mean, we're a minute and a half through the round, and we're kind of playing about. Just get in there and get it done. Like, the thing is, the lines are very clean. The actual technique is very clean. It's just taking so long to do it, and I appreciate that they want to keep him safe, but you know, there are ways of doing this to guarantee that safety. A little bit of pressure from below would be helpful. You know, anything to keep those players busy so they can't focus on there. Going to have to move down as they do. Beautiful play from Nade. Fantasy does take down Herds. 4 versus 3. Please tell me that breach is open.
Be down well helping so Tim, but at this point they've got a couple of kills, and that was the main thing that they were looking for. This Blackbeard applying a lot of pressure for Leapox from the construction window into one more. A 4v2. Forget about your damn breach now. It's about getting the kills. Pino getting one back though, and surely Tim, they don't let this all collapse back on them.
This is where they might rue not taking over Catwalk, though. We see the Maverick of JV92 has rotated over to the CCTV window. Pressure is coming. I think it's from top red stairs rather than the breach. The breach is kind of open, kind of messy, but it's doing its job at least. The line of sight is there. And Wizard is just battling to try and get something going for NIP. Cut down by KC. Important kill. Manages to get the second, and Furia, they go forward onto map point, getting 2 of those rounds while they still had some normal hard breach with Habana available has been really valuable. They used Maverick in the last round there, so again it sends a bit of a message. We'll do it one way or another, and NIP have got some thinking to do.
They have 3 rounds to recover. Tall ask. Furia thought, as we said, they might do off the back of that first half, might just find themselves careering on for a couple of round wins and putting NIP under real pressure. Last band's coming out. It's going to be another hard breach, I expect. The Maverick, interestingly, to follow. So actually forcing out the Habana. And I'm glad that a clash has finally been banned in this game, Tim.
So I was thinking about this whilst that ban was coming through, and I thought to myself, I'd be tempted to take the Maverick out here, take the risk that they leave the Bandit up, and then just do this. Tubarão and Bandit. And you're going to make it for either hard breach charges, secondary hard breach charges, or Habana. You're going to deal with it so easily. You should be tricking this really, really easily. So long as they kind of right place, right time, they choose the right wall that they're going to be going for, I would expect to see this be very difficult for Furia to open anything other than hatches now, to be honest. And even then, hatches are going to be slowed down if you consistently bring the Tubarão. So I actually really like this play from NIP. I know the obvious option was take Hibana and leave them the Maverick, especially with a little bit of a mess of a wall that they made of it last time. You kind of think, well, you know, if they're busy making mistakes, don't interrupt them. But yeah, I think I can see the theory. I can see the theory. I'm not sure it's going to get them 3 rounds, but I like the idea.
That's why I'm glad they've also brought along the castle here as well, because I mentioned this earlier on. It's like if you're bandit tricking on towards Cash CC wall, you've got a Zofia underneath or someone trying to give you grief. It's not going to be a good time. This wall over here on towards Jacuzzi, bit of a different conversation because you've got the concrete floor. But so often we see nades being rolled in through the drone hole, or we see someone running their way up main stairs, or pressure coming from that gym window. But at least the gym window angle has been closed off by those 2 castle barricades. Now it's just about watching out for the rest. So it could be a real smart play here out of NIP, but I'm sure Furia have got a solution in mind.
Yeah, you would hope so. Already on the upside down rappel of main stairs. They're waiting for any interaction with that hatch, and Hits will send the Nitro out. Gonna keep it in pocket for the time being, but just hovering around here, looking to support cons. Like I say, it's all about making your choice. Which wall do you want to hold on to? They're not gonna mind the CCTV wall. We're a minute in. They're just holding an extension for the time being. What they want is to keep that site locked down, and Jacuzzi wall is the one to do it from. Keep a hold of elbow, keep a hold of main stairs, and battle from there.
We've seen so much focus on this extension, right? I mentioned it earlier back in the first half that Furia spent most of their round probably hanging around the top of red, regardless of what site we were on. They absolutely love playing there. A little bit easy for Furia to move on through. NIP not quite subscribing to the same mantra of red stairs or nothing. Kept themselves backed away for the most part, which gives all the room towards Furia to start their march on forward, focusing towards construction. It's one being blown out now. Now maybe look towards JV to make use of 2 of those Excarios to get the next layer of castle barricade removed, but then there may well be someone inside a bedroom who's able to shoot that off. So the game of cat and mouse continues between the 2. Herds steps in, and Wizard is gone. There's a good trade coming out. Hate's ready, hearing the sound of the barbed wire to make that step forward in the response coming in and towards the IQ. Damage done in the mute being gone because that's no C4 on side.
I'm almost certain that Wizard was spotted out on a drone. I think I saw a yellow ping as he was moving across. That's how Herds was there ready for the attack, but it's kind of weird then that he was re-peaked so easily from main stairs. Hits had been stood there the whole time. Obviously hadn't been picked up by the drone. Cons does pick up nade though. 4 versus 3. NIP looking pretty solid inside of sight. Pino manages to find Philippox. Keeper barricade goes out, and they hold on with style. Plenty to spare as Fantasy gets himself another towards the end. That's going to be NIP with their first successful defense. And honestly, I think these attacks are just going to get harder and harder here for Furia. The difficult side, I'd like to see NIP take CCTV first. I said it last time around, and that's exactly what they've done. I said it first time around. Don't go to Church and Arsenal when they can get the hatches easily. In this case, they've got Hibana, or they can just bring the secondary hard breach. You don't have the Kaid. There's nothing you can do about it beyond delaying it with Tugrao. Get yourselves to CCTV and Cash. Put some pressure on them. This is one that you should really be able to win. Get Cons active on that wall. Play somebody down in lounge so that he can stay there. Make sure he's safe. Get that bandit trick going. Stop them breaching that wall. Play in CCTV and Catwalk and really lock this site down. And then by the time you go down to Church and Arsenal, maybe, just maybe, Furia can feel you breathing down their neck.
That awkward spot for NIP, though, where you've got to be right every single time.
Yeah.
Furia only have to be right once. They can rush your socks off. They can pull out something you just simply not expected. Find someone looking the wrong way at the wrong time, and everything then falls apart for you as NIP. And the game is over. You don't get to go into the final. You don't get to face off against FaZe. And tomorrow we have a rematch of Furia versus FaZe, which would be a great game. It's worth stressing. That one earlier on, FaZe were definitely a cut above Furia, but I'd really hope to see Furia tomorrow coming in, learning lessons from that series, putting up one hell of a show against FaZe in that grand final.
I'd be really quite impressed here if Furia just like committed a load of utility all at the same time, and that would be you put your impact EMP straight onto the wall, get the bandit batteries cleared out, get Hibana pellets on one side, get a secondary hard breach on the other side, send a Rotero drone in behind, and just get everything going on at once so that he can't possibly... Look at that, they've taken the bandit out. You can't let it happen, NIP. That was the whole game plan. That was the whole game plan of going here. But you force the Hibana use. It's the easiest bandit trick you can get, and now they don't have it. The wall is open. Furia, you've got to win this from here.
It's like I say, Tim, like, there's no way they let this go through without having a game plan, and they've come in there ready. Herds, maybe not quite in the fashion that you'd expect, but as hard punished Cons there. And as you've remarked, all of that bandit tricking is now offline for the round, and Furia give themselves so much time to work with.
Yeah, they really do, and you could see from the banning strategy, from the site choice, from the operator selection, this was NIP's plan. This was, you know, this is how we're going to beat them here. We're going to take away their breaching capability, and it hasn't happened. So Furia need to make sure that they punish that. Nade just has a look through CCTV window, but he's actually going to drop himself away and try and apply a little bit of pressure to Garage. I don't think they've quite dealt with that area yet. Wizard is still in place on the catwalk, so they need to be going in there, making sure they're getting those Capitao bolts in place, forcing him out. Once they have the breach on CC and the garage catwalk, they can think about getting into site and planting.
I'd love to see him make use of the nano EMPs here to get the ADSs out from below, to be honest with you. Then you can deal with burning through the magnets as they might stand. But Tim, as you say, 4v3, they've got the kill that they needed here. Trying to go for the long range one on towards the stairs, not quite finding their man just yet. Only takes one to go back the other way as Philippox is going low. All that utility still in back pocket. It's worth stressing. He dies with that. That's a lot of fire and a lot of smoke being taken offline.
And Pino, they're in trouble. That's why Fantasy's getting aggressive on that door. But Pino hits. They managed to get one back apiece. Philippox onto Pino for the trade. 2v2. 30 seconds left to go. Philippox does have diffuser in hand, but there's now only one man to cover. So as soon as Philippox goes onto that plant, it leaves it as a 1v2. Triple kill for Hertz as he manages to take out JV. Philippox is planting. I'm not sure they're aware. They're leaving this really late to go. Philippox, he gets off. He's gun in hand. He can take these challengers 1v2. It's not going to be easy, Des.
It's certainly not, Tim. He gets a trade, but hates to have found a 3k in the round as the one left alone, the sole survivor of the round. 6 to disable, 6 and 5. Can NIP do it, Tim? Because they're getting nail-bitingly close at this point. One more round. We require 3 more to decide who goes to that grand final, and Furia are going to be kicking themselves that they were up 6 and 3, and now we're this close.
Well, you look at it, and Yeah, you've got to be kicking yourself as Furia. You took out the linchpin of the defence on the opening kill, Des. You got in there and took out the bandit. You were able to breach without a problem. You dismantled NIP's game plan and still didn't come away with the victory. You got catwalk control. What went wrong? There was a double kill in the middle towards the end of the round that just split that Furia attack apart. When you come down to a 2v2 and you need to plant, it's always difficult. Like I said at the time, as soon as that diffuser starts going down, your other man is in a 1v2. So as the two, you wait for that to happen, because then you can just gang up on them, get that kill, and you 2v1 or 1v1 with the person planting. You've got yourself a chance at least. Furia, they might well rue the fact that they missed that opportunity after taking the bandit out, but this should be an easier site for them. There's not much denial that can be done for NIP here, so I expect that they're going to have to play out into the map. They're going to have to play to waste time as much as they can, because otherwise Furia are just going to be all over them for the entire round.
And it's down to one of the most iconic sites in the game. It's Church and Arsenal. To settle regulation at the very least. May well settle the whole series and our whole day of broadcast. Or even this, he could equally send us into overtime and see us have to do this dance for another 3 rounds. Fantasy once again leaning in towards that bandit, Tim. Obviously, it was an interesting one on what it is that you want to try and deny here. Can't, of course, lock off the hatches, but can on towards Church Wall. Wonder if that's the game plan that he's got in mind, or if it's more of an extension around the map where they want to try and waste time instead.
It could be CCTV, I don't know. We'll see where Fantasy goes. He's back. As he headed upstairs, I wondered if he was going to, because it's Fantasy, and he's got a great gun on Bandit. He's very quick. Is he going to get up on top floor, play the roaming role up there, and maybe look to Bandit trick CC wall, keep himself safe, burn a bit of time? I don't think he's going to do. I think you're absolutely right, and it's going to be Church Wall instead, just to prevent that long angle from the bottom of main stairs, but whether that's going to be enough or not to devote bringing the bandit along, time will tell.
All right, JV moving rapid here through towards Strippers to get in control of the centre part of the map and looking immediately in towards these hatches in pretty rapid time, it's fair to say. Tim, of course, not going to charge their way through them just yet. There's a lot of setup work to do. They've got Felipox to head the charge. They've got Nade on this sledge to focus on the verticals. They've got to worry about the player that's sat on main stairs. Of course, presents a very, very real threat. Seems to have forced him back for now, and there's still a lot of work going on and clearing out on this top floor at the same time.
They're going to recognise what a start, though. Hates manages to find Herds. That's the IQ gone. Not the end of the world in terms of utility, but it is 2 nades that have been lost. I was going to suggest if the bandit battery is becoming a problem, you can just send nades over Church Wall. It's really not that difficult to clear it out, but it just got potentially more difficult because that adds the pressure to Nade to make sure he's got that utility available and in the right place at the right time.
Sure. For now, he can't sit still, can he? Hates has been seemingly everywhere around this middle floor and the bottom floor so far. Giving them a bay, and of course a very, very dug-in spot on this army, tucked in the back by AKs. Protected from blue, protected largely from the hatch, unless you want to be able to contest it. That's what he's looking for here, Tim. We've once famously screamed about the pots and the pans. It could yet be an angle of a player's demise if they're not too careful. Which one it's going to be, though, I don't know. Is it JV getting caught out, or is it Hates? For now, neither.
1 minute left, and Furia need to start softening up this side. They've not really cleared out a lot of utility yet, and certainly no manpower. Haven't dislodged any of these defenders. They're going to have themselves a position, though, as KZ manages to get the kill onto Wizard, but Pino is there. NIP can play the trade game. They can just go 1 for 1 and win the round. It's as easy as that. Cons is low health, but Toxic Babe Canister's going to start burning some time.
That's the worry, right? By the time these are fully expired, we're down to probably about 15 seconds to go, maybe even 10. Felipox, I've mentioned him being the spearhead, the one who's focused on that plant. He won't be able to get away with it. They'll just keep on playing this dance here, but it is literally going to come down to the final few seconds and who finds the majority of kills in this close. On we step. It's Nade working his way forward, rounding on towards a different door, but no! Sideswiped inside of Church, didn't know about it. NIP are going to hold on. Tim, you can say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des.
One of those where 3 rounds ago, it simply did not look possible. But NIP have dragged this out for 3 more rounds, and when Fury were probably very confident they could get this done, they pull us right back in, and crucially, NIP are on the defense.
I think ultimately, you know, both teams struggling to really sort of take advantage one way or another of those bans that we've seen, and not able to quite push it over the line. Furia will start on the attack. No real benefit in either side at the minute, I don't think.
Oh, I disagree there, Tim. I know it was a 3-3 half, but look at our previous 3 rounds. NIP winning every single one. Round 11 was close. It came down to Hates, of course, winning out and getting the disabled down, but the other 2 rounds were dominant. They only lost 2 players across round 10 and round 12. I think this is a massive advantage for NIP right now. They chose to go to gym and bedroom. Let's see if Furia can turn the tables.
The reason that I would say the opposite is Furia have been up against it. They are a very adaptive team. They've had the opportunity to see they can come back, they can course correct, they can fix, they can change things. NIP are going to need to do things differently. They need to bring something else to the table, and when you do that, you open up the opportunity for mistakes. Open the opportunity for things to slip. Let's see who will come away with the advantage. We get into the action phase. Furia on the attack, NIP on the defense. 3 rounds time at the most. We're going to know who gets that grand final spot. The loser, of course, will finish their run in the playoffs. They will finish in 3rd place with 50 SI points. Fantasy with a big opener. It's the Blackbeard.
How has he got the Blackbeard as the opener? That is balmy. And why are Furia making a mistake that they dealt with so adeptly last time? They had the Zofia of hers underneath. They stopped the Bandit from doing exactly what he's just done, which is toasting out 8 of those Hibana charges. Like, you could not have asked for arguably a worse start to this round. Like, that is horrific.
Certainly not the start that Furia would have been looking for. And they are now finding themselves on the back foot. As you said, Des, NIP have been good on the defense. Maybe I overestimated Furia's ability to change the course of what had happened previously. I'm going to get those windows open for now. Got themselves a reasonable bit of control. They can start using these windows. They don't really need to worry about cash or CCTV. Gonna just add to the manpower over on that side of the map. And there's a lot of time. 1 minute 40 here for NIP to absorb this pressure.
This is a massive risk as well, because in doing so, they have to be so careful on the South Alkali. JV is permanently at risk here, and now Herds has killed him. What are we doing, boys? Like, how are Furia
Casey's killed
it this hard? Yeah.
With a Vulcan canister, I think.
I think it was that or the pipe, but I think it was the Vulcan canister, as you
No,
say.
I think it was the pipe. A combination, I think. I think both of the fire has hit him at the same time, but yeah, definitely not ideal.
Goes from bad to worse for Furia, and I honestly thought it'd be NIP that would ramp up after their last 3 rounds, but no, it's Furia drastically ramping down. Can these 3 win it versus the 5 that still stand? They've got 60 seconds of which to do so. As that final bit of fire starts to burn out, including the Capital. KZ, he's in and good for 1. JV in for another. Make it a 3rd coming out. No, don't quite find the man. It's all he can do is stand and watch as Fantasy decimates them on their push forwards. NIP, 4 rounds back to back, and now a single round away from a dance with FaZe tomorrow in the grand final.
Fantasy's had a huge day today. We know that he's one of those talismanic players, but he has just come through so many times for this team. 32 kills across this series he's got, and he had a fantastic performance against W7M as well. There was a map, I don't think he did reach 20 in the end, but he was very, very close to it in the overtime with W7M, and just a phenomenal performance from Fantasy. In fact, no, it was the first overtime on Cafe here. He got 20. So he started this off against Furia with a 20 bomb, and he's just gone. Every time you're thinking that NIP are kind of on the back foot a little bit, and a kill pops up for them, it's Fantasy every time.
What I think is bonkers is for Furia, it's a similar story to their series against FaZe early on the entry. They're absolutely dominating there. Herds, KZ, and Nade between them, plus 16 on the entry. They are rolling over NIP when it comes to entry battles. But actual round conversion, as we're now seeing, of course, it's going the way of NIP. Yes, our first map was 186. The second one won by Furia 7-3. This one is now, as we stand and see it building up. But it's just been one of those series where, for the most part, Furia should have had far more rounds on the board across these 3 maps. Really only Clank is the one that has gone according to plan. Let's see if NIP get this done on the attacking side.
CCTV was actually Furia's best defensive site, given that they played it twice, but they did also win Church and Gym and Bedroom 50-50, and they did also lose Church and Gym and Bedroom. So they're going to lock down Church. They've got Skopos as their presence out in the strip side. Felipox is there. Not sure if he's been spotted out yet, but the droning looks pretty thorough, so I think he will be. Yeah, no. Excuse me. Pino manages to pick up KZ, but they've got a big problem here. They haven't picked up on Felipox, I don't think. Inside, oh no, they do. They know he's there. I was going to say, the first drone didn't go to that corner. He's going to be rushed down by the Blitz, but somehow he gets the kill. He's full white flashed and takes down Cons. This is big from Felipox. 4 versus 3.
It's one of those I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me moments. Cons really should have had him dead to rights. They have now finally cleared him out, but it's reduced us down to a 3v3, and 2 key operators of the attackers are offline. Defenders themselves, right, not too significant. Could have been the Goyo out there going down, really wouldn't have mattered all that much. It's C4 in the back pocket, it hurts that my eyes fall to as the next call comes online. But Hates, surely you hold on to that one for the execute, because this could be done here in the 14th round.
That play from Felipox could be absolutely massive. We will keep that one in mind as this goes on. NIP just a failure to win gunfights with him effectively, especially when the first one up in his face was the Blitz. Looks like they're going to grab the cameras. How valuable could that be? Well aware of the presence inside a site. It will be taken out and give the opportunity for Furia to just relocate a little bit there. 3 versus 3. 50 seconds left to go. NIP, you're going to have to start getting a move on.
Still. Can Herds be the X factor? Crouching his way up. Might find one. He's going to find number 1, but can't get number 2. Hates. It's him and Fantasy that have been doing this dance at the top of the table for the team all week long. All week? All game long. Now he's got to win here in a 1v2. He's still got a phone call. Please use the phone call. Let's not see another Dokkaebi go down with both of those in back pocket. Could arguably be the difference maker for him. At the least it's a little bit of information. 1 steps across. The flash comes out, and no, JV has found his man. Furia demand all 15 rounds to see who walks away the winner. And at least on how stats have gone so far, Tim, you give it to NIP, but you just never know in round 15.
Oh, you really don't. NIP will be going on the defense. Just having a look at where they're likely to choose. They went Gym and Bedroom last time. They're in the same situation Furia were. The other 2 sites that they could use, Church and CCTV, they lost them. It was 50-50. They lost 1-1, lost 1. So they're deciding to go down to the basement. One way or another, they're going to either leave there the victors or the losers. They will be locked in 3rd place with 50 SI points, or they will guarantee themselves a minimum of 2nd place with 150, or a chance at 1st place with 300 SI points. And the demolition of FaZe in the process as well, which is never a bad thing, is it, if you're going up against them?
Never a bad thing to stick with us for best of 3 and final one of the day, Tim, to see it go to 15 rounds on map 3. It's normally nice to want a bingo card somewhere for that. Of course, no bingo card in existence for SAL today. Maybe tomorrow. You know, things carry on forwards. As mentioned for NIP, I give them the advantage. I know it has been dead even in terms of stats of both sides, but I think NIP are the ones that have shown over those last 3 rounds of regulation on the defensive side that they are the kings, that they can get this one done. I'm with Leo. I called him a hopeless romantic earlier, Tim, but now I'm a bit of a believer, a hopeful romantic, that it can be done here and now. Let's hope Fury, though, don't completely bottle it the way they did in round 13. No more silliness. Let's get it nice and narrow, keep it straight and narrow, play one of the best rounds of Siege we've seen from you all day long. This is the time to remind us of why you're one of the greatest teams in the game.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there. I feel like out of the two teams, NIP, it's not about deserving the win, but NIP have played positively, whereas it feels like Furia have been kind of surviving. They've had, they've thrown away 3v5s, they've been punished for mistakes, whereas NIP feel like they've come in and they've made big plays. They've been the ones winning in those situations. And so you look at it like that and think, you know what? I can't say that it's, it's not fair for them to win it here because they really have earned their spot. But if Furia can get it done here, all that has gone will be forgotten, and they will have earned their spot every bit as much. Rotero drone getting sent down blue. Just looking to clear out some utility, looking to clear themselves a path. 1 minute 10 gone off the clock. We can hear those Hibana pellets just activating to clear out those hatches. Furia putting them to use.
You know what it needs?
Didn't get much value out of the hatches last time.
No, they need a hate clutch. He's had two big clutches in this game, round 5 and round 11, where he's basically kept his team in this. If he didn't have those moments, they lost those. They're already out of this game, and Fury are through to the final. It needs to end on that arc, on that story, Tim. It's got to see him go big. He's 14 and 7, a 2.0 KD on this map alone. Could he be the one to shut down the dreams? Feels like it might be. The walls are caving in. Fury applying more and more pressure as more and more of that ceiling is ripped away from NIP. You've got to be so careful about where they play now.
Yeah, this is it. There's fewer and fewer spots that they can rely on for any safety. Look at this. Herds has got himself positioned inside of Mortal. He's just daring anybody to move around inside. The bandit trick is going to be unsuccessful. They managed to get the job done. It's Kairos pellets detonate, and they get that extra long line of sight through. JV92 manages to find the first kill. It's Wizard that's taken down. 5 versus 4. We have a down though. 2 go. Pino, Cons, NIP fighting back. Des, 30 seconds.
It's the cursed entry, Tim. I'm telling you, Fury have got it, which means they're destined to lose the round. A 3v3 yet again as that clock ticks down. Missing out on the headshots. You can see the nerves starting to kick in as Hertz gets one more. Down to a 1v2, and it's Fantasy to go big. No C4 in back pocket, but no! Hertz has gone huge throughout the day in so many rounds, and of course, when you need him most, he stands up and makes himself heard. Furia lock in a rematch with FaZe tomorrow, but NIP have fought tooth and nail to give us one hell of a series today.
Yeah, they really have put on a show, but ultimately Furia, when the chips are down, they get it done at the last. They find a way, and that is what champions do. They win the tough games as well as the easy ones, and Furia have certainly earned their place against FaZe and those extra SI points. Great last round from them to get it done. A flurry of kills at the end, where you say maybe the nerves kicked in a little bit for NIP. It was a tough finish for them, and Furia were there to mop up.
Great game that we've just had there, regardless. To be fair, all the games that we've seen today have been fantastic. That Furia phase, the domination from FaZe was brilliant. The series that we had earlier, W7M being upset by NIP, who looked on top of the world. And then a game that has taken us to map 3, round 15, to decide the winner. It was still the outcome we expected, Tim, but maybe not in the fashion that we thought. And I've got a newfound respect for NIP. They've shown that they can tango with the best, and I really look forward to seeing what they can do in the future.
Like I said, we knew they were back. I just don't think we realised how much they were back. NIP, a serious threat in Brazil, and I'm guessing on the international stage when that day comes as well. But Furia showing they're still top of the pile, or almost. They've got one more to go.
Yeah, rematch with FaZe does not feel like the one to try and prove that you're the best, because FaZe were on another level today. But that is for tomorrow. For tonight, our games are done, but of course our desk is standing by to break things down and maybe have an interview for us. Let's go over to them now.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well done on a very long day, all things considered. But after about 5 to 6 weeks of playing in South America, all we've had to do is get through all of those games just so that the thing that was probably going to happen when the stage began could actually happen, a FaZe Furia Grand Final. That was on the cards from the beginning. Maybe there was W7M mixed in there, but the way that they got around to getting there, Lynx, it took a long time and a lot of frustration, but they did finally close the door on NIP's dreams.
Oh yeah, it took a long time, all right. It took a long time once we got to that 6-3 scoreline. I felt like I've been here about 5 years in the length of that clubhouse matchup. But hey, we'll get to that, because there's more important things to talk about first, which is Furious defenses. Again, just like Bank, they had a really excellent game plan. NIP struggle when there's just a wall thrown in front of them, when there's nobody giving them any opportunities, and that's exactly what Furia did. Vast majority of the opening engagements happen, or, well, 3 of them happen beneath a minute 30. 4 of them happen around a minute 30. Furia were not getting aggressive. They weren't peeking. They were forcing NIP to clear into them, and that, so far, is where NIP have struggled. Sure, they might be good at problem solving, but when the structure they have to break through and deal with is JB92 holding an angle, or Herds holding a close angle with a shotgun, or KZ getting fed info by nade on a Clash shield, it's very difficult for any team to do, even this renewed and rejuvenated NIP. So Furia just continuing the good game plan from Bank. But obviously Gabe, as we will see once these highlights start to shift, once we get to the attacking side, things start spinning a little bit out of control.
Yeah, they definitely do. And for the side of NIP, I mean, it was definitely a struggle bus for them to understand what they wanted to do on the defense. I don't think they understand truly. I mean, it's weird. I can't say they don't understand. It's different from region to region and how you play Clubhouse, but to me, it just makes more sense, especially on a basement site. You don't need to go for an aggressive run. We saw Furia do it. We saw NIP do it. Nips just didn't look too great on it. But then they did do it in the last round. They didn't go for the roam, which I praised them for. We talked about, yeah, great. We see it. This is perfect. You don't need to do that. And then in that last round, they had everything to close it out. They denied the wall. That was a great play from the Bandit on that last round. And then they just let all of Furia come down the main hall, come through into sight, and just demolish it. NIP, there were so many rounds that Furia also gave to them. I mean, we can't also not talk about Furia gave up a lot of rounds, specifically coming out of Herds, where they would get the opening engagement, and then Herds would just immediately follow straight through and lose it out in an outright that he didn't need to. He could have just played off one another. They could have fell back. There were so many rounds that it just came down to both of these teams making numerous mistake after mistake and the other to capitalizing on. But that's kind of just Clubhouse in a nutshell. It's really, again, who's playing more perfect, who's making the least amount of mistakes. There wasn't one clear outlier here on one of these teams where I can confidently walk away and be like, yes, this team was the better team on Clubhouse. It really was a game of who was making the least amount of mistakes where the other team was capitalizing on. And in the end, Furia get it done by brute force of making their push into that last little bit of that site. Even this round right here was so perplexing that Felipox kept them alive here, notably enough that, I mean, he shouldn't have won that fight against Blitz here. But again, it really came down to the small amount of mistakes that the other team was just capitalizing off of and making huge rounds off of.
Yeah, I mean, let's just go through like one by one, starting at 6-3. We have the gym bedroom round where Herds gets the opening pick, but then immediately melees the barbed wire without considering that somebody could just retake main stairs. They didn't have control of it. Then you have like round 11, KZ swinging red stairs when nobody's in a position to trade him and the execute isn't coming yet. Round 12, the exact same thing. He gets a kill in blue, but the Monty's stuck in dirt behind a smoke. He can't push through. Then what, you have round 13, where KZ blows up Herds with a pipe on Condor when they're both on Condor. And then, like,
I'm telling you, because Herds wasn't dead already, KZ was like, well, this is weird. And then just immedially just team killed Herds and was like, all right, we're equal now. And they almost brought it back, which was insane. I was like, there's no way they bring this round back.
And then what, you have what Gabe said in round 14, where we're like, oh, this Scopos is in strip. Surely she gets droned. Oh my god, she's not been droned. Wait, the Blitz found her. Wait, Felipox still has killed 2 people. Like, that is one of the few games where really we well and truly lost the plot for about 5 or 6 rounds. But what better team than Furia when nothing really makes sense? A team that made Chaos their bread and butter for 2 years. Even at an 8-7, that's the team I would bet on to win those kind of matches.
Furious coach Igor has been listening to all of this, waiting patiently for the interview, and kudos to him for standing through all of that.
Sweating. I know he was sweating seeing some of these rounds.
Igor, just specifically for that last series of rounds, starting from it was round 10 all the way through overtime. Were you sweating bullets in the back just seeing how those rounds were going? And then how did the team claw their way back into it and actually win it in overtime?
So today was a very stressful day. I don't know how we did what we did, but to be honest, we needed to play together and stay confident each other. So basically that, because when the game the game was crazy like that, Lexi, no, you need to play more simple you can, because it's very very difficult to understand all the things. And Nip was playing very 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 confident. They don't have fear, they don't fear anything, so it's very difficult to predict what they going to do, so it's very very hard.
For sure. Igor, well, obviously, congratulations getting to that grand final. It's always a pleasure talking to you, brother. I want to talk about Bank. So, Cafe obviously didn't go in your guys' favor. A lot of spawn kills, a lot of individual plays, but something that was noticeable from the first time you guys played on IP versus the second time, it seemed like the operator map pool on your attacking side was more focused on what you were talking about playing together. So, like, using the Blackbeard for Felipox to be able to position himself, be able to IGL and do the things they need to. Then you guys were using the sense to cause mass hysteria in the site, not feeding that information. I kind of want to know, was that your decision going into Bank to just look at what you guys did the previous time you played them and then how you were going to counteract that the next time on their attack?
So in the last game, in the South Group stage, we played very, very bad because we did play together. And this time we correct that. And so we play the way we were practicing. So it's not my decision, it's a team decision, you know? And that's it. And they play on defense very, very aggressive on Cafe, and we don't punish them. But in Bank, we could do that. So it's more easy to win the rounds.
No, it was masterclass. It was beautifully done by the boys.
And of course, Igor, congrats on the victory. I kind of wanted again to talk about the chaos of the matchup. And obviously, coaches can call tactical timeouts and intervene when the team seems to be going awry, but the coach can only do that once. In all of those other rounds where you can't intervene, what is going through your head as you're watching the game not spin out of control, but definitely get really chaotic? How do you feel not being able to intervene after that tac timeout gets called?
So it's very difficult because in Rainbow Six we only have one timeout, so you need to do the timeout in the correct time. So in my what I do every time on my team is they need to think the same way I think. So that's my job. So I only pause when I see, oh, they are going to another way. I don't think this is the best. So this time I pause.
Okay.
So if you don't, I don't use the tactile, the pause. That's it.
Well, you certainly locked in enough to make sure that the grand finals was going to be on the cards for you again, brother. And it's old territory. You've been there, especially against FaZe in the past. What are you going to do tomorrow in that grand final to make sure that you walk away with as many SI points as possible?
So to win FaZe tomorrow, we need to play more confident than we play today, because if we fear them, so we are very very punished, because they play really close, you know, they play together, and if you made one little mistake, they are there to kill you, and this is very very difficult because we are a team and play very aggressive. We like to take risks and stuff, but when we play against FaZe, we need to adapt our play style to, because it's the best way to win them.
Fair play. Job's almost done, man. One step at a time, though. Bask in what you've got. Yeah. Like, please make sure you take a break, because you played a long series or a couple of series today. Then come rested for that grand final tomorrow, man. We're all looking forward to it. Until then, you have a good one.
Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure talking with you guys. I need to, how I said the last time, I need to improve my English. And right now I don't have my mind in 100%, but that's it. Thank you.
That's okay.
And hope to do an interview tomorrow, because if this happened, it's because we won. And that's it.
Igor.
That's true.
Igor, one last thing. There's a Furious skin out there, if I believe.
Yes. You guys bought? You guys bought? Because it's very
I got
beautiful.
given
got
one
it.
from one of your
I've got it. I've got it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And
Awesome.
guys, please buy the Fury skin. I always forgot that. Bye, guys.
Got your promo at the end. Congratulations, man. Hopefully we'll see him tomorrow. And I will say, to everyone's credit who comes on the English broadcast for this, if you've got the English language skills already, then it's great that you take the time to talk to us. But for those who have had to go out of their way to represent their team in a language that may not be native to them, it means a lot that you spend time in interviews going through the time to make sure that we're looking to give you good questions, but then you're trying to find a way to give us good answers. It means a lot that you guys end up doing that for us, because under normal circumstances that might not be the requirement, but because people in English-speaking countries want to follow this league, one of the best leagues in the world, it's really cool that you did not have to put that effort in, but for those who do, thank you very much. We appreciate you.
FaZe is here, so it is the best league in the world, but that's just my opinion. But
you ain't wrong. You're not. Hey, 2 world champions in a row. You might as well just say that out loud every time. One more time on match stats, real quick, just to breeze over the way that Furia, they didn't waltz their way through this one, but they did end up getting the job done. We will save most of our criticisms for the way that they've played, presumably for the grand final tomorrow, but because the two of you aren't on broadcast tomorrow, anything that you want to say about this series leading into said grand final, now is the time. Lax, just anything about that series, broad strokes.
I mean, it was a good matchup. Obviously, Bank was pretty one-sided, but Cafe was very close. Clubhouse was even closer. I think a lot of rounds, maybe it could have went either way. Again, Herds in specific maybe needs to slow down just a tad bit once he gets those picks. But I think it was a good viewing experience overall, even for an analyst point. And I think there was a lot of takeaways to praise some of the players or teams for their setups, and vice versa, to also nitpick and say, okay, why are you doing this? But again, overall, I thought this was a really good performance. I think both teams can walk away happy here, even for NIP's sake, specifically Fantasy. I mean, wonderful performance for him throughout the day, especially on Cafe, where we saw really big plays, not just in the kill department, just in being able to shoot utility out of the air that easily could have shaped an entire round. Maybe we could have seen a 2-0 rather than what it was. But overall, I can't really say there was just one particular moment that I'm just like, wow. I think it was just a really good performance for both teams to be able to have big bounce backs, and then obviously pushing that last game to around 15.
And honestly, obviously, Herds is our MVP of the day, and I think one of the big things for me going into tomorrow, while I agree with Gabe, I think NIP have a lot to be proud of, especially given the fact that this is like the best they've looked, and even though it came in a loss, it came in playoffs on land when the pressure is the highest. That's a really good sign to me for the future of this roster. But the fact that Herds is the MVP for Furia is extremely, extremely important. Was KZ popping off in the way we've seen him do this stage? No, but having Herds put in a really solid performance is going to make things a lot more possible for Furia going against FaZe tomorrow. Things need to be tightened up. Things can't be as sloppy as they were on Cafe, and especially the back half of Clubhouse. But if you have Herds putting in a good performance and the rest of the team capable of doing so as well, the question is only if you can tighten those things up. Because before, it was, well, we would love to see a good Furia, but Herds is underperforming, or JV's underperforming, or Fellapox and Nade are always in these unwinnable situations. Now that everyone is putting up the numbers, it's just a question of how much work they put in, and we know how dedicated and how much Furia like to grind when they get to these LAN events, and how much these finals mean to them.
If you had to take a guess on play of the day, there's a couple things that we were eyeing overall, but there are some that I think we were debating between two, and I'm not even certain which one we ended up going with. Our Predator play of the day goes to... Was it?
Herds!
It was the Herds play.
I'll let you just take this then.
I advocated for the Herds play. Gabe was of the more mindset it should be one of the fancy 4Ks, which I do understand both. But the reason why I thought this was good was, one, if Furia won, which it seemed like they would, I thought it would make more sense to talk about. But also, I think that's an excellent example of a round where everything goes right for Furia. The right player is in the right time, making the right moves. Herds is... When he was at his prime, it was finding gaps and hitting lurks like that, and it was getting every single kill he possibly could in the situation. Now part of it does require a little bit of luck, of course, killing that blue player, and then he catches 2 players that, with their backs turned to him. Those obviously are gunfights that advantage him, but it still requires Furia to set him up and put him in these situations where he can take advantage of the timings and can take advantage of the chaos. And it is plays like that that when Furia have been at their best, it's when those things were happening, and specifically when Herds was doing them.
Yeah, and to your point, you know, we hadn't seen a lot from Herds throughout this entire stage up until playoffs. So if we're going to need a big player to come alive, it comes in big moments like these where playoffs are going to be even more important. And it just speaks into how well Furia can play at an individual level, which we already know. Their individual prowess, they can get the job done, but that also has been a double-edged sword so far this stage, where, again, we have highlighted KZ time and time again being that big figure that puts them over the edge, puts them over the line to keep them in playoff contention. So yes, it is important that Herds is getting these 4Ks, having these big plays, coming alive, but going into that last game against FaZe, we've already hit it again. Igor even talked about it. They need to play as a team and not rely on these individual plays, because these individual plays are also what is crippling them and being their Achilles heel. So going into tomorrow, I'm not going to be there, but I need to see that team play, specifically the team play that we saw in Bank, because that was a masterclass performance. And just not only the play, but the utility setup, the understanding of how they wanted to execute on site, and they did it flawlessly. So I really hope going into tomorrow, we do see a completely different Furia than what we even saw prior to today in their matchup against FaZe.
Big thanks to Predator for making sure that Herds has another one that he can add to the highlight reel and show to his kids when he's 50 with 17 trophies. There's only one game that we've still got left in South America. Everyone had an idea. It was probably in the pipeline. The only question was, when would it get locked in? And the answer is tomorrow. The rematch is upon us. FaZe Clan and Furia will decide who walks away as the inaugural South American League champions with the most, or the lion's share of the SI points prize pool. We are so close to the end, gentlemen, but all we got left on the docket is one best of 3, and it takes up an entire broadcast tomorrow, Lynx.
As it should. As it should. This is FaZe Furia. This is... I mean, a lot of games and, you know, regional matchups get called, like, the El Clasico, right? But, like, this is our new El Clasico. Every time it happens in a best of 1, in a BO3, in a BO5 at an event, it becomes the event of itself. You show up for a matchup like this. And especially when you look at what's riding on tomorrow. Furia obviously winning Reload. Coming into this stage, this is now a time not only to get first in the SAL, get those SI points, but also just be the champions of SAL going into EWC. But for FaZe, number 5 is on the line tomorrow. 4 stages of the online Brazil League, now SAL in a row. FaZe have been the victors. They have been the ones, no matter the opponent, whether it's E1, W7M, doesn't matter. It's FaZe that have won. But tomorrow, Furia might put an end to that. Do I think they will? I don't think so. But it is still possible. And ultimately, FaZe do have that number 5 on the line.
Lax, you couldn't really have asked for a better matchup overall. I don't know if I'm ready to call this the El Clasico of the modern era quite yet, but tomorrow just might be the game that puts it over the line ultimately.
No, it absolutely will. And I don't think we also talk about too much is the brother versus brother with Handy and Nade going against each other. I mean, obviously, one of those family conversations is heavily favoring in one of those players, but maybe history will be broken and we see a Furia coming out where then actually we can maybe see, you know, Nade being the one rubbing it in Handy's face throughout all this success.
I'm sorry, I just have to ask, Jacob, you don't think FaZe Furia is the El Clasico of the modern era? You don't think the matchup that involved the greatest Rainbow Six match ever played at SI24 is the modern era El Clasico?
Oh, you struck it.
I'm over here still holding a bias for any time FaZe and Liquid play one another, regardless of what the rosters might look like. But that's ultimately a personal bias. You can take that whatever direction you feel like. We still have a damn good one on deck for tomorrow. Hold on. Let me just make sure we get a good outro so we can finally get out of here. It's been a long day. Leo learned the definition of, what was it? Belter of a triple header. I used that earlier on. He didn't know what either of those phrases meant, but he got the opportunity to learn what it was like, and so has everybody watching, because it was a long one, but goddamn, it was a good one. We're all wrapped here. We're just one more game left. 1 p.m. BRT, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific. Make sure you're there for FaZe and Furia, because it literally never stops getting good in South America. Until then, have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.
You
they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.